System, are you out of strength? I'm in a hurry. If not, I shall proceed alone. After the system utilized me and departed, my influence surveilled the globe, leaving the world in astonishment while I reveled in my triumph. Upon my arrival in Florida, generals from various nations, what in the world? Why is the entire Sakura Island enveloped in black smoke? In our homeland, one must exercise caution. What is there to heat abroad? Chapter 1. 2.5 years of system activation. Blue Star. Magic City. At night, beneath a resplendent sky, it was the moment of revelry in the 10-mile-long Magic City. Lin Feng ambled along the return path, gazing at the bustling traffic and the vibrant nightlife of the Magic City. A wry smile gracing his lips. It is often said that graduation leads to unemployment. Observing the opulent edifices and the elegantly dressed individuals, he felt as though he belonged to a different realm entirely. By day, it was the domain of the laborers. By night, the festivities had no bearing on his existence. Returning to his modest rental of merely 30 square meters, life seemed to lose its direction. 2 months post-graduation, he had already been unemployed for 2 months. If I had known graduation would lead to this, I wouldn't have come to the Magic City. Finding a job is exceedingly challenging. In a few days, I might not even have enough for meals. If crossing over was merely to endure hardship, it would have been better not to cross at all. It has already been 2.5 years. Gazing at the time on his phone, he recalled that in half an hour, it would mark exactly 2.5 years since his transition. Ding dong. The phone screen illuminated, revealing a red envelope notification. Upon checking, it was a monetary gift from his younger sister, 2,000 yuan. Stinky brother, what are you up to? Mom knows you haven't found a job yet, so she asked me to send you some living expenses. If you can't find work in a Magic City, come to my city. It's easier to find a job here. Lin Feng, not one to refuse, accepted the red envelope, as since university, his mother had always instructed his sister to provide him with living expenses. There was little choice. His parents refused to buy a new phone, still clinging to their old keypad model, deeming anything more than a few hundred yuan a waste of money. After responding briefly, he pondered for a moment before dialing his mother's number. The call was answered promptly. Xiaodian, what's up? Mom, it's nothing. By the way, why are you still having Lingers send me money? There's no need for that. I've graduated and can earn my own living now. He was well aware of his family's situation. Receiving 1,500 yuan a month during college had already surpassed what many rural families could provide. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his mother had not instructed Linger to send any money. Huh? Xiaodian, what are you saying? I haven't asked Linger to send you any living expenses. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly inquired, Mom, how much did you have Linger send me during university? Why do you ask? 800, right? Did Linger send less? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng calmed himself. If that were true, then where did his sister find such funds? After all, she was still in her second year of college. It's nothing, just curious. Mom, you should get some rest. I have some matters to attend to. He'll hang up now. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it felt. Where could his sister possibly have acquired such considerable sums? Could it be? Suddenly struck by a thought, his expression grew grave. If that were indeed the case, he would likely live a life burdened by guilt. However, before he could call to inquire further, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The 2.5 years have concluded. Would you like to bind? Staring at the system's name, his expression shifted from surprise to joy, then to a frown. After waiting 2.5 years, it tells me I can only bind for a day. System, what functionalities do you offer? Ding. This system is a second sign-in system, requiring a sign-in every second. May I ask if the host wishes to bind? Bind. I have waited 2.5 years for you. This moment reminded him of a dearly departed friend. Ding. System binding successful. There are 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining until unbinding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an infinite space accessible by mere thought. Note, it can only store system rewards, and only items may be withdrawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained $100 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 maidservants. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 tons of gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million renminbi. Funds have been deposited into the host bank account. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 million energy crystals. Lin Feng was exhilarated, glancing at the time remaining until unbinding. Indeed, only 6 seconds had elapsed. System, can you mute the sounds? With a notification every second and the pace too rapid for him to comprehend, it all merged into a mere ding. In a day, There are 86,400 seconds at this rate. By the time the system unbinds, his mind would be in disarray. Ding. Yes, host? It can be muted. As time passed, the arrival of the system made him so elated that he forgot his previous intentions. That night, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon waking in the morning, he glanced at his bank account information on his phone, opening the latest notification to reveal a string of zeros, gasping in astonishment. 10 billion RMB. Today, he had no plans to venture out. He intended to await the unbinding of the system to see what treasures lay in store. He ordered takeout for lunch and dinner, simply lounging in his rental. With only 4 seconds remaining until unbinding, there's no need to mute the sounds anymore. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100,000 various bodyguards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 various bodyguards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 million tons of gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained $1 billion deposited into bank account. Ding. The system is unbinding successful. Wishing the host a pleasant life, the system had unbound, departing as swiftly as it arrived. System, are you still there? System? Old system? System BB? No response was forthcoming. It seemed to be gone. Lin Feng focused his thoughts, and a vast space materialized in his mind, containing all the rewards of the day. Observing the densely packed array of figures, they formed numerous formations, each marked with labels. This scene resembled an ancient battlefield. Piles of dollars, mounds of gold. Additionally, there were peculiar crystals radiating a faint red glow, and 20 black bank cards, each affixed with a note revealing its secrets and amounts. Lin Feng did not hasten to retrieve them. Instead, he examined them closely. $100 million, $190 million, $300 million, $1 billion, and so forth, with varying amounts, ranging from $1 billion to $300 billion, and these figures were merely the amounts on the bank cards. Within the space lay vast sums of cash, likely amounting to several trillion dollars, with gold stretching into infinity. However, the items appeared somewhat homogeneous, comprising primarily money, personnel, and those towering energy crystals of various hues. The least abundant was money, followed by gold, while energy crystals dominated the space, occupying nearly half the size of the blue star. Energy crystals constituted a substantial portion of the space, and with a mere thought, Lin Feng gleaned a rough estimate of their quantity. After an hour, he had organized the items within the space. Among them, cash in US dollars totaled 90 trillion. The combined value of the 20 bank cards amounted to $900 billion. Gold weighed in at 40 million tons. The various personnel numbered a staggering 100 million. This included bodyguards, drivers, maids, male servants, professional assassins, spies, hackers, doctors, biologists, scientists, and a plethora of other professions, all accounted. 4. The number of bodyguards constitutes the majority, amounting to a staggering 90 million. Following closely are the maids and male attendants, who collectively account for the remaining 40%. Chapter 2. A product of the system is certainly a masterpiece. It can be said that what Lin Feng currently lacks are power and weaponry. However, he does not harbor intentions of rebellion. His desires are merely for self-preservation. He waved his hand and summoned 2 bodyguards. Master. Upon their arrival, the 2 bodyguards bowed respectfully. Hearing this address made Lin Feng's lips twitch slightly. The term master felt somewhat peculiar, yet it affirmed the unwavering loyalty of these individuals, as they were undoubtedly products of the system, which guarantees excellence. From now on, refer to me as young master, and refrain from calling me master. Yes, young master. Observing the imposing bodyguards, each standing at nearly 6 feet tall, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. He then summoned an additional 10 bodyguards, along with a male steward, 6 spies, and a hacker. The small 30-square-meter room was now filled with 20 individuals, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat awkward. To his delight, the hacker had brought his own computer, which appeared quite futuristic, hinting at extraordinary capabilities. All individuals were equipped with mobile phones, which further reassured him. Infiltrate the surrounding surveillance. You 6 bodyguards, along with the 2 spies, return and covertly protect my parents, he instructed, casually selecting 6 individuals, including 2 spies in their 40s, a man and a woman, who were closer in age to his parents, making it easier for them to blend in. As for the bodyguards, their age was of no concern since they would be providing protection discreetly. Young master, all is ready, we may depart, the hacker announced as he tapped away on his computer. Lin Feng nodded, handing them a sum of money to ensure the departure of the 8. The remaining 8 were divided into 2 groups to safeguard the 2nd young lady and the 3rd young master, instructing them to contact the steward in case of any incidents. The four younger spies, the oldest being just 21 and the youngest having recently turned 18, were perfectly suited to protect Su Lingxian, who was in her second year of university, and Su Lin Tao, who was in his final year of high school. He handed them 2 bank cards and gestured for them to leave. The rented apartment soon felt desolate again, leaving only 2 bodyguards, 1 hacker, and the steward. The steward, in his 30s, exuded maturity and composure, while the hacker appeared to be slightly older, in his 20s. Do you have names? Su Lintian inquired. Yes, young master. I am Su Long, young master. I am Su Bei. All right, little Bei, please find a hotel and book a few rooms. It's getting late. We shall purchase a house tomorrow. Suddenly, he realized that their identities posed a significant issue. Little Bei, is there a way to address your identity concerns? Abroad, it is manageable. Domestically, it poses some challenges. However, Su Bei's response eased his mind, and he silently marveled at the thoroughness of the system. Rest assured, young master. Our identities are secure. We possess identification cards. That is reassuring. Steward Long, please tidy up. We are leaving. In truth, there was little to tidy. He had only been there for a month, and the place was painfully bare. Before long, Su Bei had secured a hotel. After notifying the landlord via his phone to terminate the lease, Su Lintian departed, foregoing the deposit to avoid an inspection by the landlord, as he wished to save time. He brought the 4 individuals to the street corner and summoned a ride. 10 minutes later, the ride-hailing driver looked puzzled, observing the odd ensemble, hesitatingly stating, gentlemen, we are exceeding the capacity. Brother, please help us. We are in a hurry. It is merely a 10-kilometer journey, Su Lintian implored, pulling out 200 yuan. He handed it over, realizing that sometimes money speaks louder than words. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of the red bills, his smile widening. This boss truly has an eye for talent. I specialize in accommodating extra passengers. Worry not. I am a seasoned driver with 20 years of experience. After accepting the cash, he pressed down on the accelerator. 5 minutes later, get out, get out. Are you trying to kill us by going this fast? The driver turned to Su Lintian, awkwardly chuckling. Boss, trust me. Give me a minute. This area, I know like the back of my hand. He then rolled down the window. Oh, it's you again. Oldly, running a red light yesterday, driving under the influence this morning, and now speeding like a bolt of lightning. Do you think you are the Flash? The traffic cop approached, glancing inside the car, and immediately burst into laughter. As expected of you, still exceeding capacity. Hee, but the boss is in a hurry. His wife is about to give birth at the hospital. I am a model citizen, always ready to help, but that's my life principle, Oldly. I promise. It won't happen again. Where to? To the hotel, the driver replied without hesitation. Su Lintian's lips twitched in the back seat. Are you taking your wife to the hotel to give birth? It was clear the driver realized his mistake. Hospital. To the hospital. Humph, you better be careful. If I catch you again, I will revoke your license. Remember to pay the fine. The driver cheerfully accepted the ticket and drove away. Su Lintian observed the scene in silence. Upon arriving at the hotel presidential suite, he took a shower and comfortably sank into the soft, spacious bed. Why did it feel as though he had forgotten something? Reflecting carefully, he recalled that he intended to inquire about the source of his sister's funds. He had meant to ask earlier, but the system had interrupted him, causing him to forget. Now, thinking back, even if he had asked, she might not have disclosed the truth. Have little Bei come to see me, he called out. Knowing his bodyguards were stationed outside, while Steward Long and Su Bei resided in the adjacent room. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Su Bei entered from outside. Young master. Investigate what the second young lady has been up to lately concerning earning money. Yes, young master, give me half an hour. Half an hour later, Su Bei returned with a computer in hand. As expected of a professional, he kept his word. Young master, since her sophomore year. The second young lady has been engaged in short video editing. She began live streaming in her senior year and has continued to do so until now. As he spoke, he placed the computer before Su Lintian, revealing information about Su Lingxian, including her streaming channel number. Su Lintian rose, examined the data, and furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Live streaming? This path is rather unclean and easily leads one astray. Wealth and fame are not easily managed by everyone. At least 99% of internet celebrities struggle to maintain their integrity. It is no different from the entertainment industry. My sister is actually live streaming? All right, I understand. From now on, keep a close watch on both young master and young lady. Notify me immediately if anything occurs. Understood, young master. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. After Su Bei departed, Su Lintian picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and entered Su Lingshuan's live streaming channel number. The channel was named Lazy King of Green Pastures. Reading the title, Su Lintian was at a loss for words. He clicked in, finding her live streaming at that moment. He first glanced at her profile. She was not a major internet celebrity, with just over 200,000 followers, barely qualifying as a minor influencer. She had posted over 100 videos, which included singing, dancing, cross-dressing, and cosplay. Her attire was relatively decent, unlike those who flaunted risque outfits, which might explain her modest following. Entering the live streaming room, he noted the background appeared to be her dormitory. Su Lingxian sported makeup resembling a cute sheep, making her look quite adorable. Chapter 3. Mad Sheep. Su Lingtian's lips curled into a smile as he bestowed upon himself a new moniker, the village chief of Sheep Village. Although he had previously watched live streams, it had always been as a freeloader, never spending a single coin. With that money, he would rather indulge in a delectable serving of spicy hot pot. Upon entering the live stream with his secondary account, he failed to make even the slightest ripple. Observing the viewer count in the upper right corner, he noted it was a mere handful of spectators, numbering only in the dozens. For those influencers boasting millions of fans, a mere live broadcast usually attracted hundreds. With 200,000 followers, having 60 or 70 viewers was considered quite decent. At that moment, the prelude of the background music, The Lost Heartbeat, began to play. The lyrics conveyed a poignant sentiment, professing love while simultaneously neglecting, urging patience for maturity while engaging in childish antics. You know I fight valiantly for us, yet you are unwilling to lend a hand. The voice of Lazy Sheep resonated from Su Lingxuan's lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Leaning closer to the camera, she bowed her head slightly. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she exclaimed, "Ha ha, love is the most brutal thing in this world." Su Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that his sister possessed such a talent for mimicry, and she executed it remarkably well. Wu, this is not what I wanted to hear. The Lazy Emperor, am not like this. Lazy King is simply adorable, truly a modern rendition of Lazy Sheep. After taking a sip of water to clear her throat, Su Lingxian adjusted the yellow cloth draped across her chest, glanced at the camera, and declared, "Mind Jiang. On what grounds do you criticize me? I am a diving champion, so stop your incessant whining. You have no sense of camaraderie, wasting my precious sleep time, utterly useless. To hell with you, Mind Jiang. I am the village tyrant of Sheep Village. Even the village chief must offer me a cigarette. And Grey Wolf should present me with a green grass cake. Damn it, Fiang Yang, you foolish idiot." After finishing her tirade, Su Lingxian quickly raised a sign that read, "Live stream effects, please do not imitate." Ha ha, now that's the Lazy King we know, this feels good. Hearing this once a day is a must. Not listening feels uncomfortable. Dream Bro, still, my Lazy's voice is the most melodious. Dream Bro sent 2 Cupid hearts. The #1 supporter has arrived, wow. In just a day, Dream Bro has leveled up to 37. Regarding the opportunistic comments in the chat, Su Lingxian merely smiled, unfazed. Thank you for the gift. Dream Bro, you are too generous. Dream Bro, hey, just a small amount. Lazy, have you given any thought to my proposal from yesterday? The moment Su Lingtian caught sight of that message, his expression darkened. This fellow had ulterior motives. Yet, he understood. As the #1 supporter, his intentions were hardly innocent, likely revolving around a face-to-face meeting over a meal and other matters. What reassured him was that his sister evidently did not agree, firmly upholding her boundaries. Su Lingxian would certainly not acquiesce to his demands. Selling herself for money was unthinkable, even to the point of preferring death. Sorry, Dream Bro. You might as well look for someone else. Seeing her response, Dream Bro chose not to press further, gazing at her graceful figure on the screen. He silently resolved to secure her for himself. Regarding her refusal, he merely thought he had not spent enough. After all, he had only invested just under 10,000. He was determined that with 100,000, he could win her over. With his years of experience, he surmised she was likely still inexperienced. Just imagining her figure, her face, those impossibly long legs sent a thrill through him. A mere 100,000 was nothing. After all, what could a small streamer possibly have in terms of backing? He could easily manage it. No worries, just asking casually. Brothers in the live stream, from today onwards, Lazy will permanently hold the #1 position. None of you should compete with me. Long Bro, wait a minute, bro, this is Douyin. Lazy is my white moonlight. A green onion. Exactly, talking big after eating garlic. I'll just snatch it. Oh no, it's going to escalate. Dream Bro said nothing, but let his actions speak. He sent a carnival gift worth 3,000. A sum that would amount to a month's salary for many. Observing this, Su Lingxian felt helpless. She could hardly just end the stream, could she? In the presidential suite of the hotel, Su Lingtian watched avidly, charging his account while munching on snacks. There was no way he would allow anyone else to take his sister's top spot. Long Bro, seeing the carnival gift being sent, instinctively shrank his neck. Although he could afford one, the other party clearly had confidence. With a determined bite and a closed eye, he pressed the button, sacrificing next month's meals for instant noodles. Long Bro sent 2 carnivals. Thank you, Long Bro, for the 2 carnivals. You are generous. Wait a minute. Did they just start fighting like this? Is it really that exhilarating? By the way, is this Lazy King's first time receiving a carnival? Dream bro, is that all? Why bother, bro? Next month you'll be eating instant noodles. Dream bro sent 5 carnivals. With a closed eye and a finger tap. 15,000 just flew out, leaving the live stream audience dumbfounded. Truly extravagant. Dream bro is formidable. He has secured the #1 spot and is taking Lazy King home. Long bro exited the live stream. There was no choice, encountering a rich second generation causing chaos in this pond, with 2 carnivals and other live streams. Those clowns began to butter up, calling each other brother. They initiated chats, sharing photos and videos. Long bro has left. Big brother, you've made a mistake. 6,000 could get you a 1v3 out there. A green onion sent 10 carnivals. In a small live stream, 10 carnivals were already the limit. A green onion gazed at his balance, able to send 3 more, which was pushing his limits. He could afford to spend some pocket money. But he wasn't foolish enough to deplete his savings on gifts for a small streamer. She was merely a small streamer. There were no benefits or advantages to be gained. He might as well support a seller instead. Dream bro sent 10 carnivals. A green onion exited the live stream. Seeing the 2 exits on the leaderboard, Dream bro wore a disdainful expression. You've got a big mouth, but no strength. Don't pretend to be someone you're not. It's easy to get slapped in the face. Dream bro is amazing, easily taking the top spot. Who knows? There might be hidden big shots in the live stream. Laughing to death, you should take a look. Besides Dream bro, the highest level here is only in the teens. Are you going to charge in head first? The old master has a safety net. You wouldn't understand. Village chief of Sheep Village. Lazy King, could you sing a song? I would love to hear Lazy Sheep sing. Perhaps due to the sparse comments. Su Lintian's level 1 remark caught some attention. Isn't it a bit excessive for a level 1 to make requests? At least hold up a sign. Of course. Village chief, what song would you like to hear? Village chief of Sheep Village. Anything is fine. I mainly want to hear Lazy Sheep sing. Seeing the spotlight stolen, Dream bro felt a twinge of displeasure. After spending so many carnivals, the streamer had yet to acknowledge him. Dream bro, do you understand the rules? First come, first served. You dare to make requests as a freeloader? However, Su Lingxian paid no heed and began playing the accompaniment for Girl, Don't Cry. Chapter 4. The village chief sold the sheep of Sheep Village to buy gifts. When Su Lintian witnessed his sister singing, he was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated her possessing such remarkable talent. No wonder she could earn money through live streaming. The song lasted 3 to 4 minutes, and the audience was left wanting more. The hearts and beers began to flood in. Su Lingxian graciously expressed her gratitude to everyone, which infuriated Meng Guo. He had never received such treatment while streaming the carnival himself, while those who merely sent small gifts were being addressed as brother. Meng Guo remarked, Lon, it's time to end the stream. I need to discuss something with you. The village chief of Yang Village interjected. What's with all these issues over just a couple of dollars? He sent out 10 carnival gifts. Then he sent out 100 carnival gifts. 100 carnival gifts amounted to a staggering 300,000, an extraordinary feat in a live stream room with fewer than 100 viewers, making it truly unique within the realm of Douyin. Not only the audience, but even Su Lingxian was momentarily taken aback. She had never seen a single carnival gift before. So what was happening today? Thank you. Thank you for the carnival gifts, village chief. You are so generous. Is there a song you would like to hear? Su Lingxian stood up, bowing at a 45-degree angle, overwhelmed with excitement. With this money, her brother could enjoy better meals, and her younger brother could improve his high school dining experience. She understood well that for a young man, lacking financial means could make it quite difficult to find a girlfriend. After all, one must participate in activities, and participation requires funds. Many university classmates organized events. And if female classmates invited you and you declined once or twice, it might be acceptable. However, consistently refusing could render one somewhat socially isolated. Therefore, she always ensured to provide her brother with double the usual meal allowance. If the gifts during a month's livestream fell short, she would have to deduct from her own allowance. Of course, Su Lintian was unaware of this, as he beheld the abundance of carnival gifts. He was also filled with concern. After all, no gift comes without a price, and if the other party overstepped their bounds, he would have no choice but to return his share to them. Wait, did I just see that correctly? 100 carnival gifts? Did they just stumble upon a treasure trove? The village chief is remarkable. He truly is a man with a safety net. Could it be that the village chief sold off some of Yang Village's sheep to shower gifts upon Lazy King? Congratulations to the one above for guessing correctly. I just saw Xianyang being taken away. Su Lintian naturally ascended to the top ranking. The village chief of Yang Village commented, your voice is pleasant, and you sing beautifully. Keep up the good work. He then followed the streamer. After casting a glance at the rankings, he noticed Mingo had left, and thus he too exited. Did the village chief leave? A true tycoon, gifting 100 carnival gifts without making a single request before departing. Though it can't be said that he made no request. Didn't he ask Lazy King to sing? Incredible. One song for 100 gifts. Is it too late to start my own stream? I only have one gift, but I could sing all night with that. Su Lingxian simultaneously followed back and sent a private message. Lazy King of the Green Grassland. Village Chief, you wouldn't actually sell off Yang Village, would you? If so, I can return this share to you. Upon seeing this, Su Lingxian nodded. This girl was quite perceptive, not a naive fool. Village Chief, no need. Keep it for yourself. Don't worry, I have no unreasonable demands. I watch your videos. With so many gifts, why are you dressed so modestly? Your clothes are even fading? Is there trouble at home? As Su Lingxian live-streamed, she replied to the message but was evidently puzzled by his inquiry. Lazy King of the Green Grassland. I'm fine. As long as the clothes are wearable, that's enough. My brother needs the money more than I do. A boy can't be without funds. Su Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, his nose tinged with emotion. This girl truly was something. Village Chief, do you enjoy live streaming? Do you aspire to be an internet celebrity? Lazy King of the Green Grassland. It's okay. I primarily enjoy singing, and the fans are quite interesting. As for being an internet celebrity, it doesn't matter. Being happy is what's most important. Village Chief. Alright, I understand. Keep it up. Su Lingxian felt a sense of bewilderment, but chose not to dwell on it. Su Lingxian put away his phone and unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, upon waking, Su Lingxian found that breakfast had already been delivered to the hotel room. The costliness of the accommodation was justified. He had indeed enjoyed a comfortable sleep. He called for Butler Long bring me 2 vehicles. I'll be waiting in the hotel. After receiving the bank card, Su Long promptly departed the hotel with a bodyguard. Meanwhile, at Deep City University, Su Lingxuan's class welcomed 2 new students, 1 male and 1 female. Everyone, please quiet down. Let me introduce our 2 new classmates. This is Chunziru and this is Liamo. Please give them a warm welcome. A round of applause followed, and the instructor turned back with a smile. You 2 can find a seat. Once the instructor left, the subject teacher continued with the lesson. The teacher lectured while the students engaged in their own activities. A harmonious coexistence. Of course, this was only a portion of the class. Su Lingxian listened attentively, though she was frequently distracted by buzzing noises, which began to irritate her. Linger, let us have lunch together. A new restaurant just opened on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, and the food there is quite good. Zhang Hao, I'll say it once more, don't call me Linger. Also, please don't disturb me during class. Thank you. The surrounding classmates watched Zhang Hao's antics with amusement. This guy had pursued her since their freshman year, and even declared his love during the freshman welcome party, only to be rejected. He had been persistently hounding her ever since, flaunting his wealth as a second-generation rich kid, driving a Porsche 911, and had gone through no fewer than 10 girlfriends in the interim. One had to admit, his audacity was remarkable. Zhang Hao noticed that Su Lingxian remained impervious to his advances, his expression darkening. I've managed to win over 9 of the school's top 10 beauties. All that's left is the 3rd-ranking Su Lingxian, and I'll be perfect. Linger, I know you're a streamer. How about this? Accompany me for a meal, and I'll help you become an internet celebrity? He reached out to grab Su Lingxuan's delicate hand, inwardly thrilled at the thought. That hand was so fair, if only. Su Lingxian clearly recognized his intentions and quickly raised her hand, standing up as she said, Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. Go ahead. Sitting on the other side, Liamo had been observing Su Lingxian and was well aware of Zhang Hao's behavior. This display caused his expression to darken. He turned to the male classmate beside him and inquired, What is that guy's name? How dare he harass female classmates in the classroom? Isn't the teacher going to intervene? Oh, that's him. He is a well-known rich kid at school, named Zhang Hao. His family runs a company, and his assets exceed 100 million. You'd better not meddle. I've heard he is on a mission to woo the top 10 beauties and is left with only our goddess Lingxian. Poor goddess. She might end up being tormented by this disgusting fellow. Damn, I must silently condemn him in my heart. A few minutes later, Su Lingxian returned from outside, and there was no way she could return to her previous seat. She chose a spot far from Zhang Hao, fortuitously sitting beside Chunziru. Just as she settled in, a voice from beside her greeted, Hello, I'm Chunziru. What is your name? Su Lingxian turned to face the equally attractive girl beside her, offering a polite smile as she replied, I'm Su Lingxian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Does that guy often harass you? Su Lingxian knew exactly who she was referring to, and her expression dimmed. Yes, during the freshman welcome party, I rejected his confession, and he has been persistent ever since. I've heard he has gone through 9 girlfriends since then. It's quite bothersome. The 2 engaged in conversation for quite a while, and time slipped by unnoticed. Liamo had also relayed the entire situation to Su Lingxian. In the enchanting metropolis of Magic City, at the West Suburb Manor. Chapter 5 unfolds with a rather startling incident, a slap to the back of my head that could surely lead to cerebral atrophy. Su Lingxian. accompanied by Butler Long and several associates, surveyed the opulent estate. A middle-aged gentleman, impeccably attired in a suit, excitedly detailed the property. Young Master Su, manor no. 1 spans a total of 888 square meters, featuring 3 stories above ground and 1 below, comprising a main building and 2 auxiliary structures. It is equipped with an underground garage that accommodates 20 vehicles. The main building boasts 21 rooms, 18 bathrooms, an outdoor swimming pool, 2 indoor swimming pools, and 3 dining halls, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, along with 3 game rooms, 2 gyms, a sauna, and more. The first auxiliary building, designated for servants, covers 1,080 square meters, features 4 stories, and contains 66 rooms. The second auxiliary building, allocated for guests, spans 888 square meters across 3 stories and includes 24 rooms. The garden encompasses an area of 666 square meters, with manor number 1 priced at $1,388,000,000. If you opt for a lump sum payment, we can offer a discount, just $1 billion flat. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Su Lin conducted a brief tour of both the interior and exterior, finding it quite satisfactory. Butler Long, I entrust you with this matter. Please handle it promptly. After conveying this, he returned to the car with his bodyguards and Su Bei, eager to ascertain what troubles had arisen with his sister. The middle-aged man, filled with elation, contemplated whether a purchase was imminent. This esteemed butler, does young master intend to pay in full? Indeed, the full amount, he confirmed. Upon hearing the affirmation of a complete purchase, the man's joy knew no bounds. Meanwhile, seated in a Rolls-Royce, Su Bei was briefing Su Lin on the intelligence relayed by Li Mo. Young master, this is the situation. Should we send someone to deliver a warning? Su Lin, incensed by the report, was taken aback by the vile nature of some individuals. In a few days, it will be her birthday. Prepare a suitable vehicle for a young lady, and instruct the bodyguards to warn that Hao fellow, should he dare to harass Linger again. I shall ensure he is reduced to a negative 2nd generation. Also, procure a few plane tickets to the United States. We shall travel there tomorrow. Understood, young master. International travel necessitated a fabricated identity. It appeared he needed to acquire some assets. As night fell, the vicinity of Deep City University buzzed with excitement, particularly along the culinary street where Zhang Hao, accompanied by 2 sycophants, boasted of his past exploits at a nearby milk tea shop. The key to his Porsche 911 lay carelessly on the table, a symbol of his ostentation. Suddenly, 2 burly men took a seat beside him, startling him. His companions, sensing the intimidating presence, dared not utter a word. Hey, who are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Zhang Hao, exuding an air of arrogance, remained unfazed by their sudden appearance. Are you Zhang Hao? I am. What is it to you? That is sufficient. One of them leaned closer, coldly whispering. My young master has instructed me to warn you. Should you approach Su Lingxian again, you'll find yourself reduced to a negative 2nd generation. If they're essay next time, not even your father can save you. By the way, I rather enjoy your arrogant demeanor. Do take care. With a resounding thud, the burly man slammed his palm against the glass tabletop. Zhang Hao gulped, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as he observed the glass splintering into a spiderweb of cracks. He knew this was 2 centimeters thick. Should it strike the back of his head, it could indeed cause cerebral damage. Once the 2 departed, Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with confusion. He had pursued Su Lingxian for a year without observing any other suitors by her side. This won't do. I must investigate further. To give up now would be unsatisfactory. If necessary, I could resort to some underhanded tactics, forcefully advancing my intentions. What could she possibly do to me? Yet, I must ascertain her background. Brother Hao, who were those men? They seemed rather formidable. Nothing to worry about. Just some bodyguards from my father's side, telling me to return home for dinner. His companions exchanged glances, incredulous that he would dismiss their intimidation so lightly. You think they were just telling you to come home for dinner? More like to meet the matriarch. Unbeknownst to all, Su Lingxian remained blissfully unaware of these events, having just finished her shower and preparing to go live. Meanwhile, far away in Magic City, Su Lin had settled into manor number 1 with great delight, having released 26 servants, equally divided between genders, including 8 chefs, 14 bodyguards, and 2 who had been with him previously, totaling 16 bodyguards, as well as 3 doctors, 4 nurses, and a housekeeper named Su Yuming. Su Lin intended to return from abroad, planning to bring his parents to Magic City for Su Lingshuan's birthday. Ensuring their safety as his father was the sole heir to his grandfather's legacy, he had no uncles or aunts. Having his parents close would provide a sense of security. Chapter 6. The clamps of sound, a blow that could induce a concussion to the older brothers. In the lavish living room, Su Lin perused Douyin videos on his phone. Ever since he no longer needed to seek employment, he had developed a fondness for watching videos. Suddenly, A new video was posted in his only followed list, which was also live streaming. Posting a video before going live was a strategy to attract viewers. It seemed his sister had invested considerable effort into Douyin over the years. Entering the live stream, he found it much the same as before, with only a slight increase in viewers, about a dozen more than yesterday. The audience remained stable, with his account at level 47, drawing immediate attention as the highest ranked in a room filled with users in their 20s. Welcome, village chief, to inspect the village. Welcome, village chief. Do you want a wife? How about the lazy king? Not bad, right? She has promised to you. Yes. I'm a fan of the lazy king. I'll accompany her as a dowry. Dowries should come in pairs. How fortuitous. I too wish to accompany her. Wow. Since you're all accompanying her, I should too. I'm a man, but can I still make it abroad? Su Lintian chuckled at the barrage of comments, amused by the lively banter within the live stream, often filled with humorous characters. Oh, it seems Dream Brother left the group yesterday. Huh, still calling him Dream Brother? Now he is just Little Dream, with a bit of money. He is in the live stream, calling the shots. How audacious. What did the village chief request after tipping 100 during the carnival? However, Su Lintian suddenly typed a message that caused a stir in the chat. Village chief of Sheep Village, I am the older brother. This declaration stunned not only the viewers, but also Su Lingxian, who momentarily struggled to comprehend. When Su Lintian jested, she thought of her brother, who had just graduated and was still job hunting. How could he afford to shower gifts, especially not the extravagant ones? I can't believe it. Is the village chief planning to adopt the lazy king as his little sister? Not just a little sister. He is adopting her as his real sister. Lazy. Hurry and agree. You're making me anxious. Our lazy finally has an older brother. What a rare occurrence. After 2.5 years in the industry. Is she finally going to rise to prominence? Is Sheep Village about to thrive? Su Lingxuan's fans referred to themselves as Sheep Village, fittingly so, as her name was Lazy King of Green Pastures. Don't mess around. The village chief is just joking. The village chief of Sheep Village replied, I am not joking. You fit the criteria to be my sister. Would you be willing to be my true sister? Seeing Su Lintian was not a jest. The live stream chat erupted with excitement, urging Su Lingxian to agree quickly, for such an opportunity would not come again. Agree with him, lazy. Just say yes to the village chief. We agreed for lazy. The village chief of Sheep Village proclaimed, silence shall be taken as your consent. No. Village chief, how could you do this? Su Lingxian actually wanted to express her thoughts, but decided it was best to let it go, as long as they did not meet in person. With that in mind, she felt much relieved. Online, one could be addressed however one wished, and it was beyond her control. The village chief of Sheep Village insisted, come now, brother chief will take you to PK. With so few people in the live stream, we must keep up with the times. Engaging in PK will help you boost your traffic and popularity. I'm truly dying of laughter. This is even closer than a real brother. With a big shot leading the PK, the rise of Sheep Village is unstoppable, defeating Grey Wolf. Naturally, Su Lingxian understood this logic. After a moment of silence, the barrage of comments urging her to engage in PK overwhelmed her, and she ultimately succumbed to the majority. Alright then, she randomly connected with a female streamer, who evidently was well-versed in the art of PK for profit. Lazy King, how shall we play? Anything goes. If I lose, I'll sing, and if you lose, just showcase any talent. Fine, then let us mute the mic. The opposing live stream boasted double her audience, and the leaderboard was filled with individuals above level 30. Although she too was a small streamer, it was clear her counterpart was far superior, adept at charming the viewers. Brother. The way she called out, with that high-pitched tone, sent the big brothers into a frenzy. Su Lintian showed no mercy. The small streamer brought little value. Thus he aimed for a swift victory. The village chief of Sheep Village sent out 100 carnival tokens. 100 tokens emerged, and the opponent's health bar vanished in an instant, leaving only a thin line. Su Lintian's level surged to 52. Su Lingxian stared at the 100 carnival tokens, feeling somewhat at a loss, her face tightening with anxiety. Was there any hidden intention behind such lavish spending? Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream were utterly speechless, awestruck by Su Lintian's financial prowess. Oh my, 100 carnival tokens reappear. The village chief is incredible, truly the pride of Sheep Village. While others level up one by one, our village chief leaps 4 levels at once, and from such a high position no less. It seems the chief intends to reach 60 tonight. Thank you, village chief. Please, no more, this is too much. Don't listen to lazy. Quickly, send more. Don't stop. Look, this software is like that. One moment you're watching, the next you're swept away. The female streamer on the other side, seeing the string of zeros on the progress bar, who had previously been fervently soliciting votes, suddenly deflated. With such a progress bar, She could not even win by performing a shadow dance. Her big brothers and the opposing big brothers were on entirely different levels. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in her mind. If she had the figure and the looks, surely she could entice the opposing big brother over. With that thought, she ceased soliciting votes, leaving the camera to change into a battle outfit. As the PK time concluded, she reappeared on screen wearing a jacket. Lazy sister, your big brother really hit me hard. Let me show you a dance. She then removed her jacket to reveal a white tank top underneath. The sight was overwhelming, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Bouncing balls. Su Lingxian's expression shifted instantly, and she promptly kicked the opponent off. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Ha! The opponent nearly scared Lazy to death. Is this something we can watch for free? It's too thrilling. Positive energy, brothers, refrain from spamming the chat. Otherwise, Sheep Village might get banned. It's all thanks to the village chief. His charm is undeniable. The opponent can't wait. The effects of the PK were quite pronounced, with the livestream audience surpassing 100. Many viewers flocked to the opposing stream. Streamer, what happened? Why did you kick our streamer? Now we have nothing to watch. Quickly reconnect. Yes, reconnect. How ungrateful. Don't make me beg on my knees. Sob. I sent you a luxury car. Just reconnect, please. Charge ahead. Send a Porsche. Su Lingxian certainly would not heed their pleas. The village chief of Sheep Village declared, continue the PK. Chapter 7. A thought becomes divine. Following that, Su Lingtian led Su Lingxian on a PK spree in the wild, each time delivering 100 carnival tokens, leaving the opponent utterly defenseless. The live stream audience swelled, surpassing 300, with remarkable results. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lingxian occasionally tossed out small fortune bags. Su Lingtian's level ascended to 59, just 100 carnival tokens shy of reaching 60. Woohoo, the village chief is amazing. He is truly going to hit 60. In 2 days, from 1 to 60, I've witnessed the village chief's rise. Sheep Village is invincible. The village chief of Sheep Village stated, let us play one more round. After this, I'll take a break, just in time to level up to 60. Su Lingxian was bewildered. Her big brother had spent over $1 million in one night, a figure that felt astronomical to her. Given the circumstances, she felt it inappropriate to refuse. Planning to conclude the stream after this match. 3 seconds later, they connected randomly again. This time, it was a man, dressed in formal attire, appearing somewhat handsome, with a small stage behind him. Unlike those small streamers, he had a distinct presence. Indeed, the audience in his live stream was tenfold hers, with over 3,000 viewers and a follower count exceeding 110,000. The lowest among the top 10 on the leaderboard was level 45, and the top spot was held by someone named a Cigarette, who was level 66. The people of Sheep Village quickly noticed a familiar face among them. ISNT, that dream brother in 8th place. What dream brother? Unable to meet our lazy, he has gone off to fencing, lacking strength, yet still boasting. And when the village chief arrives, he runs with his tail between his legs. Dream brother was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a narrow encounter. The scene of him fleeing with his tail between his legs played vividly in his mind. Little White, the top player on the opposing side, is my enemy. You understand, right? Humph, he was no longer isolated. Facing a mere level 59 was a walk in the park, especially with Cigarette on his side, giving him the advantage. Wait, 59? He had reached 59 in just one day? The streamer named Little White's eyes brightened. An enemy of her big brother? Was this an invitation to battle? That sounded promising. Sheep Village's Little Lamb. How do you want to play? Why not concede now? Have your village chief apologize to me, and let this lazy sister sing it for me. I'll have my brothers give you some attention. How does that sound? Su Lingxian was amused, realizing there was no compulsion to engage in PK. This eagerness to take advantage was absurd. Damn, so arrogant. I can't tolerate it any longer. Don't worry, lazy. I plan to support you with a month's worth of instant noodles. Exactly. I can't stand such bullies who prey on the weak. Barking right from the start. Village chief, shall we not fight? She could see the opponent's intentions were evident. But Su Lingtian was undeterred. This guy was far too arrogant. The village chief of Sheep Village affirmed, fight, do not be afraid. Simultaneously, he sent Su Lingxian a private message, instructing her to speak up after the PK concluded, then to kick the opponent off. Su Lingtian had never been a streamer, yet he understood the opponent's motives. Flattering the big brother was one thing, but the primary goal was to incite a conflict, as the more they battled, the more money he could rake in. Regrettably, the adversary should not have dared to strike at him. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced his lips as he swiftly replenished his funds, with each ascending level. His maximum single recharge amount increased. He could now inject 3 million in one go. It wasn't until he had made 10 transactions that he ceased. His intention was to render the opponent incapable of perceiving his progress bar. Simultaneously, he dispatched a message in the chat. Village Chief of Sheep Village, Brothers of Sheep Village. Feel free to record this, and I'll show you what it means to achieve divinity in a single thought. The message, sent from a character above level 50, shone brightly, capturing the attention of many. Thoughts raced through the minds of onlookers, and several gasped in astonishment. Whoa, Chief, don't act on impulse. The opponent is utterly unworthy. What does the Chief intend? Achieving divinity in a single thought? Is the Chief aiming to ascend to level 75 in one breath? Has the Chief mortgaged the green pastures for this? At that moment, both sides had muted their microphones, and the PK officially commenced. Xiao Bai's face flushed with excitement as he passionately rallied support. Brothers, charge forth. We cannot allow the Chief to fight single-handedly. It is our duty to protect Lazy King and the green pastures. In an instant, various gifts were hurled into the fray, from tiny hearts to grand Porsches. Though these offerings might not wield substantial impact, for those accustomed to receiving without cost, such a display of generosity was a rare occurrence. Dream Brother, what did Smoke say? A stick of smoke, 300 carnival gifts. If the opponent can keep up, then I'll stop. The world of combat is not solely about bloodshed. 300 carnival gifts were already a generous concession, though Xiao Bai had profited handsomely from sales. Offending an affluent stranger for the sake of a mere streamer was not worth it. He preferred to forge friendships instead. After all, a single streamer could easily be supported anew. All right, I'll handle the rest. Dream Brother resolved to make a sacrifice, painfully offering 200 carnival gifts to exact vengeance. The others on the leaderboard could likely muster at least 500 carnival gifts, amounting to a total of 1,000, equating to 3 million. In the past, if someone had suggested spending 3 million to target a streamer with merely 300 viewers, he would have scoffed. 300 viewers? A few dozen carnival gifts would suffice to subdue them. Yet now, he found it challenging to dismiss the village chief of Sheep Village, who had remarkably ascended 59 levels in just 2 days. Indeed, a force to be reckoned with. However, what none anticipated was that Su Lintian would grant them no opportunity. As the PK commenced, Su Lintian began to unleash a barrage of gifts. Village Chief of Sheep Village sent 1,000 carnival gifts. Village Chief of Sheep Village sent 1,000 carnival gifts. Village Chief of Sheep Village sent 1,000 carnival gifts. Village Chief of Sheep Village sent 1,000 carnival gifts. Village Chief of Sheep Village sent 1,000 carnival gifts. Su Lintian continued until he had dispatched a staggering 8,000 carnival gifts, halting only then. The atmosphere fell into silence. Smoke, poised to send gifts, realized it was now unnecessary. Who was this formidable individual, carelessly dispensing over 20 million? Did his wealth burn like a hot potato, compelling him to part with it so eagerly? Dream Brother swallowed hard, realizing he had inadvertently kicked a titanium alloy wall. The most apprehensive of all was Xiao Bai. Recalling his earlier words, this was a situation that could either lead to triumph or downfall. Whoa, is the opposing village chief even human? He's achieved divinity. Everyone, let's scatter. Xiao Bai has hit a steel wall. Let's part on good terms. Brothers, we will meet again in Sheep Village. In that moment, a multitude of fans fled, flocking to Su Lingshuan's live stream, proudly displaying the Sheep Village emblem. At that instant, it felt as though their souls had transcended. The chief is incredible. Sheep Village is invincible. The chief spoke of achieving divinity in a thought. I thought it was a jest, yet here we are. Despite the chaos, never jest about the village chief. Chief, we have returned. I am a long-lost sheep from green pastures. After enduring countless trials, I have finally returned to Sheep Village. How dare Xiao Bai speak ill of our chief? Chief, Lazy King, we have returned as spies. There is a stark difference between a live stream with a big brother and one without. Just like that, the audience in Su Lingshuan's stream tripled. Most astonishingly, Su Lingxian, the streamer, had never anticipated such a day. The screen was flooded with carnival gifts, far beyond count. Yet, she noticed that Su Lintian had reached the maximum level of 75. This meant that in just 2 days, the gifts he had showered upon her stream exceeded 20 million. Her emotions were complex. Logically, she should feel elated, yet she did not. She understood the principle that nothing comes without cost. Chapter 8. The Two Great Organizations. Never mind. I shall return my share to him. With this thought, her heart felt much lighter. Xiao Bai was somewhat at a loss. However, Su Lingxian did not forget Su Lintian's instructions. You're not much different, are you? Upon saying this, she promptly removed him from the stream. Village Chief. Is it inappropriate to say that? Ha ha, I knew it. How could Lazy King say such things? So it was the chief's idea. He's quite the rascal. And I adore him. Chief, someone wants to bear your children. Is this the thrill of interspecies excitement? I suddenly comprehend. No, buddy, what exactly do you understand? Elaborate. Village Chief of Sheep Village replied. It's all right. I instructed you to say it. What is there to fear? Well then, I shall take my leave. You should rest early and not stream too late. Once Su Lintian departed, the chat in the live stream suddenly turned sarcastic. All right, I'm leaving. You should rest early. My lazy one, don't stream too late. The chief will be concerned. Oh my, I shipped the chief and lazy king. Su Lingxian gazed at the sarcastic comments and playfully retorted, are you all trying to provoke me? I was going to sing a song for you all before ending the stream, but now I no longer wish to. Goodbye, little sheep. After Su Lintian exited the live stream, he casually scrolled through some videos. Within 5 minutes, the backend notifications suddenly surged to 99. Upon checking, he found that 90% were female users, posting videos and photos, all dressed in revealing attire, prompting him to exclaim, whoa, how scandalous. He promptly ignored these faded blossoms when suddenly, a private message from Su Lingxian appeared. Village chief, could you send me your bank account number? Su Lintian felt bewildered, unsure of why this girl wanted his bank account details. Why do you need it? I want to return the gifts. It's too much, and it frightens me. No need. I'm not in need of this small sum. Keep it. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I regard you merely as a little sister. Consider this money as an allowance from an older brother. Su Lingxian would not consent. This was not merely a few tens of thousands. It was in the millions. Village chief, I beg you. I truly cannot accept this money. It will keep me awake at night. Su Lintian pondered for a moment, recognizing that without saying something, she would certainly refuse. A few days from now is your birthday. Consider it a gift. Su Lingxuan's expression darkened. How did he know her birthday? The date on her profile was not genuine, and it had already passed. Indeed, there was a motive behind his approach. Do not overthink it. Let us proceed this way. Next Saturday marks your birthday, and you are welcome to visit me at the #1 manor in the western suburbs of Magic City. If you feel apprehensive, you may live stream your journey, and I shall prepare a surprise for you. Su Lingxian is now quite curious about the identity of the person approaching her and their intentions. Suddenly, she recalls her newly made friend, Chenzuru, and decides to invite her along for the live stream, believing that the other party would think twice before causing any trouble. May I bring a friend? Su Lintian readily agrees. Of course, you may. The following morning, Su Lintian boards a plane to New York, accompanied by Su Bei and Su Long. Meanwhile, Su Lingxian informs Chenzuru about her plan to visit Magic City next Saturday. Chenzuru readily agrees and even enlists Liu Mo to join them. 3 days pass swiftly. Su Lintian enjoys his time in New York and returns to the newly purchased villa on the outskirts. In the underground parking garage, he releases 100 spies, along with 20 financial experts, 20 hackers, and a professional assassin. Xiao Bei, this card holds $1 billion. From now on, you shall remain abroad. And I entrust these 20 hackers to you, along with the spies. I need you to establish an intelligence network in the shortest possible time. Is that clear? Su Bei straightens his posture and confidently replies, rest assured, young master. Give me 6 months, and I will ensure that the world cannot conceal anything from you. Excellent. I will provide you with the high-ranking personnel for the intelligence network. I plan to stay abroad for 7 days, during which I will send you 300 spies each day. How you utilize them is your concern. I only require results. Understood, young master. I shall guarantee the completion of the task. Su Lintian nods and turns to one of the middle-aged financial experts. What is your name? My name is Zhao Ruilong. Young master. Very well, a commendable name. This card contains $400 billion. I want you to establish a conglomerate, and I expect to see results before my departure. All personnel at the departmental level and above must be our own. Let me know how many you will require. In truth, he could employ only his own people, but that would lead to an overwhelming number. The intelligence organization demands even more personnel. The world is vast, and utilizing only his own would require an insurmountable amount. Moreover, his ambitions extend beyond Blue Star. Once his power takes shape, he will begin preparations to establish a research base, paving the way for venturing into the cosmos. At that point, 1 billion will be insufficient, as he will need to colonize several planets as expendable resources. However, contemplating these matters now feels premature. As for Blue Star, he will leave it for them to manage. I will ensure the task is completed, young master. Please provide a name for the conglomerate and its general direction. Su Lintian, stroking his chin thoughtfully, responds, let us call it the Global Corporation. As for direction, focus on aviation, maritime transportation, and mineral resources. These 3 areas are paramount. I intend to establish a research base at sea, so develop in that direction. The rest is inconsequential. He has no intention of profiting. His goal is merely to lay the groundwork for the research base. The funds at his disposal are already ample. What need is there to accumulate excessive wealth when anything beyond Blue Star becomes worthless? Understood, young master. Having addressed matters concerning the company and intelligence, he now turns his attention to the troublesome organization. Observing the foreign professional assassin, he feels a sense of unexpected relief. What is your name? Replying to the young master. I am Robert. Very well, you shall be tasked with cleaning up the mess. Your role may be quite demanding. This card contains $500 billion. And over the course of 7 days, I will provide you with 300 professional assassins daily. How you execute this is not my concern. Once again, all middle and high-ranking personnel must be our own. I require only results. Understood. I shall not disappoint you, young master. After dismissing them, Su Lintian exhales deeply, relieved to have completed his tasks. Shortly thereafter, an intelligence organization known as the Dark Web emerges, followed by an assassin group named the Rakshasa. 3 days later, Su Lintian, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and Butler Long, attends an auto show. Initially, he intended for Su Bei to prepare a vehicle for his sister. But now he must explore the options himself. True to its reputation as a financial hub, upon entering the auto show, he is greeted by an array of supercars and luxury vehicles priced above $1 million. The auto show is expansive, yet not overly crowded, as entry requires proof of financial capability, an arrangement that deters those unable to afford it. As Su Lintian strolls through the exhibition, he finds himself in awe. Although many of these cars could be purchased domestically, doing so presents its challenges. While he is not particularly fond of driving supercars, preferring the comfort of a Rolls-Royce without the need to drive, he acknowledges the necessity of owning one. Standing before a particularly striking supercar, he cannot deny its allure. And the name suits his sister perfectly. An eager foreign salesperson, noticing Su Lintian's interest, approaches him promptly. Sir, are you satisfied with this Aston Martin Valkyrie? Would you like me to provide further details? Su Lintian, quite aware of what he seeks, responds, Is there stock available? Seeing Su Lintian's intent to purchase, the salesperson beams with enthusiasm. Certainly. Everything on display is available immediately. Your Mandarin is quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Mandarin is a required subject for me. Very well, I shall take it, along with that Bugatti Chiron, a Ferrari LaFerrari in both black and red, the Apollo Intensa Emozione, and that white Koenigsegg Jesko. That will be all. While he is uncertain why the Apollo appears here, it does not deter him from making the purchase. The foreign salesperson is left dumbfounded, as though he were placing an order at a restaurant. My goodness, you must be the Eastern god of wealth. I shall promptly handle the paperwork. Please follow me. Su Lintian is escorted to a lounge area, where refreshments are quickly provided. Butler Long accompanies him to manage the transactions, showing little concern for the costs, as the expenses for shipping the vehicles back to the country will be significant. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Butler Long returns with a document folder, holding an invitation card. What is this? Su Lintian inquires, accepting the invitation with curiosity. Young master, this is an invitation to an auction scheduled for tomorrow evening at the Palace Hotel. Very well, I have no prior engagements. It would be beneficial to broaden my horizons. Let us arrange for the vehicles to be shipped back home. After Su Lintian departs, the event coordinator arrives, only to find the lounge empty. Where's the guest? He queries the nearby staff. They just left. After leaving the auto show, Su Lintian proceeds directly to the largest shopping mall in the area. The mall is opulent, housing numerous renowned brands from around the world. The security is impeccable, but soon enough, a shocking turn of events unfolds. Having just purchased jewelry for his family, he is about to leave when a group of armed assailants bursts in, brandishing firearms and seizing control of the staff, each taking charge of their assigned areas. Make haste. You scoundrel! Su Lintian exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. What on earth? €0 purchase. And instead of heading to a quaint street shop, you're at the mall? Have you lost your mind? Bold as brass, indeed, this audacious old black man truly knows how to astonish. He cautioned himself to remain composed, instructing his companions, do not act rashly. If he demands something, simply comply. 2 bodyguards and Butler Long crouched on the ground, encircling Su Lintian, rendering escape nearly impossible. Fleeing in such a scenario would only make him a target. Damn it, what a chaotic mess. To encounter such an event on my first venture out. From now on, I shall ensure to be accompanied by a dozen armed bodyguards. The world is far too perilous. Within 2 minutes, the old black man had filled his bags, a testament to his well-honed skills. Clearly, he had engaged in such activities numerous times, operating with seamless teamwork that was nothing short of impressive. Go, go, go. After merely 3 minutes inside, they were already contemplating retreat. A teenager among them dashed outside, then abruptly turned back, his eyes greedily fixating on the bags held by the bodyguards. He returned, brandishing a gun at one of the guards, demanding the bag. Thanks to Su Lintian's earlier warning, the bodyguard did not resist fiercely, perhaps believing that, within the confines of a mall, the assailant would refrain from firing. Once the assailants departed, the mall's security personnel arrived, albeit belatedly. Naturally, Su Lintian held no expectations of them. He rose and departed with his entourage. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. My first outing. And I encounter this debacle. Upon reaching the parking lot, He slid into the Rolls-Royce he had recently purchased, his frustration escalating. Having acquired new possessions, he had hardly left the premises before they were stolen. Return to the villa. Butler Long, find out where those old black men have fled to. I want them unearthed. Especially that little brat who had the audacity to turn back. It had been days. Su Bei should have started taking action by now. He could provide money or resources. Locating a few individuals should not pose a challenge, especially given their distinctive traits. Understood, young master. Also, procure a batch of weapons and arrange for gun licenses. With money. There are no restrictions here. Acquiring weapons poses no problem. The global group is capital incarnate. Upon returning to the suburban villa, he immediately released 20 bodyguards, intending to hand them over to the global group upon their return. Just as Su Lintian exited the mall, gunfire erupted. Security personnel clashed with the old black men. Unfortunately, caught between retirement and years of experience, the gang's coordinated assault left security with nothing to show for it, losing 2 of their own in the process. By the time the authorities arrived, the old black men had vanished without a trace. In a slum, in the shadows, 7 pairs of eyes darted about, fixated on the golden jewelry within their bags, breath quickening. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Going against the grain, those people never suspected we would dare rob a mall. Indeed, the security were utterly useless, barely able to run, let alone pursue us. Quiet down. Remember, this stays between us. Do not speak of it elsewhere. Each shall receive a 10th, and the remainder will be used to recruit and strengthen our ranks for greater glory. The others had no objections. They'd squandered their share for 10 days to 2 weeks already. As a few individuals departed with their loot, the boss, dressed in long sleeves, gazed at his companions' retreating figures. Internally cursing, foolish old black men, reveling in their success. Tomorrow, they'll regret it. I should hasten my departure from America. To dare rob from the capital is undoubtedly courting disaster. As he contemplated removing the black hood he wore, revealing an Eastern visage, he mused, with these treasures, I can finally return. Chapter 10, A Walking Arsenal. Su Bei's capabilities were commendable. The intelligence network naturally radiated outward from Su Lintian. At the spade bar, an atmosphere of ambiguity permeated the air. Under dim lighting, silhouettes intertwined as the rhythm of the music pulsed powerfully, seemingly synchronizing with the heartbeat of the revelers. On the dance floor, people swayed passionately, liberating their inner fervor. The clinking of glasses melded with laughter, creating a lively and jubilant ambience. The air was thick with the intoxicating scents of alcohol and perfume, luring patrons into a blissful stupor. Here, one could forget all troubles and indulge in the joys of the moment. Clad in tattered rags, one could still capture attention. The clientele was diverse: Caucasians, African Americans, Asians, hailing from all corners of the globe. 2 old black men adorned in gold and silver danced wildly on the floor. If Su Lintian had been present, he would have recognized one of them, the very teenager who had attempted to steal his jewelry at the mall. Suddenly, both men felt a wave of dizziness wash over them before collapsing. 2 men swiftly carried them out of the bar. Outside, a white Mercedes awaited. Doors flung open to usher the old black men inside before speeding away toward the wilderness. Hey, are these the 2 guys? Absolutely. The driver glanced at the targets in the back seat, affirming, no doubt, they are the ones on the list, especially this one. What exactly is our organization's background? The moment the question was posed, the car fell into an oppressive silence. One individual fixated on the speaker, while even the driver turned to scrutinize his colleague. Are you new here? The inquirer, noticing the gravity of the situation, stammered, why yes. Have you forgotten that discussing the organization in private is strictly prohibited? If the higher-ups catch wind of this, you and your superior will be eliminated. If I were your superior, you'd already be dead. The man's heart raced in trepidation. Though unaware of the organization's full might, he understood that eliminating someone of his lowly status was as simple as a breath. Thank you for the warning. These individuals were undoubtedly from the dark web, yet they occupied the lowest echelons of the hierarchy. To expedite the expansion of the dark web and achieve Su Lintian's objectives, Su Bei was intent on boundlessly augmenting their influence. As long as one's contributions were significant enough, advancement was possible. If the lowest tier was rank 1, then the next step would be rank 2. Only upon attaining rank 2 could one begin to develop subordinates, recruiting 20 rank 1 operatives, with half of their contributions credited to the recruiter, creating a cascading pyramid of power. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle halted at a dilapidated house in the wilderness, binding the 2 old black men and tossing them inside before driving away. As for their superiors' motives for targeting these men, they remained oblivious and were not in a position to inquire. Within 2 minutes, a black sedan arrived to transport the captives away. The following morning, Su Lintian awoke to find Butler Long waiting outside his door. Upon noticing his young master was awake, Long gestured for breakfast to be prepared. Su Lin stretched and opened the door, asking, "What is it, Long?" "Young master, we have located the individuals. However, they have already divided and sold the goods. Moreover, we have come across an intriguing character." Su Lin's curiosity was piqued. "What do you mean, an intriguing character? Is it merely an old black man?" He wondered if perhaps Butler Long had some peculiar inclinations. Yet, he soon realized his thoughts were unfounded. "Oh, who is it?" "It appears, young master. Among the old black men, one is missing. After entering the slum, he has not emerged since. The dark web suspects he may not be one of them." Upon hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Butler Long. This was indeed intriguing. If his memory served him correctly, those individuals were all from the underworld, easily distinguishable. Could there possibly be experts among them? If they weren't from the underworld, had that person been found? "Young master." "Not yet. The slums are teeming with people, but we do have a few suspects. It seems they wish to head to Hong Kong, and they are locals." "Oh, fellow countrymen, disguised as underworld types to engage in zero-cost shopping here? Quite fascinating. Let Xiao Bei handle it. He has a sharp mind. By the way, have the weapons been secured?" Without a couple of guns for protection, he dared not step outside, for a stroke of bad luck could lead to dire consequences. In just a single night, Su Bei had managed to unearth the culprits, indicating that the dark web was thriving, and Xiao Bei's capabilities were commendable. "Young master, the weapons have just arrived and are awaiting your inspection. The gun permits have also been arranged by the global group." Su Lin's face lit up with excitement. And unable to contain himself, he hastily consumed a bit of breakfast before following Butler Long to inspect the weapons. However, upon entering the basement and surveying the dazzling array of armaments, he was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated merely small handguns. To his astonishment, there were submachine guns, ranging from compact pistols to submachine guns, rifles, grenades, and even RPGs. Su Lin picked up a sleek MP5 submachine gun, capable of firing 800 rounds per minute, musing, "Give me a minute, and I'll turn you into a hornet's nest." If it weren't for the fear of attracting unwanted attention, he would have relished the opportunity to fire a few rounds for sheer enjoyment. The golden bullets sparkled more brilliantly than gold itself. "Butler Long, make preparations. We shall attend the auction tonight." "Understood, young master. I assure you, the events of yesterday shall not be repeated." After Su Lin departed the basement, Butler Long summoned several bodyguards. "Distribute the handguns, and stow about a dozen MP5s and RPGs in the concealed compartment of your vehicles for emergencies. Also, place a few grenades. It's better to be prepared." Once arrangements were in place, the bodyguards began moving the weapons. A box brimming with bullet-filled magazines, instilling a sense of security that was almost intoxicating. Chapter 11. Unaware of the peril as Su Lin busied himself preparing for the evening auction at Deep City University, Zhang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving Su Lingshuan's information. A typical farming family with 5 members, even her brother had only graduated a couple of months prior, and he had thoroughly investigated her high school background. As for the warning from that night, it had been cast aside the moment he received the information. He didn't believe the young master she spoke of was wealthier than his own family. The details of Su Lingshuan's identity only reinforced his convictions. "The woman I desire has never eluded my grasp. I shall have her tonight." With that thought, he licked his lips and pulled out his phone, sending a message to his select group. "I've agreed to what you wanted. Let us proceed as discussed tonight, and you'll reap the benefits." Images of the evening began to materialize in his mind. In her dormitory, Su Lingxian, free from classes in the afternoon, was busy editing her short video. The other 3 girls in the dorm exchanged glances. One bespectacled girl settled beside Su Lingxian and remarked, "Lingxian, how boring. We haven't gone out in ages. How about we go sing tonight?" Just as Su Lingxian was about to decline, the 3 girls, hailing from different classes, didn't quite share a close bond. But their camaraderie had always been pleasant, given they were roommates. "Come on, Lingxian, your singing is so lovely. You must practice more. I've already booked a private room for just the 4 of us. It's a dorm gathering, and you simply cannot decline. But my video isn't finished yet. How about another day? Oh, you can edit it tomorrow. Let us go, please." The 3 girls eagerly shook her arms, pleading with wide eyes. All right, stop shaking me. I'll go." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao received confirmation from his associates with an okay gesture. They think they can be streamers while pretending to be innocent. "Tonight, I shall make you experience ecstasy." To ensure nothing went awry, he informed his 2 minions that they were not to let anyone in without his command, no matter what. At 7 o'clock in the evening, "Lingxian, it's time to head out. Hurry up and get ready." Su Lingxian shut her laptop, changed into casual attire, tied her hair back, and replied, "All right, let us go. Aren't you going to put on any makeup?" Cough, cough. "Oh, our Lingxian is naturally beautiful. Why bother with makeup? She could captivate a throng of handsome men even without it. Let us go." The four of them arrived at the nearest KTV to their school. As they stepped inside, a black sedan pulled up right behind them. The two individuals inside the car gazed at the entrance, one of them asking, "Should we go in? Let us check it out." They exited the vehicle and entered the adjacent private room where Su Lingxian was, disregarding whether it was occupied, and barged in. Inside, 2 men and 4 women were singing and playing games. The sudden entrance of the 2 burly men startled everyone. "Who are you looking for? Don't you see this room is occupied?" Slap. A stack of cash was thrown onto the table, amounting to no less than 5 or 6,000. "This room is ours." The cold voice left no room for negotiation. The group exchanged glances, swallowing hard. It wasn't merely the money they were concerned about, but rather the imposing presence of the intruders, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, with fists like sledgehammers. All right. Big brothers, you enjoy yourselves, consider it on me." As they turned to leave, one of the intruders added, "Take the money, we're not unreasonable." It wasn't worth stirring up trouble over a few thousand. Although they weren't afraid of complications, they simply didn't have time for trivial matters. Once the others had departed, one of them turned and said, "I'll keep watch here. You go out to the living room." The other nodded in silence and left, settling on the sofa in the living room while picking up a nearby book to read. The atmosphere in the adjacent room grew tense. Su Lingxian glanced curiously at her 3 roommates, who hadn't touched the microphone since entering the room, their heads bowed, absorbed in their phones. "Aren't you here to sing? Why are you all on your phones?" Suspicion began to swell. She planned to concoct an excuse to slip away. "Oh, right, singing. You're all just chatting with your boyfriends. This is sister time, so leave the boyfriends aside for now." Only then did the 3 girls snap back to reality, hurriedly grabbing the microphone to begin singing. Meanwhile, outside, a Porsche 911 parked at the curb, followed closely by a white Wuling. Zhang Hao hurriedly exited the vehicle, with his 2 lackeys trailing from the Wuling. "Stay outside the private room and keep watch. Unless I give the signal, don't let anyone in." As he jogged inside, he was growing increasingly impatient. Tonight, he would seize the opportunity, no matter what it took. Passing through the living room, if he had paid a little more attention, he would have noticed a familiar figure seated on the sofa. The bodyguard sitting there recognized Zhang Hao the moment he entered, furrowing his brow at the coincidence. Just after Su Lingxian finished a song, she decided it was time to find an excuse to leave. "You all keep singing. I'm heading to the restroom." It is both an excuse and a test. "Lingxian, do you need to use the restroom?" "Coincidentally, I need to go as well. Shall we go together?" Su Lingxuan's heart sank. Indeed, something was amiss. She glanced at a dormitory sister whose eyes darted away, further affirming her suspicions. At that moment, a chill crept into her heart. "All right, let's go together." She had already made up her mind to dash outside the moment they left the private room. Yet, before she could make her escape, the door swung open. Zhang Hao entered with a lewd grin plastered across his face. "Hee, Linger, are you heading to the restroom? Let me accompany you. I'll protect you." Su Lingxuan's expression darkened. As expected, she ignored Zhang Hao's taunts and reached for her phone, intending to send a distress message to Chenjiru. But fate had other plans. Slap. Her phone was swatted away by her own roommate. "Oh, Lingxian, you have a spider on your hand. My apologies for knocking your phone away. It was unintentional. Zhang Xiao, you ought to buy Linger a new one." Yet, there was not a shred of remorse on her face, only malicious glee. "Get away, I want to go back." Zhang Hao would never permit her to have her way. Not only he but the other 3 girls also disagreed. If she left, who would buy them their designer bags and cosmetics? Lingxian, just give in to Zhang Xiao. Rest assured, we won't say a word. Sisters, let's leave and let Lingxian enjoy her time with Zhang Xiao. You bastards, this is illegal." Hee. "In this private room, I am the law." Zhang Hao reached out and shoved Su Lingxian back onto the sofa. The other 3 girls, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly retreated but quickly recoiled, terror etched on their faces. Outside stood 2 burly men, each dragging 2 unconscious bodies. Seeing them return, Zhang Hao felt a surge of annoyance. "Why are you back? Still not leaving? Want to join in?" However, when he turned around, his complexion drained of color. Familiar faces had arrived. Damn it, how did they get here? Looks like today's plans have gone awry. No matter, there will be other chances. 2 bodyguards entered, casually tossing Zhang Hao's 2 lackeys into the private room, locking the door behind them. Chapter 12. Zhang Fuguei, I have an early class. We meet again. It seems you took my previous warning lightly. The bodyguard navigated through the group and gazed at Su Lingxian, who was seated on the sofa. Fortunately, nothing had transpired. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Another bodyguard bypassed the group, and Zhang Hao dared not intervene, the memory of the shattered glass still vivid in his mind. The bodyguard approached Su Lingxian and said, "Miss, allow me to escort you home." Su Lingxuan's eyes glistened with tears. Had these 2 not arrived in time, she would have faced defilement, and she dared not remain there any longer. "Lingxian, we were wrong. Please take us with you." We truly understand our mistakes. Yes, Lingxian. We were coerced. Please, take us along. The three girls pleaded with tearful voices, their pitiful expressions repelling Su Lingxian. She was already holding back the urge to slap them. After following the bodyguard out of the private room, she couldn't help but ask, will there be any repercussions? I heard that Zhang Hao's family is quite wealthy. To her concerns, the bodyguard chuckled reassuringly. Miss, do not worry. We will handle it, and you will never see these individuals at school again. Meanwhile, inside the private room, although Zhang Hao felt a twinge of fear, thoughts of his father straightened his spine. My father is a billionaire. Who am I afraid of? Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. Please, let us go. Slap. The bodyguard showed no mercy, delivering a slap that sent the individual sprawling to the ground. 3 teeth knocked out, blood streaming from their mouth, half of their face swollen like that of a pig. The room fell into a stunned silence. The other 2 girls instinctively swallowing their words. But would silence spare them from calamity? The bodyguard showed no leniency, delivering another slap. And soon the private room echoed with the cries of the 3 girls, sprawled helplessly on the floor. If you do not cease your noise, I would not mind bestowing upon you another slap. Perhaps that would be more symmetrical. The 3 felt as if their throats had been seized, unable to utter a sound. Even as blood dripped from their mouths, they turned to Zhang Hao, feeling the predatory gaze upon them, as if he were about to tear them apart, sending chills down their spines and weakening their legs, causing them to collapse. What do you want? Stay back. Murder is against the law. The bodyguard chuckled, finding it amusing. Now you wish to discuss legality with me? The weak are bound by such constraints. You should consider yourself fortunate that we are still within the country. Which hand just touched Our Lady? The bodyguard leaned down, patting the person's face, coldly stating. Hearing the icy tone, Zhang Hao trembled, shaking his head vigorously. No, what lady? I didn't touch her, I swear. Not saying? Then both hands must have made contact. He reached for the ashtray, a move that nearly made Zhang Hao wet himself. Left hand, it was the left hand. Please let me go. I swear I won't do it again. I'll pay you, my father has plenty of money. I'll give you $1 million, just let me go? Without hesitation, the bodyguard seized the ashtray and smashed it against Zhang Hao's left hand. The sound of cracking bone reverberated throughout the room. The 3 girls, witnessing this scene, huddled together, eyes shut tight, trembling like leaves. They thought to themselves, compared to Zhang Hao's fate, their minor injuries seemed like an act of mercy. Call your father here. Do not make me repeat myself. Zhang Hao dared not delay. His father was now his lifeline. The pain hadn't caused him to faint, which he counted as a testament to his survival instinct. Who knew if he would wake up if he fell unconscious? As soon as the call connected, tears streamed down his face. Dad, help. Someone is trying to kill me. It hurts so much. Hearing his son's cries, Zhang Fugui panicked. He only had this one son, and his heart ached for him. Xiao Hao, what happened? Who is trying to kill you? Be clear. The bodyguard snatched the phone, speaking in a low voice. Daughter's red KTV, room 4. After saying that, he hung up immediately. Zhang Fugui was left seething with rage at home. Who are you? Hey, bastard. Bang. Frustrated, he smashed the phone into pieces. Anger aside, he still needed his son. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, knocked on the private room door, flanked by 2 sharply dressed bodyguards. As he opened the door, one of the 3 girls quickly stood to answer. A pig-like face met Zhang Fugui's gaze, and internally he gasped, I just had an early class. With a stern expression, he stepped inside, and upon seeing his son's pitiful state, a wave of pain and anger surged within him. Who are you? What has my son done to warrant such brutality? He furrowed his brow at the muscular man, who appeared even more formidable than his own bodyguards. I did not summon you here for explanations. Rather, I yearn to comprehend the caliber of billionaire parentage that could yield such a son. Having witnessed it, I shall take my leave. The bodyguard rose and approached Zhang Fugui, reiterating, Oh, by the way, I do not wish to see him at school again. He then turned his gaze towards the 3 young ladies beside them, adding, And you 3, do not dare to present yourselves before the young lady again. Otherwise, next time, it shall not merely be a matter of transforming you into pig heads. Zhang Fugui's heart blazed with fury. How audacious. As a distinguished billionaire. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Humph, this matter is far from over. The bodyguard chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. Shouldn't it be he who delivers such remarks? Not finished yet. You wish to continue, despite your current predicament? Haha, my young master is still abroad. When he returns, he will have his fun with you. I hope you can withstand an entire day then, billionaire, huh? The taunting was indeed at its peak. Zhang Fugui seethed with rage. Chapter 13. We are here to rob, not to fight. Upon returning to school, Su Lingxian finally summoned the courage to voice her lingering curiosity. Who are you? The other party had evidently been covertly safeguarding her. Otherwise, they could not have appeared so timely in the private room. Yet, no matter how hard she pondered, She could not fathom their identity. She was merely an ordinary sophomore, hailing from a farming family. In response to her query, the bodyguard merely smiled and replied, "Miss, there is no need for you to overthink. Someone will enlighten you." Seeing that they were unwilling to elaborate, Su Lingxian did not press further. Meanwhile, in the domestic sphere, the next day dawned. Simultaneously, as night fell at Su Lingtian's location, he was attending an auction. The venue, adorned in opulence and filled with hundreds of attendees, saw Su Lingtian seated in the third row alongside his butler. A colossal screen loomed above, flanked by a stunning auctioneer clad in formal attire. Bored, Su Lingtian idly fiddled with his phone. He was already aware of Su Lingxuan's situation. He planned to let her enjoy a few more days of abundance. He had instructed Zhao Ruilong to establish a branch office in the Magic City, focusing primarily on maritime and aviation transport. Zhao Ruilong proposed directly acquiring a maritime transport enterprise for expediency, and Su Lingtian assented, recognizing that the sooner, the better. $24 million. Is there no higher bid? This was a rare opportunity to acquire a pair of Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups. $24 million, going once. Su Lingtian shifted to a more comfortable position, continuing to engage with his phone while inadvertently brushing against Butler Long's arm. $25 million. At the sound of Butler Long's bidding, Su Lingtian looked up, somewhat taken aback at his butler's sudden enthusiasm. "Butler Long, do you fancy such items?" The butler appeared puzzled, replying, "Young master, did you not instruct me to bid?" Realizing that he had inadvertently nudged his butler while adjusting himself, Su Lingtian sighed. "Fine, if it must be, let's proceed with the bid. Having it to enjoy at home wouldn't be too terrible. After all, my estate lacks valuable decorative pieces." Thus, he set aside his phone and paid close attention to the auction, reasoning that since he was already present, it would be a loss not to bid on something. The auctioneer, pleased to see a bid raised, declared, $25 million. Is there no higher offer? 25 million once, 25 million twice, sold. Congratulations to guest number 12 for acquiring a pair of Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups for $25 million. Following this, the auctioneer presented the third item for bidding. The screen behind her displayed an image of a snake head. Su Lingtian had not anticipated encountering such an item here. This auction item requires no elaborate introduction. The starting bid is $10 million, with each increment no less than 1 million. The wealthy attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, particularly the Eastern entrepreneurs, recognizing the significant cultural value of this piece. "Ladies and gentlemen, this artifact bears immense significance to us. We shall not let it fall into foreign hands. I bid $40 million. What? Just because it holds significance for you, do you expect it to be handed over? 50 million, 60 million, 100 million. The price soared, reaching an astronomical sum of $100 million, a figure that caused many to reconsider their bids. 120 million. The last Eastern tycoon struggled to utter his final bid, having reached his limit. Yet, it was clear that someone was unwilling to allow him to secure the item without contention. 130 million. The opponent seemed self-satisfied, as if he had triumphed over all. 130 million. Is there no higher bid? This price exceeded everyone's expectations, including the organizers. Su Lingtian observed the individual, recognizing that he was evidently inflating the price. 130 million, going once. Butler Long nodded and raised his bidding paddle. 150 million. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. $150 million was a staggering amount, surpassing the market value of many companies. Not to mention the snake head's aesthetic appeal, which Su Lingtian found particularly striking, more so than other beast heads. Perhaps due to Su Lingtian's recent acquisition of the Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups for over 20 million, his financial prowess was evident, and no one dared to counter his bid. Thus, the snake head was successfully claimed by him. Phew, it's good to have my own people. Who exactly is this young master? With such financial capacity, he must not be a nameless figure domestically. While the attendees buzzed with speculation, Su Lingtian remained indifferent to their chatter. To his surprise, the subsequent auction item turned out to be another beast head, the ram head. This was unexpected. 1 for the auction, 2 for the auction. He secured the ram head as well, prompting further discussions among the wealthy attendees. Is he truly that affluent? In the following series of auction items, Su Lingtian successfully acquired 7 more pieces, in addition to the 2 beast heads and the pair of Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups, totaling 11 pieces, showcasing his extravagant wealth. After the auction concluded, Butler Long received dozens of business cards. Once the transactions were settled, Su Lingtian, surrounded by bodyguards, entered a bulletproof Rolls-Royce. 5 Land Rover Range Rovers escorted the luxurious vehicle, with 1 leading the way while 4 flanked it. The journey proceeded without incident. However, as the convoy departed the urban area, en route to a villa in the suburbs, the driver suddenly turned and remarked, "Young master, we are being followed." Su Lintian, perplexed, darkened his expression. Damn it, not again. Inform everyone to lead them to a desolate location. Find them a site with auspicious feng shui. After being robbed yesterday, I have yet to vent my frustrations, and now they dare to approach me again. It is utterly incomprehensible how they could have the audacity. Even with so many bodyguards in tow, one can only surmise they have been blinded by greed, losing all sense of reason. The convoy steadily advanced away from residential areas towards the outskirts, while the pursuing vehicle clung tightly, clearly unwilling to relinquish their anticipated prize. 3 compact cars were trailed by 7 or 8 motorcycles. In terms of numbers, they were almost equal to the bodyguards accompanying Su Lintian. However, in a direct comparison of strength, they were indeed at a disadvantage. The bodyguards inside the Range Rover opened the concealed compartment in the back seat. First, they revealed a box of RPG ammunition, then handed out an MP5 to each individual and attached 2 grenades to their belts. The convoy soon arrived at an isolated area. Su Lintian commanded them to halt. The 4 Range Rovers stopped first, and the bodyguards swiftly disembarked, using the vehicles as shields, affording no opportunity for the opposition to react. One bodyguard, shouldering an RPG, fired directly at the vehicles behind them. Whoosh! As the smoke billowed from the projectile, the adversaries were momentarily stunned. Hey, we just wanted to hold up a car, not to engage in a battle. What on earth is an RPG doing here? Who keeps RPGs in their car? The stark contrast highlighted their lack of professionalism. After the Rolls-Royce moved forward a short distance, it came to a stop. Su Lintian initially intended to remain inside, but the urge to fire a couple of shots was irresistible. After some contemplation, he decided to step out. Several bodyguards from the 5th Range Rover quickly surrounded him, encircling him protectively. Su Lintian accepted the MP5 handed to him by Butler Long, his heart racing with excitement as he crouched behind the vehicle. An explosion erupted, igniting the flames of conflict as an enemy car was sent soaring by an RPG round. Instantly, gunfire erupted. The handguns wielded by the opposition were utterly outmatched against the heavily armed bodyguard team, crumbling like eggs against stone. Following the explosion, the enemy motorcycles had already turned tail and fled. The gunfire resembled the crackle of firecrackers during a festive celebration. Who would remain still, waiting to be caught in the chaos? In this chapter, it was either their demise or the depletion of Su Lintian's ammunition. While the opponents fired sporadically, the bodyguards unleashed a relentless barrage. In a minute, they could discharge 800 rounds. This was no mere jest. Meanwhile, Su Lintian was simply familiarizing himself with the weapon, firing a few rounds before scanning the surroundings for his next target. Suddenly, a white figure caught his eye. Hey, whose sheep is this? Don't you know this area is off limits for grazing? With that, he unleashed a volley of bullets, satisfied that none were wasted, as the grass was left littered. The sheep, seemingly unfazed, continued to graze, which felt rather insulting to him. Oh, so you refuse to run? How rude. He emptied the magazine, but to no avail. The bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, perfectly evading their target. This infuriated Su Lintian, and with anger surging within him, he tossed the MP5 to Butler Long and seized a rocket launcher from one of the bodyguards. Shouldering it, he muttered to himself, I refuse to believe that today will end without either your death or my ammunition running out. Whoosh! The sheep went flying with a bleat. In the distance, gunfire echoed as someone attempted to gather the sheep, while an old man, hidden beneath a slope, watched his sheep ascend into the sky, feeling quite distressed. He dared not show himself, fearing that a stray rocket might come his way. The battle was swift, over in just 5 minutes. Su Lintian returned to the Rolls-Royce and departed the scene, taking a circuitous route back to the villa. Butler Long, have Xiaobei handle the surveillance along the route. The hacker rewarded by the system is exceptionally skilled. He could even infiltrate a watchtower. Upon arriving back at the villa, Su Lintian promptly dispatched 2 lawyers, knowing full well that it would not be long before Fulber would come sniffing around. As expected, the next morning, 2 police cars stopped outside the villa, only to be intercepted by Butler Long. Su Lintian was roused from his slumber by the commotion. Damn it, can't a man get some sleep? He rose and made his way to the living room, where the 2 lawyers were engaged in heated debate with the police. Holding a cup of warm milk, he observed them, confident that the opposing side had no evidence, and, being of a different caliber, they wouldn't dare press too hard, perhaps worn out from their efforts. Within 20 minutes, the police departed. One could not help but commend the lawyers for their competence, though it remained uncertain who was superior, them or the team from Nanshan Pizza. So how did it go? He inquired curiously as Butler Long entered. No issues, young master. They were merely suspicious and lacked any concrete evidence. That's good. Have someone investigate whether those who followed us acted independently or were incited by someone else. Although there was no loss, it's a tad irksome having such incidents occur too frequently. In the following days, Su Lintian refrained from venturing out, and Fulber did not seek him out again. After arriving in Modu by plane, it was already Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock. At the same time, in the dormitory of Xinjiang University, the room that was supposed to house 4 girls had now become a 2-person space. The previous 3 roommates had moved out, whether out of fear or some other reason. Chen Ziru had transferred in. Ziru, what time do you want your flight to Modu tomorrow? Should we go early or later? I've already purchased your ticket for the 8 o'clock flight tomorrow morning. Ah, so early? Isn't it better to go earlier? This way, you can enjoy more time in Modu. That is true. I could also visit my brother while I'm there. It's settled then. Meanwhile, at Zhang Hao's home, his left arm was in a cast, and he wore a look of grievance. Dad, you have to help me get revenge. They've gone too far. I did nothing. And look at what they did to me. If he were not the only son of Zhang Fugui, he would have received a slap long ago for causing trouble everywhere and then claiming innocence. As a father, how could he be unaware of his son's behavior? Humph. You did nothing? Useless. I don't care. You must help me get revenge. I must have Su Lingxian. This declaration ignited Zhang Fugui's fury, his eyes blazing as he scolded. Women, women, all you think about is women. Is there anything in your mind besides them? Revenge? Do you even know who you're dealing with? We've investigated your classmate thoroughly, yet found not a trace of information. From now on, you'd better stay out of trouble. If you dare provoke more issues, I'll break your legs. He too yearned for revenge. But after a few days of calm reflection, he realized he didn't even know who his adversaries were. Understanding that there are always greater powers at play, he had searched high and low for information on Su Lingxian, only to find nothing. Surely, they couldn't be the big shots from her live stream, could they? That would be no laughing matter. Zhang Hao, feeling indignant, huffed, if you want to help me get revenge, I'll do it myself. Su Lingxian, just wait. If I get my hands on you, I'll bring along a dozen people. Upon arriving at the estate, Su Lingxian felt a wave of relief. This place was indeed safe. Young master, where should we place the decorations? Su Yamong, accompanied by several maids, had brought in the items acquired from abroad. Su Lingxian sat on the living room sofa, surveying the surroundings before finally directing his gaze to the golden silk Nanmu tea table and the embedded decorative shelf behind it. He pointed at the shelf and said, place them there. 2 beast heads, 2 Ming Changhua Dotsai chicken cups, a bronze winged dragon, a spring and autumn period gilded silver bronze tiger, and 4 other items. The bronze pterosaur was an unexpected revelation. Who would have thought it would be put up for auction, and yet it was the most expensive item among them. Chapter 15. I thought we were all the same. But it turns out your brother is a wealthy magnate. The next morning, rarely did Su Lingxian rise early, but after watching his sister's live stream the previous night, he received a message from her indicating her arrival in Modu around 10:30 today. Dragon Butler, please send someone to the airport to pick up the second young lady. Today is her birthday, so prepare accordingly for a simple birthday celebration in the garden tonight. Understood, young master, I will arrange it immediately. With over 2,000 square meters of garden space, hosting a modest birthday gathering was certainly feasible. By 10:25, a plane from Deep City landed at Modu Airport. Su Lingxian, Chen Ziru, and Li Imo disembarked, and a Rolls-Royce approached. As Su Lingxian attempted to walk past, the driver alighted and approached her respectfully, saying, second young lady. The young master sent me to pick you up. Please, get in the car. Su Lingxian was somewhat puzzled, initially thinking he had mistaken her for someone else. But recalling the substantial gifts her livestream audience had sent, it seemed reasonable for someone to drive such a vehicle. Still, she was unsure why he referred to her as the second young lady. Turning to Chen Ziru beside her, she saw her nodding in reassurance, whispering, it's fine. We are here. Thus, Su Lingxian entered the car and promptly opened her live stream. After all, it was a safer option. Should anything happen, at least someone would be aware. As soon as the stream began, fans trickled in, likely due to the Saturday afternoon influx. Soon, the viewer count peaked at over 400. Little lambs, I have just arrived in Modu. Is there anyone else curious about the village chief's identity? If so, drop a 1. What does this mean? Lazy King. Are you going to find the village chief? No way, my pure Lazy King is not going to have a scandal, is he? Hey, I knew it all along. No streamer can resist the lure of money. Is Lazy King planning a live reveal? Can he even do that? Brother, I'm not watching for free. I'm supporting you with love. By the way, what does the village chief even look like? Please don't tell me he is a beer-bellied uncle. Su Lingxian sighed, knowing such comments would arise, yet it was inevitable. You are mistaken. I merely have many questions and wish to clarify things. I will continue streaming, not as you might think. Regardless of whether the audience believed her, she felt the need to explain. The car soon arrived at Shijiao No. 1 Manor. Su Lingxian gazed out at the scenery, taken aback by the palace-like architecture as the grand gates slowly opened, allowing the vehicle to enter. The sights within felt akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Filled with wonder, it was no surprise that an ordinary person could never set foot in such a manor in their lifetime. As the camera panned outside, the fans in the live stream went wild. I'm utterly unaccomplished. I wouldn't even dare to dream of living in such a vast estate. This appears to be Shijiao #1 manor in Modu. I've heard it's worth over $1 billion. Is this truly the home of our village chief? What is there to doubt? The village chief has already sent millions in gifts during the live stream. It's not surprising he can afford such a manor. Wow, it looks like a dream castle. I'd trade 20 years of my singlehood for just 2 years living here. As Su Lingxian beheld the expansive estate, resembling a serene and beautiful painting, she felt as if she had stepped into a fairy tale. The vast lawn spread out like a green velvet carpet extending into the distance, with lush trees casting cool, refreshing shadows, making one feel as if they were in a verdant paradise. Following a winding path, a magnificent building stood before her. This structure blended classical and modern styles, its imposing exterior and smooth lines imparting a sense of solemn grandeur. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the main building. Su Lingxian, accompanied by Chun Zuru, alighted, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Upon stepping inside, she was instantly awestruck by the opulence. The spacious hall was adorned with exquisite furniture and artworks, with priceless paintings gracing the walls, creating an ambience akin to an artistic sanctuary. Particularly striking was the enormous tea table, accompanied by items displayed on the shelves behind it. Eager-eyed fans in the live stream quickly noticed the beast heads atop the decorations, collectively gasping in astonishment. Is it just me, or do those look like beast heads? My friend, you're not mistaken. There are indeed two, one resembling a serpent and the other a goat. Could they be fake? Are you foolish? Given the village chief's status. Just look at this manor. How could it possibly be fake? If they were indeed fakes, it would be a slap in the face to showcase them here. Su Lingxian hesitated to move about freely. At that moment, a maid in royal attire approached, carrying a tray with tea and snacks, smiling as she said, "Second young lady. Welcome home. The young master will be down shortly." With that, she placed the items down and respectfully stepped aside. This scene captivated the live stream audience. "Second young lady? What is going on here? Lazy King, what is the situation? Why does this maid refer to you as the second young lady? Could it be that the village chief truly considers our lazy king as a younger sister? Oh wow, with a brother like that, please send one my way. Even half of one would suffice. Speaking of which, this maid is making me quite pleased. I bestow rewards." Then a portia was gifted. Su Lingxuan's mind was in a whirlwind. Could it be true? What had been said in the live stream earlier was serious. She had thought they were joking. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, a figure descended from the second floor, smiling as if anticipating something. Su Lingtian was indeed waiting for the moment his sister would see him. As Su Lingxian, seated on the sofa, heard the sound and looked up, she sprang up in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "Older brother?" Despite entertaining countless possibilities in her mind, this was the last scenario she had ever expected. The village chief was her own brother. Shock, confusion, joy, an array of emotions swirled within her. The audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. What is happening? Lazy King just called him older brother? But why is her voice so excited? Not only that, but I can hear the incredulity in her tone. It can't be, can it? The village chief isn't really Lazy King's older brother, is he? The case is closed. The clown is us. All right, you're playing this game with me, huh? I'm here watching, donating gifts, and you tell me your brother is a wealthy magnate? What left Su Lingxian even more astounded was that both Chun Zuru and Liemo, upon seeing Su Lingtian, stood up simultaneously and respectfully called out, "Young master." At that moment, she stood frozen, glancing between Chun Zuru and Su Lingtian, realizing it all. Everyone around her was on her side, and she had been completely oblivious. "Ha ha, Ling. Are you surprised? Is this a delightful revelation?" Chun Zuru softly said, "Second young lady, may I hold your phone for you?" Su Lingxian, devoid of any pretense, handed her phone to Chun Zuru and then leaped into Su Lingtian's embrace. Her voice trembled with emotion, realizing that her brother had always been her protector. "You silly brother. This isn't a surprise at all. You nearly frightened me to death. Thank you, brother." Knowing that the individuals who had rescued her at the KTV were indeed her brother's associates brought her a sense of relief. Su Lingtian affectionately ruffled her hair, his expression turning serious. He understood precisely why Su Lingxian had expressed her feelings so. "Rest assured, I will not let them have an easy time." He replied with a smile. "Come, today is your birthday, and I promised you a surprise, so follow me." In that moment, the fans in the live stream finally comprehended that their village chief was, in fact, the real brother of the Lazy King. The revelation was staggering. They had anticipated sharing instant noodles and playing in the mud together, only to discover he had stealthily donned the royal robes of an emperor. This is it. I thought Lazy King was just like me, from a humble background, but it turns out the joke is on me. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a young girl's plight. The lazy king has treated us to a female version of the Dragon King's return. The 2.5-year period has come to an end. We welcome the lazy king back to his princess status. Is this the exhilarating feeling of the Dragon King's return? Delightful. Simply delightful. Meanwhile, a plane took off from Jiang City, where the Su couple gazed at the clouds outside. Being first-time flyers, they felt a bit queasy, though the first-class seats offered some respite. Earlier that morning, they had received a phone call from their son. It was then that they learned their new neighbors were actually people sent by their son, who had arranged for them to fly to the Magic City. Initially reluctant to go, they were persuaded by Su Lintian's assurance that Su Lingxian would also be present, especially since Saturday marked her birthday. Thus, with curiosity in their hearts and accompanied by their son Su Lintao, they boarded the flight to the Magic City. Their intrigue was mirrored by Su Lintao, who was puzzled by his elder brother's sudden affluence. As Chapter 16 unfolds, Su Lintian led his sister to the underground garage, with Chunziru following closely. Live streaming on her phone. A few supercars purchased abroad were parked within the garage. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a parking lot filled with an array of vehicles: 6 supercars, 6 Range Rovers, 2 Rolls-Royces, and a Maybach Pullman S680, an impressively lengthy vehicle. Su Lingxian gazed at the cars, momentarily at a loss for words, while the viewers in the live stream were utterly captivated. Oh my! Is this what a wealthy person looks like? A garage full of luxury cars and so many supercars. I can't believe I see the same model, Apollo IE. The person upstairs is bragging, and you dare claim to have the same model? Wake up. You don't even have a girlfriend. Lying is for puppies. It truly is the same model, though my car consumes a ton of battery for every 100 kilometers. I see my dream car, the Ferrari LaFerrari. Wait, there are 2. So cool. Bugatti Chiron, Aston Martin Valkyrie, Koenigsegg Jesko, my village chief, is impressive. How about it? Did you find one you fancy? Choose one as a birthday gift. Su Lingxian reached out to touch the sleek, stylish supercars, feeling as if she were in a dream. Brother, such an expensive supercar for me. Aren't you worried I'll damage it? Cars are meant to be driven. If they get damaged, so be it. We can always buy another. It's just a few million. The audience in the live stream felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the screen and give Su Lintian a couple of slaps for such nonchalant remarks. Wait, brother-in-law, do you even hear what you're saying? Just a few million? Goodness, my brother-in-law is truly exceptional. You all have no shame. For money, you've thrown away all dignity. Unlike me, lazy king, does the manor still need a guard dog? Please tie me to the gate. Just provide me with meals. Su Lingxuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she admired a purple supercar. Brother, what kind of car is this? Su Lintian patiently responded. This is an Aston Martin Valkyrie. Those 2 are Ferrari LaFerraris, the Bugatti Chiron, and the Koenigsegg Jesko. So, which one do you like? How about this Valkyrie? It suits you well. A girl driving a red car is quite charming. You can also take the red LaFerrari and alternate between the 2. Over the next few days, you can familiarize yourself with the roads near the manor. Lin will come by as well, and I'll teach you both. Don't worry about a thing. Even if you bump it, it's no issue. Although he had never driven a supercar before, he had familiarized himself with their mechanics the day prior, so he felt confident. This scene left the live stream viewers envious, wishing for a brother like Su Lintian. Su Lingxian did not refuse, although she was curious about her brother's sudden wealth. It seemed inappropriate to ask at that moment. After returning to the first floor, Su Lintian and she strolled through the manor-esque garden. Su Lingxian took the phone from Chunziru and smiled at the camera, saying, Dear little lambs in the live stream, this is where we end the broadcast. You've seen it. The village chief is my brother, which came as a surprise to me as well, so please refrain from creating drama. I'm signing off now to head out. It's time for us little lambs to graze. Seeing Lazy turn from a passerby to a princess. I can't even eat anymore. Once the live stream was turned off, Su Lingxian finally had the chance to voice her confusion. With her hands clasped behind her back, she gazed at the lush green lawn, then turned to Su Lintian and asked, Brother, didn't you just graduate not long ago? Where did you acquire so much money? Su Lintian was not surprised. He had anticipated this question and prepared a lighthearted response. I just returned from abroad, and one night, while strolling along the beach, I encountered an old man. It was a pitch-black night when suddenly a golden light pierced the sky. I thought it was Grandpa Whitebeard descending with a cane, claiming to be the god of wealth. He saw my remarkable bone structure and wanted to take me as his disciple to help him spend money. Naturally, I refused, cautiously approaching him and saying, Master, allow me to pay my respects. He then gave me many bank cards and said, Spend freely, and vanished. Su Lingxian could no longer contain her laughter. Ha ha. Brother, you're amazing. It seems you truly are the chosen one to encounter such a remarkable individual. Understanding that everyone has their secrets, she chose not to pry further. Accepting his tale as truth, they shared a silent understanding. Suddenly, Su Lingxian exclaimed, Brother, you are so good to me. Silly girl. My kindness to you mirrors your kindness to me. Besides, you are my only sister. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat? Su Lingxian jumped up in surprise. Ah, brother, you already knew? Yes, I asked Mom. Hee. I just learned that boys tend to spend more. The 800 Mom gave you is barely enough for food. You're a boy. You can't be short on money. Hey, you need to spend more, otherwise. Those rascals will charm you away with a cup of milk tea, and Dad might break my legs. I'm not that naive. I can earn my own money. All right, enough of that. Considering the time, Mom and Dad should be arriving soon. Let's go pick them up. Ah, are Mom and Dad coming too? How did you manage to get them to come? It goes without saying, of course, I intend to use you as bait, planning to make them a permanent fixture in the magical city. Well then, dare to use me as bait. You foul brother, behold my petite fists. The two engaged in playful banter in the garden, while Butler Long returned with his team, having procured the ingredients and items for tonight's banquet. Chapter 17. Eliminate all threats to prevent future troubles. As Su Lingxian went to the airport to pick up his sister, he pondered the situation. The Longting Shipping Group, a maritime titan, boasted a market value exceeding 200 billion from the previous year, with hundreds of ocean-going vessels, each no less than 10,000 tons. However, to the global group, which wielded assets worth several $100 billion, Longting Shipping was merely a larger-than-average ant. Wang Tung sat in his office, perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend why the other party was so intent on acquiring his group. Although maritime safety had deteriorated significantly, with rampant piracy causing a steep decline in the group's performance, the situation had not yet reached the point of necessitating a sale. He longed to reject the proposal with resolve, yet found himself powerless. Just then, a knock on the office door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The secretary, with her long legs, entered, her expression somewhat grim. President Wang, the head of the Asian region for Global Group, has arrived. She was acutely aware of the purpose of their visit, but as merely the secretary to the chairman, she had no authority to intervene. Ah, what must come will come. Please bring them in, he sighed. Yes, she replied, nodding before stepping out. Within 5 minutes, she returned, escorting 2 gentlemen who silently retreated from the office, closing the door behind them. Upon seeing the visitors, Wang Tung rose with a smile, exclaiming, Ha, General Li, please forgive my lack of formal welcome. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. Though he represented Global Group, Wang Tung's status was still considerable, and he bore no airs. Not at all, not at all. Once seated, Li Chun wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. I wonder how President Wang has been contemplating our proposal. A 10% dividend right. Your position remains unchanged. And we will acquire your 41% share at a valuation 15% higher than the market. It was undeniably enticing. And he understood well the capabilities of his own son. At over 50 years of age, he knew that upon his retirement, his son would find it impossible to contend with the seasoned foxes within the group. Observing Wang Tung's lingering hesitation, Li Chun seized the moment to strike decisively. To be frank, we initially aimed to acquire your company swiftly and efficiently, with headquarters preparing $2 billion. But our leadership greatly admires you, President Wang, and wishes to offer you an opportunity that you ought to seize. This could be interpreted as a rather blatant threat, signaling that Longting Shipping was a target Global Group was determined to secure. Wang Tung felt a jolt of disbelief. $2 billion, how insignificant his group's valuation seemed in comparison. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer wealth of Global Group. Alas, even if I agree, the other shareholders will likely not, he began, but before he could finish, one of Li Chen's companions produced a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. Rest assured, President Wang, they are quite willing. Aside from your 41% and the 10% in circulation, the remaining 49% is already in our hands. Wang Tung could only smile ruefully, realizing that the opportunity had been extended to him, and this was already the second time. Should he refuse again, it would merely reflect poorly on his judgment. I can agree, but I have one condition. I will not hand the group over to foreign capital, so I wish to meet your boss behind this operation. If that is agreeable, I can sign immediately. Li Chun was taken aback, not anticipating such a request from Wang Tung. I cannot make that decision. Please give me a moment. With that, he stood and stepped aside to report the matter to Zhao Ruilong. Naturally, Zhao Ruilong could not make unilateral decisions either and needed to consult Su Lingxian. Upon hearing that Wang Tung wished to avoid transferring the group to foreign ownership, Su Lingxian found the man intriguing and agreed to the request, instructing that he be invited to West Suburb No. 1 Manor the following day. Once Li Chun received the response, he returned to the sofa, looking at Wang Tung, who seemed somewhat fortunate, as the young master had consented. Very well, our young master has agreed. You may meet him at West Suburb No. 1 Manor tomorrow. Before that, let us finalize this agreement. Younger master? Wang Tung was a bit puzzled but refrained from inquiring further, knowing he would soon have clarity. After briefly reviewing the contract, He found no issues and signed without hesitation. Before departing, Li Chen patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, his tone laden with significance. "You are fortunate. Our young master is not someone one meets easily." With that, he departed, leaving Wang Teng to ponder what this meant for Longting shipping, knowing that the higher-ups in the group would soon be replaced. Wang Teng was left somewhat bewildered, yet it was not difficult to understand that such vast capital was not readily accessible to all. He grew increasingly curious about the identity of this young master. Meanwhile, Su Lintian had returned to the manor with his parents and younger brother. Su Lintao and his wife could scarcely believe their eyes. "Is this truly where our son resides? Look at this expansive lawn. How much produce could be cultivated here? Such a vast expanse of grass feels like a waste. It could yield quite a harvest." Li Jiayao gazed over the verdant expanse, lamenting its underutilization. Su Lintian, bemused by his mother's sentiments, could only adapt slowly to their new reality, trusting that familiarity would foster acceptance. After all, proximity breeds influence. Though perhaps not in the most fitting context here, the essence remains. "Brother, am I dreaming? This grand estate must cost a fortune. Is that a welcoming pine? I've heard those are quite valuable." "Ah, sister, why are you pinching me? You wanted to know if this is a dream, so I'm helping you." After a delightful family dinner, Butler Long oversaw the preparations for the evening's banquet in the garden. Su Lintian shared his circumstances with the family, though he only offered what was necessary. Unbothered by whether his parents believed him, as it was beyond explanation, he found comfort in knowing that while his parents hailed from humble origins, they were open-minded and not naive. Although they may not fully grasp his story, they wouldn't pry deeply, as long as no laws were broken. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. Knowing there were no foolishly naive individuals in the family eased his concerns. He feared nothing more than stubborn minds. "Xiaodian, your father may not have achieved much, nor can I offer you much assistance, but I have but one request. In all your endeavors, do not leave behind any loose ends. Do you understand?" Su Jinzhou's words surprised Su Lintian. He hadn't expected his father to express such sentiments. "Father, I understand." What he meant was clear: eliminate all threats to prevent future troubles. Chapter 18. "Father, should we make an example of everyone?" His father's implication was undoubtedly to eradicate all threats entirely, ensuring no future issues arose. To strike at the root of the problem, showing no mercy toward adversaries, maintaining total vigilance, and leaving no trace behind. Digging 3 feet deep, grinding worms to feed fish, and slaughtering chickens for eggs. Yet, was this not excessively ruthless? Then leave the chicken, and let's prepare a Kung Pao chicken. "Mom and Dad, why don't you stay here instead of going back? In a couple of days, I'll have the butler take you on a tour to appreciate the splendid landscapes." Su Jinzhou's eyes brightened. He was quite easygoing. In the past, he had been devoid of wealth, and without work, he would face starvation. Not to mention having children to raise, it was a matter of necessity. Now that his son had achieved success, he contemplated a more comfortable life for himself in the next generation. What was there to be unhappy about? Should he return to a life of toil when he was already ill? What was the purpose of his son earning so much money, then? Li Jiayao was about to decline, but was interrupted by her husband. "All right, don't refuse. Our son has grown up. It's time for him to shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Jiayao, I haven't taken you on a trip yet. So let's leave the family affairs to Xiaodian and enjoy some time together." Li Jiayao shot a glance at Su Jinzhou, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Saying such things in front of the children? Hey, mom's shy? We didn't hear anything. Linger, little brother, let us go for a walk." Su Lintian took his younger siblings to the garage below, where Su Lintao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the supercars parked in the spaces. What boy doesn't adore supercars? "Wow, brother, are all these cars yours?" "Not entirely. Those 2 are your sisters." "So do you fancy any? Pick 2, and once you return to school, I'll arrange for them to be airlifted back. But I don't have a driving license. I can't drive them." Although he was an adult, he had yet to obtain his license, making airlifting them back seem wasteful. He could only admire them from afar. "Don't worry. I've already arranged for your licenses. You should receive them tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to drive then." Seeing that his brother had everything prepared, Su Lintao felt a surge of excitement. "Brother, which ones are your cars?" Su Lintian was somewhat taken aback. Was he worried about selecting a car he liked? "No worries. Choose freely. I'm fine with anything. If you don't find anything you like, you can check Douyin, and if you see something that catches your eye, let me know, and I'll figure out a way to get it for you." Su Lintao was deeply moved by this, exclaiming, "Brother, I love you." To his surprise, Su Lintian's expression darkened. "Don't push me to slap you while I'm in a good mood." Su Lingxian stifled a laugh nearby. "All right, hurry and choose. Hee. Then I'll pick that white Koenigsegg Jesko and that white Apollo IE." Clearly, he had a preference for white. Wealthy individuals often select their favorite colors, while beautiful women concern themselves with the hue of your supercars. "Okay, I'll arrange for them to be airlifted back. Come on, Let us explore the surroundings. We wouldn't want you to forget where your home is. After taking a stroll around the estate, Su Lintao appeared relaxed, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. After all, he was in his final year of high school, soon to take college entrance exams. Previously, he had been focused on studying hard, hoping to gain admission to a good university so that life at home would become easier. Yet, such thoughts only amplified his pressure, nearly overwhelming him. What else could he do? His family was poor, and he had to strive relentlessly, even when it came to confessing to the girl he liked. All he could muster was, "I'm sorry, I don't like you." At that moment, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Su Lintien turned to his younger brother, having observed his character and efforts over the past 2.5 years. He was aware of the events occurring at school, as everything had been relayed back to him. Rejecting someone he liked must have been painful for his foolish brother, but he also understood the other person's identity. It seemed a conversation was in order. That evening, the expansive garden was ablaze with lights. A long table was adorned with an array of delicacies, accompanied by a bar stocked with various beverages. The surroundings were a sea of flowers, with a clear pathway left open, while a dozen servants stood by, awaiting the arrival of their master. Nearby, several musical instruments were placed, and a few maids in traditional attire stood ready. Butler Long and several bodyguards found an open area to set up the fireworks, instructing the guards to act according to his demeanor. As Su Lintien arrived with his family, they caught sight of the garden from afar. Each face was illuminated with smiles. Su Jianzhou and his wife had not ceased smiling since entering the estate, and Su Lingshuan's eyes glistened with tears of joy. This would be her most unforgettable birthday, while Su Lintao stood by, grinning foolishly, lost in his thoughts. The moment they stepped into the garden, music began to play, and upon seeing Butler Long's gesture, the bodyguards ignited the fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks exploded magnificently above the garden. The kaleidoscope of colors lit up the night sky and illuminated every face. Su Lingxian was startled by the sudden surprise, but soon a blissful smile spread across her face. Upon seeing Su Lingshuan's arrival, the maids respectfully called out, "Second miss, happy birthday." Those 7 simple words, spoken with reverence and sincerity, were something an ordinary person could never attain in a lifetime. The enchanting melody resonated throughout the garden as the maids began to serve. The family gathered around the long table, relishing the delectable food and the warm atmosphere. Su Lintien gazed at his joyous family, his heart swelling with satisfaction, while thoughts of Su Lingshuan's previous experiences lingered in his mind. It seemed tomorrow, he would ensure she had ample food to fill her stomach, allowing her to enjoy several days of hearty meals. He was already being quite kind. Chapter 19. We don't seek trouble, nor do we fear it. Once the banquet concluded, Su Lintien returned to his room, took a shower, and then headed to Su Lintao's room. At that moment, his brother had also just finished his bath and was sitting on the balcony, admiring the night view. Su Lintien knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, he stepped inside. "Brother, what brings you here? Is there something on your mind? You brat, can't I simply come to chat if there's nothing else? Why the long face? What are you brooding over?" He found a chair and sat down next to him. Su Lintao cradled a cup of water in his hands, gazing up at the sky as he spoke. "Brother, what would you do if a girl confessed to you, and after rejecting her, you regretted it?" Su Lintien was tempted to give him a slap. Was he love-stricken? "Little brother, don't be so melancholic. You're only 18, why act so mature? You should have the spirit of the eldest brother." "Brother, don't tease me. Haven't you heard? Children from poor families mature early." "Hey, you little rascal. Are you now lecturing your elder brother? You weren't even around when I was spying on the village beauty bathing. I've experienced more than you've had meals. That's just your peculiar taste." As they reminisced about childhood, Su Lintao shed his facade of maturity, and the two brothers began to bicker playfully. After a lengthy conversation, with hands cradling the back of his head and gazing at the sky, Su Lintien turned serious. "All right, I'm aware of your situation. My earlier words were sincere. You're still young. There's no need to be so gloomy. As for the saying about poor children maturing early, that was in the past. We're not lacking in money now. Be a little more cheerful. Don't bury yourself in books. Your studies should be secondary. Learn as much as you can. But unlike before, you now have me. Your path with Ling is clear and unobstructed. You can enjoy yourself, but don't do so mindlessly, understand? And regarding the girl who confessed to you, I've had someone look into her. She is a fine girl, both in character and temperament, and her looks are commendable. She is worthy of you. Take her out to have some fun when you have the chance. Don't just bury yourselves in your studies, as it could render one foolish," he said, rising to pat Su Lintao on the shoulder with a serious expression. "When you are out and about, you represent more than just your own image. We do not seek trouble, but we certainly do not fear it. With your brother to support you, do not shy away from complications." After delivering this counsel, he gave 2 firm pats on the shoulder and retreated to his own room. At that moment, Su Lin Tao stood frozen, utterly perplexed. How could his older brother possibly know about his confession? The following morning, Su Lin Tian arranged for 3 supercars to be brought to the roadside outside the estate, where traffic was sparse and the road sufficiently wide. Butler Long, accompanied by several bodyguards, stood by the roadside, both to protect and to be ready at a moment's notice for any commands from the young masters or mistresses. A true professional butler is indeed a cut above the rest. As Su Lin Tian explained the various buttons and operations, the two quickly grasped the concepts. Mastering the basics within half an hour, Su Lin Tian effectively learned alongside them, and after an hour, the trio began to feel comfortable maneuvering the vehicles at a leisurely pace on the road. In the distance, a car halted before Butler Long, who received 2 document folders from the driver before the latter sped away without further ado. After practicing for half an hour, their speed gradually increased, and they soon became adept at driving at a normal pace. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce approached from the west suburbs. Inside, Wang Tung rested with his eyes closed, while his son sat beside him, wearing a puzzled expression. He wondered where his father was taking him so early in the morning, especially since they weren't heading to the company. "Dad, where are we going? Isn't this the road to the western suburbs? What business do we have there?" The barrage of questions nearly prompted Wang Tung to give his son a sharp reprimand to silence him. However, he reconsidered, fearing his son might inadvertently offend his boss if he were unaware of the latter's identity. If you had a bit more ambition, I wouldn't find myself in this situation. Longting Group changed ownership yesterday, and now we are going to meet the young master. The revelation sent shockwaves through Wang Yulong, as he found it hard to believe that Longting Shipping, which had been his father's lifelong endeavor, could possibly be sold. "Dad, you're not joking, are you? This is your life's work. Do you think I wanted this? If it weren't to pave the way for you, would I have done it?" He was uncertain whether the other party would consent, but he instructed, in any case, just observe and speak less, understood? Seeing that his father was serious, Wang Yulong finally tucked away his flippant demeanor. Curiosity piqued about the young master his father spoke of. "All right, I'll just watch and remain silent." Upon arriving at the destination, the Rolls-Royce was halted by a guard at the entrance of Manor Number 1. "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Wang Tung promptly lowered the window and smiled. "Hello, I am Wang Tung from Longting Shipping. The young master asked me to come by today. Could you please notify him?" As Wang Tung arrived, Butler Long had already noticed him from a distance. The guard, recognizing that Wang Tung was there to see the young master, glanced at Butler Long and turned back to Wang Tung, saying, "Please wait a moment." He then jogged over to Butler Long, whispering something. The guard gestured for Wang Tung to wait, then instructed the driver to pull the car to the side and wait inside. Subsequently, he escorted Wang Yulong out of the car, leading them towards Butler Long. Wang Yulong curiously scanned the area, taking in the numerous bodyguards, each one as robust as a young bull, in the impressive estate. "Are you Wang Tung?" Butler Long inquired, not waiting for Wang Tung to respond. Despite not knowing the other's status, he could tell from the guard's behavior that Wang Tung must hold some significance. That is correct. This was Wang Yulong's first time seeing his father in such a manner, increasing his intrigue regarding the identity of the young master. "Please wait here. The young master and young miss are currently preoccupied with their vehicles." Wang Tung dared not say more, having already heard the distant roar of the supercars. After waiting for several minutes, 3 supercars approached and came to a stop before them. Su Lin Tian and his siblings alighted from the vehicles. Butler Long stepped forward, handing over the document folders while saying, "Young master, Wang Tung has arrived." Su Lin Tian received the folders, glanced at them, and then tossed them to Su Ling Xian and the others. "Here are your items." He then turned his attention to Wang Tung, casting a brief glance at Wang Yulong. "I apologize for making you wait here." "Not at all. I just arrived myself." Seeing that Su Lin Tian had matters to discuss, Su Lin Tao exchanged glances with his sister. "Brother, we'll head inside first." With that, they drove into the estate. Not wanting to linger in the open any longer, Su Lin Tian suggested, "Let us continue our conversation inside." In the living room, Su Lin Tian took a sip of water before looking up at Wang Tung. He was uncertain what the other man wished to discuss, but could surmise a few possibilities. "Speak plainly, what brings you to see me?" Wang Tung wasted no time on pleasantries, knowing excessive small talk would only lead to annoyance. He stood and bowed slightly, saying, "Young master, I wish to use my 10% share of dividends and my position as chairman to secure my son a position at Global Group. I humbly ask for your consideration." Although he was unaware of Su Lin Tian's true identity, he refrained from investigating further, deeming it unnecessary, even if it were merely Global Group. The scale of operations indicated that the young master was no ordinary individual. It was known that the group dealt with approximately $400 billion in capital, and that was just one of its enterprises. Who could guarantee that the young master was not associated with more? Noticing his son still dazed and seated, Wang Tung kicked him lightly, scolding him for his lack of awareness. Wang Yulong was momentarily stunned by his father's statement. Global Group? Is that the same global group that made headlines recently? He remembered his father mentioning that it was a colossal entity, having amassed enough resources in a short time to purchase 14 Longting shippings. Realizing he was expected to speak, he stood up promptly, mimicking his father's respectful demeanor. I hope the young master will grant me an opportunity. Su Lin Tian observed the father and son with a calm expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he uttered a response that was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. I do not employ outsiders. Yet, in a surprising twist, Wang Yulong performed an action that darkened both Su Lin Tian's and Wang Teng's expressions simultaneously. Foster father, please allow me to pay my respects. In a moment of impulsiveness, he knelt on the ground, ignoring all decorum, and bowed his head. Su Lin Tian, just sipping tea, spluttered as the liquid erupted from his mouth, his face paling in disbelief. What kind of reasoning was this? Did he think he was Elbu? Grabbing a towel handed to him by a maid, he wiped his mouth, bemused by the situation. The lad was clever, yet foolishly so. He had no qualms in calling him a foster father. Beside them, Wang Teng delivered a swift kick to his son, scolding, "You impertinent child. What are you thinking? Get up this instant. You're embarrassing yourself." Cough, cough. Very well. You are indeed magnanimous, relinquishing even the 10% dividend rights. I can offer you an opportunity. It remains to be seen if you can seize it. Go to New York and seek out Zhao Ruilong. He will undoubtedly know how to proceed. Simply heed his counsel. Thank you, young master. From now on, our Wang family will look to you for guidance. Wang Teng and his son were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. There is indeed a matter I need you to attend to. Turning to Butler Long, he instructed, bring over the files concerning that How individual. After receiving an envelope, he tossed it onto the coffee table. Whatever method you choose, I shall not concern myself. There is but one stipulation, leave no trace. Wang Teng and his son departed, clutching the envelope as they exited the estate. In their Rolls-Royce, the two examined the contents within. Wang Yulong, upon seeing the materials, wore a puzzled expression. After all, he pondered, how could a billionaire's affairs be so easily handled? Was this a test of our Wang family's mettle? It must be so. Wang Teng shared this sentiment. Although Long Teng's shipping had changed hands, his network remained intact, and with merely a couple of phone calls, he could resolve the situation. The dossier contained incriminating evidence against the other party, rendering the task even simpler. If they had the sense, they would self-eliminate, making it easier for all involved. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Zhang Fuguei was greeted by his secretary, who was brimming with excitement. Mr. Zhang, I have great news. The bank has approved our loan. Really? That is splendid. Have them commence work immediately. We must erect the building with utmost speed. Although he was perplexed as to why the bank had suddenly acquiesced to the loan, after all, it was no trifling sum. With all his assets mortgaged to secure 300 million, he had exhausted all his connections to no avail. He was anxious, having finally secured a promising piece of land. He anticipated transitioning from the restaurant industry to real estate, yet his funds were insufficient. Now, however, he could finally set his plans into motion. Yet, his elation was premature. Just days into the project, he faced setbacks. The restaurant was either required to undergo renovations or had failed health inspections, leading to mandated closures. If the closure of one or two establishments could be deemed coincidental, the news that 70% of his locations had shuttered felt like the sky was collapsing around him. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning of his misfortunes. Competing entities were applying pressure, and as the real estate foundation was laid, material suppliers outright refused to provide resources, citing various pretexts to inflate prices. Mr. Chen, you cannot do this. Was it not agreed that your company would supply the materials? Now you simply declare a breach of contract? Zhang Fuguei was beside himself, utterly bewildered as to who might be orchestrating these relentless assaults. Ah, Mr. Zhang, you must consider my predicament as well. I will compensate you for the breach of contract. I do not want your compensation. I demand my materials. Do you comprehend the daily interest I owe the bank? Zhang Fuguei, if you refuse to heed reason, I shall make myself clear. Without materials, I assure you, you shall not acquire a single grain of sand in the entirety of Shin City. Humph, foolish man. The insult nearly sent Zhang Fuguei into a fit. You scoundrel, I shall sue you, he retorted, his fury overwhelming him, and he nearly collapsed, lost for words. Do as you please. I shall see this through to the end. Can you endure until the trial's conclusion? You, who foolishly believed you could reach into the realm of real estate without understanding your own limitations. With a cough, he spat blood, collapsing to the floor. When he next regained consciousness, he found Zhang Hai anxiously seated beside him. Father, you have finally awoken. We are doomed. The construction site has halted, the bank is demanding repayment, and the restaurant is bleeding revenue. You must think of a solution. The news struck Zhang Fuguei like a bolt from the blue, nearly rendering him unconscious once more. Upon regaining his composure, He deduced that it was not his foray into real estate that had provoked such calamity. Someone was clearly targeting him. But who had he offended? As he ruminated, the only individuals who came to mind were those he encountered at the KTV. Leave me. I need to think. Zhang Hao reluctantly exited the room. Zhang Fugui stared vacantly at the ceiling, regret flooding his thoughts. If only he could turn back time, he would ensure his son never existed. All of this turmoil stemmed from him. A woman had ruined a lifetime of hard work. Had his son not entangled himself with that woman, he would not be in this predicament. A surge of hatred welled within him. Damned be her. Even in death, I shall not allow her peace. He seized his phone and dialed a long-neglected number. A deep voice answered, surprising him. What a surprise, you have called. Speak. Whom shall I eliminate? You are aware of our terms. Although you saved my life, the debt remains. I can grant you one additional life taken as a token of gratitude. Shin City University. Su Lingxian, 150 million. This is all the cash I can muster. If possible, please eliminate those conspiring against me. If they have a son, make him suffer too. I want them to live in agony for eternity. Ha ha ha. This 150 million was, in truth, bank funds. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such details. The voice on the other end inhaled deeply. 150 million is no trifling sum. Very well. I shall uncover the truth. Zhang Fugui's expression twisted into one of malevolence as he disposed of the phone card, tossing it out the window, and rose from the hospital bed. Upon seeing his father emerge, Zhang Hao rushed forward. Father, what is the plan? Do you have any ideas? I refuse to end up on the streets. I'd sooner die than face that prospect. Perhaps you could give me some money to escape abroad? Zhang Fugui looked at his only son, sighed, and felt a pang of compassion. Such a son should have been discarded long ago. Enough, let us leave. This place is suffocating. Help me to the rooftop for a smoke. Zhang Hao, oblivious to the underlying tension, complied. The two ascended to the rooftop, where Zhang Hao lit a cigarette, while Zhang Fugui retrieved a brick from seemingly nowhere. With a swift motion, he struck, rendering Zhang Hao unconscious. When Zhang Hao awoke, he found himself cradled by his father at the railing, and upon recalling the preceding events, a dreadful realization dawned upon him. Father, what are you doing? No. Let us talk this through. I don't want to die. His body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. How could he survive such a fall? Fear not, my child. It will be swift. They will not spare you. It is better to depart together. No. Father, I beg you. I do not wish to die. I have not yet lived enough. Desperately, he struggled to break free, but Zhang Fugui held him firmly, leaping from the edge. Thud! Their heads shattered like ripe melons, spilling forth a cascade of crimson. Chapter 21. Are you interested in joining the dark web? The duo's leap caused chaos below at the hospital. Zhang Hao had never envisioned such a demise, pulled down by his own kin. Longting Shipping Group. Wang Ting sat in his office. They jumped from the hospital? Together? Understood. After hanging up, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery. Sometimes, humanity is simply so fragile. No matter how wealthy one may be, even as a billionaire, it holds little significance. It seems I must caution my son against frivolous entanglements, for one can never ascertain the treacherous depths that may lie behind an ostensibly ordinary girl. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Even the mightiest of corporations can crumble due to a woman's influence, as evidenced by the tragic fate of the Zhang family. Mr. Wang, here is the appointment letter. You are to assume the role of CEO of the group. While the position of chairman will be filled by an appointee from the headquarters of Global Group, the secretary announced after knocking and receiving permission to enter. Holding out the document, Wang Tong was taken aback by the prospect of becoming CEO, envisioning an early retirement thereafter. Understood. Please arrange for the office to be tidied up, and ensure that all items are replaced with new ones, he instructed. Certainly, I will send someone over to handle it, the secretary replied, nodding as she placed the appointment letter down and exited. Throughout this exchange, Su Lintian remained indifferent. After handing over the materials to Wang Tong, he had chosen to step back, confident that he would not be disappointed. Indeed, reality proved him correct. He admired Wang Tong's decisive character, which led him to grant this opportunity. Longting Shipping is merely a subsidiary of Global, serving as its Asian headquarters. Brother, I've been in the Magic City for a week. I plan to return tomorrow, Su Lintao stated. Very well. I will arrange for a private jet and have your 2 cars transported back as well. Lingair, what about you? Su Lingxian pondered briefly before responding. I suppose I shall return tomorrow as well. Su Lintian expressed no objections. All right, I shall make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Su Jianzhou and his wife toiled in their garden, wielding hoes to cultivate a small plot for growing vegetables. We trust what we grow ourselves, they proclaimed. Su Lintian found their reasoning sound. Who could truly know the origins of the produce available outside? This contemplation sparked an idea within him, to purchase a small island where he could cultivate vegetables and raise livestock exclusively for his family's consumption. Moreover, it was time to establish a research base, which could conveniently coincide with this venture. Simultaneously, in Hong Kong, within a gold store, a man placed 2 gold chains on the counter and inquired, "Do you buy gold?" The clerk, a slender woman clad in professional attire, her long legs encased in sheer black stockings, replied, "Please hold on, sir. I will fetch our manager." Moments later, a bald man with a shiny head and a broad smile emerged from the back. He glanced at the man and the chains, his smile widening further. "Greetings. I am the manager here. What name do you go by, young man?" "Cut the pleasantries. If you won't buy, I shall take my leave." "Of course we will buy. But I suspect these chains may have dubious origins. For items of questionable provenance, we can only offer this much," the manager said, extending 4 fingers. "At least 450, otherwise, I am leaving. 420 is the best I can do. Bear in mind, accepting your goods also carries risks for us." The man, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, 420 it is. Now hurry up." Once outside the gold store, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no oddities were present before making his swift exit. "Damn it. I need to wrap this up and return home quickly." As he entered an alley, he was suddenly blocked. "Step aside, good dog." Upon seeing the 2 men blocking his path, a chill ran down his spine. "Surely they can't have recognized me," he thought, though he maintained a calm demeanor. "You've made it difficult for us to find you. Not only did you steal our possessions, but you also dare to speak so boldly." One of the men brandished a handgun, demanding, "Where's the gold?" "What gold? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. Where's the gold you stole from the mall? Not only did you steal, but you took an excessive amount. Why would I pretend to be ignorant? I didn't do anything at the mall. What do you want from me?" This admission could lead to his demise. Silence might afford him a longer life, although the outcome might still be grim. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted from behind. "If he says he didn't do it, aren't you just forcing him to take the blame?" Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 assailants collapsed. Tang Jiu felt a chill. Having just escaped the wolf's den, he now found himself in the tiger's lair. The method of killing was executed with such skill. This was a formidable individual. "What is your name?" "Tang Jiu. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. I will repay this debt in the future, but I must take my leave now." "Not so fast. You stole our gold. Do you not intend to return it?" Tang Jiu's expression darkened. "What the hell? Everyone whose gold was stolen is coming after me now? All right, I admit it. The gold from the mall was indeed taken by me, but I don't recall robbing 2 places. Whose gold are you talking about? Are you bullying a decent person? The gold we just purchased was taken by you, or rather, it was your subordinates who did the stealing." Upon hearing this, Tang Jiu recalled that indeed, an individual clad in black had taken gold from him, accompanied by 2 imposing bodyguards. "It was you. The black-clad thief was yours. Go find him." However, the subsequent response sent shivers down Tang Jiu's spine. "They have all been dealt with. Now only you remain." Tang Jiu waved his hands frantically. "Hold on, let's not be rash. I can compensate, can't I?" To his surprise, the tone of the other shifted. "I wonder if you might be interested in joining our dark web." "What? You are from the dark web?" He was genuinely taken aback. He had heard of the dark web abroad, but knew little about it except that the organization was incredibly powerful and all-knowing. No wonder they could find him. They must have discovered him long ago. "But can I refuse?" "Of course." As he spoke, he raised his gun. Tang Jiu's eyelids twitched violently. "I will join. To be honest, I have long admired your organization. I just couldn't find a middleman. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, how could I refuse?" "Hee. Very well. We know exactly who you are. Come with me. I will be your superior from now on." Tang Jiu remained optimistic, addressing him as boss repeatedly. "Boss, where are we headed? Shouldn't we first sell the gold we have? We're going to America. As for the gold you have, toss it away. We have no need for such trinkets." Tang Jiu's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this even a reasonable request? Chapter 22. Quickly surround the young master's car. The next day, Su Lingxian and Su Lin Tao departed from the No. 1 manor, while Su Jianzhou and his wife were sent off on a vacation arranged by Su Lintian. He had already made arrangements to purchase a villa near the school, allowing for flexibility in living arrangements. In Jiangcheng, upon returning from the Magic City, Su Lin Tao exuded an air of newfound confidence, appearing markedly revitalized. Upon disembarking from the private jet, he was taken aback to see 2 familiar faces, a man and a woman, accompanied by 2 men who appeared to be bodyguards. This revelation left him astonished. He had failed to perceive the wealth these 2 possessed, evident from their retinue of protectors, and he wondered why they were departing together. Third young master. Before Su Lintao had the chance to greet anyone, unexpectedly, the other party stepped forward and respectfully addressed him. Even the 2 bodyguards mirrored this demeanor, prompting him to realize something. "Are you sent by my brother?" "Yes, young master." Upon hearing their affirmation, a look of understanding crossed his face. No wonder his elder brother seemed to know everything. It turned out that he was surrounded by his own people. A male spy produced a black bank card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Third young master. This was given to you by the young master before your arrival. I now transfer it to you. Su Lintao accepted the bank card and immediately noticed its simplicity, distinguishing it from any card he had encountered before. Its material was markedly different. How much money is in here? He inquired with curiosity, as his elder brother appeared quite affluent. He had heard that the estate had cost 11 billion, and the cars in the garage were not inexpensive either. These two alone were worth $500 million, judging by his brother's financial prowess. There must be at least several tens of millions in this card. However, the male spy's response left him astounded. Third young master, before your return, we spent over 30 million to acquire a villa in the neighborhood near the school. There is now approximately $4 billion remaining in the card. Su Lintao was bewildered by the figure, unsure of what over $4 billion entailed, but aware that it represented an immense sum. The phrase only remaining was aptly chosen, leaving him speechless. Could it be that his elder brother was running a mint in America? After stowing away the bank card, he noticed the plane had already unloaded the vehicle. All right, do you know how to drive? Yes, third young master. That's sufficient. Please drive one back for me. And lead the way. Let us first return to the villa to take a look. Su Lintao passed the key of the Apollo IE to him, while he himself settled into the Koenigsegg Jesko, following closely behind. The two supercars exited the airport, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd, particularly the Apollo IE, which was rarely seen domestically. The Koenigsegg Jesko was similarly uncommon on the roads. Wow, what car is that? It's so cool. That's the Apollo IE, right? It's my first time seeing it in the country. It's simply stunning. Bro, you know quite a bit. Of course. I've seen plenty of supercars and naturally recognize them. I often come across them on Douyin. As Su Lintao observed the gazes of the onlookers, an indescribable sense of satisfaction washed over him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon arriving at the villa area, the security guards, upon seeing the two supercars approach, dared not intervene and simply allowed them entry, even saluting Su Lintao. It was a given. Either of these cars was pricier than any villa here. They couldn't possibly be here to steal something. The Land Rover in the rear seemed somewhat lackluster. Yet they refrained from stopping it, considering it might belong to the same party. Who would want to offend someone? Su Lintao arrived in front of a luxurious villa, where the main gate automatically opened upon detecting the license plate. Beside the entrance stood a large stone inscribed with the number 1, indicating the villa's designation. This particular villa was evidently number 1, sprawling over approximately 200 square meters, with 3 levels and a private parking garage in the basement. It boasted an outdoor swimming pool, a garden, and even a small golf course. The interior was outfitted with top-tier amenities. He parked the Koenigsegg Jesko outside rather than in the garage, as he still intended to head to the school where others awaited him. Having missed the previous opportunity, he was determined not to let this one slip by. Third young master, please let me know if there are any areas that require improvement. I can make arrangements. The household staff and butler have already been organized by the eldest young master, and they will arrive tomorrow. No need, it's fine as is. By the way, are you returning to the school? Of course, our duty is to ensure your safety at school. As for outside, your protection will be handled by the bodyguards. All right then. I'll head back to school. You all keep busy. After placing his belongings away, he drove off. Upon seeing Su Lintao leaving, the 2 security guards at the security booth quickly raised the barrier and rushed out to salute him, only lowering their hands after he had departed. Phew, which young master was that? I've never seen him before. Slap. Are you foolish? Didn't you see he came out of villa number 1? He must be the new owner. So from now on, keep your wits about you. Do you even know what kind of car that is? I know, it's a supercar. Slap. I told you to watch more videos and dream a little. That's a Koenigsegg Jesko. If you scratch even a few centimeters on his car, you might as well jump off a building. Living the rest of your life won't matter anymore. Unbeknownst to Su Lintao, the guards were having this conversation as he arrived at a roadside convenience store, purchased 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and then drove to the school. The school's security guards had never seen such luxurious vehicles, while the school was not devoid of some wealthy second-generation students. The most expensive cars their parents drove were merely Rolls-Royces. In contrast, the visual impact of supercars was far more striking. 2 security guards, both over 60, were momentarily dazzled, rushing out of the security room, realizing such a sight was rare. Young master, who are you looking for? Su Lintao glanced down at his attire and suddenly remembered he wasn't wearing his school uniform. I'm a student from Yizhong. I forgot to wear my uniform. May I enter? Observing the increasing crowd at the school gate, he felt the urgency to get inside before it became too crowded. The 2 older guards evidently recognized the situation. They saw the gathering crowd and remarked, "What are you all doing? Haven't you seen a supercar before? Go play somewhere else. Don't block the entrance." They then opened the electronic gate, allowing Su Lintao to enter smoothly. He parked his car in a spot near the security room and approached with 2 packs of cigarettes. Upon seeing him approach, the 2 elderly guards beamed, revealing their large yellowing teeth. "Gentlemen, these are gifts from a friend. I don't smoke, and it would be a waste to throw them away. So I'm giving them to you. I'll head back to my dorm now." The 2 guards attempted to decline, but Su Lintao had already disappeared from sight. "Hey, Zhonghua, these cigarettes aren't cheap. How else do you think someone can drive a supercar? The gifts are different. Old Li, hurry and bring out the barriers." The security guard named Old Li looked perplexed. "What do we need the barriers for? Are you foolish? Why would he give us 2 packs of cigarettes for no reason? Are you related to him? Of course, we need to surround the young master's car. If it gets damaged, we couldn't afford to rebuild the school. Hurry up. We'll take shifts later. Don't let those brats near the young master's car." The 2 elderly guards then procured barriers from the school to cordon off Su Lintao's vehicle. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a girl clad in a school uniform, sporting a pair of pristine white shoes and a cherubic face, was anxiously wandering outside the boys' dormitory. Pouting and talking to herself, she debated, "Should I go back? He has already rejected you. Why cling on? Yi Sini, how shameless can you be? Just go back. Yet, he and T come to school in a week. Then just call or text him. But one T that make him think I'm pestering him? Then go back. What are you still doing here?" Deep down, she still wasn't willing to give up. But what if something has happened since he hasn't been here for so long? At that moment, Yi Sini's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. With her head bowed low, she felt torn. Just then, a voice broke through her reverie. "Who has an issue?" "Ah." A sudden sound startled her. "Why do you walk so silently, Lin Tao?" Upon raising her head, she was met with the sight of Su Lin Tao. And in that moment, she recalled her earlier self-talk. Had he heard it all? The thought caused her cheeks to flush crimson, and she hastily covered her face. Darting towards the girls' dormitory, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. It was utterly embarrassing. Su Lin Tao watched her retreating figure, puzzled. What was wrong with that girl? Upon returning to her dormitory, Yi Sini buried her head beneath the covers. Her dorm mates exchanged glances, concerned that she had been bullied and was now crying under the blanket. "Sini, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Don't worry. We'll help you teach them a lesson." "Exactly. Anyone who dares to bully our Sini will find themselves in serious trouble." One girl, sitting at the edge of her bed, reached out to tug at Yi Sini, who still had her bottom half sticking out from the blanket. Feeling the warmth of the hand, Yi Sini jumped in surprise. "Sini, you're burning up. Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever?" the girl exclaimed, attempting to pull her from her cocoon. Upon revealing Yi Sini's flushed face, she noticed that her eyes were tightly shut, as if she were afraid to open them. "Sini, why is your face so red? You're all hot. Come on, we need to take you to the infirmary." Just as her friends were about to carry her away, Yi Sini hastily explained, "I'm fine. I just saw Su Lin Tao." Her friends were left bewildered. "Who? Su Lin Tao? He is back at school?" They continued. "But even if you saw him, there's no need to have a fever over it." Suddenly, it dawned on them that something about their words seemed off, and it felt a bit strange. Yi Sini sensed the awkwardness in her own statement. "Oh, it's not what you think. I'm not talking to you anymore." One of her friends chimed in, "He rejected you. So why are you so concerned about him? If it comes to it, we should just kidnap him to the dorm and show him our strength." "Exactly. Our Sini. With her cute figure and pretty face, any guy would be smitten." As the girl playfully patted Yi Sini's backside, she was about to boast further, but was interrupted, leaving her to regretfully rub her nose instead. "All right, as long as you're not sick, let us get ready for class." The mere thought of seeing Su Lin Tao again sent Yi Sini's mind spiraling back to the earlier encounter. "Could you help me request a half-day leave? I'm suddenly feeling a bit unwell." She feigned weakness, placing her hand on her forehead. "I think it's not Su Lin Tao who has been bewitched, but our Sini who is under his spell. What on earth did he feed you?" Another friend teased. "Honestly, Sini seems to really have a fever. Stop pretending. Let us go, or I'll go get Su Lin Tao." In this manner, Yi Sini was coerced by her friends into abandoning her request for leave. Su Lin Tao sat at the back of the second row, while Yi Sini occupied the front of the third row. Ever since returning from the metropolis, he had come to terms with his feelings. Then, this scene unfolded. Halfway through the class, Yi Sini leaned over her desk, cautiously glancing back at Su Lin Tao. To her dismay, he was looking at her with a smirk. Feeling like a caught voyeur, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away, too embarrassed to look again. Her deskmate shook her head in dismay. "Oh dear, this girl is hopeless. My goodness, you're the class beauty and a well-known gorgeous girl in school. Look at what you're doing now. It's as if you have infatuated written all over your face." While these two were lost in their own world domestically, someone abroad was cursing up a storm. In America, Wang Yulong was driving frantically, fleeing for his life. "Damn it, no one warned me how dangerous it would be out here. This is the third time I've been chased." He noticed a black sedan relentlessly pursuing him, firing shots whenever there was an opportunity. For the past half-month, he had been on the run, infuriated that he didn't even know why he was being hunted. If not for his good fortune, he might have already met his end. Bang! Bang! The rearview mirror shattered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, resembling a scene straight out of a high-octane action film. He finally understood what Su Lintian had meant when he said, "This opportunity could cost you your life." Feeling overwhelmed, he contemplated calling the company for help, but the pursuers offered him no chance. Driving at such high speed with one hand would certainly lead to disaster. As he veered into increasingly desolate areas with no other cars in sight, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I'm running out of gas. This is it. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." Just as he contemplated a deadly confrontation, the screen in the car suddenly lit up, and a familiar voice echoed from it. "Xiaolong, where are you now?" Wang Yulong nearly broke down in tears upon hearing his superior's voice. "Boss, help. I'm being chased, and I don't even know where I am. It's so remote that there are no other cars around. The American cops are useless. They're all caught up in their own high-speed chases, and Haven T come to help." He continued, "Damn it. If I find out who's behind this, I'll wipe out their entire family, even the dog. Don't panic. You're driving a company car. Find a place to pull over. There's a black cushion in the back. There's a hidden compartment underneath it that holds something that can save your life. I'm sending someone to help. But it might be too late. If you happen to die, the company will ensure they pay for your burial." With that, the call ended. Wang Yulong's eyes lit up. There was something life-saving in the car. He needed to distance himself from the pursuers, then gritted his teeth and pulled over. His fuel was running low, and continuing like this was futile. He had to take a gamble. His fate now rested on whatever lay in that hidden compartment. He quickly dove into the back seat. Realizing the car had been modified, he located the black cushion and lifted it. At that moment, the pursuing vehicle closed in, gunfire erupting around him. As Wang Yulong opened the hidden compartment and glimpsed the contents, adrenaline surged through him. "Ha! You think you can chase me? Let us see how you fare now." With that, he retrieved an MP5 from the compartment, a grin spreading across his face. As the saying goes, there's always a way out. Damn it, whoever comes at me now will pay. Though he felt emboldened, he knew better than to act recklessly. The car had come to a halt, and the pursuers began to circle around, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that shattered the windows, leaving the vehicle riddled with holes. Fortunately, they assumed he was still at the driver's seat. As the chasing vehicle came to a stop, Wang Yulong gritted his teeth, ready to retaliate. The sudden sound of the MP5 startled the pursuers, causing them to hesitate. "What the hell? I thought this guy was just a rich kid. Why does he have an MP5? Stop complaining. There's only one of him. Let us finish this quickly before the dogs arrive," one of them urged. "You keep him suppressed while I ram the car into him." The gunfire from the MP5 kept them at bay, even if Wang Yulong's aim was off. The sound alone was enough to amplify their anxiety. His arm felt numb from the recoil. It was his first time firing a gun, and he was still getting accustomed to it. As the enemy started their vehicle, he instantly understood their plan, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "The small pistol failed to deter me, so I resorted to crashing into them, did I? Very well, let me showcase my formidable prowess." With that, I retrieved an RPG from the concealed compartment and hoisted it onto my shoulder. Damn it, they sought to hunt me down. And today I shall ensure they find no resting place for their remains. Positioned in the middle of the seat with the RPG in such proximity, I need not aim excessively. The two assassins, upon noticing the weapon braced on Wang Yulong's shoulder in the back seat, were instantly struck with terror. "Oh crap, let us flee." The information was wrong. The opponent is not a wealthy heir, but an arms dealer, and his vehicle harbors an arsenal. The driver, upon hearing his companion's voice, wore an expression of bewilderment. "What the hell? What are you hesitating for? The other car is equipped with an RPG, drive away. You son of a bitch." Subsequently, he quickly popped his head up and gestured. "Hey, stop, stop, stop. It's a misunderstanding." Wang Yulong scoffed. "Now you realize it's a misunderstanding? Where was this clarity before? Damn it, you've riddled my car with bullet holes, and now you speak of misunderstandings? Misunderstanding my ass, go eat shit." With that, he decisively pulled the trigger, and the projectile struck the rear of their vehicle, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent their car soaring into the air. Wang Yulong loaded another shell and then disembarked with the RPG. Gazing at the inferno consuming their vehicle, a surge of exhilaration washing over him. To prevent any lingering suffering and to be on the safe side, he distanced the car before launching another round. This time, there would surely be no escape. Watching the vehicle engulfed in flames, he departed with a sense of satisfaction. While driving, he dialed his superior. "Is it resolved?" "Yes, it was a close call. Fortunately, there were weapons in the vehicle, or I might have met my end in a foreign land. As long as you're fine, I've secured you a firearm license. Carry a gun when you go out from now on. As for what follows, you needn't concern yourself. The organization will handle it, and we've trace their origins. Come by the headquarters." "All right, I'm on my way back." After ending the call, Wang Yulong drove to a gas station, where the foreign attendant was taken aback by the bullet-riddled vehicle. Observing the calm demeanor of Wang Yulong, he dared not inquire further and hurriedly filled the tank. Cautiously approaching the window, he was about to speak when his gaze inadvertently flicked to the passenger seat, catching sight of the RPG launcher, causing his pupils to dilate. Although gunfights occasionally erupted in the area, he had never encountered such a weapon. Who would keep an RPG in their car? Trembling, he stammered, "Sir, the fuel is topped off." Wang Yulong glanced at the visibly shaken attendant, uncertain of his mental state. "How much do I owe you?" This was his first experience refueling abroad, and he paid little heed to fuel prices. However, the attendant's response left him slightly bewildered. "Sir, how much do you think I should charge?" Disinterested in further conversation, Wang Yulong tossed a few $100s at him and drove off. Upon returning to the headquarters, he parked the vehicle, and as he stepped out, he saw his superior waiting at the entrance. The individual was the Minister of Security. While he was assigned to the security department as a senior staff member by Zhao Ruilong, due to his appointment by Su Lingtian, his status was above that of his peers, yet below the outsiders. It could be said that, aside from those released from the spatial confines by Su Lingtian, Wang Yulong belonged to the upper echelons of power within the global group. "Goodness, one would think you just returned from the Middle East," Li Anren remarked, eyeing the near-total wreck of the vehicle. He was aware that someone was after Wang Yulong, having known before the adversaries even took action. Yet, he refrained from informing him immediately, viewing it as a test. After all, his young master had indicated that such opportunities were rare. Should Wang Yulong fall victim to the assassination attempt, it would merely be deemed unfortunate. The global group had no need for inept individuals, especially not foreign ones. Had it not been for Su Lingtian granting him a chance, given his background, he would never have set foot in the global group headquarters. Opportunity and danger coexisted. Surviving would afford him a measure of utility. Unbeknownst to Wang Yulong, the trials set forth by Su Lingtian had only just commenced. "Boss, spare me the jests. Had I not been fortunate, I would have long since met my demise at their hands. All right, follow me." The global group headquarters was not located in the city center. It spanned 66 stories over an area of more than 40,000 square meters, surrounded by 3-meter-high walls, with approximately 70 security personnel stationed within, alongside 24-hour patrols. In addition to the office building, there was a multi-story employee residence. Apart from the office building, which was purchased, all other facilities were constructed by the global group itself. Beneath the employee residence were 2 floors, the lowest of which housed a vast arsenal and training grounds, while the first floor contained provisions. The headquarters was not situated in New York, but in Tris State. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to develop such a facility. Su Lingtian had initially intended to establish the headquarters in New York, but Zhao Ruilong advised against it, resulting in the final decision to locate it away from the financial hub. Wang Yulong followed to an office on the 65th floor. Chapter 25. Your husband is utterly unaware of my sincere intentions. Li Anren sat at the desk, activating the computer, which he soon turned towards Wang Yulong. "Take a look." Initially puzzled, Wang Yulong glanced up at Li Anren before directing his attention to the screen. As he examined the information displayed, his brow furrowed, and as he scrolled the mouse, he felt a jolt upon seeing his own picture. It was a bounty list, and he found himself ranked at number 299, with a reward of $200,000. Even more astonishing was the fact that he recognized the individual ranked 10th. He had encountered her at the West Suburban Manor. If memory served, she was his young masteress sister. This is outrageous. She dares to place a bounty on her? The reward is a staggering $20 million. Moreover, personal details were included beneath it. For instance, his own profile read, a worthless son of a billionaire. Weakness, lecherous, fond of women. Rank, inferior, trash among trash. Easily dealt with by an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Su Lingxian's profile stated, personal information, sister of the behind-the-scenes boss of the global group. Interests, rank. Be prepared to die at any moment. Wang Yulong inhaled deeply. It seemed the information on this list was not entirely accurate. When did he ever express an interest in women? Moreover, that bounty of $200,000? What the hell? Being a rich heir only warranted a mere $200,000? Who do they think they are looking down upon? Boss, what is this? He struggled to comprehend. It appeared he hadn't offended anyone, so why was he on this list? What kind of list was this? To his astonishment, he saw the individual ranked first was a tycoon who sold laundry detergent, with a bounty reaching $1 billion. Damn, if his bounty were that high, wouldn't an entire battalion be dispatched to hunt him down? At this rate, he'd likely already be consorting with the underworld. Upon receiving this information from Zhao Ruilong, Li Anren was equally shocked. Who would have thought that his second miss would appear on such a list? This is an internal ranking of an organization known as the Red Spider Assassins. I have received word that the assassin pursuing you is one of their own. During this time, exercise caution, for the group is lacking in personnel to assist you. Your safety rests solely upon your own shoulders. However, there is no need for trepidation. The audacity of this organization to place the second miss on their list is a grave miscalculation, and the group will not tolerate their reckless behavior. To dare to issue a bounty on the second miss is nothing short of courting death. Li Anren's voice was chilling, his eyes reflecting a palpable aura of menace. As for the one who issued the bounty, he was already aware of their identity. However, that individual is now deceased, leaving the blame to rest squarely upon the Red Spider. In this world, there is room for but a single assassin organization, and that is the Rakshasa. Wang Yulong, observing the murderous glint in Li Anren's eyes, involuntarily swallowed hard. Through this recent assassination attempt, he has come to realize that the global group is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Which organization would construct its headquarters to resemble a military base? Which group would store an arsenal within their vehicles? When he opened the hidden compartment in the car, he was indeed taken aback. MP5s, grenades, RPGs. Are you suggesting this is a legitimate organization? This is nothing short of an arms conglomerate. Yet he harbored no regrets. Rather, he felt a thrill coursing through him. The excitement was palpable. Boss, what can I do? Should I eliminate those scoundrels? Seeing Wang Yulong's eagerness, Li Anren stood and patted his shoulder. You will find your place here. If you wish to avoid the kind of embarrassment we face today, head to the second basement level of the employee building. The group has no need for inefficacy. Train hard, for the young master has high hopes for you. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yulong felt an adrenaline rush surge through him, filling him with vigor and determination. Yes, boss. I assure you I will not disappoint the young master. Very well, go. Wang Yulong nodded and exited the office, his anticipation to reach the second basement level palpable. Though he was unaware of what awaited him there, he was certain it would be a place where he could grow stronger. When curiosity led him to the second basement, he was astonished by the vastness of the space filled with numerous facilities, a shooting range, boxing equipment, and various physical training apparatuses. Contrary to his expectations of desolation, the area was bustling with energy. Dozens of individuals trained vigorously, their bare backs glistening with sweat. As the newcomers entered, all training ceased momentarily, and every eye turned to Wang Yulong before they resumed their workouts, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. A middle-aged man resembling an instructor, with a buzz cut and a robust physique, approached him. You are Wang Yulong? Minister Li sent you? Wang Yulong surveyed the man before him, whose arms were thick and powerful, muscles sharply defined, embodying an immense potential for explosive strength. His abdomen was flat and taut, boasting an array of 8-pack abs akin to neatly stacked bricks, standing at an imposing height of nearly 6.5 feet, exuding a formidable presence. The sheer size of his arms dwarfed Wang Yulong's calves, leaving him with the distinct impression of a fledgling chick facing a hawk. Yes, I am Wang Yulong. Minister Li sent me to train. Train? The man erupted into laughter. You have no idea where you are, do you? I do not. Well, come with me. Since you are here, you will not merely train. You will be staying for a month. Only after a month will you be permitted to leave, just like the others. Everyone here has been recruited from the outside, and after training, they will be dispatched to branches around the world, such as in Tris, Krand, which also happens to be the headquarters of the global group. Venus had just returned home from the city government when he heard a cacophony of distressing sounds emanating from within. The source of the commotion was all too familiar. It was his wife. In that moment, a wave of jealousy washed over him, igniting a fury that clouded his judgment. He kicked the door open, but it did not yield to his force. In the living room, a man and a woman were entangled in a struggle, startled by the sudden noise. Oh shit, your husband Venus is back. I should take my leave, otherwise, he might misunderstand. He has no idea of my good intentions. I merely wish to lend a helping hand and offer you some comfort. The man swiftly gathered his clothes, women's lingerie and a jacket from the sofa, while whispering softly. Venus kicked the door again. The man, clutching the garments, slipped out the back, executing his escape with such smoothness that it suggested he was a frequent visitor, often coming to assist in clandestine endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, in his haste, he dropped a small item from his jacket. Meanwhile, the woman had no time to tidy up. Bang! The door was kicked open, and the woman hurriedly picked up the small piece of lingerie, donning it without a second glance. Reclining provocatively on the sofa, she gazed sultrily at the furious Venus. Darling, you're back. I missed you so much. Come here, I can hardly wait. However, Venus ignored her, scanning the room as if searching for something. Nobody? How could that be? They escaped so quickly? Familiarity with my own home? The deeper he pondered, the darker his expression grew. Not only had he been betrayed, but he also felt as though he was being mocked. Chapter 26. Darling, you scared me. I thought you had found out. Not seeing the man, He reluctantly focused his gaze on his wife. Who was that man? When did this begin? The woman felt a jolt of panic. She realized they could not remain in the living room any longer. Damn it, next time. It would be better to retreat to the bedroom. Venus, what are you talking about? What man? I have no idea what you mean. As Venus was about to respond, his eyes fell upon her attire, igniting a blaze of anger within him. What are you wearing? That is the lingerie of a mistress. The woman looked down in horror. Is it yours? Am I that kind of person? Venus paid her no mind, rummaging through the room until he discovered an item on the floor. Upon recognizing it, his expression darkened ominously. It belonged to a state legislator. Taking a deep breath, he strove to regain his composure, pocketing the item and feigning calmness. He turned to embrace his wife. Darling, I was mistaken. I apologize. I have been overwhelmed with duties lately and am quite fatigued. The woman, believing she had narrowly escaped disaster, smiled and comforted him. Darling, you frightened me. It's all right. As the mayor of Crand, I can understand. The following day, Venus sat in his office with a dark expression, lost in thought. The legislator wielded considerable power, while he was but a humble mayor. Yet, recollecting what he had overheard the day before, he felt a burning desire for vengeance. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Mayor, someone is here to see you. Do not let them in. His mood was exceedingly foul, leaving him no capacity to entertain visitors. They claim they can assist you with your current predicament. If you refuse, I will send them away. Wait, bring them in. I wish to see who dares to speak such words. Before long, Tang Jiao was ushered into the room. He felt a twinge of nervousness. Who could have imagined that he would not only return with zero expenditure, but now stand before the mayor? It felt surreal and exhilarating. This is remarkable. He could boast about this for half a lifetime. After the office was left with just two people, Venus finally raised his head to glance at Tang Jiao. To his surprise, he did not expect to see an Eastern face. You have 5 minutes. Speak your mind. What brings you to me? Tang Jiao remained unhurried as he sat opposite him, retrieving an envelope from his pocket and presenting it. Mr. Mayor, please take a look at this. It should prove somewhat useful to you. Venus opened the envelope, revealing a dozen photographs, each depicting a different pose. Along with a USB drive, the subjects of the photographs were 4 individuals, though not in a single photo together. Some were from the scene on the sofa in the living room yesterday, while others featured him and his lover. As he gazed upon these unsightly images, the color in his face, which had just begun to stabilize, darkened once more to a shade of coal. His eyes bore into Tang Jiao with a murderous intensity. If looks could kill, he would be riddled with wounds at this moment. Are you threatening me? Do you not fear that I might execute you on the spot? Tang Jiao shifted his position casually, his demeanor relaxed. He was clearly not there to court death. No. Mr. Mayor, you misunderstand. I am not here to threaten you, but rather to extend an invitation. Where did these come from? And what do you mean by invitation? Do you happen to have knowledge of the dark web, Mr. Mayor? What? You are affiliated with the dark web? Venus abruptly stood up, startling Tang Jiao, who inwardly marveled at the formidable nature of the organization he had just joined, capable of unnerving a mayor to such an extent. Of course, he was unaware that ordinary individuals could never truly comprehend what the term dark web represented. This intelligence organization, at its inception, had strolled around the corner tower. Yet the other side had been utterly helpless. Had he not been a mayor, engaging only with high-ranking officials, he would have remained oblivious. The other party moved with the ease of someone strolling through their own backyard, which had incensed those above. Initially, Su Bei had not intended to take such measures, but in order to provide cover for the global group, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate tactic. Thus, when the dark web emerged, it sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the world. Venus did not expect that they would seek him out. You work for the East? No. We cherish freedom and only work for ourselves. Rest assured, we are not asking you to betray anyone. We merely require your assistance in handling some minor matters when the need arises. As for the benefits, we can support your gubernatorial aspirations. Of course, if you wish to ascend further, that is also feasible. We would provide you with $50 million annually. Should you have any enemies, we would be more than willing to assist. To demonstrate our sincerity, we can help you eliminate him. Tang Jiao indicated toward the man in the photographs. You may dictate when you wish for him to perish. Truth be told, even he did not believe these words, but he had no choice. He was merely the messenger, articulating what his superiors had instructed him to convey. Whether or not it could be accomplished was a matter for them to consider. Venus gazed at the audacious Tang Jiao, his expression flickering between uncertainty and fury, the memories of yesterday igniting his anger. He resolved to take a gamble. Otherwise, he would remain confined to this position for life. Yet first, he needed to test the other party's strength. Did you just say that I can have him killed whenever I wish? Tang Jiao's heart leapt with joy. Did this mean the other party was inclined to agree? He had never anticipated such a response and had prepared himself to flee at any moment. Indeed, Very well, then. In 10 minutes, I expect to hear of his demise. Not a problem. We'll see the results in 10 minutes. Following this, the two men locked eyes intensely. 5 minutes later, Venus could no longer contain his curiosity. Aren't you going to report this to your superiors? Tang Jiu replied calmly, no need. In truth, he was perplexed as to how he could refrain from reporting. How would the organization know of events here? If no news arrived in 10 minutes, would he not be slapping his own face? Never mind. He would stick to the script, for his superiors had instructed him to remain composed regardless of the duration. Venus hesitated, ultimately falling silent. He wished to witness if the dark web was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, 2 minutes earlier, in Triss' state, a scene of speed and fury unfolded. A black Ford was relentlessly pursuing a luxurious sedan ahead. 2 minutes had already passed and the 10 allotted. Don't drive too fast. Just take him out in 5 minutes. Understood. We are men of our word. If we promise 10 minutes, it shall be 10. After it's done, make sure to handle the roadside cameras. Received. Bang. Bang. They fired sporadically to keep the other driver on edge. Inside the vehicle ahead, the passengers were already cursing. Damn it. Where is he? This individual was none other than the man who had assisted Venus's wife with the plumbing the previous day. 5 minutes later. Time was up. He could die now. No problem. Leave it to me. Then the window rolled down. While speaking, he brandished an RPG out of the window. With a whoosh, a projectile penetrated the back of the other car, flipping it over. Bang. Flames erupted. Chaos ensued on the road, and surrounding drivers were compelled to floor the accelerator in panic. One individual emerged from the Ford, wielding an MP5 in one hand and a camera in the other, eyeing the half-conscious occupants inside. Without a word, he cleared the magazine, disregarding their fates, and once the footage was recorded, he hopped back into the vehicle and sped away. Driver, the authorities are on our tail. It's your turn now. I'll send the video over. It'll be precisely 10 minutes. Simultaneously, a video popped up on Venus's office computer. Chapter 27. Indeed, everything was under the other party's control. The content of the video was precisely what he had hoped to see. He glanced up at the still calm Tang Jiu, his heart brimming with astonishment. How did the other party know of their conversation? Moreover, it had truly taken just 10 minutes. Had it been anyone else, what could they accomplish in 10 minutes? They would likely still be searching for the target. The dark web not only located the individual, but also dealt with him efficiently. The information contained within was extraordinary. Moreover, the audacity of the dark web was evident. Were they to desire his death, what could he do? Tang Jiu remained unaware that Venus had already viewed the video. He only knew that 10 minutes had elapsed. He thought, how is there still no news? Could it have failed? No, I must find a way to escape. With that in mind, he prepared to rise. Observing Tang Jiu's intention to leave, Venus nodded. Indeed, everything lay within the other party's grasp. I see your sincerity. I can agree to join the dark web, but on one condition. If I discover that you are working for the East, I reserve the right to withdraw. Just as Tang Jiu was about to devise a means of escape, upon hearing this, his mind felt as though it might short-circuit. What? You've seen it? The organization truly resolved the matter in 10 minutes? But no matter what, he could now leave openly. A sigh of relief welled up within him. Surely, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the position of counselor. With that, he turned and exited. Venus was left somewhat bewildered. Was that it? Was there no ceremony? Did they not require proof of his joining the dark web? Did they not fear his betrayal? Tang Jiu had one foot out the door when he heard the other person's words, and he couldn't help but chuckle, finding it amusing for no particular reason. Turning around with a blank expression, he gazed at the individual, stating, "You are the evidence yourself. If one could live freely and joyfully, I believe no one would wish for death, would they?" With that, he departed without a backward glance, finally able to release the tension that had been hanging over him. Venus let out a bitter smile, realizing that he had been too simplistic in his thinking. It could be said that once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. Perhaps the moment he contemplated betrayal would be his day of demise. It was not only him, but also his loved ones who might face retribution from the other party. Such scenes were occurring all over the world. What Su Bei desired were these local officials. In this way, many tasks would become considerably more convenient, and it would also facilitate the rapid development of the dark web. With the collaboration of these individuals, the speed could be multiplied several times. Of course, the risks still existed, but they were negligible compared to the pace of development. Su Lin remained completely oblivious to all of this. As long as he was not implicated, and the world's upper echelons did not turn their gaze towards him, Su Bei's antics would matter little. Therefore, he refrained from contacting Su Bei or Robert directly. In the magical city, by the swimming pool, Su Lin reclined on a spacious sun lounger, basking in the sun, while 6 maids clad in bikinis were attending to him, each providing a massage. Ouch, be gentle. Something's covering my face. Half an hour later. All right, let's go swimming. An hour later. I've been lying around at home for too long. It's time to get some activity. You all can return to your duties, and have Butler Long come to see me, he said, waving dismissively at the maids in bikinis. Before long, Butler Long arrived in haste. Young master. Su Lintian reclined back on the lounger. Butler Long, do we have any news from Zhao Ruelong regarding the islands? Young master. 2 hours ago, we received word that 2 small islands have been purchased, located on the far edge of Indonesia. Would you like to go and take a look? Upon hearing that the islands were in Indonesia, Su Lintian pondered for a moment and decided to visit, intending to arrange for some personnel in advance. Does the group have a branch there? Yes, young master. As per your instructions, they are already planning to transport some supplies over first. Once you arrive, they will be ready to commence work. Su Lintian couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of having capable people around. A simple command was all it took. Prepare everything, and we shall depart tomorrow. Also, inform Zhao Ruelong that I want the islands to be dispersed, not all clustered together, just in case someone tries to take them all at once. We don't need many. Aside from the 2 in Indonesia, acquire 8 more to make a nice round number. The sooner we secure these 8 islands, the better. The larger research facilities will be placed on the islands, while the smaller ones will be situated within the smaller nations. He had already formulated a plan. After the trip to Indonesia, he would head to the Middle East. Understood, young master. By the way, that Red Spider assassin organization. Ensure it is eradicated swiftly from the Rus side. We cannot allow them to be lurking under Linger's nose repeatedly. For safety's sake, send a few more people to protect her. Yes, young master. All right, go make the arrangements. I shall soak up the sun a while longer. Chapter 28. The notorious online streamer, Choo Choo Baby, remains missing. The next day, Su Lintian arrived in Indonesia accompanied by 2 bodyguards and Butler Long. As soon as they disembarked from the plane, the personnel from the global group were already waiting. Young master. Su Lintian nodded. Is the boat ready? He had no intention of wasting time here, wanting to set off for the islands directly and finalize arrangements quickly. It is prepared, young master. Would you like to head straight to the port, or do you wish to dine and rest first? We'll eat on the boat. Let's head straight to the islands. I have little time and will leave promptly after completing my business, so you all can get to work. The subordinate who came to pick them up did not inquire further and nodded in agreement. Understood, young master. The group set off in 3 cars directly to the dock. Indonesia was not large, as it was comprised entirely of islands, so the port was quite near. 20 minutes later, a luxurious 3-story yacht came into view. Measuring 128 meters in length, equipped with comprehensive facilities, resembling a floating villa. On board, several bodyguards were already present, patrolling various areas of the vessel to prevent any unwelcome intruders from boarding. Just as Su Lintian intended to board with his entourage, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, brother, are you heading out to sea? Could you take us to that island? The group comprised 2 men and 3 women. The 2 men were holding smartphones, seemingly live streaming. They appeared fair-skinned and well-groomed, dressed in beach shorts, while the 3 women donned white gymnastics outfits, resembling students. The speaker was a man wearing sunglasses, adorned with an expensive-looking mechanical watch. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian merely glanced back without further acknowledgement. Noting his indifference, the 5 attempted to approach but were stopped by the bodyguards. Brother, you're also here for tourism, right? Please help us out. We want to try spending the night on that island. Just drop us off, and we can be friends. My dad is the chairman of Tianhong Real Estate back home. However, no response was forthcoming. The live stream audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, witnessed his embarrassment and began to ridicule him in the comments. Haha, I've never seen Little White Dragon get rebuffed before. He said not to challenge him for a ride. Why not just take his own rented boat? Clearly, he being ignored. I see the other party's status isn't trivial, surrounded by bodyguards, and there are guards on the boat. Little White Dragon, give it up. Your face might be worth something at home, but abroad, who are you? Ha ha ha. Pure bystander. The streamer's ego is too big. Saying your dad is the chairman of Tianhong Real Estate? My father is Zhang laughable. Long brother, just let it go. Sit on your own boat like a good boy. Song Tianhong, observing the comments in the live stream, felt a pang of embarrassment, for as a streamer, one could not afford to lose face before their audience. Otherwise, who would continue to follow him? His streaming style was all about providing enjoyment and showcasing experiences that his viewers could not otherwise see. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, cursing those who hired bodyguards to put on airs. Damn it, back home, who wouldn't he give me a bit of respect? He dared not voice it loudly, only wanting those in the live stream to hear, hoping to salvage some dignity. After all, although he was a wealthy second generation, he was aware that there were always greater heights beyond his reach. There were many he could not afford to offend. Yet, his whispered words were inadvertently overheard by the bodyguard beside Su Lintian. In a swift motion, the bodyguard approached Song Tianhong, seizing his collar, narrowing his eyes with an intimidating glare. Kid, What did you just say? Repeat that. Song Tianhong trembled at the sudden intensity. The three women beside him instinctively stepping back in unison. And nothing, he stammered. Now, he dared not speak further, fearing that any misstep would lead to serious consequences. However, one of the brash companions, oblivious to the danger, felt compelled to defend his friend. Seeing their ally being bullied, the follower stepped forward. With a disdainful look, the man beside Song Tianhong spoke with an unbearably arrogant tone. Humph, just because you hired a couple of bodyguards abroad, you think you can act like a big shot? You dare to touch Tiangu? If you have the guts, come back to our country and let us see what you're made of. Do you know who Tiangu is? The heir of Tianhong Real Estate. Have you ever heard of Tianhong Real Estate? With a market capitalization of 70 billion. If you dare to touch a hair on Brother Tian's head, I assure you, you will regret it immensely. Release Brother Tian at once. Su Lintian paid no heed to the provocateur and boarded the ship with his entourage. He hadn't even had his meal yet. So he had no time to waste on these foolish second-generation heirs. This behavior led them to believe he was intimidated. And just as one was about to utter something more audacious, before he could even open his mouth, slap, the bodyguard sent him crashing into the sea, which was merely 2 steps away. Now he was drenched in the cool waters. Song Tianhong shrank his neck, too intimidated to speak. As for the fool who had fallen into the sea, he could only conclude that he deserved it. Someone so oblivious to the situation, only concerned with flattering others, was someone he wished he could kick into the sea himself. If one must perish, let it be at a distance. Don't drag me down with you. Help! I can't swim. 3 women glanced at Song Tianhong and, without hesitation, rushed over to rescue him. At that moment, a voice boomed from the ship. Come back. Don't delay the young masteress affairs. The bodyguard finally released Song Tianhong, glaring at him as he coldly advised, be cautious with your words in the future. Don't bring trouble upon your own house, you foolish buffoon. With that, he turned and boarded the vessel. It was only when Su Lintian and his companions drove away that Song Tianhong regained his senses, his face flushed with humiliation. This was an utter loss of face. And to make matters worse, it was broadcasted live. What was the difference between this and being ridiculed in a streaming room? It was an absolute disgrace. Yet his adversaries were no ordinary individuals. He felt frustrated, but the audience in the streaming room reveled in the spectacle. So exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. Watching Little by Long boast in the streaming room, and now he hit a snag. The little assistant nearly fed the fish. Ha ha. Just thinking about the host's expression as if he had eaten dung makes me happy. Well done, consider it a reward. And a little heart was sent. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Ha ha ha, brothers, it was a misunderstanding. This was all scripted. The other party is a young master from my circle, and I had to coax him to cooperate. What do you think? Is it believable? The assistant, recently rescued, had regained some composure and chimed in. Yes, this is a script, all prearranged. I know that bodyguard well. That young master is a friend of Brother Tian. His face was swollen, one eye barely open, and his speech was somewhat slurred. His appearance in the streaming room startled everyone. What the heck? Who is this pig demon? Show your true form. Who is this pig head? Where is our brave little assistant? We rescued an ordinary citizen, the renowned online streamer Choo Choo Baby, who is currently missing. Chapter 29, Research Base Number 1. Don't say, if it weren't for the clear slap mark on the little assistant's face, I might have believed Little by Long's nonsense. Giving face is real, not giving face is scripted. Are you bullying a fool? With no strength. Trying to act tough. Now he has almost beaten into a fool. The little assistant isn't just almost. He has already suffered a concussion and taken in water. Ha ha. Watching the barrage of comments, Song Tianhong's face darkened. He could only helplessly pretend not to see and redirect his attention. Brothers, let us embark on today's live streaming adventure, a challenge to spend the night on an island. 2 men and 3 women. Let us see if we can succeed. For those who haven't followed yet, do so now, as I'll be sending out big red envelopes soon. Upon hearing such an exciting challenge, the atmosphere in the streaming room shifted dramatically. Woo, this is great. I love this challenge. More updates, please. Watching other streams makes my eyes uncomfortable. I adore survival on deserted islands, especially overnight. It's thrilling just to think about. The content is too real to divulge. For details, please comment. What does that mean? Please elaborate. Can't elaborate. There's no time. Quickly, get in the car. Hey, I'm not in the car yet. After finishing his meal, Su Lintian stood on the deck of the ship, gazing out at the boundless sea. Without the system, he might have been toiling away at a mundane job, enduring hardships, or laboring in a dim factory, performing repetitive tasks day in and day out, encountering the same faces. After work, he would lie in bed, scrolling through suggestive videos, watching the sweetness of others' love lives, chuckling foolishly at their romances, and then staying up until the early hours, rising before dawn to repeat the same monotonous routine. He would be no different from a robot, merely a human-shaped automaton. Watching videos was akin to recharging himself. Over time, he had grown indifferent to laughter and conversation, developing social anxiety and an aversion to interaction, ultimately aging like a worn-out machine, with no funds for repairs, leading to a lonely retirement, ultimately becoming a handful of dust scattered by the wind. Perhaps this was to be his life, but fortunately, he had acquired the system. His existence had transformed into a vibrant tapestry, filled with dreams and anticipation for the future. Uncertain how long he stood there, the ship arrived at the edge of a small island. They did not approach too closely, as running aground would be troublesome. The bodyguard lowered several small boats, and Su Lin boarded one, arriving at the sandy beach of the island. It was not deserted. Several men were already waiting on the shore. "Master, we've constructed a simple shelter on the island. Let us head there first." Su Lin had no objections, nodding as he followed behind, admiring the scenery along the way, spotting many wild fruits he had never seen before, as well as coconuts. Before long, they arrived at a modest structure built from wood, not large, but approximately 50 to 60 square meters. Inside, there were some provisions and fresh water. Beside the house were several machines needed for constructing the research base. "Master, this is just a portion. By evening, we'll transport over 20 various machines and materials for building the research base. What plans do you have for this island?" Su Lin looked out of the window towards the outside. It was quite nice here, with a pleasant view. He briefly entertained the idea of building a grand estate here, but decided against it for now. All research bases should be constructed underground, with only a few simple structures above. Furthermore, the Su family's food supply could come from here, and they could procure a batch of helicopters for transport. Using boats was too slow. "Master, our group's aviation company has helicopters, and we have a partnership with an aircraft manufacturing plant, granting us priority purchasing rights. Currently, our aviation company has a total of 2,000 civil helicopters worldwide." "Civil? Can we acquire military ones?" Su Lin inquired, his excitement palpable. The differences between military and civilian assets were self-evident. "Yes, master. The group holds this purchasing right, and thus far, in the dark web, we have 5,000 local officials under our command, albeit with considerable differences in their ranks. Mr. Su Bei intends to take significant measures in this regard, facilitating our future operations worldwide." Su Lin felt assured with Su Bei. Otherwise, the dark web would not have been entrusted to him. In the future, all civilian helicopters will be concentrated in Asia, Europe, and America, with Asia accounting for 50%, America for 30%, and Europe for 10%, while the remaining 10% will be distributed across other continents. In stark contrast, military helicopters will be procured in bulk, with a total of 600 units primarily stationed in Africa, where 80% will be allocated, 10% to the Middle East, and the remaining 10% spread across other continents. Apart from the offshore research bases, the majority will be situated in Africa, a region characterized by vast lands and sparse populations, where tribal communities facilitate easier control. As for the Middle East, a biological research base will be established there, given its ample human resources. Additionally, instructions will be conveyed to the dark web operatives to infiltrate Africa once the research base is operational. It is imperative that we receive immediate intelligence regarding any disturbances in the area. "Understood, young master. If there are no further matters, you may return to your duties." Once everyone had departed, Su Lin prepared to commence his tasks. Although these individuals were all released from his spatial domain, their presence here felt somewhat obstructive. He waved his hand, summoning 300 bodyguards, 2,000 various construction workers, and 80 chefs in batches. After ensuring all personnel were organized, he called upon the man who had come to the island to meet him. "Young master, do you have any instructions?" "What is your name?" "Young master, my name is Su Qing." Su Lin nodded, committing the name to memory. "Excellent. This base will be designated as Base 1, and you shall be its overseer. I trust you will not disappoint me." Su Qing was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, never having anticipated such a significant responsibility. "Yes, I assure you, young master. I will not betray your expectations and will defend the base's security with my life. You are aware of the construction requirements here. I need not elaborate further. I will simply say one word: swiftly. Complete the project with utmost speed and ensure it is operational. If you require anything, request it from the group." "Understood, young master." Su Lin did not linger on the island for long. As the sun set, he departed by boat. His next visit would coincide with the completion of the research base, as the researchers had yet to be arranged. Chapter 30 unfolds within a classroom, where the atmosphere is less than ideal, compounded by the presence of surveillance cameras. The morning sun casts its golden rays upon the pathways of Jiangsheng No. 1 High School. As dawn breaks, sunlight filters through the classroom windows, illuminating the space as Su Lintao rubbed his eyes and entered. He had been residing at the school for several days, not for any particular reason, but out of sheer laziness to commute. Had it not been for the evening study sessions, he might have returned to his villa. The Koenigsegg Jesko parked at the school was gathering dust. Clearly, he could not adhere to his elder brother's advice of solely focusing on academics. He resolved to forego evening study sessions. While lost in thought, a shadow obscured the sunlight, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air, prompting him to involuntarily inhale. Yi Xini observed this scene, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. In a soft voice, she asked, "Lintao, have you had breakfast? Here, I brought this for you." Su Lintao looked up, only then realizing that Yi Xini stood beside him. Her face flushed as she gazed at him. Her cherubic visage, fair and delicate, tempted him to reach out and pinch her cheeks. "Thank you, beautiful Xini. I shall devour this breakfast, even if it means bursting." In that moment, Yi Xini perceived a transformation in him. He had become more self-assured, and his words had taken on a sweetness that made her heart flutter. "You've changed, Lintao," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Su Lintao, oblivious to her words, watched as she returned to her seat, her ears flushed, contemplating her demeanor. He pulled out his phone and sent her a message, though it seemed she did not check it, as there was no reply even by the time of morning reading. Shortly thereafter, the classroom resonated with their melodious reading voices, akin to a beautiful symphony. After half an hour, the morning reading concluded. Su Lintao gazed at the silhouette seated at her desk, deep in thought. His elder brother had scrutinized her background and given her a high commendation. Curiosity about this young lady's family background began to swell within him. He waved to summon Su Hong, who had been dispatched by Su Lintian as a male spy. Upon noticing his young master calling, Su Hong hurried over, whispering, "Third young master, do you need anything? Please investigate Yi Xini's family background." Su Hong chuckled at the request. "Third young master, we had already gathered information about her on our first day here. However, we refrained from disclosing our identities, so we did not inform you. Miss Yi hails from a prestigious family in Jiangqing. Her father is the chairman of the Yi Group, her uncle serves as the director of the Education Bureau. And the Yi Group currently boasts a market value of approximately 180 billion, encompassing a wide array of fields, including a partnership with Longting Shipping Group. Her grandfather is a retired official at the ministerial level, and her older brother currently serves as a captain in the military, on a mission in the Middle East. Upon his return, he is expected to attain the rank of major." Su Lintao was taken aback. This was the information they had. His curiosity deepened, wondering what other secrets his elder brother kept from him and what his true identity was. It was impossible for him to be merely a domestic official. Otherwise, how could he possess such wealth? If he were simply a rich man, how could he be so well informed about military affairs? Even more astonishing was the revelation that the girl who had confessed to him, who was easily flustered, came from such an influential background. Her grandfather was a retired minister. After all, it left him astounded that his elder brother was fully aware of this, having knowledge of her family background, yet still speaking as he did. He felt an urge to exclaim, "Brother, have you established a kingdom overseas? Have you become a prince?" Ultimately, it mattered little. He and Yi Xini harbored mutual affections. Moreover, she had previously masqueraded as a girl from an ordinary family. No, even now, she continued to disguise herself, likely fearing that he would deem himself unworthy upon discovering her true identity. What an endearing girl she was. The entire morning passed in silence. Su Lintao remained lost in thought, while Yi Xini attentively listened to the lecture, as if normalcy had resumed. During the lunch break, he finally received a reply from Yi Xini. Glancing at his phone, he felt her joy emanating from her message even without being face to face. "Are we going out tonight?" "Of course, I'm free." She had not inquired about the purpose of their outing nor mentioned the evening study sessions. This left Su Lintao puzzled. She was a wealthy heiress, while he was merely a boy from a humble background. Before confessing, he had considered himself just an average-looking guy, neither particularly handsome nor unattractive. Why would someone like her be interested in him? "Then shall we go watch a movie tonight? Don't leave after school this afternoon." It took her 3 minutes to respond. "Is that really okay? Can I truly go to the movies with you?" Su Lintao imagined her cautious demeanor and surprised expression, feeling an urge to slap himself for having previously rejected such an adorable girl. "All right, it's settled then. There are some things I need to discuss with you." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Yi Xini gazed at her phone screen, her smile uncontainable. Her cheeks flushed a ripe peach hue as she dove beneath her covers, her face beaming with joy. "What has happened to you, Xiaoxin? What could it possibly be? Surely, she is merely missing her husband." "Xiaoxin, are you running a fever again? Should we call Lin Tao to carry you to get an injection?" Hearing these words amidst the silence, Yi Xini emerged from her blankets, her bangs slightly disheveled. "Oh dear. Could you all stop teasing me every day? It's truly annoying. I'm ignoring you now. I'm going to take a nap." However, slumber evaded her. The moment she closed her eyes, She found herself longing for the words Su Lin Tao might say to her. An afternoon that used to pass in the blink of an eye now felt like an agonizing eternity. As the school bell rang, Yi Sini felt an inexplicable mix of anticipation and anxiety. One by one, her classmates left the classroom. Her friends, observing her unperturbed demeanor, inquired, "Xiaoxin, why are you still sitting there like a fool? Let's go eat." "Ah, you all go ahead. I'll just finish this problem," she replied. Su Lin Tao, with a smile gracing his face, gazed at her. "Oh, I wondered why Xiaoxin seemed so happy at noon. Now it all makes sense." Realizing that Su Lin Tao had not left either, her friends finally reacted. "You guys are incorrigible. If you're short on money, we can pitch in. It's inappropriate to do this in class, especially with cameras around. Forget it. It's just a thrill, we understand. Just remember to cover the camera." One robust girl suddenly leaned toward Yi Sini and whispered, "Xiaoxin, do you want us to stay and help you restrain Lin Tao? I fear he might escape given your petite stature." "Ah, what are you all thinking? It's not like that." Yi Sini quickly waved her hands in denial. Her friends were truly audacious in their speculations. "All right, I understand. We'll take our leave then. Lin Tao, if you dare to resist our Xiaoxin, you'll regret it." Su Lin Tao's smile instantly faltered, his lips twitching slightly. What a fierce threat. Chapter 31. If you don't want it, then don't force me. What is this? To think they all reside in the same dormitory, yet the disparity is so stark. Images of sheep among wolves flashed involuntarily in her mind, with Yi Sini as the innocent lamb. Once the classroom was left with just the two of them, Su Lin Tao finally stood up and approached her, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair, a gesture so intimate that it caused her to retract her neck, her body stiffening, her mind blank. Seeing her unresponsive, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "What are you thinking? Let us go. It's still early. We can grab a meal and then go shopping." Yi Sini nodded slightly. As they descended the stairs side by side, the setting sun cast long shadows that intertwined. The teaching building was a mere 5-minute walk from the school gate. Su Lin Tao broke the silence. "Why have you concealed your identity?" He merely wished to be honest, yet who could have known? Upon hearing this, Yi Sini stumbled over her words, turning to grasp his arm. "No, it's not what you think. Please let me explain. I didn't mean to deceive you. Even my friends are unaware of my identity. Truly, I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to feel distant from me because of it. I promise I won't do this again." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, tears welling in her eyes. Su Lin Tao felt a pang of sympathy, wondering how their conversation had turned to tears. He hurried to comfort her. All right, don't cry. I'm not angry with you." He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I only wanted to be honest. I should be the one apologizing. My initial rejection was out of necessity. We come from a rural background." He gazed skyward, sighing. How could one of humble means dare to enter the realm of opulence? With empty sleeves, how could one dare to pursue a fair maiden? Yi Sini quickly shook her head. "No, I don't care." Su Lin Tao chuckled, genuinely amused. "Do you really think your family would agree?" "They will. I'll persuade them. If they don't agree, I'll..." All right, I believe you. I just wanted to clarify that my earlier rejection was not due to a lack of affection, but rather fear of holding you back. Perhaps it was fate. My brother gave me the courage to like you." Yi Sini's heart raced. Then what about now? Just as she was about to confess again, Su Lin Tao spoke first. He took her hand, his gaze steady as he declared, "I like you, Yi Sini. Will you be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing these words, her face flushed instantly, filled with joy and happiness. She sniffled, nodded vigorously, and smiled, "I will." Su Lin Tao beamed, taking her hand. "Let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious." The sun bathed them in its golden glow, as if draping them in a shimmering veil of warmth and tranquility. Outside the security room, a guard pulled out a stool to sit, observing a Koenigsegg Jesko, now adorned with fallen leaves and dust. What a waste. Such a fine sports car left here to gather dust. "Hey, you little rascals, what are you doing? Taking pictures is one thing, but why are you going inside? Haven't you noticed? If you scratch it, you'll be in trouble for life. Hurry up and leave." The guard turned back to fetch a feather duster from the security room, approaching the car to gently brush away the leaves and dust. I wonder if the young master has forgotten about this car. Just as he thought of the young master, he looked up to see Su Lin Tao holding Yi Sini's hand, approaching. The guard was filled with excitement. "Young master, you're here? I thought you had forgotten the car. Are you heading out?" He hastened his movements. This scene left Su Lin Tao both amused and exasperated. Those 2 cigarettes were indeed worth it. Not only were they cleaning the dust and leaves, but they were also securing the barriers. Yi Sini, meanwhile, was puzzled and slightly shocked. "Why does the guard call you young master? This car can't possibly belong to you, right?" "I'll explain later," he replied. "Thank you, uncle. But it's all right. A little dust is nothing to worry about." "Oh, how could I? I have nothing better to do," he said, reaching out to pick up the last leaf from the car and move the barrier aside. Su Lin Tao retrieved the keys, opening the scissor doors. and waved to Yesenia, who stood in a daze. Xiaoxin, come here quickly. Bewildered, she climbed into the passenger seat. This was her first ride in a supercar. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it. She simply preferred riding in a Rolls-Royce. However, sitting in the passenger seat next to Su Lintao was a different matter altogether. The roar of the supercar echoed throughout the school entrance. Onlookers along the roadside turned their heads, filled with envy as they beheld the sleek vehicle. The boys envied Su Lintao in the driver's seat, while the girls envied Yesenia in the passenger seat, each wishing, how wonderful it would be if I were inside. Meanwhile, on a bustling street, a marketplace teeming with people buzzed with life. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, sending the crowd scattering in panic. A young man in his 20s clutched his arm, stumbling through the chaos toward a nearby building that resembled a military camp, albeit far more modest, guarded by 2 soldiers at the entrance. His long-sleeve shirt was already soaked with blood, and his pallid complexion indicated a significant loss of blood. Without prompt medical attention, he would soon succumb to shock from excessive hemorrhaging. Behind him, a dozen armed militants wielding AK-47s pursued him relentlessly. Ignoring the crowd, they opened fire indiscriminately. In this place, human life was as inconsequential as straw. Stop. This is private property. Outsiders are not permitted to step foot here. Just as the man intended to flee forward, he was obstructed by a burly soldier, whose demeanor radiated an unmistakable warning to keep his distance. Brother, please allow me to take refuge for just one night. I will depart by morning. I can offer you money, just for one night. The soldier was about to refuse when someone from the rear approached and whispered a few words into his ear, causing the soldier's expression to soften considerably. He waved his hand, saying, "You may enter." The pursuing armed men, witnessing the target enter the building, approached the soldier, forced to adopt a submissive stance. "Hello. That person just now is wanted by our boss. Can you hand him over to us? Rest assured, our boss will reward you handsomely." However, the response they received was death. Bang! A bullet struck the man's forehead, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fell to the ground, his face contorted with incredulity. It was as if he were saying, "What the hell? If you don't want to give him up, then why kill me?" Chapter 32, Research Base Number 2. The armed personnel, gazing at their fallen leader, succumbed to exhaustion, sweat pouring down their faces as they were overwhelmed with dread. They were uncertain about their surroundings. For those who knew were already dead. Their captain, a formidable figure, had audaciously attempted to negotiate for a person. Now, it had backfired spectacularly. Not only had they failed to secure the individual, but they had also lost one of their own. Go back and tell your boss that if he wants someone, he should come himself. Anyone who dares to utter another word here will meet the same fate, the soldier snarled, stepping over the corpse. The group, too terrified to hesitate, nodded vigorously and fled hastily. Why the rush? Take him away, it's bad luck. The soldier kicked the corpse toward them. In the area behind the soldier, within the research facility, Su Lintao was accompanied by a man clad in military attire, who would become the future head of this base. After touring the newly constructed research facility, which was modest in size, comparable to a football field, he deemed it sufficient. Excellent, very good. There are no issues with the warlords here, right? Let us hope they don't turn on you. Rest assured, sir, he has already joined the dark web, and both of his 2 deputies are our spies. Moreover, 90% of the bodyguards surrounding him are our people. Should he entertain any treacherous thoughts, we will be able to neutralize the situation immediately. Su Lintao nodded, satisfied. However, this arrangement rendered the dark web less pure, transforming it from a mere intelligence organization into something more complex, which would undoubtedly increase the pressure on Su Bei. It seemed necessary to establish another organization to segregate these elements. He then waved to release 48 various biological research specialists, along with 96 assistants, 100 bodyguards, and 12 chefs. When the bodyguards donned military uniforms, they would effectively become soldiers. Observing the group of research experts in their 40s, he couldn't ascertain their prowess. But the system's rewards suggested they would not be lacking. From now on, you will focus on your respective fields of expertise. However, I must caution you against delving into uncertain matters. I do not wish for your work to herald the apocalypse. Sermon, this will henceforth be Research Base Number 2. You shall be in charge. Fulfill their requests to the best of your ability. Yes, sir. I will ensure full cooperation. Good. This responsibility is now yours. Expedite the research. Exiting the research base, Butler Long had been waiting outside for quite some time. Young master, the individual has been rescued. Their injuries are not severe, but they have lost a significant amount of blood and remain unconscious, currently not in any life-threatening condition. The research base, established here, would be aware of any disturbances within a 100-mile radius. The dark web would be fully informed, including the pursuit of the individual. Their ability to reach this place was partly due to the dark web's assistance. Even if they had not made it, Su Lin would not allow them to perish. After all, they might be relatives in the future. As long as they survive, have they rescued the person they came for? He was fully aware of their intentions and the reason for the pursuit. But he was taken aback by the audacity of this individual who had bravely held the rear while allowing his teammates to retreat. They have safely left the wild gate. Our people observed their departure, but the losses were substantial. 18 entered, and along with him, only 8 managed to escape. Who were they? Such audacity to abduct important individuals must have some backing. An armed faction of modest size, numbering around 200 to 300, cannot compare to the warlord under the Dark Web's command. However, you were correct, sir. The individual is the nephew of the neighboring warlord's leader. Su Lin was taken aback. Had they sent their nephew to plant a flag? It seemed the abduction of that important individual was indeed the leader's scheme. Ensure that they are eliminated to avenge the 10 valiant soldiers who fell. As for the neighboring warlord, we shall spare them as long as they do not provoke us. A single dominant force is never a good thing. Inform Sermon that once the individual awakens, he is to be sent away. Understood, sir. Prepare for our visit to the global group headquarters in a few days. By the way, what is the third young master currently doing? He almost forgot about his younger brother. He wondered if he had made any progress. Yi Sini was indeed a fitting match for him, in terms of both family background and charm, but his brother's character still needed refinement. Most importantly, the two seemed to have a mutual attraction. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Young master, the third young master is currently out shopping with Miss Yi, and it seems they have confirmed their relationship. Butler Long replied with a smile. Su Lin suddenly felt a twinge of envy. While he was laboring abroad, his younger brother was enjoying a day out with his girlfriend. He decided to dismiss the thought. Once he returned from the United States, he could afford to take some time off and explore the beautiful landscapes of his homeland. Additionally, Butler Long, please inform Su Bei to seek out potential candidates for a future wife for me while I am in the country. I want to review the profiles upon my return from the U.S. It is time for the Su family to expand its lineage. By the time he left the Blue Star, his son would likely be in his teenage years, just the right age to start on the path to success. He envisioned having a dozen or so children, entrusting the responsibilities of colonization to them, while he could enjoy a more leisurely existence. Of course, this was merely his imagination. Reality often unfolded differently. Yes, young master. I will notify him immediately to compile the information as swiftly as possible. It was evident that Butler Long was equally pleased. For them, the young master was akin to a prince, the heir to the dynasty, and thus the sooner the better. Upon receiving this news, Su Bei promptly took charge, urging the domestic members to spring into action. The details were straightforward, but the subtleties of lifestyle and personality required careful observation and discernment to avoid tarnishing the young master's reputation. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Encounter with Principal Wang. The Wild Gate ranked as the 6th warlord, controlling 2 provinces with a total military strength of 200,000. However, despite their apparent wealth of 200,000 troops, only a mere 150,000 possessed true combat capability. Yet, even so, such a meager armed force was not one to provoke. It was precisely due to their impoverished state that the Dark Web managed to effortlessly subdue them and compel their allegiance. Within a residence no larger than a villa, Connor was perusing reports from various locales, his brow furrowed in contemplation, though it relaxed moments later. Alas, the inadequacy of strength weighed heavily upon him, and his jurisdiction was plagued by destitution. He did not consider himself a virtuous man, his hands stained with blood. Yet who among the warlords could claim to build bridges without a trail of corpses? Among the multitude of warlords, he deemed himself the most benevolent, at least refraining from exploiting the populace for his own amusement. Having once walked a similar path, he understood their plight. They were all of the same root. So why hasten the infighting? However, since joining the Dark Web, his circumstances had improved significantly. Just as he was lost in thought, an aide entered the room. General, we have received orders from the Dark Web to eliminate the armed faction holed up in Samo City. Connor felt a pang of confusion. Those individuals were not to be trifled with, as their leader was the nephew of a neighboring warlord, a formidable opponent, and he was reluctant to provoke them. At least not at this juncture. Otherwise, he would not have allowed them to wreak havoc in his territory, provided they did not possess heavy weaponry. Otherwise, he would have eradicated them without hesitation. However, now that the Dark Web had issued a command, disobedience was not an option, for he himself was a part of that organization. This entity was not to be underestimated. It was omnipresent, even operating freely within the United States. It was precisely for this reason that he had chosen to align himself with them. Moreover, he had secured financial assistance amounting to a staggering $2 billion. One can only imagine the immense wealth of the Dark Web. Very well, I understand. They number only a few hundred. Deploy a regiment to eliminate them. Also, ensure that the border forces remain vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. Yes, the deployment of a regiment against a few hundred armed individuals, particularly without heavy weaponry, was hardly a daunting task. In Samo City, the very ground they occupied was likely emboldened by familial ties, leading them to act with impunity. Confident that Connor would not dare to retaliate, this audacity manifested in brazen street executions and even in their audacious demand for personnel at Su Lintian's secondary base, clearly underestimating the consequences of their actions. Boom! A cannon fired, striking the armed headquarters, with splintering as the revelers were thrown into disarray. Who dares to bomb us? Are they seeking death? Report. Boss, we are surrounded. It is Connor's men. The soldiers, gripped by panic, trembled uncontrollably, perhaps only then realizing they were on enemy territory. Damn it, how dare he? Does he not fear war with my uncle? The moment the words left his lips, gunfire erupted outside. A cacophony that felt like a retort to his bravado. Quick, call my uncle for help. Damn it, today I will put an end to that bastard Connor. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, his head was blown apart by his own aide. Foolishness. You think your uncle will come to your aid? Do you not see who stands behind Connor? Do you think your uncle dares to act? If he does, he will meet the same fate as you. Everyone, the leader is dead. Lay down your arms and submit to General Connor. Any resistance will be met with ruthless extermination. Witnessing their leader's demise at the hands of his aide, the remaining members dropped their weapons, devoid of any inclination to resist. After all, it was no joke. The enemy had infiltrators among them, and even if they wished to fight back, they were on hostile ground. The few hundred armed men had been decimated, losing fewer than 100, including their leader, thus swiftly dismantling the group. It was no wonder the adage "capture the leader first" held true. Speed was of the essence. Connor's aide was not taken aback, for he knew Connor had not underestimated these individuals. He had already infiltrated them. Upon receiving the news, Connor's expression remained neutral. The outcome was inevitable. Now, it was merely a matter of whether the uncle would dare to make a move. However, to his surprise, for 2 consecutive days, there were no signs of retribution for his nephew's demise. 2 days later, Su Lintian departed from the Middle East, heading to Clan City, the headquarters of the global group. The sole purpose of this journey was to dispense funds. Shortly after the convoy exited the airport, they encountered an accident. A LaFerrari was rear-ended by a black Ford, with a war god GTR parked nearby. Young master, should we have them moved? Zhao Ruolong, seated beside Su Lintian, inquired softly. This is your first inspection of the group. We cannot afford to leave a negative impression. Su Lintian watched with keen interest as the recent mishap unfolded. A person emerged from the GTR, seemingly intent on confronting the situation. Clearly, the Ford's actions were deliberate. Sure enough, several armed youths disembarked from the Ford. Are they looking to make a purchase without payment? Seeking targets on the road? The individual who had just exited the GTR was taken aback and attempted to retreat into the vehicle, only to be kicked to the ground. Damn it, if you don't want to be shot, just stand there. Principal, what should we do? Qin Shaohai, who had just been knocked down, rubbed his backside and shuffled closer to Principal Wang, who had just exited the Ferrari, offering a wry smile. What terrible luck I've had today, encountering such brash youths. They too have handguns, but in this situation, even before I could draw mine, I'd be turned into a sieve. Principal Wang, observing the armed youths, whispered, Do not be afraid. Let us see what they want. What do you want? Let us talk this over. If it's money you seek, I'll give you this car, and I can part with my cash as well. Enough nonsense. Hand over the money and your bank card. At that moment, one of them produced a POS machine from his backpack. Now that is professionalism. Su Lintian, seated in a Rolls Royce, widened his eyes at the sight. Such meticulousness. Carrying a POS machine, truly impressive. One could easily envision that as soon as the transaction was completed, someone would be withdrawing cash from the bank. Stealing a glance at Principal Wang, a prominent figure known for his numerous romantic entanglements, yet possessing a commendable moral compass, Su Lintian thought it unacceptable to allow outsiders to bully them. Something had to be done. Zhao Ruolong nodded, instructing the bodyguards following them. Moments later, from 4 Range Rovers, over a dozen individuals emerged, each brandishing an MP5. The occupants of the roadside vehicles, witnessing this, either fled or pressed the accelerator to the floor, trembling within their cars. The assailants, still intent on using the POS machine, instinctively recoiled at the sudden gunfire. Just as they contemplated retaliation, they turned to see a throng of muscular men, each armed with an MP5. With their meager handguns, they hadn't even fired twice before becoming targets themselves. They hastily scrambled back into the Ford, abandoning the POS machine and fleeing. Such audacity was matched only by their instinct for self-preservation. In simpler terms, they were bullies who cowered before strength. Chapter 34, Damn it. The enemy still has reinforcements. Su Lintian harbored an intense disdain for these individuals, not for any trivial reason, but because he had encountered them on 2 previous occasions. particularly the first time, in the shopping mall, when he felt closest to death. After all, there were few bodyguards nearby, and he was unarmed. Had they been deranged enough to seek his demise, he would have likely been injured, if not killed. Is there a problem here that you can resolve? He turned to Zhao Ruilong, aware that the dark web had been infiltrating relentlessly during this period, yet uncertain of the extent of their operatives. Rest assured, young master. This is the group headquarters, and the dark web has permeated this area significantly. As long as it isn't a mass slaughter, we can handle it with ease. Understanding the young master's boredom, he added, I have arranged for a helicopter to entertain you today, as a humble gesture of welcome. Zhao Ruilong smiled affirmatively. As the headquarters of the global group, this place could not afford to be careless. The dark web had infiltrated military and political realms, effectively making the global group the local sovereign. At that moment, the sound of rotors echoed from the distance, revealing a helicopter adorned with the logo of Fabrel. Su Lintian approached Principal Wang, the renowned figure who now faced the indignity of being robbed. What do you say? Care for a game? Principal Wang swallowed hard. Although he was unaware of the identity of the man before him, the entourage of armed bodyguards wielding MP5s and the helicopter's arrival left him astounded. The insignia on the helicopter indicated that this was no ordinary encounter, piquing his curiosity about the game Su Lintian had in mind. Thank you for rescuing us. What game do you speak of? Have you ever played in Los Santos? Just then, the helicopter descended onto an empty highway, the road having been cleared by Fabrel under the pretense of pursuing terrorists. Su Lintian was the first to board the helicopter, waving at Principal Wang before turning to Qin Shaohai, who was uncertain of what to do. You should join us too. Qin Shaohai beamed with joy. After all, had Su Lintian not invited him, he would have never dared to make a request. In his home country, he held a certain status, but abroad, he was merely a wealthy second-generation heir. They boarded the helicopter, and their eyes widened at the sight of the crates below, alongside an RPG launcher. Is this really happening? As the helicopter ascended, it pursued the Ford vehicle below. The occupants of the Ford, noticing they were no longer being chased, slowed their speed. Damn it. We were so close to a fortune. Whatever, let's see if we can find other prey on the way back. Hey, there's Fabrel behind us. Where? Are you seeing things, Eni? F. Are your eyes in your butt? Look up. Hurry, they're closing in. Eni, the anxious blonde, slapped the back of the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Su Lintian remained unperturbed, picking up the RPG launcher and opening the crate at his feet. He loaded it, hoisted it onto his shoulder, aimed, and fired. A whoosh echoed as a massive explosion erupted below, regrettably missing its target. What a pity, I missed, but this is the thrill of it. He then turned to Principal Wang and his companion, who were sweating profusely and sitting rigidly, gazing at him with a mix of awe and fear. Their thoughts screamed, is he serious? Does he truly believe this is Los Santos? Although they occasionally played with guns at the club, that was a far cry from this situation. To them, this was indistinguishable from warfare, merely a matter of one party attacking while the other could not retaliate. What are those expressions for? I brought you along for a game. Why are you sitting there like statues? Principal Wang chuckled nervously. Brother, is it really safe for us like this? We won't be mistaken for terrorists, will we? Su Lintian suddenly realized their concern. He chuckled. How could such clever individuals be so dim-witted? Terrorists? We are the ones capturing them. They not only refuse to surrender, but dare to fight back. Did you see the insignia on the helicopter? We are Fabrel now. Why are you still dawdling? Do you not wish to participate? His words seemed to ignite a spark in the two men, their faces transforming with excitement. If they still did not comprehend after such clarity, he would have no choice but to eject them from the helicopter. All right, brother, just watch us. Those terrorists won't escape. We, Fabrel, will never relent. Then, one missile became three. The occupants of the Ford stared in horror at the three projectiles with white trails hurtling towards them. Their minds went blank. This isn't how you play. We were merely attempting a robbery. Deploying a helicopter is one thing, but firing missiles? Those aware of the heist might think it was a robbery. Those unaware would surely assume they were facing terrorists. After 2 rounds, even if the missiles failed to strike, the shockwaves shattered the glass, leaving the driver in a state of panic. He wanted to weep. Was it really necessary for a simple robbery? Boom. At a fork in the road, a white sedan veered onto the main lane, driving in front of the Ford. The driver, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, scoffed at the absurdity of capturing terrorists. What a joke. They think they can fool me. Taking the longer route is unnecessary. This way is much closer. Boom. The previously dismissive driver was suddenly engulfed in flames. Su Lintian watched in astonishment as the car exploded into smithereens, wondering when he had become so accurate. A direct hit, albeit not on the intended Ford. Principal Wang and his companion gaped, drenched in sweat. Oh no, brother hit the wrong target. Su Lintian, feeling awkward under their astonished gaze, sheepishly rubbed his nose, and said with mock seriousness, "Damn it, the enemy had reinforcements." "Ah, yes, brother is right. How dare they send reinforcements? It's utterly detestable." The driver of the Ford, seeing the car ahead erupt in flames, hastily swerved. Subsequently, he crashed against the highway guardrail and came to a halt. The occupants stumbled out, raising their hands in surrender. Seeing them exit the vehicle, Lin Feng shouted, "Be careful, the enemy is about to counterattack." With that, he pulled the trigger, sending a missile flying towards them. "Damn it, Fabrel, I curse you." Boom. Silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 35. Witness his 3 heads and 6 arms. Or just 1 head and 2 arms. For Principal Wang and his companion, Lin Feng's audacious antics had become a common occurrence. However, their curiosity about his true identity had only intensified. This was brazen conduct indeed. To achieve such feats abroad, he must not be a nobody back home. Yet they could not fathom who this formidable individual could be. "Disembark, you'll see them back shortly." "Understood, young master." Lin Feng set down the launcher and turned to Principal Wang and his companion, cautioning, "The foreign environment is perilous. Be vigilant, lest you fall into danger." "Brother speaks wisely. May I ask your name, and if you could share your contact information? I wish to express my gratitude upon our return home." The helicopter landed on the highway, where Zhao Ruilong stood by the car, with bodyguards strategically placed, vigilant of their surroundings. Lin Feng leapt from the helicopter, glancing back to say, "I am Lin Feng. As for your contact information, you will discover it in due time." He then turned and entered a Rolls-Royce, heading toward the group headquarters, with bodyguards swiftly following suit. Principal Wang felt a twinge of envy as he observed the scene before him. Truly, this was the epitome of a powerful individual, the quintessential second-generation elite. The bodyguards, the commanding presence, the esteemed rankings. When compared to this, he felt utterly insignificant. As the airplane ascended once more, it whisked them back to their vehicles. Watching the helicopter fade into the distance, the road gradually returned to normalcy. At that moment, Principal Wang received a text message, revealing the contact information of Lin Feng. "Principal, have you heard of a certain individual in the country?" "Lin Feng? I have no recollection," he replied, puzzled. Qin Shaohai scratched his head, struggling to remember any notable figure by that name. Principal Wang glanced at the message on his phone and looked up with a serious expression. "I haven't heard of him either, but there is someone close to him whom I know." "Who is it?" "Zhao Ruilong, the chairman of the global group." Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's vehicle, he was engrossed in scrolling through short videos on his phone. "Is everything ready?" he inquired. Zhao Ruilong nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes. It is all set." Without further questioning, they continued to watch the videos in silence. In Jiangcheng, a sprawling Sioux-style courtyard covering 3,000 square meters awaited. At its heart lay an artificial mountain and fish pond, complete with a cascading waterfall, enveloped in mist. Koi danced beneath the lotus leaves, presenting a picturesque scene reminiscent of southern Jiangnan, breathtaking in its beauty. In a modest kitchen of merely 40 square meters, Yisini busied herself with preparations. An elderly man stood nearby, watching her with a gentle smile. "My precious granddaughter, what are you busy with? Let Grandpa help you." Yisini wiped the sweat from her brow. "Grandpa, I'm making milk tea." "How did you get in here?" The elder looked puzzled. "Sinny, if you wanted milk tea, I could have sent someone to buy it for you. Look at this mess. You've been working all morning." Gazing at the disordered kitchen, he lamented. "What a chore you've taken on." "I'm making it for." "Ah, Grandpa, you're trying to pry into my affairs again. I'm ignoring you." With that, she took out a sugar meter, checked the sweetness level, and upon achieving the desired value, her face finally brightened as she poured the prepared milk tea into a cup and packaged it. The old man approached. "Is it ready?" "Let Grandpa taste it." "Humph, not for you. If you want some, wait until tomorrow. I have things to do, so please have someone clean up the kitchen." As Yisini hurriedly departed, the old man felt quite vexed. It was as if someone was whisking away his granddaughter right before his eyes. "Little mouse," he called out. And soon a man in his 40s with a dark expression rushed in. "Old sir, I'm Xiao Haozi. Did you call for me?" Having been at the side of the Yi family elder for over a decade, he had never once been addressed correctly, though accustomed to it. The title still made him feel as if he had stolen rice from the household. Is Xiao Sini in a relationship? It seems that's the case. It's her classmate who previously rejected her confession. The elder's face darkened immediately. Even rabbits don't graze near their burrows. Rejected, and now they are together? Is my precious granddaughter merely a plaything? Little rascal, I want to see if you possess the strength of 3 men or merely 2 arms. Tell Yi Zhongwu to prepare for my 70th birthday tomorrow, and make sure Sini brings that boy back with her. I want to see who has bewitched my granddaughter. Xiao Haozi, confused, replied, Old sir, isn't your 70th birthday next month? However, the elder shot him a glare. What? Can't I decide when my own birthday is? Xiao Haozi broke into a cold sweat, unsure of how to respond. At Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Su Lintao spotted Yi Xini standing beside his car, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, I just arrived. Oh, the young master has arrived. The young mistress has been waiting for you for half an hour. A security guard's untimely remark shattered her somewhat clumsy fib. Su Lintao chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Let us go. We have a holiday for the next couple of days. I'll take you out. He took 1 cup of milk tea, inserted a straw, and handed it to her. You must be thirsty. Here. Yi Xini accepted it, took a sip, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at the packaging. What brand is this? It has a unique taste, quite delightful, and perfectly sweetened. Where did you buy it? Upon hearing this, Yi Xini's anxious heart finally settled, and she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. I made it at home. Let me carry it for you since you'll be driving. As she took the milk tea from his hand, she seized the opportunity to sneak a sip when he turned to open the car door. Chapter 36. Just wait. I'll have someone fetch it from the museum. After enjoying a round at the scenic area, Yi Xini received a phone call at noon, her expression shifting to one of discomfort as she hesitated to speak. This left Su Lintao puzzled. Xiao Xini, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Observing Su Lintao's worried demeanor, she pondered before stammering. My grandpa's 70th birthday is tomorrow, and he wants me to bring you along. Su Lintao was taken aback. This unexpected family meeting caught him off guard. However, he couldn't avoid it forever. They would have to meet eventually. Yet, he never anticipated it would come so soon, especially since they had yet to graduate high school. A surge of nervousness washed over him. So, Xiao Xini, what hobbies does your grandpa have? I need to prepare something. His mind raced with thoughts of presents, something not overly extravagant, but valuable and meaningful. Honestly, it doesn't have to be anything too pricey. My grandpa dotes on me. That's simply one do. Since he cares for you, I must prepare something with thought. What if he disapproves of us being together? Hearing Su Lintao's words filled her heart with warmth. Well, my grandpa enjoys calligraphy and paintings, those cultured things. Calligraphy and paintings? All right, I understand. I'll figure something out. If I can't find anything suitable, I'll have to seek help from my older brother. Meanwhile, within the Yi family's courtyard, the elders sat in the garden. His expression grim. He had just received news from a friend that his eldest grandson was missing during a mission. He didn't know the details. Only that the task had been completed with considerable losses, and his grandson had remained behind to cover their escape. Days had passed without any word. Old sir, should I send someone into search? They are heavily restricted, Xiao Haozi suggested, adopting a serious demeanor. That would be futile. What can a few men achieve in such a place? If they haven't found him, they might end up lost themselves. But enough. Didn't I say it's only a disappearance? Perhaps he'll contact us tomorrow. They will have a plan. Xiao Haozi felt helpless, understanding the elder's words, but realizing they couldn't place their hopes solely on others. Then tomorrow, continue. Also inform Zhonghua. Xiao Haozi's eyes lit up. Indeed. While he might be powerless, the Yi family could mobilize resources. Money can indeed accomplish great things. Perhaps they could hire some mercenaries. Upon hearing of his son's disappearance, Yi Zhonghua was taken aback. This was his only son. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and dialed a number. The call connected, yet no sound emerged. The dark web. Beep. After a prolonged silence, a deep voice finally broke through, inquiring, what is it? I'm looking for someone. Name, Yi Ziliang. Location, Blue Star. As for the location, he felt helpless. After all, it was a covert mission, and he could hardly be expected to know the task's whereabouts. Although his father held a significant position, the systems were different. Just wait. A minute passed before the voice on the other end delivered the news. $10 million. Yi Zhonghua did not hesitate to agree. $10 million was not an insignificant sum. However, it was understandable, considering his son was no ordinary individual. He anticipated that it would take several days to receive information. But to his astonishment, the other party merely paused for a few seconds before providing the desired details. The speed of the response left him dumbfounded, stirring a tempest within his heart. Clearly, he had underestimated the capabilities of the dark web. This was not entirely his fault. He had obtained this contact from someone else and was engaging with it for the first time. The person you seek has left the Middle East and is now within your borders. With that, the caller hung up without waiting for a response. Yi Zhonghua was momentarily bewildered. Was that it? They hung up just like that? What about the payment? Did they not fear that he might refuse to comply? Yet, considering the formidable nature of the other party, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to act foolishly. If that were the case, he would likely find himself in dire straits within a week. While he pondered how to deliver the payment, the finance director suddenly knocked and entered, visibly anxious. Mr. Yi, it's bad news. $10 million has just been withdrawn from the group account. Yi Zhonghua was initially furious, then shocked, before taking a deep breath and calmly stating, I authorized the transfer. It's nothing to worry about. Just carry on with your duties. He wished to find a moment of peace. The dark web was indeed straightforward and ruthless. They did not even require his consent, simply taking what they desired. Su Bei, no payment? That's not an option. If I don't take more, you should consider yourself fortunate. Yi Zhonghua felt a chill run down his spine. The dark web was truly terrifying. This intelligence network, this method, whoever had crossed paths with them must have encountered unimaginable misfortune. He resolved to avoid any future dealings with them. During the half hour that followed, the elder Yi experienced a whirlwind of emotions upon learning of his son's whereabouts. As long as he is safe, that's all that matters. He also marveled at the existence of such organizations in the world, ones he had been oblivious to during his time in power. How significant must one's position be to remain unaware? He could only conclude that he had not ascended high enough to know. As for why his son was aware, it boiled down to 4 words: there is profit to be made. In the afternoon, a Koenigsegg Jesco stopped at the Yi residence, and Yi Sini stepped out of the car. The elder Yi observed this from the courtyard, as his little companion teased, "Old man, shall we bring her in for a closer look?" "Rude. Why would we need to bring her in? She won't be escaping. She'll come knocking at our door tomorrow." After greeting, Su Lintao quickly departed, fearing he might overstay his welcome in this uneasy place. Yi Sini found herself both amused and exasperated. Upon entering, she encountered her grandfather's bemused gaze. Embarrassed, she covered her face pretending not to see him, which only served to infuriate the elder Yi further. This girl, ignoring her grandfather. Upon returning to the villa, Su Lintao found himself empty-handed after spending the entire afternoon searching for a decent piece of art. Was this what it meant to have money yet be unable to acquire what one desired? Or perhaps the treasures simply were not found here. He wondered if there was anything on his brother's end. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lintien was currently abroad. In the dead of night, Su Lintien was jolted awake by a phone call. Groggy, he answered, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at whoever dared to disturb him at this hour. Only to hear Su Lintao's voice. "Brother, what are you doing? You'd better have a good reason." Noticing the unusual tone, Su Lintao feared he might have interrupted his brother's important affairs. "Brother, do you have any artworks? Little Cinny's grandfather is turning 70 tomorrow, and I just found out about it, leaving me no time to prepare." Hearing that this was related to his brother's lifelong matters, Su Lintien became more alert. "Good lad, you're already meeting the parents. Rice must be cooked quickly. You might become a father by your freshman year, attending classes while changing diapers. I'm abroad. Don't worry. I'll have someone retrieve a piece from the museum and have it sent to you overnight. After all, you are my brother." Upon realizing Su Lintien was not in the country, Su Lintao felt a bit embarrassed, recognizing it was nighttime for his brother. "Ah, brother, you're abroad? I thought you were still in the country. Did I disturb your rest?" Enough. Brothers don't fuss over such things. Hang up. I'll arrange for the artwork." After ending the call, he contemplated summoning Butler Long but decided against it, knowing that at this hour, the butler likely rested as well. He resolved to call Su Bei instead. Not knowing where Su Bei currently was, he was pleasantly surprised when the call was answered instantly. "Young master, how may I assist you?" This was Su Lintian's first direct contact with him, indicating the importance of the matter at hand. "Xiao Bei, go to the Great Poison Association Museum and retrieve a piece of artwork, something of quality, and have it delivered to third young master overnight." Chapter 37. What about the items? It's done. Naturally, Su Bei did not perceive this as a challenge. Whatever the young master desired, he would acquire, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. However, this approach was a last resort. He preferred not to resort to such drastic actions unless absolutely necessary. In the early hours, the museum was unusually quiet, with 2 security personnel cheerfully patrolling. One glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "Hey, finally off duty. It's time to change shifts. Let us wrap this up and get some good rest." After their shift change, a man and a woman took over. Just 2.5 minutes later, the man suddenly clutched his stomach. "Jenny, take a look around. I need to use the restroom." "Okay, hurry back." Little did he know, the man headed to the monitoring room, intending to knock out the personnel inside. However, he was taken aback to find 2 individuals lying in the corner, while the person seated at the desk suddenly spoke. "If you want to take something, go ahead. I'll handle the surveillance. You have half an hour. Someone will assist you outside and ensure your escape." The man asked no further questions and exited the monitoring room. Meanwhile, Jenny was examining the paintings hanging on the wall, puzzled as to why they were considered so valuable, believing they were no more than curiosities. To her, a piece of gold would have made more sense. As she turned to leave, she rounded a corner only to discover that the artwork that had just adorned the wall was now entirely gone. 10 minutes later. Damn it. What is taking that guy so long? Is he hiding in the restroom, slacking off? After another 2.5 minutes, he returned to find the artwork missing, leaving him momentarily stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn. He swiftly pressed the alarm button. The entire museum erupted with blaring sirens. Simultaneously, a black Ford sped down the road. Inside, One of the dark web operatives coldly glanced at the man who had just exited the museum and said, "Where's the stuff?" The man lifted his garment, revealing a rectangular box wrapped in black cloth that he presented forward. The individual from the dark web opened the box and glanced at its contents. "Stop the car. Someone will escort you away." After uttering these words, he exited the vehicle, vanishing into the shadows. The man felt compelled to comply without uttering a word of dissent, knowing his family was in the other's grasp. However, he had underestimated the situation. The Ford veered increasingly into desolate terrain, stirring a sense of unease within him, a foreboding intuition. "Where are you taking me? Wasn't it said I would be escorted away? What about my family?" The response he received extinguished all hope within him. "Your family is currently on holiday in Indonesia. Rest assured, those who work for us in the dark web will certainly not suffer. They want for nothing, provided they refrain from extravagant spending. As for you..." A gunshot rang out, and the vehicle halted in a remote wilderness. The body was extracted from the car, where a grave had already been dug. Meanwhile, a private jet had taken flight, heading eastward. The following afternoon, at 3 o'clock, within the Yi family courtyard, a jeep parked outside. Yi Ziliang looked up at the familiar residence, feeling he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Fortunately, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a bustling scene, reminiscent of a family celebration. Yi Zhonghua, who was receiving guests, turned to see his son standing there. A foolish grin plastered across his face and hurried towards him. "You rascal, thank goodness you're safe." Grasping Yi Ziliang's arm tightly and surveying him with delight, he chuckled, "Son, I'm sorry for worrying you. By the way, what is happening at home?" His return was meant to reassure his family, a gesture of safety. Completely unaware that his grandfather had advanced his 70th birthday celebration. "This is a long story, and it's all because of your sister." The old man hastened his 70th birthday. "Come on, he'll be even more delighted to see you." Yi Ziliang felt a fog of confusion settle over him. Advanced? Could it truly be so? And it was linked to his sister? "Dad, what happened to Xiaoxing? Why haven't I seen her?" "That girl. I don't know whose son has bewitched her. Your grandfather sent her to fetch someone back." Sigh, daughters grow up too fast. She's already slipped away before finishing high school. As they approached Yi Lao Yizi, Yi Wenjuan was elated to see his eldest grandson safely returned. "Ziliang, you're back. Come, sit beside your grandfather and tell me why you've been missing for so long. No need to hold back, share what you can." Yi Ziliang, not one to shy away, recounted his myriad experiences in the Middle East, of course omitting the confidential details of his mission. Meanwhile, Yi Xini arrived at Su Lintao's villa in her Rolls-Royce. "Xiaoliang, you can head back now. I'll manage my return." She gazed at the villa before her, pressing the doorbell. Soon, a maid clad in attire reminiscent of a palace attendant emerged. "Miss Yi, welcome." Yi Xini furrowed her brow. It was her first visit here. And the maid, with beauty and poise rivaling her own, stirred a hint of suspicion within her. "Who are you? Is Lin Tao keeping a hidden beauty here?" Just as that thought crossed her mind, she swiftly dismissed it. The maid chuckled lightly, recognizing the reason for her inquiry. "We are the household servants, Miss Yi. Please, come in. The third young master awaits you in the living room." Upon entering the living room, Su Lintao, upon hearing Yi Xini's arrival, came out to greet her. "Xiaoxing, you're here. You may have to wait a bit longer. The items haven't yet arrived." "What items?" "Grandpa is urging me to bring you back quickly." She took his arm, drawing him closer. Sensing the warmth of her touch, Su Lintao instinctively rubbed his nose, pondering why she seemed so bold today. Little did he know that Yi Xini had already begun devising a plan to solidify their bond before he could spend too much time with the enchanting maids. A painting, hastily sent back from abroad by his elder brother, had inadvertently caused a stir in the American Museum. "Damn it, you useless fools. Have you found the item yet?" The museum director bellowed, slamming his palm against the desk, showering the security personnel with his ire. "Have we ever lost a piece? Now, not only have we lost one, but it's also an inside job. This is a disgrace." No one dared to retort. Despite their frustration, they could only swallow their indignation, knowing that any foolhardy enough to challenge the director would face dire consequences. As evening approached, Su Lintao, holding the box that had just arrived from America, opened it. Left speechless. Isn't this the very item that was reported missing just yesterday? Recalling his brother's earlier words, he realized they had indeed acquired it from the museum. This was the very bamboo and bird painting that had made headlines. Yi Xini, who had just seen the news, was astonished as the item appeared before her eyes. "This was ours to begin with, reclaiming it is entirely reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" Yi Xini opened her mouth, then declared, "Reasonable? This is far too reasonable. Let us go. Grandpa will surely be delighted. Wait here, I'll fetch the car." Moments later, an Apollo IE emerged from the garage. Yi Xini settled into the passenger seat, puzzled. "How come I've never seen you drive this car? It looks pretty cool. I've gotten used to it." I just brought it out to get rid of the dust. Yi Sini giggled, believing his words, while others might have thought him boasting. What does your brother do abroad? Don't tell me a story. Su Lintao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could he be blamed? After all, his brother had spun tales of being a deity of wealth. He had only gleaned a bit about his brother's true profession from the family steward. Do you know the global group? That is my brother's. Yi Sini fell silent, choosing not to pry further. The mention of such a powerful conglomerate was enough to render her speechless. The Yi family was now bustling with life. As the anticipated guests had begun to arrive, Yi Zhonghua had wished to host a grand celebration at a hotel, but Yi Wenjuan had declined, opting to invite only those closely related to the family and the elder's old friends. Where is that girl Xiaoxing? Why hasn't she returned yet? Yi Zhonghua occasionally cast glances toward the entrance. Dad, shall we have Xiao Liang go and fetch them? At that moment, an Apollo IE pulled into the parking space outside. Su Lintao gazed at the array of luxury cars, compelled to exclaim about the remarkable lineage of his girlfriend. Let us hurry inside. Father must be anxious. Upon entering, the duo found all eyes focused on them. No, more accurately, all attention was directed at Su Lintao, as they were well aware of the true purpose of Old Master Ye's premature birthday celebration. Seeing the scene unfold, Su Lintao felt a twinge of nervousness. Though he quickly recalled what Su Lintian had once said, when you are out in public, it is not merely your own reputation at stake. Thus, he donned a confident smile. At the banquet, Song Tianhong regarded Yi Sini with an expression of fondness, then glanced at Su Lintao, clad in casual attire, and thought to himself, what a pitiful fellow, attempting to court a swan while appearing as a mere toad. Turning to his father, he inquired, Dad, what do you think would happen if I were to marry Yi Sini? Son, perhaps you should wash your face and eat more, drink less. You're talking nonsense before even having a sip. Dad, do you truly look down on me? After all, I am a renowned internet celebrity with millions of followers, and our Tianhong real estate is not lacking either. Song Tianhong, clearly aggrieved, believed in his bright future. His family owned a company valued at 700 billion, and he envisioned establishing an e-commerce empire that would dominate the globe. A mere Yi Sini? He could easily manage her. Noticing himself grinning foolishly, Song Zhonghua hesitated, pondering how high his son must regard him. The Yi family, with Yi Zhonghua alone, commanded such respect that he dared not speak loudly. Had it not been for their slight acquaintance, he would not even be present. And you, with such aspirations, dare to pursue their daughter? Yi Sini, taking Su Lintao's hand, approached Yi Zhonghua and Yi Ziliang, exclaiming, Brother, you're back. It's been ages, and you've become even more handsome. Upon hearing his sister praise his looks, Yi Ziliang couldn't suppress his smile. Yi Zhonghua leaned in, about to speak, but Yi Sini preempted him, saying, Dad, please step aside. I wish to see Grandpa. Uft. Yi Ziliang, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Su Lintao felt a strong urge to laugh as well, but realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, he stifled it. Inwardly reflecting on how esteemed his future wife was within the Yi family, Yi Zhonghua's expression darkened. You little girl. All right. There's no need to be upset with your daughter. Sini, this is your classmate, I presume? Hello, uncle. Sini often speaks of you, praising your natural beauty, exquisite charm, and celestial grace. To see you today is to witness true beauty. You are quite handsome as well. Gaining the approval of his future mother-in-law would make it easy to win over the father-in-law, and securing his bride would be a simple task. Tang Yunyu chuckled. Does our little Sini truly say such things? Beside her, Yi Zhonghua's face darkened further, exasperated. You flatter her to no end, yet only offer me 5 words? You brat. Just wait until later. Yet Yi Sini lifted her chin defiantly. Of course. Mom is the most beautiful woman in the world. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such an adorable daughter? Sini, what are you two discussing? Come over here to Grandpa. Come, we shall greet Grandpa. Leading Su Lintao to Yi Wenjun, she exclaimed, Grandpa, happy birthday. Wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and a longevity surpassing the South Mountain. Good. This must be the classmate you often speak of, yes? The old man looked up at Su Lintao with a warm smile. Su Lintao stepped forward. I heard from Sini that Grandpa enjoys calligraphy and painting, so I prepared a piece for you, hoping you will like it. Yi Wenjun was pleasantly surprised as he received the box. Indeed, Grandpa, this was specially delivered overnight from abroad at Lintao's request. The moment we received it, we rushed over. Yi Sini then leaned in to whisper a few words to him. The once jovial Yi Wenjun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, glancing at Su Lintao. Good lad. Well done. It seems my granddaughter has chosen wisely. Yet a part of him wanted to express disbelief at the overnight delivery. He opened the box slightly, merely glimpsing a corner of the artwork before hastily closing it and summoning a servant to take it to his study. The elderly friends at the table began to jest. Old Yi, what marvelous treasure do you possess that you one tea let us old fellows admire? Indeed, Are you afraid we might covet it? Cinny, tell Grandpa Li what this young man has given you. Why the mystery? Enough. Do not trouble my granddaughter. This truly cannot be disclosed. If you wish to see it, visit my study, but be warned, what you see must remain confidential. Ah, old Yi, you have piqued my curiosity. I must see this. Yi Cinny beamed with joy upon receiving her grandfather's approval of Su Lintao. Chapter 39. Intoxicated, staying out late, lost in revelry. Seeing her grandfather's satisfaction with Su Lintao, Cinny felt that half the battle was won. Furthermore, her mother seemed pleased as well, bringing the success rate to a staggering 98%. As for the remaining 2% concerning her father, well, that was better left unspoken. Should Yi Zhongwu learn of her musings at that moment, he would likely be infuriated. Hee, you all chat, we shall visit Mom. Then, Su Lintao received a hearty pat on the shoulder from his future father-in-law, nearly staggering from the force. Sitting beside his future father-in-law, Su Lintao realized he was inescapably ensnared that day. A daughter is a father's little treasure, is not merely a saying. Yi Cinny had already been whisked away by her mother for a private conversation. Yi Ziliang looked at Su Lintao, his eyes pleading, as if to say, brother-in-law, save me. All he could do was shrug, expressing his helplessness. Xiao Tao, come, share a drink with me. Dad, Lin Tao is still in high school. Drinking strong liquor isn't appropriate. Let us have some beer instead. Out with that. You go play. What does high school matter? He is of age now. Besides, when he enters society, he will encounter various social gatherings. I am merely cultivating Xiao Tao's tolerance for alcohol. Let him acclimate. We shall only need a few bottles. Su Lintao soon understood that if he did not get drunk today, he would not be leaving this place. Then, with 4 empty bottles on the floor, Su Lintao's face turned crimson as he shook his head, attempting to regain clarity. Yi Zhongwu observed that the lad had yet to succumb to the table, and soon, another 4 bottles followed suit. Slightly inebriated, Yi Zhongwu commented, "Are you drunk, Xiao Tao?" With his arms around Yi Zhongwu's neck, Su Lintao slurred, "Brother Yi, I truly admire you. You have single-handedly developed the group to such heights. Here's to you." Yi Zhongwu, also feeling the effects of the drink, reflected on how in past gatherings, no one dared to force him to drink, thus his tolerance was only moderate. Come, let us keep drinking. Xiao Tao, are you truly intoxicated? 2 more bottles. Su Lintao had already slumped onto the table. Brother Tao, don't sleep. Rise and drink. We are brothers, no need for formality. Tomorrow, I shall give you half of the group. Initially amused by the first half of the statement, Yi Ziliang found himself unable to laugh at the latter half. At this rate, he would end up sleeping on the streets himself and hurriedly got up to find his sister. When Yi Cinny spotted Su Lintao sprawled across the table, her heart ached with concern. Brother, you should intervene a bit. With that, he approached Su Lintao and gently cradled his head. Lintao, how are you feeling? Hee, Xiaoya. Drink up. Yi Cinny chuckled despite her annoyance, realizing they were already on such friendly terms. Brother, please take care of Dad. And keep an eye on Grandpa since his health isn't great. Don't let him drink too much. I'll take him home first. Xiao Liang, assist him to the car. As night descended, in the vehicle, she laid Su Lintao's head on her lap, observing his flushed face and feigned irritation, saying, "Can't handle your liquor, yet you indulge so much." To her surprise, Su Lintao mumbled incoherently, "Yes, your dad. I can't refuse to drink." "Oh, you're still somewhat lucid. Here, Xiaoya drinks." By the time they returned to the villa, it was already 8 in the evening. "Xiao Liang, you may head back. I'll manage the return trip alone." The butler, hearing commotion outside, promptly emerged and, upon seeing his young master in such a state of inebriation, hurried to prepare a hangover remedy. Yi Cinny gently assisted him to his room, but as the maids attempted to follow, they were halted by the butler. Inside the room, Yi Cinny placed him on the bed, but lost her balance and fell beside him. The atmosphere in the room grew charged with tension. "Xiaoxin, I like you. Don't leave." Yi Cinny, gazing at the close proximity of Su Lintao, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, inexplicably leaning closer before retreating. "Oh dear, Yi Cinny, what are you doing? Be a bit more composed." Just as she attempted to rise, in that moment, any thought of a hangover remedy became trivial. Downstairs, the butler smiled knowingly, waving his hand. No need for the hangover soup. Everyone should return to their rest. The following morning, Su Lintao awoke groggily. Hiss! His head felt as though it might explode. As he opened his eyes and surveyed the familiar room, he suddenly sensed something resting on his chest. Looking down, he discovered Yi Cinny's head peacefully slumbering on him, her face flushed like a perfectly ripe peach. The sensation on his arm, was it a creamy cake? Recalling the events of the previous night, his mind went blank. Oh no! Yet, while he was in disarray, someone else was truly in trouble. Yi Zhongwu awoke in his bed, rubbing his temples, feeling a dull headache. He hadn't anticipated that the young man could drink so much, but, well, experience prevails, ultimately. It was he who had been out drunk. Just as he exited his room and entered the living room, he encountered Yi Ziliang, who was enjoying breakfast. Why didn't you wake your sister for breakfast? However, Yi Ziliang's response struck him like a bolt from the blue. Xiaoxin? After she escorted my brother-in-law home last night, she never returned. His implication was unmistakable. The term brother-in-law had been employed. He had ordered someone to investigate the young man the previous day. There was no romantic history, no vices, and no dark past associated with him. His identity was notably significant, although the depths remained undiscovered. Just his enigmatic older brother, who controlled the global group, indicated that Su Lintao was indeed worthy of his daughter. Moreover, with mutual affection between the two, he held a positive impression of his future son-in-law. Yi Zhong was stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. This is a disaster. I've shot myself in the foot. The young man had been intoxicated, and now his daughter was absent for the night, all the while piling on the complications. He could easily envision Su Lintao appearing before him soon, ultrasound in hand, slapping it against his face. Old Deng, let us share a few drinks. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Yi Ziliang, observing his father's disoriented demeanor, attempted to console him. Let nature take its course, after all. It was you who got your brother-in-law drunk last night. Yi Sini fluttered her eyelashes, awakening to find Su Lintao gazing at her with a smile. Suddenly recalling the previous night's events, her cheeks flushed, and she raised her hand as if to cover Su Lintao's eyes, exclaiming, "What are you looking at, you rascal?" However, as the blanket slipped, revealing her form, she thought, this shouldn't be. Everything was fine last night. How could it have changed? Help me check. Chapter 40. The Rusalka's 10th Group. In the land of cherry blossoms, Sakata City, under the veil of night, two figures emerged from a villa. Inside, the scene was horrifying. Dozens of corpses, severed limbs scattered throughout, with the central living room resembling a grotesque tableau. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and the two dogs in the yard lay motionless, stained with crimson, as if lifelessly dragged from a pool of gore. A chilling breeze swept through, unable to stir their fur, while two severed heads rolled against the corner of the wall. This task was effortlessly simple, akin to slaughtering two dogs, though regrettably, the commission was somewhat meager. A little less is still something. Even a mosquito's worth is meat. You're right. Our world is far from peaceful now. Ever since the Rusalka emerged, we've all been on edge. Where could this Rusalka have come from? Why have we never heard of them before? Let us refrain from saying too much. The likes of Rusalka are beyond understanding. Just to put it plainly, do you know who the top bounty in our organization is? Of course, if I could complete that commission, I'd be able to exit the assassin world entirely, living a life free of shame. Akin to the tycoons of the Han Kingdom, reveling every night. But that is impossible. I've searched the dark web and gathered some information about the target. Goodness. The place this laundry detergent seller resides is fortified with thousands of troops. Well, that's where it ends. Let me tell you this. If the Rusalka desires someone dead, how long do you think that person can survive? One of the assassins turned to his companion, his expression grave. He wasn't being alarmist. He had encountered the Rusalka's operatives before. In his view, those individuals truly deserved the title of assassins. The rest of them were merely slightly more formidable criminals. If the Rusalka wished to eliminate someone, the odds were high, but it would still take at least a month. After all, the target was surrounded by desperate individuals. Huh. To his astonishment, the response elicited laughter from the inquirer, or perhaps it was more a mockery of the other's ignorance. A month? What a grand joke. Believe it or not, if the Rusalka wants someone dead, that person won TC tomorrow. Don't think I'm joking. We're merely observing from our little well. Silence enveloped the air, the night breeze rustling the leaves around them. Just then, from the darkness emerged a pair of mesmerizing eyes, accompanied by a voice that seemed to echo from a deep abyss, chilling and penetrating. It seems the red spider knows quite a bit. The cold, menacing voice sent shivers down the spines of the assassins exiting the villa, as they suddenly felt the weight of impending danger. Who is there? Step forward. One of the assassins, unfamiliar with the Rusalka, tightened his grip on his firearm, wielding a dagger in his left hand, embodying the readiness to confront a formidable foe, revealing the fear that gripped his heart. The name Rusalka was renowned. Even if he lacked full knowledge, he had heard whispers. Their essay saying, if the king of hell calls you at the third watch, who dares let you linger until the fifth? What he heard was, if the Rusalka calls you at the third watch, even the king of hell wouldn't dare let you linger until the fifth. Though somewhat exaggerated, the rumors are certainly not without foundation. Unbeknownst to him, the companion who had just been recounting the terrors of the Azura was now pale-faced, sweat beading in his eyes, and his hands trembling involuntarily. His gaze, filled with dread, was fixed upon the source of the sound. Emerging slowly from the darkness was a man clad in a black and red ensemble, his visage obscured by a black fanged mask. A 2-foot-long blade hung at his waist, alongside a faintly discernible pistol. Clad in black and red, adorned with a fanged mask, you are none other than the Asura of the Rakshasa. One of the 10 infamous assassins within the realm of murderers. I never anticipated crossing paths with you here. The Asura wished to clarify, but reconsidered. There was no need for explanations with the deceased. The so-called 10 assassins had been misinterpreted. They were, in fact, the 10 groups of the Rakshasa. Initially, Su Lin assigned a cadre of assassins to Robert, varying in strength, but the term weak pertained to internal dynamics rather than external capabilities. Robert organized these individuals from strongest to weakest into 10 groups. While their numbers varied, each was unequivocally a killer bestowed by Su Lin. The structure of these 10 groups would persist, regardless of the Rakshas's expansion. All newly recruited assassins were categorized under these groups, managed solely by their respective leaders, allowing Robert to oversee merely 10 individuals. Otherwise, managing the multitude of assassins within the Rakshasa would prove to be an insurmountable burden. Much like Su Lin, who established 2 major organizations, he only needed to oversee 3 leaders, delegating tasks efficiently. The Asura was the name of the group, ranked 3rd among the 10. This management approach had Su Lin's tacit approval. He did not wish to disband the 2 organizations upon departing from Blue Star, but rather to bolster their support. Truly, the son of the Red Spider's leader is well informed. However, the Asura's words left his counterpart momentarily incapacitated. The son of the Red Spider? Him? Impossible. It could not be. His companions were equally stunned, gazing at him in disbelief. The realization dawned upon him. It made sense that he possessed knowledge unbeknownst to others. The Asura shook his head, drawing forth the 2-foot-long blade, still stained with the blood of recent confrontations. As he withdrew it, the blade gleamed ominously, its cold light flickering. You may now die with your eyes closed, he intoned chillingly. Ah, what Asura? What sorcery is this? The oppressive atmosphere drove the once supporting assassins into a frenzy, raising their weapons without hesitation and pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Those who could become assassins were naturally proficient marksmen. Clang. The Asura raised his hand, the bullets striking the steel plate on his wrist, producing showers of sparks. Both his attire and weaponry were provided by the system. When Su Lin first beheld this unique garb, he too had been taken aback. The Asura's reflexes and strength far surpassed those of an ordinary individual. And as the 3rd-ranked assassin, he was perilously close to the limits of human capability. Slaying these 3rd-rate assassins was akin to crushing an ant underfoot. This is why he preferred the blade. While firearms were swifter, the rich aroma of blood heightened his senses, keeping him in a constant state of alertness. Damn it, this is absurd. The futility of the bullets spurred him to press on, yet the Asura would not grant him the chance. He closed the distance with astonishing speed. Leaving the assassins in disbelief, he finally comprehended that the son of the leader was indeed as formidable as rumored. Chapter 41. Have the Dark Web investigate. I want the Rakshasa to pay for my son's demise. Instinctively, he raised a dagger to defend himself. Clang. He watched in terror as the dagger shattered in 2. The Asura's blade slicing through him as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, leaving him with the disconcerting sensation that his heart had been cleaved in twain. He opened his mouth to articulate something, but found himself rendered speechless. The Asura flicked the blood from his blade, inhaling the metallic scent of blood with palpable exhilaration. He turned to regard the dazed figure of the so-called son of the Red Spider. Rest assured, you are not alone. The entire Red Spider shall accompany you to the grave. You simply depart first. Why? We, the Red Spider, have never provoked the Rakshasa. Why must you annihilate us? Ha ha. How laughable. You are unworthy of the title of assassin. It is of no consequence to inform you that you have accepted tasks that were best left untouched, and your names have unwisely appeared on the list. Some missions may yield wealth, but others will cost you your lives. With that, he offered no opportunity for retort. A flash of light, and the opponent's head was severed from his body. The adversary wisely refrained from resisting, perhaps understanding that defiance would only serve to further excite the Asura. Casting a sidelong glance at the corpse on the ground, he muttered, "Humph, Red Spider? Your nightmare has only just begun." Following Su Lin's directive to eradicate the Red Spider, Robert informed Su Bei of his desire for all pertinent information regarding the Red Spider's assassins and higher-ups. Unless one refrained from engaging with the internet, one could not escape the dark web's scrutiny. Even without direct interaction, the dark web could track you down, merely requiring additional time. Once all data had been compiled, the Rakshasa commenced its operations in the following days. The entire underworld was rife with tension, with everyone living in fear. The greater one's authority in the dark world, the more trepidation they felt, for they understood the terror embodied by the dark web and the Rakshasa. The mere mention of their names could send shivers down one's spine, reflecting the current standing of the two organizations in the underworld, akin to the stature of the top three in the United Nations. Within the Red Spider, a significant number of assassins had vanished, causing widespread panic. Some even defected from the organization. The higher-ups of the Red Spider remained unresponsive to this phenomenon. In a certain corner of the world, within a building below, a burly middle-aged man, his expression darkened, gazed at the corpse before him, the head and neck stitched together, clearly just reattached. Leader, many have already defected. Organizations that previously had good relations with us have hastily distanced themselves. Yet the middle-aged man disregarded the statement, demanding, "Who killed my son?" After a moment of silence, one nearby replied, "From the wounds, it appears to be the Azura of the Rakshasa." Suppressing the fury within, he clenched his fists, veins standing out on the back of his hands. "Find him. I want him to pay for my son's death. But, leader, he comes and goes like a shadow. We have no means to pursue him. Then spend whatever it takes to have the dark web investigate. I want to know his whereabouts, and as for those traitors, make their information public. Inform the others in the organization that anyone wishing to leave may do so, but they must kill one Rakshasa to secure their exit. Announce to the outside world that for the death of a Rakshasa, I will offer $1 million. Hiss, $1 million is no small sum. But will anyone truly take that risk? Yes, leader, I will disseminate your words immediately. The man approached the lifeless body, gazing upon the pallid visage with a twinge of remorse. Father, forgive me. Had I not concealed the truth from you, wishing for you to endure trials in preparation for inheriting the Red Spider, you would not have met this fate. Rest assured, I shall ensure they grant you a proper burial, without fail. His decision undeniably exacerbated the turmoil. The assassin bore no blood on his hands, nor any enemies. Yet with the release of his information, his future prospects were all too clear. Not only were adversaries lurking in the shadows, but the police outside were also poised to pounce. In New York, skyscrapers loomed on either side of the streets, while the puddles reflected the recent downpour, cleansing the city of its grime. Suddenly, a furious voice pierced the air. "You bastard! For the murder of my son, I've finally caught you. With the Red Spider's protection gone, let's see who can shield you now." A battered man staggered out from around the corner, his trembling hand clutching a phone, having lost track of his firearm. Hesitatingly, he glanced over his shoulder at the 20-odd gang members brandishing an array of weapons. Some even wielded handguns, albeit with questionable aim. Or else he would have already succumbed to their bullets. "Curse you, Red Spider. Just you wait for the consequences of revealing our identities." After a hurried mouthful of defiance, he dodged his pursuers while dialing emergency services. "Hello, Fort Burley Police Department. How may I assist you?" "Damn it. I'm an assassin for the Red Spider. I need help. Someone is after me. I'm at XX Street, XX Road. Hurry." "Sir, are you jesting?" Doubtful of his credibility, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Am I joking? I'm an assassin for the Red Spider. You need to come quickly." With a furious crash, he hurled his phone to the ground. Bang! A bullet struck the ground near him, sending sparks flying. "Stop right there." The assassin cursed under his breath. "You're trying to kill me. And you expect me to stand still?" On the street, a chaotic chase ensued, their marksmanship so abysmal that even the heavens could not bear witness. Bang! A stray bullet struck the assassin's thigh, causing him to stagger perilously close to the pavement. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. His face brightened, and he quickly sought refuge behind a nearby barrier. Meanwhile, the assailants behind him, upon hearing the police arrival, cursed vehemently. "Damn it. This fool actually called the cops. A killer calling the police. Let us get out of here." Before departing, they fired a couple of shots in frustration, vowing to return and procure a better arsenal. As the current weapons were utterly useless, the bullets flying astray, the police responded with remarkable swiftness this time. Once the assassin was apprehended and placed into the police vehicle, the weight on his heart finally lifted. For now, he had narrowly escaped death. In the tumultuous underworld, as the architect of this chaos, Su Lintian returned to the city of magic. Upon descending from the aircraft, he stretched languidly and inhaled deeply. "Ah, it's good to be home." Meanwhile, at Deep City University, outside the campus, a black Mercedes parked, where two bodyguards observed a tightly bound assassin within. One of them slapped the assassin's face and coldly remarked, "You dared to come here, and now you're in our hands. You're fortunate. We'll take you to our usual spot and show you some real skills. Is everything all right with the second miss? Fear not. With Team 2 on standby, there's no issue. Besides, the Red Spider is preoccupied, and this unfortunate soul is likely the last to infiltrate. Well then, to the usual place, let him experience our craftsmanship." The assassin in the back seat wore a mask of terror, whimpering softly, tears glistening in his eyes. The vehicle veered towards an isolated mountain, halting midway up the incline. The two men dragged the captive to a concealed location, discarding him on the ground. The assassin writhed like a fish cast ashore. his heart sinking upon witnessing the fresh earth surrounding him. Experienced killers recognized such places, especially with freshly turned soil, as prime spots for burying bodies. Those accustomed to murder often developed peculiar habits, such as exhuming corpses. The bodyguards retrieved a clay pot from who knows where, and, upon inspecting it, frowned. This pot seems a tad small, it won't fit. Then just cram it in. We can always have a larger one made later, one suggested. Let us start from the feet, grinding his bones into powder, and stuff them inside, leaving only the head protruding. But it won't fit. Fine. You go grab the butcher's knife we used on the previous 2 assassins. We'll dissect him and then crush the bones to fit inside. That should work. All right, I'll fetch it. To the assassin, these 2 men appeared as demons, their banter reminiscent of the tortures of the deepest circles of hell. Their words echoed in his ears like the grim promise of boiling oil. Dissection, removal of organs, and frying until golden brown on both sides. Fear not. We are quite skilled, and you shall not feel an excess of pain, nor shall we spare you any. A stream of liquid flowed from his loins, paralyzing him with terror. At that moment, the other bodyguard returned, shovel in hand, and without a word, began to dig a grave. Moments later, they tossed the assassin into the freshly dug hole, and he looked up at them with eyes brimming with gratitude. Hey, look at that expression. It's as if he is thanking us. After burying him alive, they poured some water over the mound, then retrieved a packet of grass seeds from their pockets, scattering them over the earth, followed by a layer of dry leaves. The reason for the seeds? To hasten the growth of grass. After all, waiting for nature to take its course would be far too slow. They had no fear of being discovered, as all surveillance along the route had been meticulously erased. Moreover, who would care about an assassin from abroad? At Deep City University, within the girls' dormitory, Su Lingxian was live-streaming, her voice imitating that of a beloved character. Since Su Lingtian's arrival, her streams had improved significantly, with her follower count exceeding 500,000, and her audience stabilized around 6,000 to 7,000 viewers. At that moment in her stream, the village chief entered the chat. Su Lingtian's presence instantly elevated the atmosphere. Wow, what incredible luck today. I've actually seen the village chief. Am I seeing things? The chief hasn't appeared in the stream for ages. Indeed, the last time was quite a while ago. The village chief greeted, "Hello everyone, it's been a while. I've been busy, just returned from abroad." "Oh, come on, chief, even if you were hauling bricks." They were probably gold bricks. Su Lingxian beamed at the sight of her brother, her face lighting up with joy. "Brother, what brings you here to watch my stream today?" The village chief replied, "I just got back and saw you were streaming, so I thought I'd check in on you. How have you been?" Although he hadn't been around for a while, he occasionally caught glimpses of her videos, but their timings rarely lined up. Hearing her brother's concern, her face radiated with happiness, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her lips curved into a bright smile, revealing her pristine, even teeth. The atmosphere in the live stream was vibrant, with an influx of new little lambs. However, the fans were not particularly pleased. "Lazy king, I have grown plump. Please end my misery." Indeed, the little lambs have become quite hefty. It's time to take action. Let us first deal with boiling lamb. Otherwise, it will be too late in a couple of days. Precisely, if one indulges too much, they may end up with nothing. I propose we confine both boiling lamb and beautiful lamb together, and once they bear young lambs, we can host a grand feast. I find this suggestion agreeable. What say you, village chief? Su Lingtian chimed in with a supportive remark. The village chief of Lamb Village replied, "Yes, I concur. We shall have Happy Lamb oversee the proceedings." "Huh, village chief, it seems we are of the same flock." "Oh, I did not expect the village chief to possess such wit. Is this the trickery of the elder lambs? I shall go capture boiling lamb. Then I shall apprehend beautiful lamb." In under 2.5 minutes, a multitude of IDs belonging to boiling lamb appeared in the chat. Boiling lamb declared, "I'm right here. Come and take me away. If I lose my strength, please don't hesitate to have Happy Lamb give me a push." "Brothers, I've caught a male beautiful lamb. Excellent. Let us confine them together." Yet, just moments ago, the resolute boiling lamb had a change of heart. "No, I am but a humble admirer. I do not deserve this fate. Please confine the male beautiful lamb with Happy Lamb instead, and let me oversee them. What do you think?" Su Lingxian was thoroughly amused by the barrage of comments, exclaiming, "The fans are so creative. They are akin to cinematic masters." Ultimately, it was Su Lingtian who brought this lively exchange to a close. The village chief remarked, "Ling I recall you mentioning your love for singing. Have you ever considered pursuing a career in stardom?" At that moment, some passers-by in the live stream began to express their cynicism. They could hardly tolerate anyone trying to show off in their presence. Huh, as if one could simply wish to become a star, a maxed-out character. I wonder where it was rented from, putting on such airs. What an imbecile. A little lamb has arrived. Send the little black sheep packing. Let it be. The little black sheep is ubiquitous, And even if the hen is gone, the coop remains. I hope you're referring to the hen. Is this hen even respectable? Su Lingxian paid no mind to the comments, choosing to ignore them. However, Su Lingxian's words made her ponder for a moment before she shook her head. Never mind. What good is being a star? I find contentment in the present. Brother, I plan to take a vacation abroad in a couple of days to show the little lambs the world. Is there anything I should be cautious about? Su Lingxian was taken aback by her intention, but he had merely asked about stardom in passing. The village chief responded, no need to wait. You should embark on your journey tomorrow. I will make arrangements at the school for you to take a month off, a chance to refresh your spirits. While you should be cautious within the country, there are fewer concerns abroad. Just remember to bring the housekeeper along. If you need anything or wish to engage in activities, inform her, and she will handle the arrangements. The only thing to be mindful of is your safety. You must heed her advice. Su Lingxian understood who her brother's housekeeper was, as she had purchased a villa here, and her brother had arranged for reliable staff. Otherwise, he would not have given such advice. Chapter 43. A life like an ox, never a moment's rest. When rest comes, it's sleeping with the mountains. Su Lingxian's words stirred excitement among the fans in the live stream, who responded with enthusiasm. After hearing the village chief's commanding words, I suddenly anticipate Lazy King's outdoor livestream abroad. Village chief brother is so dashing. I wish for a brother like him. Wait, how did beautiful lamb escape? Happy lamb, how did you supervise this? And you, boiling lamb, how did you allow her to get away? Su Lingxian chose to ignore such comments. The software had its quirks, suddenly accelerating in activity. Su Lingxian merely chuckled in response, saying, little lambs, our live stream concludes here for today. Let us sign off early. See you tomorrow. Good night, brother. Wah, Lazy King finally said good night to me. I'm too excited. How will I possibly sleep tonight? Shameless. She was clearly addressing the village chief. You're just a pathetic admirer. Brother, heed my advice. Excessive desire brings calamity. Temper it with restraint. All right. ISNT, they're a high-paying security job in the Magic City? Quite suitable for you. You could apply for it then. Seeing this, Su Lingxian promptly ended the live stream, realizing that if the conversation continued, it would likely turn overly positive. Su Lingxian casually scrolled through a couple of videos, all devoid of substance. It was true what they said. Ugly people often stir up trouble. He turned off his phone and set it aside, then addressed the housekeeper. Ling will be traveling abroad for a month tomorrow. Ensure the dark web and the underworld are informed. Additionally, notify Su Bei to establish a protective umbrella, incorporating those warlords and armed factions from the dark web under this protection. Yes, young master, I will inform him shortly. By the way, young master, the information you requested has come in from the dark web. It will be organized by tomorrow morning. Su Lingxian nodded in acknowledgement. Aware that finding a suitable partner from a nationwide search was no simple task, he himself did not feel the pressure. However, for his subordinate Su Bei, the considerations were manifold. He was well aware of this, so he did not rush to urge him. In truth, he could seek someone himself. But that would appear too contrived. If he were to traverse the town with bodyguards in a Rolls-Royce, the attention he would attract would not be what he desired. He would find himself surrounded by opportunists, each with ulterior motives. Pretending to be poor? He dismissed the notion. It was unnecessary to suffer unnecessarily. Pretending to be humble while seeking to confront others. Just the thought of it was enough to make him recoil. Nowadays, where could one find a pure-hearted girl at first glance? It would be far better to conduct a nationwide search with clear objectives and proceed gradually. The next morning, Xinqing Airport, Su Lingxian, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, was accompanied by 6 bodyguards, 3 maids, and her dedicated housekeeper, Shang Wanyun, with each maid pulling a suitcase. Su Lingxian, carrying a small backpack and holding a live-streaming tripod, began her broadcast. Perhaps due to the early hour, the live-stream audience was not very large, numbering just over 1,000. Little lambs, we are embarking on a month-long journey abroad, and our first stop is the neighboring Goose Country. As she spoke, they boarded a private plane belonging to the global group. The fans in the live stream, witnessing this entourage, felt an intense pang of envy, wishing they could trade places. Lazy King has truly made it big, from a mere 20,000 followers to now traveling with bodyguards and a housekeeper. I'm just like Lazy King, but I'm missing a brother in between. This isn't merely a small streamer-s outing. It's clearly a little princess-s vacation. I'm so envious that I turned and slapped my brother twice. Quick, stop talking. If you keep it up, my brother won't survive. I had him suspended for over an hour. He stubbornly denied being a wealthy patron, insisting he wanted me to see his new car. Little did I know. After I let him down, he dashed out without looking back, caught between a stick and a thorn, ultimately deciding on the thorn and waving it at me. Only then did I realize he meant to say that this would make me look good. As the aircraft ascended, soaring into the heavens, Su Lingxian gazed out of the window at the billowing clouds, resembling a celestial realm shrouded in mist. Lazy King, where in the Goose Country are you headed? I happen to be in Goose Country myself. Su Lingxian pondered for a moment before replying. I do not intend to visit the city. Rather, I wish to explore Siberia, as I have heard that the snowy landscapes there are breathtaking. Upon hearing Su Lingxuan's intention to venture to Siberia, the fan could only regretfully concede. After the plane landed in Siberia, it was already afternoon, and the sun had set. Observing the airport from outside, the trees lining the roadside were blanketed in a thick layer of snow, creating a scene of pure white. Miss, it is quite chilly outside. Please put this on. At that moment, the cloud butler approached with a maid, the latter carrying a pristine white velvet coat, gloves, and various warm items. Once dressed, Su Lingxian descended from the plane, holding a phone stand, to find 3 helicopters waiting patiently. To her surprise, she had not anticipated the presence of helicopters. Boarding one, they set off towards their destination. The number of viewers in the live stream gradually rose from just over 1,000 to 8,000, trending towards a potential breakthrough of 10,000. Cloud Butler, where are we headed? Observing the scenery below, Su Lingxian turned to glance at Shang Guanyun, who had already briefed her on the itinerary for the month prior to her arrival, albeit only in broad strokes, lacking specific plans. At present, she had merely mentioned coming to Siberia, yet with such vastness, she was uncertain of the arrangements. Miss, we are currently heading to a location devoid of inhabitants, which ensures relative safety, and the snow scenery is quite exquisite. If you are interested, you may even partake in hunting, Shang Guanyun explained with a smile. Su Lingxuan's eyes lit up at the mention of hunting. It sounded rather intriguing. The fans in the live stream, upon hearing Shang Guanyun's words, were once again filled with envy, their appetites dwindling. Just got off work, saw Lazy King's life, then looked at my own. Well, as long as I'm alive, it's enough. It's all right, brother, sweet after bitter. Life is like a beast of burden, only to rest with the mountains when it's over. Indeed, one must endure hardships to rise above others. Your mindset is lacking, still waiting for the boss to draw you a pie. Don't think too much. We are merely workers, fortunate to have studied for a few years. The strong never complain about their circumstances. The strong never complain, but I am weak. I not only bemoan my environment, but also the strong, for it is they who have spoiled it. The barrage of comments began to delve into philosophical musings. The plane swiftly approached its destination, revealing 3 small wooden cabins, 1 large and 2 small. Numerous individuals could be seen bustling about. Upon landing, Su Lingxian discerned that these individuals were a mix of Caucasian and Asian, numbering over 20, all clad in camouflage attire, military boots on their feet, with handguns visibly strapped at their waists. Nearby, several military off-road vehicles were parked. The cabin was brightly lit, appearing quite new, as if recently constructed, with a layer of snow adorning it. As the people spotted her disembarking from the aircraft, they stood and respectfully addressed her as Second Mississippi. Su Lingxian tightened her coat, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, yet she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. By this time, dusk was gradually enveloping the surroundings. This spectacle led the fans in the live stream to speculate. These individuals clearly are not ordinary folk. I noticed that too. Your observation is rather redundant. Chapter 44, The Indomitable Village Chief. What do you think? What is Lazy King's brother's true identity? Stop guessing. Our understanding is insufficient to fathom it. Su Lingxian, holding her phone, spun around and exhaled a cloud of white breath. Little lambs, how do you find this snowy scenery? The air here is so fresh, though a tad cold. Upon arriving, I caught a glimpse from the helicopter, and indeed, as the cloud butler mentioned, there are no residents in sight. As a southern potato, the snowy landscape here is truly stunning. It makes me yearn to visit. Those snow-covered trees resemble Christmas trees, and with the sky blanketed in large snowflakes. Just imagining a snowball fight is exhilarating. At that moment, a notification from the left side of the live stream caught everyone's attention. The village chief of Sheep Village has entered the live stream. Instantly, the atmosphere in the live stream surged to a climax. For Su Lingxian's identity sparked boundless imagination among the audience. Why have you come to Siberia? Su Lingxian smiled, replying, I'm here to see the snow. It's a vast expanse of white, devoid of the city's clamor, the hustle and bustle, and worries, just a serene void. Although it's a bit cold, it's quite comfortable. Brother, don't you find the beauty here captivating? Su Lingxian, observing the scenery in the live stream, indeed felt a sense of secluded paradise. As long as you enjoy it, just remember not to stray beyond the cloud butler's line of sight. Safety is paramount. Yes, I understand. I wish to go hunting. But I wonder if weapons can be shown in the live stream without it getting banned? Upon seeing the mention of weapons, the fans in the live stream instantly perked up, clamoring with excitement. Hunting is a must. Rest assured, with the village chief around, what is there to fear? Who dares to ban your live stream? Exactly, who would dare? The village chief remarked, technically, it should be banned, just wait a moment. The viewers then witnessed him exiting the live stream, instantly igniting a flurry of chatter. What does the village chief mean by that? What else could it mean? He is undoubtedly going to gather support. Indeed, as they speculated, at Douyin headquarters, General Zhang urgently convened a video conference with shareholders. Once everyone had arrived, the other shareholders exchanged glances. General Zhang, why the sudden urgency for this meeting? Has something happened? Yes, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. General Zhang offered a wry smile. He too was reluctant, but had received a phone call that compelled his attention. There is a matter we need to discuss. I just received a call from General Zhao of Global Corporation. Global Corporation? The individuals in the video expressed their confusion. They were well aware of the company's stature, far beyond their reach. What could Global Corporation want with you? We have no dealings with them. At this thought, General Zhang's expression revealed a hint of envy. Foregoing any further pretense, he said, Global Corporation wishes to invest $100 billion in us, and we would only need to part with 1% of our shares. $100 billion for merely 1% of the shares implies that Global Corporation values their company at a staggering $1 trillion. $1 trillion, an unfathomable figure. The financial cloud of Global Corporation left him in awe. Even more astonishing was that all this was merely for a live stream. What? As expected. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, with everyone rising in astonishment and deeper confusion. What does Global Corporation intend to achieve? Are they simply swimming in excess funds? Surely they must have some demands for such a lofty valuation. I suggest we reject it outright, as we are not in dire need of money. President Zhang yawned slightly. Speaking lightly, dismissing the matter. How could one simply refuse? Did he think a mere word would suffice? If someone else from the global group were to call him, perhaps he might decline, but if it were Zhao Ruilong himself making the call, to refuse would be. He dared not ponder further. For although nothing alarming would transpire domestically, the international implications were a different matter altogether. Perhaps a few had already contemplated the deeper ramifications. Thus, President Zhang decided to first address the other party's requests. In truth, they were quite simple, or rather, not requests at all. The other party merely requested that they refrain from interfering with a live stream hosted by someone known as the Lazy King of Green Pastures. More precisely, as long as the content did not display excessively gruesome imagery, there were three primary principles. They were not to ban the other party's live stream, and they were also to provide support. This left several in a state of astonishment. Was this it? $100 billion, and such a trivial request? It seemed the other party truly had more money than they knew what to do with. They had anticipated some unreasonable demands regarding business collaboration. Just this? Was there nothing more? Are you absolutely certain that was a call from Zhao Ruilong of the global group and not a scam? President Zhang raised his hands in exasperation. He had initially thought the same, but the funds had already been transferred. If it were a scam, wouldn't the cost be excessively high? Moreover, there was the identity of Su Lingxian, the sister of the global group's enigmatic owner. It was undeniable. The call was indeed genuine, as the funds had already arrived. What was the identity of that streamer? The younger sister of the global group's clandestine proprietor. President Zhang did not conceal this fact. For given the identities of those in the video, a simple search would reveal everything. Of course, this was only the information they were meant to know, as it was what Su Lingxian wished them to know. Gasping, several of them took in a breath. Why had this princess decided to become a streamer? Perhaps she was simply bored. Given the clarity of the other party's intentions, they could not refuse outright. I have no objections. Neither do I. Very well. Then it is settled. Upon receiving the news, Su Lingxian returned to the live stream. Su Lingxian sat idly by the fire, awaiting updates from Su Lingxian. The village chief of Sheep Village entered the live stream, provoking a flurry of excitement in the chat. The chief has returned. What is the verdict? Can we do as we please? If the chief takes action, it will undoubtedly be unstoppable. Su Lingxian remained silent, intently watching the barrage of comments. Eagerly awaiting news from Su Lingxian, the village chief announced, "It is permissible. From now on, you may not broadcast anything related to pornography, gambling, drugs, or excessively bloody scenes. Everything else is acceptable, but please be mindful of your speech's impact." Su Lingxian nodded vigorously, and the fans in the live stream erupted in cheers. Woohoo! I told you so. Forget it, the chief is magnificent. Could the chief be a second-generation Red? No way, second-generation Reds cannot be this ostentatious. Then, perhaps a black-red-white second generation? Who cares what generation it is, as long as they're impressive? Su Lingxian observed the comments, shaking his head without concern. The village chief instructed, "Have them teach you how to shoot. That way, should danger arise, you will possess the ability to protect yourself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not watch your live stream any longer." With that, he exited the room. Subsequently, Su Lingxian felt unencumbered. "Cloud Butler, do we have any weapons? I want to practice a bit before hunting tomorrow morning." The cloud butler nodded. Yes, miss, please wait a moment. I will arrange it. Shortly after, a maid approached and said, Miss, dinner is ready. Su Lingxian was already quite hungry. Inside the wooden cabin, a table was set, adorned with an array of game and fresh vegetables, along with fruits, delicacies she had never tasted before, which ignited her appetite. Oh, why is there such a vast disparity between people? Looking at this sumptuous game, then glancing at the instant noodles in my hand. It seems I might as well skip this dinner. Half an hour later, the number of viewers in the live stream suddenly skyrocketed, surging from 10,000 to over 100,000 in mere minutes, an unexpected turn of events that left everyone in the room agape. What the heck? Why are there suddenly so many people? I thought I had jumped to another live stream. What is going on? Over 100,000? Could it be that a major streamer ended their broadcast and directed their audience here? Wow, this is bad, with so many sheep. The grass and sheep village 1T be enough. Wait, this fan badge, ISNT that my brother Quan. How about it, brothers? I went and brought brother Quan over. How is that for attracting viewers? Previously casual gifts were now being showered in a flurry. Listening to Quan's treasure entered the live stream. Listening to Quan's treasure sent 100 carnival gifts. Listening to Quan's treasure, I heard from the brothers that there are some very open things here. So I came to take a look. I knew it. No wonder there are suddenly so many people. It turns out brother Quan is here. Having finished her dinner, Su Lingxian turned her attention back to the live stream. The chat was a whirlwind of comments, and the viewer count in the upper right corner made her face show a look of surprise. She could not comprehend how her simple meal had drawn such a crowd. Upon reading the comments, she finally understood. Listening to Quan's treasure, she had heard of him and had even watched his live stream videos. His style was quite entertaining, though she had never actually seen him live stream. Chapter 45, The National Wife Selection. Observing the 100 carnival gifts from the other party. Although she was not in need of money, she graciously expressed her gratitude. Thank you to listening to Quan's treasure for the 100 carnival gifts, but everyone need not send gifts anymore. However, the gift effects showed no signs of abating, and she could barely see her own people. Reluctantly, she had to disable gift donations. Yes. Please don't send gifts anymore. I can hardly see our lazy king. Lazy king doesn't need your trifling gifts. Everyone, give the top supporter a report. I have plenty of money, so I'll just send. Fine, show me your capabilities with a 500. Listening to Quan's treasure, little sister, where are you? Dressed so warmly, is this in the woods? Oh, brother Quan, your smile is so lewd. Your expressions change faster than flipping through a book. You truly are listening to Quan the cat. Su Lingxian picked up her phone, walking outside as she spoke. I'm in Siberia, it's quite cold here. Just as she stepped out of the wooden cabin, the cloud butler approached her, saying, Miss, everything is ready. Su Lingxian looked outside to see a long table several meters in length set up on the snow, covered with an assortment of weapons, from handguns to sniper rifles, and even a large pineapple grenade. She noticed a wooden box containing round objects. Hand grenades? As she approached, she confirmed they were indeed grenades. Upon her arrival, 2 women clad in camouflage stood beside the weapons and bowed. Second miss, would you like a briefing on these firearms? However, Su Lingxian waved her hand, indicating she did not need a briefing. Practice was far more beneficial. At that moment, the cloud butler led 2 maids forward, and the butler took Su Lingxian's phone. She then picked up a small handgun, a thrill coursing through her. It was her first encounter with such weaponry. One of the women stepped forward, softly saying, Second miss, I will teach you. Upon receiving her consent, she gently grasped Su Lingxian's hand holding the pistol, explaining how to shoot, aim, and hold the gun while making corrections. She pulled the trigger, aiming at a large tree ahead. With every gunshot, her heart involuntarily quickened its rhythm. The newcomers in the live broadcast room, following the sound of the gunfire, paused in disbelief. Wait, are those real guns? I thought it was just for show, one remarked. By the way, is this even allowed to be streamed? Didn't they say you'd be taken out in an instant if you exposed yourself? Another chimed in. Come on. Don't you know who this is? The lazy king is not the same as others. A third voice interjected. Indeed, it's true that one gets taken out instantly. As soon as Xiao Ming peeks out, he'll be eliminated. Amidst the banter of the comments, Ting Quan contemplated more profoundly. Glancing up at the IDs in the live room, she realized she had never heard of this streamer before. If not for the intriguing comments during her own broadcast, she might never have appeared here. Observing the weapons openly displayed in the live room, it was curious that Douyin's officials turned a blind eye. It seemed imperative to investigate the identity of the host later. Half an hour later, Su Lingxian had tested all the weapons, except for the sniper rifle, which she deemed unnecessary. The tree across from her was already battered and bruised beyond recognition. Hey, are those little trolls still around? Speak up and choose your bullet caliber. She called out. Surprisingly, they were indeed present, and one was quickly tagged. Don't tag me. It's not me. I'm just a loyal fan of the lazy king. I never slander her, even if it's my dad. Is it that you won tea, or simply that you dare not? Came the retort. I was just accidentally negligent, the troll replied. Impertinence. Answering evasively. Bring in a little lamb and execute him for 10 minutes as a warning. Meanwhile, at the No. 1 manor in the western suburbs of Magic City, Su Lintian was sifting through the extensive information sent by Su Bei that morning, comprising over 100 individuals. He examined each one, noting that their appearances and dispositions were quite commendable. Suddenly, a girl caught his attention. Her photo depicted her in ancient attire with a subtle aura of regal grace. Yet, this elegance was not overtly pronounced. A barefaced photo showed her looking quite simple. Studying her profile, he frowned slightly. Chapter 46. A beauty that topples nations. Chun Yunyun. In her plain photo, she wore modest clothing. Su Lintian was indifferent to her family background and did not necessarily seek a match of equal social standing. After all, he had little interest in such considerations. If one were to align in status, it would complicate the pure affection he wished to cultivate, inevitably mingling with ulterior motives. Reviewing her details. Name, Chun Yunyun. Age, 21. Identity, graduate of the Central Academy of Drama. Current residence, Hangzhou, an artist under Xinjiang Entertainment. Relationship history, none. Family background, born in a small rural area of the southern oil city, with farmer parents. Her elder brother dropped out of high school to work and support her university education. Besides these, there were a few of her film and television works. Mostly obscure period dramas. No wonder her aura was so striking. She seemed to specialize in ancient costume films or dramas. However, it appeared that a significant portion of her works were completed before her graduation. It seems that, regardless of where one goes, identity and background are indeed paramount. Butler Long. Prepare everything. Tomorrow we shall visit Hangzhou. The 100 girls on the list were oblivious that, due to Chun Yunyun's presence, they had missed a monumental opportunity for a match. The next day at noon, Su Lintian disembarked from the plane, gazing at the bustling city for the first time. Let us explore a bit, he said. They strolled around Hengdian, a miniature version of the Forbidden City, for the entire afternoon. At 6 in the evening, Su Lintian had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to Hangzhou. Inside a private room at the Tiangong Hotel, he sat with Butler Long and several bodyguards, taking a few bites of the simple dishes on the table as they awaited something. The meal was secondary. The chance encounter was the true objective. In the adjacent room, Chun Yunyun sat at a banquet table, her expression far from pleasant. She had not anticipated that her agent would deceive her, claiming they were there to discuss a script and meet the director and screenwriter. Upon arrival, she discovered not only was the director present, but the company's president was also there. Yunyun, you have been with the company for half a year, yet your career has not flourished. You must strive harder. We have great expectations for you, President Zhang said, his gaze fixated on the visibly anxious Chun Yunyun, as if he wished to shred her clothing with his eyes. From the moment she joined the company, he had desired to exploit her. Otherwise, with her acting skills and demeanor, how could she still remain obscure? Now, like a canary yearning to escape, the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract was a burden she could not bear. Overall, she remained too naive, thinking it possible to stand out in this murky environment. Thank you, President Zhang. I will put in the effort, she replied, wishing only to escape this den of iniquity. Concocting excuses in her mind to leave. Mere effort is insufficient. Look, I've even invited the acclaimed director Liang to meet you. The company is planning to invest in a major production and is in need of a leading lady. He holds you in high regard, he continued. Your aura perfectly matches the role of the female lead, and with President Zhang's endorsement, I see no issues. You see, we truly recognize your talent, President Zhang asserted, reaching out to grasp her hand, causing her to leap up in fright. Her face paled, but she managed to force a smile. President Zhang, I apologize, but I'm feeling unwell. I must take my leave. Before she could take 2 steps, a loud crash echoed as a glass shattered on the floor. President Zhang dropped any pretense, his face contorted in fury. Chun Yunyun, do not test my patience. If you step into this den of vice, do not dream of being the virtuous flower. If you walk out that door, prepare to be buried in obscurity for a lifetime. I always get what I want. The soundproofing in the room was evidently lacking, and Su Lintian, seated next door, felt his smile fade. Chun Yunyun ignored him, pushing the door to the private room, intent on leaving. At that moment, President Zhang signaled to her agent, who hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Chun Yunyun from leaving. Yunyun, President Zhang is only looking out for you. He doesn't want your talents to go to waste. Just a few drinks with him won't cost you anything, right? Her agent urged. Hearing her agent's words, she trembled with anger. Had he no shame to threaten her? If it meant compromising her integrity, she would rather die. Let go. I will not yield. Her agent could not easily release her. If he did, he would lose his livelihood. Su Lintian rose and opened the door to the private room. Butler Long and the bodyguards remained inside, not following him out. Yunyun, come in. If outsiders see you, it would not bode well for your reputation. Let's discuss this inside. How could she possibly agree? Once she stepped inside, escaping unscathed would become a formidable challenge. Grasping the ajar door, she was about to scream when, by chance, Su Lintian happened to pass by. He appeared as if he were a lifeline. Help! I don't know her. Su Lintian, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with indignation. Stop! In broad daylight, what do you think you were doing? Is there no law? Is there no justice? With that, he swiftly pulled Chen Yunyan behind him. Turning to her, he spoke softly. You should leave first. You little brat. Thinking you can be a hero to save the damsel in distress even before you've grown hair. At that moment, a cup was hurled from within the private room. This was something Su Lintian had never anticipated. The other party dared to strike. He quickly raised his hand to block the projectile. Crash! The cup shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering shards everywhere. You should leave. Without you here, they won't dare to act. Chen Yunyan pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Her presence was their primary target. If she departed, it seemed unlikely they would continue their pursuit of him. Having made up her mind, she hurriedly exited, but not truly intending to leave. She merely planned to wait by the door. Seeing her depart, the agent disregarded everything and pushed Su Lintian aside. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, his palm landing on the glass shards, and blood gushed forth. Of course, this was intentional. The agent, upon witnessing this, was too frightened to move. Seeing blood and not seeing blood were two entirely different matters. Inside the room, Butler Long, holding a phone, was monitoring the hotel surveillance. Observing the chaos, he picked up another phone and commanded, "That's enough. Get some gauze to bandage the young master." After a considerable wait, the hotel staff finally arrived, accompanied by the manager. "Sir, what has transpired? Are you all right? Please, fetch some gauze at once." Nodding, the staff member turned and retrieved gauze from his pocket. "Manager, the gauze is here." Su Lintian hastily bandaged his wound and rose, stating, "It's nothing, just a minor fall. However, the individuals inside the room broke some items, and you might need to cover the cost." With that, he turned and exited the hotel. The manager, understanding the situation, promptly entered the private room. Su Lintian did not concern himself with subsequent events. Yet, he knew this matter was far from over. Although the injury was intentional, the bloodshed was genuine, and all responsibility would fall on the other party. It truly hurt. The price seemed a bit steep. Having lost so much blood, it wouldn't be too much to wish for the other company to go bankrupt and see that so-called Director Zhang vanish, would it? While he initially could rely on his status to intimidate, he understood the mindset of rural folk and thus refrained from doing so. What he never anticipated was that Chen Yunyan had not left, but was instead pacing back and forth outside the door, occasionally glancing inside. Su Lintian, placing his hands behind his back, waved dismissively at Butler Long, who had just intended to follow him, causing him to halt. With a pained expression, Su Lintian emerged, clutching his injured hand. Chapter 47. The word envy is one I no longer wish to utter. Seeing him emerge, Chen Yunyan hurried forward. Su Lintian quickly squeezed his hand, instantly staining the bandage red with blood. Ouch! He had applied too much pressure, causing him to inhale sharply, tears welling in his eyes. "Oh no, you're hurt. How serious is it? Are you all right?" Her expression was tense as she grasped Su Lintian's injured hand, and he felt an icy sensation coursing through him. Her touch was soft and comforting. "It's nothing, just a superficial wound." Chen Yunyan gazed at the bloodied bandage, her expression a mixture of amusement and concern. "Is this really just a superficial wound? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this predicament." "I'm sorry, if it weren't for me." Before she could finish, Su Lintian interrupted, "It's nothing. I'm just a boy. A little injury is nothing. The important thing is that you're all right. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital to get it properly treated, and then I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. There's no need to trouble yourself. It's really just a minor injury. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Saying this, he discreetly squeezed his hand, causing blood to seep through the bandage. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us skip the meal for now. You should leave quickly, otherwise, they'll come out soon, and I don't want them to see you." With that, he pretended to depart. A meal was out of the question. If they went to eat now, it would clear the air between them. He would encounter her this way again in the future? While he might be foolish, she wasn't he, and the world was vast. How could there be so many coincidences? This meal could wait until they were married. At the very least, he needed to secure her contact information, but he could not ask for it directly, lest she realize he had ulterior motives in approaching her. As expected, when he attempted to leave, Chen Yunyan called out to him, "Wait, how about we exchange contact information? When you're free, I can treat you to a meal. What do you think?" This was her first time actively requesting a boy as contact information, although it was merely to repay him. It was undeniable that he was the first boy she had approached. Su Lintian chuckled inwardly while maintaining a facade of contemplation before agreeing. He took out his phone, and they added each other as friends. Without looking back, he departed. This left Yun momentarily stunned, thinking to herself that he truly had urgent business. She too then left the scene. Inside the car, Butler Long was disinfecting and rebandaging his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. "Young master, where are we headed now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lintian replied. "Back to Mo. Do this," puzzled Butler Long. After such a spectacle, he was returning without addressing the injury? However, he refrained from questioning further. Whatever the young master decided was final. "And what about Shinshin Entertainment?" Butler Long asked solemnly, suggesting that they should simply eliminate the opposition and send that so-called Director Zhang abroad, disposing of him entirely. "Not yet. Even ants have their uses. Let them linger a few more days while Zhao Ruilong acquires an entertainment company domestically. I'll notify you when the time is right." "Understood, young master." The convoy headed straight for the airport, boarding a private jet back to Mo due for the time being. He wished to avoid any further encounters with Chen Yunyun. Having added each other as friends, everything would be easier to manage. Meanwhile, Su Lingxian had already departed from Siberia, with Paris as her next destination. A black Alfa Romeo halted in front of the Palace of Versailles. The door was opened by an accompanying bodyguard. A girl clad in a cosplay outfit emerged from the vehicle, her long, elegant legs capturing the attention of all. She followed the staff into the palace. A long corridor lay ahead, yet it was utterly deserted. Just how vast is the Palace of Versailles? Covering an area of approximately 1,070 hectares. The palace had been entirely cleared for her photo shoot amidst its opulence. Naturally, other areas still hosted numerous visitors. As she was in the midst of taking photographs, it seemed a large group of tourists was being escorted out of the palace. She could vaguely hear shouts demanding the area be cleared. Glancing at her butler, she inquired, "We didn't clear the entire Palace of Versailles, did we?" The butler felt a sense of embarrassment at his young lady's words. She jested that it was generally not permissible to clear the entire grounds of the Palace of Versailles. Such a feat could not merely be accomplished by wealth alone. It was likely due to the impending arrival of a distinguished guest that such measures were being taken. Indeed, it was not simply a matter of inadequate funds, but rather the sheer magnitude of wealth required for such an undertaking. Before long, the entirety of the Palace of Versailles fell into a hushed silence as a multitude of service staff began to converge from within the palace. The person in charge of Versailles stood in a spacious area outside, observing as attendants and various butlers from all directions gathered, approximately 100 individuals in total. Once they seemed to have nearly assembled, he turned to his assistant and inquired, "Is the area completely cleared? Are there no remaining guests inside?" Miss Navia is still here. She has reserved the side hall. However, rest assured, I have already notified her, and I believe there will be no issues," came the response. Meanwhile, another staff member approached with a hint of urgency. "I apologize, Miss Feng, but we have just received notice that the Palace of Versailles must accommodate esteemed guests today, necessitating a full clearing of the premises. We hope you can understand. Rest assured, we will compensate you with double the fees." The intent of the staff was unmistakable. They wished for her to vacate the premises. "Could you grant me another half hour?" she implored. At that moment, several men clad in camouflage, each carrying a Barrett rifle, strode past with an icy demeanor. Upon noticing the presence of others, they exchanged glances as if issuing a silent warning before proceeding to the person in charge. "Were we not to clear the area? Why are there still people here?" The leader asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he forced a smile. "I apologize. I will have them removed immediately." The men in camouflage remained silent, but snorted in response, taking positions at the highest vantage points, meticulously setting up their sniper rifles to observe the surroundings. Once the area was vacated, the responsible individual dared to lift his head and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, casting a disdainful glance at his assistant. "Incompetent fool. You couldn't even manage such a trivial task." The assistant bowed his head, too intimidated to retort. "What are you still doing here? Go and prepare for the welcome." In a flurry, the assistant led the team to the grand staircase at the entrance of Versailles, where a red carpet had already been laid, and staff stood at attention on either side. Just then, a motorcade halted before them. Over 20 bodyguards disembarked, taking their positions and scanning the surroundings. Butler Yun emerged from a Rolls-Royce and briskly made his way to the other side to open the door, slightly bowing as he announced, "Miss, we have arrived." Su Lingxian, yawning as she exited the vehicle, held a live-streaming stand. "Little lambs, I promised to show you the scenery outside. I, the lazy king, always keep my word." We reached the Palace of Versailles. "I wonder how crowded it is at this hour. I'll take you for a tour, but then I'll need to rest. I'm utterly exhausted." The fans in the live stream were awestruck by the sight of the surrounding bodyguards and palace staff, expressing their envy repeatedly. The assistant of the person in charge hastily bowed, exclaiming, "We welcome the arrival of the young lady." This was echoed by over 100 staff members, causing the one conversing with Miss Feng to break out in a cold sweat. "We're doomed. the young lady has arrived. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he abandoned all pretense of politeness. Miss Feng, I must insist that you leave immediately. We will compensate you threefold. Feng Xinglan, though not angered, felt a twinge of irritation but thought better of it upon seeing the armed men in camouflage. Originally hoping for half an hour to finish taking photos, it now seemed she would have to wait for another opportunity. Very well, she sighed. As Su Lingxian strolled, she marveled at the Palace of Versailles, a place she had only seen in videos until now. I truly can't believe the grandeur of the lazy king. Could I possibly perform for even 10 seconds? Just 2 photos, please. The fans were in a frenzy. Wow, the lazy king truly is magnificent. I'm dying to know more about her background. I'm more curious about the identity of that cosplayer. Why is the Palace of Versailles so deserted? It seems so forlorn. Wait, do you think it's possible that the lazy king cleared out the Palace of Versailles for us? As Su Lingxian observed the emptiness, filled only with service personnel, she felt a hint of confusion. Butler Yin seemed to sense her bewilderment and explained, Miss, there were too many people. For your safety, I arranged for the area to be cleared before your arrival. Su Lingxian was taken aback. Cleared? Is that even possible? Realizing her own ignorance, she thought that if it weren't for her brother, she might never have had the opportunity to visit such a place, let alone witness a clearing. In contrast to her astonishment, the fans in the live stream were mostly in shock. Wow, stop gasping. If you keep it up, you'll suffocate. Indeed, the world of the young lady is beyond my comprehension. Surely, clearing the Palace of Versailles wasn't solely for our viewing pleasure. As she walked and chatted with her fans, Feng Xinglan and her entourage approached. They had resolved to leave, with the person in charge trailing behind them. Upon noticing Su Lingxian, the responsible individual hurried forward, welcoming the young lady. Su Lingxian nodded and turned her gaze toward Feng Xinglan, who curiously returned her stare. Simultaneously, some comments in the live stream caught her attention. That cosplaying young lady looks so familiar. I feel the same. Let me think. It's her, my wife. Isn't that Feng Xiao? I follow her. Those legs of hers are longer than my life. The heiress of the Navia group, Feng Xinglan, younger than me, living a life far more luxurious than mine. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known it was possible to clear out the Temple of Heaven. She cleared the Temple of Heaven at 16. I cleared my rooftop at that age. She was born in Rome. I was born in a stable. Given the current situation, it seems our lazy king has the upper hand in this encounter. From today onward, we shall refer to her as the Princess of Versailles. One is a young lady, the other a princess. There's simply no comparison. As Su Lingxian read the comments, she pondered the wealth of the other party's family. Hello, are you also a streamer? I see many people in the live chat recognize you. Feng Xinglan, taken aback by the unexpected greeting, felt a mix of surprise and honor. Though she was unaware of Su Lingxuan's identity, the presence of snipers marked an unprecedented experience for her. Greetings, I am a cosplayer known as Feng Xinglan, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Just as I intended to take a couple of steps forward, I was unexpectedly halted by the bodyguard beside Su Lingxian, who also advanced a step. Immediately, both parties felt a shiver run through them, enveloped by an ominous aura that hinted at the presence of the previously encountered snipers. This realization rendered them motionless, too apprehensive to act. It was then that Feng Xinglan recognized the gravity of the situation and retreated a couple of steps. Observing this, Butler Yin waved his hand. One of the bodyguards, noticing the gesture, retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, engaging in some unknown task. Within 2 minutes, Feng Xinglan's information appeared on his screen. He presented it to Butler Yin, who merely glanced at it before dismissing it. The individual in question was the daughter of a prominent conglomerate, likely not approaching their young lady with any ill intent. Thus, Butler Yin chose not to pursue the matter further. Naturally, Su Lingxian remained oblivious to these developments. What is happening? Are they about to fight? Fight? Surely you jest. Look at the highest point of the palace. The audience in the live stream collectively gasped in astonishment. What is that? Goodness, is that a sniper? My word, they are invincible, my lazy king. Wasn't there someone earlier who claimed they would come to seize my lazy king? Nonsense. I am brazen with words, not reckless with actions. Su Lingxian chuckled, introducing herself. I am Su Lingxian. Are you taking cosplay photos? Have you finished? You look stunning. Although she was unaware of whom Feng Xinglan was portraying, she could not overlook her remarkable figure and beauty. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had she inadvertently cleared the area? Perhaps Feng Xinglan was not also expelled. With this in mind, she suggested, if the photos were not yet complete, she could remain and continue shooting. Feng Xinglan was pleasantly surprised by Su Lingxuan's approachable demeanor. With polite gratitude, she replied, Thank you. No worries, take your time with the photos. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Goodbye. As she watched Su Lingxian depart, accompanied by a throng of admirers, she felt a tinge of envy, though it was not overwhelmingly so, as the saying goes. How significant must a position be to be deemed substantial? Butler Yun turned to a nearby bodyguard, instructing him to keep a watchful eye on Feng Xinglan, ensuring she remained within sight. The bodyguard nodded and stepped away from the group. Butler Yun's actions were a precaution. Su Lingxuan's safety was paramount. Understanding the scrutiny from the bodyguard, Feng Xinglan felt a sense of understanding. Su Lingxian, with her phone stand in hand, wandered through the vast expanse of the Palace of Versailles for half an hour, initially intending to explore before resting. It became apparent that the palace's enormity rendered such a plan unfeasible. Dear fans, the Palace of Versailles is far too expansive to fully explore in a short time. I shall take my leave to rest. The fans were remarkably understanding, recognizing that their day had been an eye-opener. No worries, lazy king, go rest. We wouldn't want you exhausted, lest the sniper's bullets find their way through the internet to my brain. Haha, what a ridiculous yet truthful statement. Su Lingxian ended the live stream, indulged in a light meal of the palace's delicacies, and then retired to her room. Chapter 49, The Tiger Unleashed. Shortly thereafter, a video set the internet ablaze. Fans edited Su Lingxuan's live stream of clearing the Palace of Versailles and uploaded it to Douyin, where any content related to her garnered substantial traffic. After a night of virality, it even trended on social media. The video amassed millions of likes overnight. Who is this young lady? Previously, she cleared the Temple of Heaven, and now she has escalated to clearing the Palace of Versailles. Jealousy transforms one's visage. While I am left in tears, is this truly a glimpse of the celestial realm? Someone, please cover it up. I do not wish to witness it. A princess of Versailles? I also spotted Feng Xiao. Alas, it is evident that the wealthy congregate for warmth, while I can only cling to the custom-made wife I ordered from Yiwu. No matter, it remains fair. Each person has but one life. Indeed, the affluent may not fear your legal recourse, yet they dread the prospect of us relinquishing the law in favor of arms. Hey, brother upstairs, if that is your stance. I suppose I shall have to wield my sniper rifle, someone chimed in. Go ahead, I wish to see if the snipers beside Lazy King wield genuine Barrett rifles. Rest assured, if they are authentic, I shall return and send you 200. Count me in for that 200. When the feast begins, include me. Su Lingxian, in the span of a night, gained 2 million followers. In the past few days, Su Lingxian had refrained from browsing Douyin, for he had more pressing matters at hand, conversing with Chen Yunxuan. Of course, it was she who initiated contact. Chen Yunxuan, is your hand feeling better? With this topic, Chen Yunxuan had reached out to him twice, once upon his return, and now again. Su Lingxian, yes, it's nearly healed, no longer bleeding. Chen Yunxuan, what do you mean by no longer bleeding? It's been 2 days, and only now has it stopped. Are you free at the moment? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Knowing full well, Su Lingxian feigned ignorance. I have matters to attend to in Magic City. I likely won't be leaving anytime soon, so let us save that meal for later. By the way, what is your profession? The person in the private room seemed quite imposing. How did you offend him? Chen Yunxuan. This is not something I cannot disclose. I am an actress. Having just graduated over 6 months ago, I was quite naive, and after being signed by my agent to New Morning Entertainment, things started well. However, as you know, the entertainment industry can be quite ruthless. For some reason, the boss took a liking to me, which I did not accept, and consequently, I was shelved for 6 months, leading to that incident the other day. Su Lingxian, is it because of the breach of contract that you remain? You might consider trying to create short videos. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you. Chen Yunxuan, indeed, I have long wished to leave, but the breach of contract penalty is in the millions, a burden I cannot bear. So I must endure. As for your suggestion of short videos, it is not that simple. Do not be deceived by those influencers with millions of followers. It is all backed by capital. Without traffic, success is unattainable. Her words took Su Lingxian by surprise. It seemed she was not entirely ignorant and had gained insight during her 6-month hiatus. Su Lingxian, do not be so pessimistic. Where there is a will, there is a way. The heavens do not forsake anyone. As long as you desire to move forward, the path lies beneath your feet. Keep your spirits high and believe in yourself. Perhaps due to his encouragement, in the following period, Chen Yunxuan began posting videos on Douyin, seeking to reclaim her destiny. The two gradually became more familiar with one another. In the United States, headquarters of Universal Group, Wang Yulong gazed up at the sun, his expression one of exhilaration. I, Wang Yulong, have finally seen the light of day again. After a month of intensive training, it had finally come to an end. Enough of the theatrics. This is the appointment letter from the group. From this moment forth, you are the acting president of Universal Entertainment. Do well, for the young master holds you in high regard. Chapter 50, The Rakshasa Team 2, clad in gold and white, embodying desire. Wang Yulong was perplexed, unable to fathom why Universal Group had recalled him to the country. He had thought that upon completing his training, he would be allowed to pursue other endeavors. After all, over time, he had garnered some insight into the workings of the group. Regrettably, the skills he had acquired had no outlet. Upon receiving the appointment letter, he wasted no time and boarded a flight back home. Meanwhile, the struggle between the Rakshasa and the Red Spider has reached a fever pitch. Regarding the well-established assassin organization, Robert has no intention of eradicating it entirely, for the Red Spider does not boast elite warriors. Rather, it serves as a melting pot of all walks of life. Anyone who has taken a life can claim the title of assassin, and even the street thugs may well be agents of the Red Spider. This very aspect contributes to the vast membership of the organization, which was a key factor in its rapid rise to power. Although Robert possesses the capability to do so, there is no necessity. A significant portion of the members exhibit no loyalty to the Red Spider, viewing it merely as a platform. In stark contrast, the Rakshasa fosters a deep sense of allegiance. Thus, within the shadows of the underworld, Robert issued a stern warning: within a week, those who do not withdraw from the Red Spider shall find themselves at odds with the Rakshasa, with nowhere to hide, be it above or below. In the dimly lit streets of Las Vegas, a figure darted into a small building. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, his right hand clutching a perspiring pistol. The sweat-soaked bangs clung to his forehead, and his heart raced violently. In the stillness of the night, he could almost hear the rapid thumping of his own heartbeat. Damn it, the Rakshasa is like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cursed under his breath, his heart filled with regret. Had he known he should have betrayed the Red Spider outright, he would have acted differently. Alas, his greed had led him to succumb to the allure of wealth. "You're not dead. How could I let you escape?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, resonating like a whisper from the depths of hell, paralyzing him with dread. He understood that his fate was sealed. A youth clad in golden attire with flowing white hair, exuding an air of gentility, stood before him with a smile. Golden garb and white hair. The newcomer was none other than Tycoon, ranked second within the Rakshas's 10th group. "I withdraw. I am withdrawing from the Red Spider now." "No, I can assist you in eliminating those from the Red Spider. I have money, plenty of it, which I am willing to offer you, provided you spare my life." Observing the crumbling assassin, Tycoon merely smiled faintly. "It seems you have misunderstood my intentions." Gradually, he circled around the trembling figure, as if appraising him. "No, I understand." Before he could finish, it appeared as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, a golden thread coiling around his neck and emanating a soft golden glow. Perhaps realizing his imminent demise, he raised his gun in a desperate attempt to take Tycoon down with him, firing his last shot. Unfortunately for him, he was up against the pillar of the Rakshasa. Had he faced an assassin drawn from the outside, he might have had a chance to fight back. Bang! The gunfire pierced the quiet night with an alarming clarity. His eyes widened in disbelief, an expression akin to witnessing divinity before succumbing to darkness. Perhaps dying at the hands of another was a twisted honor. Tycoon effortlessly deflected the bullet, the impact causing his wrist to tingle. With a mere gesture, the assassin was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, two CIA operatives observed the scene from the corner of a window in a nearby building. Is this truly Tycoon, the second in command of the Rakshasa? Terrifying. Yet, they seem to have grown bolder. In the past, they were more restrained, but now they act with impunity, as if the CIA does not exist. However, one of the agents remained silent, and upon closer inspection, a look of terror lurked within his eyes. "Hey, Rux. What's wrong?" Rux inhaled deeply, looking up at his companion, his face a mask of fear. "Before coming here, I received intel from a reliable informant." "Do you know what he discovered? Stop teasing and tell me quickly." Unfortunately, he did not finish his thought before meeting his end. The implications of his findings were too dreadful to contemplate. Analyzing the information, Rux suspected a connection between the Rakshasa and the dark web, potentially involving the Universal Group. He was also convinced that the International Protective Umbrella Organization had intricate ties with them. This was a grave entanglement, and he hesitated to report it up the chain. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared outside the window, his expression grave. "Your curiosity as CIA agents is rather excessive. There are matters you may investigate, but some truths, once uncovered, could cost you your lives." Bang, bang, bang. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger, shattering the window and sending shards of glass raining down. "Rux, be careful." One agent shoved Rux aside, taking several bullets in the process. "Don't worry about me. Just run." Rux did not hesitate, fleeing through the door. At that moment, Tycoon stepped out, observing the unfolding chaos. With a frown, he intoned, "What has transpired?" The middle-aged man, upon seeing Tycoon, quickly lowered his head. "Sir, it's the CIA. They've uncovered some of our crucial intelligence." Though he was also from the second group, he was an outsider, distinctly different in attire and appearance. Only those who emerged from the spatial realm bore the golden garb and white hair, truly embodying Tycoon. His position within the group was undoubtedly significant. "What vital intelligence?" The man was initially taken aback, while he was aware of the Rakshas's deep connections to the dark web. He had never anticipated that it would implicate the Universal Group and the recently surfaced Protective Umbrella Organization. The realization sent a chill down his spine, wondering if his newfound knowledge would lead to dire consequences. Trembling, he stammered, "Sir, it concerns the connections between the dark web, the Universal Group, and the Protective Umbrella Organization." Tion's demeanor shifted, his expression growing serious as his eyes narrowed. The air thickened with a palpable tension, an aura of menace enveloping the space. The man felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, his chin nearly touching his chest, too fearful to draw a breath. "Has he perished?" he questioned. "My subordinate nearly pursued him, sir." Slap. "Fool. Anyone with knowledge must die. Do you comprehend?" A resounding slap sent the man crashing to the ground, nearly petrified by Tion's words. "Sir, I would never dare to divulge a single word. My father is in New York, my uncle in Indonesia, and my wife's cousin's second uncle is in Singapore. If I were to breathe a word, my entire lineage would face annihilation. Humph. If he reveals even a whisper, not only will you perish, but all connected to your bloodline will suffer the same fate. I shall inform the group leader of this matter, and you may receive assistance. Let us hope you can protect your kin. Now go." The man, trembling, scrambled to his feet and hurried after Rux, only to have the latter utter two fateful words before disappearing. Chapter 51. The Informant Must Die. Upon receiving this information, Su Bei was equally alarmed. While the Protective Umbrella posed little threat, a connection to the Universal Group would be disastrous, especially given the stakes involving the young master. "Notify our people to monitor the entire CIA. Anyone with knowledge must perish." He then picked up the phone to call Robert, who clearly understood the implications of the call. "Is there anyone on your side aware of this news?" "Yes, a killer from Team 2. Let him die just like that. And that CIA agent must be eliminated before he relays the information back, just to be safe. Anyone associated with him must also be dealt with. I will provide you with the necessary details later. For now, this is my oversight, and I must report to the young master." Upon hearing the call had ended, Robert's expression darkened, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and paid no heed to Su Bei's almost commanding tone. The primary objective now was to eliminate all those privy to this matter. "Call in the leader of Team 2. Shortly thereafter, a slender woman entered, her long, straight legs clad in a golden outfit, white hair cascading in a ponytail, swaying in the air, presenting a figure so captivating it was almost intoxicating. To his surprise, the leader of Team 2 was indeed a woman. "Chief, you summoned me? How many outsiders did your team send to pursue that CIA agent?" After a moment of contemplation, the alluring leader responded, "Given the stakes involving the global corporation, we dispatched only 10 outsiders for assistance. All of them, along with that CIA agent, must be eliminated, as well as anyone connected to him. The information will be provided to you through the dark web. You will personally handle this matter. The young master has already been informed by the dark web about the situation here. We cannot afford to disappoint him." The alluring leader shuddered slightly. "Yes, I will attend to it at once." Meanwhile, Su Lin was conversing with Chun Yunyu at the #1 manor in the Demon City when a phone call came in. Noticing the caller, Su Lin furrowed his brows. It was Su Bei personally reaching out for the first time. Usually, communication would go through Butler Long, who would relay the information to him. It seemed significant enough for Su Bei to address him directly. "Xiao Bei, what is the matter?" Su Bei then recounted the situation in detail. After a moment of silence, Su Lin replied, "You've done well, but do not let this escalate. I do not wish for those individuals to be on our radar for at least 2 years. Understood, young master. All right, I am aware of the situation. You may handle it as you see fit." After ending the call, he reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, fingers lightly drumming against the upholstery. He summoned Butler Long. "What is the status of the island affair?" "Young master, everything is in place, and the construction of the research base is progressing swiftly. It should be completed by February next year." Su Lin felt relieved. 3 months was a manageable wait. Fortunately, things had not taken a turn for the worse. Luke was being relentlessly pursued, too terrified to halt. Su Bei had even taken measures to prevent him from disseminating information via his phone, directly hacking into it and providing real-time location updates to the alluring leader. Consequently, Luke was chased throughout the night, ultimately finding himself with no option but to seek refuge in the nearest police station, a desperate gamble. The guard was about to stop him when Luke produced his credentials. "CIA, someone is after me. Please take me to your chief." The guard, unhurried, glanced at the evidence and then scrutinized Luke discreetly. Finally, he said nonchalantly, "Follow me. You are safe here." Leading Luke to the chief's office, he knocked on the door. Inside, the chief was hunched over, on the phone, chuckling. All right, don't worry. Once he arrives, he won't be leaving." After hanging up, he straightened his attire and said, "Come in." "Chief, This CIA agent claims someone is pursuing him. The chief's head snapped up at the mention of CIA. Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, he exclaimed, CIA? What brings you here? Luke had no time to explain. Listen, I possess crucial intel regarding the dark web. Before he could finish, the chief sprang from his chair, panic etched on his face, interrupting. Stop, stop. I don't want to hear any vital information. You can notify your superiors. Damn it. You still want to drag others down with you. Not a chance. Within 3 minutes of Luke's arrival at the police station, the alluring leader and her team arrived. Upon seeing her unexpectedly appear in the office, Luke, despite his naivety, recognized betrayal. The alluring leader cast a cold glance at him, her delicate lips forming the words, "Kill him." As Luke closed his eyes, awaiting his demise, he found himself unharmed and opened his eyes in shock. What the hell? They are indeed a bunch of lunatics, willing to eliminate even their own. He then turned to the chief. You killed him. The icy tone caused the chief to lose his momentary clarity, drawing his service weapon. Seeing this, Luke suddenly erupted. Damn it, you traitor. If I can't kill her, then I'll cleanse the ranks. Gunfire erupted. Luke collapsed to the ground. The chief's expression twisted with rage. Damn it, still trying to kill me. He emptied the magazine amidst his curses. Everyone in the station dared not show their faces, hiding behind their desks. The alluring leader gestured for the bodies to be removed before departing. The 10 assassins' corpses were left behind. In the wake of such an incident, someone had to take the blame, and those 10 would suffice. Robert, upon receiving the news, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Red Spider must be dealt with promptly. Daring to purchase intel from the dark web was a grave mistake. Chapter 52. The Horse Tramples the Cherry Blossoms. The Red Spider had commissioned the dark web to investigate the Roshan, and Su Bei would not let the opportunity slip away. $1 billion. Not only did he reveal the location of Azura, but he also disclosed the whereabouts of the Roshan headquarters. Of course, the location was fabricated, but the people were genuine. It was no easy feat for Robert to find a headquarters without exposing themselves. Once informed, the Red Spider leader could hardly wait and immediately set out for the destination, intent on annihilating Roshan. Chief, perhaps we should send someone to probe the situation first? Indeed, if possible, let us recruit some allies, just to be safe. Given our current strength, rushing in could lead to unforeseen complications. The senior members exchanged opinions, nearly suggesting that the quest for vengeance was personal, not theirs. No need. Since we have identified their stronghold, we must seize the opportunity. If we alert them, finding them again will be arduous. Meanwhile, they silently cursed the dark web for their exorbitant demands, boldly asking for $1 billion. As the senior members were about to voice their objections, the leader interjected. Rest assured, their headquarters is in the Cherry Blossom country. I have already contacted the Sanha group there, and they have agreed to assist us wholeheartedly. Moreover, if we fail to eliminate Roshan now, do you think the Red Spider will have a prosperous future? As you can see, if this continues, who will remember the Red Spider in 6 months? By then, we may not even dare to show our faces. Yes, I do seek revenge. But I have not been blinded by hatred. Whether he is in a state of unconsciousness or not, perhaps only he himself is aware. As for why the headquarters of the Rakshasa is located in the land of cherry blossoms, that is simply because it has recently relocated there, wherever Robert goes. There lies the heart of the Rakshasa. Establishing the battlefield in the land of cherry blossoms is indeed a brilliant strategy, as it allows for unrestrained engagement in the conflict. The leader remarked that it is we who have been short-sighted. Enough said. After working together for over a decade, there is no need for further pleasantries. Inform everyone, we are setting off for the land of cherry blossoms. The following day, Su Lintian learned of this news from Butler Long. He was taken aback by the resilience of the Red Spider, which had yet to fall. However, from the looks of it, this spider was still alive, albeit with only a few legs remaining. The land of cherry blossoms? A slight smile graced his lips, just when he had been feeling bored. He thought it would be amusing to engage with them. Butler Long, has the Red Spider summoned any reinforcements? In that region, where the underworld reigns supreme, it is likely that the Red Spider, being an assassin organization, has some connections. Young master, you have indeed considered this. The leader of the Red Spider has ties with the head of the Sanko group. Perhaps certain promises of benefits have persuaded the head of Sanko to lend them assistance. Young master, should we notify Umbrella? Su Lintian waved his hand dismissively. This situation is hardly dire enough to involve Umbrella, as calling upon them to deal with the underworld is akin to using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito. No need. This is an excellent opportunity for personal growth. I wish to engage with them myself. Wang Yulong has returned, so let him come to the manor. He certainly wouldn't foolishly throw himself into danger by rushing to the land of cherry blossoms. By the way, inform Ling not to go to the land of cherry blossoms. Understood, young master. At this moment, within the offices of Longting Shipping, Wang Tong, upon returning to the country, immediately assumed control of global entertainment. Once he had settled matters there, he finally arrived at this familiar place. Although Longting Shipping had been acquired by the global group, Su Lintien chose not to change its name. To him, it was merely a name, inconsequential. Wang Yulong pushed the door open, whistling with his hands in his pockets. He plopped down on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. Wang Tong was about to reprimand him, but upon realizing it might be personnel from headquarters, he swallowed his words. Looking up, he saw his son happily sipping tea. "Hey, you little rascal, when did you return?" Not bad, you look quite fit. It seems you've been doing well at headquarters, which puts my mind at ease. Also, be mindful of your status. We are now part of the global group. This company is not your family business, and if the chairman sees you, who knows what might happen." Hearing this, Wang Yulong paused, realizing he had nearly forgotten that the company was no longer a family enterprise. "Father, you wouldn't believe it. Speaking of headquarters, I almost didn't make it back." Wang Tong rose and sat across from him, puzzled. "Oh, it's just a position, not a battlefield you're being sent to." However, Wang Yulong's face was a mask of distress. "A battlefield? I would prefer that. You have no idea. Within 2 days of my arrival, I was chased 3 times. If it weren't for my luck in driving the company car, I might not be here today. After a month of closed training at the group, I assure you. I am not boasting. 4 or 5 of you would not stand a chance against me." Seeing the seriousness in his son's demeanor, Wang Ting suddenly questioned whether his decision had been wise. "Yulong, is it really that dangerous? Wait, are you planning to escape? You're mad. If the young master finds out." "Stop right there, Dad. What nonsense are you saying? Give me 10 lives, and I wouldn't dare. I return to take up the position of acting president of Global Entertainment. Of course, it's only temporary, depending on how the young master arranges things." Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a man entered from outside, glanced at Wang Tong, then turned to Wang Yulong and said, "The young master requests your presence." Without waiting for a reply, he left. The 2 men exchanged confused glances. Nevertheless, Wang Yulong, not daring to delay, hurriedly stood up. Suddenly, leaning closer to his father's ear with a grave expression, he said, "Dad, the young master is quite extraordinary, though I am unaware of his true identity. I must say, at headquarters, the global group can operate without restraint. We must never act against the young master. Our Wang family must remain closely aligned with him." Seeing his son's seriousness, Wang Tong also sobered, nodding. "Rest assured, your father is not yet senile. Longting Shipping is fortunate to have you. Just focus on your duties. The young master wants to meet you. Seize this opportunity." It appears that his initial decision was indeed correct. His son must have learned or witnessed something significant at the global group headquarters. However, when he decided to send Wang Yulong to the global group headquarters, he had already made up his mind. Now, it seemed he had not misjudged. Chapter 53, The Armory in the Vehicle. Upon arriving at Manor Number 1, Wang Yulong marveled at the ever-changing circumstances. The first time he came, he was an inconsequential rich second generation. This time, he was still that wealthy scion. But he had managed to gain a semblance of utility. At least, that was how he perceived it. Some lessons can only be understood through experience. Gathering his emotions, he followed the manor's bodyguards to the living room, where Su Lintien was reviewing information on the underworld in the land of cherry blossoms, as well as that of the cold country. The two were distinctly different, with the latter operating in a corporate form, akin to a conglomerate. "Young master." Wang Yulong observed the young man seated on the sofa, who was several years his junior, and felt compelled to tread carefully in his presence. After returning from the United States, he seemed transformed. The living room fell silent for 3 seconds before Su Lintien glanced up, clearly noting that Wang Yulong had gained considerable weight since their last meeting. He was well aware of everything happening within the group. "Please, have a seat." At that moment, a maid brought over a cup of tea, placing it before him. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid merely smiled, nodded, and departed. "So, how was your time in the United States? Was it fulfilling?" Wang Yulong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Lintien to inquire about his life. "Fulfillment, indeed. Thank you, young master, for this opportunity, which has allowed me to learn a great deal." To his surprise, Su Lintien waved his hand dismissively. "Your learning is your own merit. I merely provided you with an opportunity. Do you know why I called you here?" Wang Yulong inwardly groaned, realizing he lacked the acumen to discern the young master's intentions. "Have you heard of Rakshasa?" Wang Yulong's eyes widened, his heartbeat seemingly halting for a moment. He had indeed heard of Rakshasa, albeit only in passing. Such an organization was one he preferred to avoid if possible. Furthermore, he had heard that they were currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with an assassin organization known as the Red Spider. But what did the young master mean by this? Was that Red Spider affiliated with him? "I have heard a little, but not much." Su Lintien did not beat around the bush, instead stating directly, "Recently, 2 CIA agents stumbled upon crucial intelligence regarding Rakshasa, which is linked to the global group. Unfortunately, They vanished without a trace overnight. Even if one managed to escape to Boffer, it would be of no consequence. Wang Yulong was momentarily stunned, having overheard something utterly astonishing. How could the ruthless organization be connected to the global group? The implication was staggering. He cautiously lifted his gaze to Su Lintian, who was regarding him with an enigmatic smile. A chill coursed through Wang Yulong, his hair standing on end, his eyelids twitching, while his mind raced with the thought. I know nothing. I heard nothing just now. Even in his naivete, he understood the significance of Su Lintian's words. He had previously believed that the Red Spider was the sole servant of the young master, but he had gravely underestimated the situation. It was the ruthless organization that truly held sway. The mere thought of leaking even a whisper of this information sent shivers down his spine. After all, if they could eliminate CIA agents, what would they do to a mere wealthy heir like himself? The Red Spider intended to eradicate the ruthless organization entirely, with the operation set to unfold in the land of cherry blossoms, where the Yamaguchi-gumi would also join the fray. To grow and hone one's skills, one must embrace the crucible of experience. Having trained for a month within the organization, it was indeed time to put theory into practice. He would stir up a tempest in the land of cherry blossoms. Wang Yulong's breath quickened with a hint of excitement. For him, this felt akin to a funded vacation, tasked with stirring up trouble, with no repercussions to fear. The thrill was indescribable. Understood, young master. Rest assured, Little Dragon shall not disappoint you. There was no time to waste. He would depart immediately. Cold country, new world. On the 68th floor of a grand edifice, in a lavish office, Tang Jiu lounged on a sofa, casually crossing his legs as if it were his own abode. Since joining the dark web, he had never envisioned that life could be so comfortable, where he was treated like royalty wherever he roamed. With the entire dark web standing behind him, who would dare to challenge him? Yet, he knew better than to become reckless. One must always tread carefully. Across from him sat the president of the new world, flanked by a middle-aged man in a black suit, Ding Jingqing, the president's trusted aide. The president regarded Tang Jiu with a mix of confusion and ire. Unsure if he was the intruder in this scenario, yet he dared not voice his frustration. After all, Tang Jiu was a man of the dark web. What have you decided, Mr. President? This is a golden opportunity for your new world to expand its territory. The sister across the cherry blossoms is quite enchanting, Tang Jiu remarked. However, the president remained unfazed, politely declining with a smile. I appreciate your offer, but I have no intention of joining your ranks. Please, seek out someone else. Of course, I wouldn't want you to leave empty-handed. Here is a check for $1 million. I insist you accept it. The president produced a check he had prepared in advance and slid it across the coffee table towards Tang Jiu. The previously jovial expression on Tang Jiu's face darkened instantly. In days gone by, a sum of $1 million would have rendered him speechless. But times had changed. He would not even spare a glance at such paltry sums. Be it 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million. Money was no longer a concern for him, especially since certain funds could come with a deadly price. Humph. You old fool, clearly lacking in discernment. It seems I must request your resignation. He signaled to Ding Zhengqing, who wasted no time in swiftly seizing the president's chin and delivering a fatal blow to his throat, silencing the president, who clutched at his neck in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock at the betrayal from his most trusted confidant. Ah, you thought your deeds were concealed? The dark web has informed me of your actions against my wife and your attempt to bury my son alive. Fear not, I shall ensure your son accompanies you soon. As Tang Jiu observed the unfolding scene, memories of Ding Zhengqing's wife flickered in his mind. He bore no ill will towards the president. To empathize, one must consider that he might have acted similarly. You can maintain control over the new world, correct? He inquired. Absolutely. This old man is merely waiting for his inevitable downfall. The discontent among his subordinates has been brewing for quite some time. Very well. Expedite the matter, and send the individuals in batches to the land of cherry blossoms. The following day, Wang Yulong had arrived in the land of cherry blossoms the previous night. No one awaited him at the airport. The silence was palpable, and he had yet to encounter a single member of the ruthless organization. Reflecting on the situation, he understood, for the Yamaguchi-gumi wielded considerable influence here. Accompanied by the 4 bodyguards provided by Su Lintian, he proceeded to the address given to him, venturing into the outskirts where a villa awaited. After locating the hidden key, he entered, discovering 3 vehicles parked within the garage, vehicles he recognized all too well, having been saved by the organization's car during a previous chase in the United States. Though not the same car, he surmised it would be quite similar. Upon opening the door to a concealed compartment, he was greeted by an identical hidden cache, filled to the brim with an arsenal of weapons. Chapter 54. One cannot simply traverse the world carrying an RPG. The villa itself was unremarkable, save for what was mentioned in the dossier, the basement. In the study, He moved aside a bookshelf to reveal a staircase leading down. The instant he descended, the lights flickered on, illuminating the basement. With curiosity piqued, he followed the stairs down. The basement was modest, resembling a living room with an array of firearms adorning one wall, including a 100mm mortar and boxes of ammunition littering the floor. Light machine guns, sniper rifles, handguns, MP5 submachine guns, RPGs, and crates of grenades, alongside gleaming bullets, greeted his eyes. Faced with such an arsenal, he momentarily questioned whether he had mistakenly arrived in the wrong location, perhaps having flown to Somalia instead of the land of cherry blossoms. Most items were familiar, having encountered them during his time in the United States, but the 100mm mortar left him incredulous. The young master's words about creating chaos were indeed to be taken literally. Clearly, he had been somewhat conservative in his discussions with his father. According to the dossier, there were 10 such villas scattered throughout the land of cherry blossoms. Noticing the bulletproof vests hanging on the wall, he recognized their importance for survival and quickly donned one. Then, he took a moment to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment by taking a drive. 2 days later, on the road to the villa, several black sedans appeared suddenly, coming to a halt at the entrance. Wang Yulong, inside the villa, heard the commotion outside and was unprepared for it. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the dark web as contact. Confused, he pondered, the dark web? I don't believe I have any dealings with them. With curiosity, he answered, Brother Long, it's Tang Jiao. I've arrived at the entrance. I'm one of our own. Wang Yulong sighed in relief. It was a comrade after all. With so many people, he had almost contemplated retrieving a machine gun from the basement. Tang Jiao, a figure from the dark web, was someone Wang Yulong was familiar with, thanks to the comprehensive dossier provided by Su Lintian. Come in. 7 or 8 vehicles entered the villa. Fortunately, the villa was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Tang Jiao had come to see Wang Yulong accompanied only by Ding Jingqing and his 25 subordinates. The rest were dismissed. As Tang Jiao entered the living room, he observed Wang Yulong seated on the sofa and thought to himself, so young? Could he be the son of a high-ranking official within the organization? Surely, that would explain why everyone seems to heed his command. Noticing his youth, he also sensed a hint of the entitled heiress essence. What are you dawdling for? Have a seat, Wang Yulong said, his gaze fixed on Tang Jiao with caution. Damn it, could it be that this fellow has a penchant for men? Tang Jiao sensed his own lack of decorum and awkwardly touched his nose, offering a sheepish smile. Brother Long, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed president of the New World from the Han Kingdom, Ding Jingqing. As for Wang Yulong, he refrained from introducing him, as he was uncertain of the other's standing. Observing Tang Jiao's demeanor, Ding Jingqing realized the gravity of the situation, promptly rising and bowing. Greetings. Enough with the formalities. I am Wang Yulong. I have been given full authority to handle matters concerning the Sanko Group. Now, how many people have arrived this time? The confrontation was clear, black against black, assassin against assassin. Su Lintian had sent him specifically to counter the Sanko Group. After all, why equip him with so many weapons if not for the numerous adversaries they faced? One could hardly expect to engage in combat with mere machetes. Like novices pecking at each other, firearms were undeniably superior. With a single sweep, one could take down a multitude, effectively reducing the population of Sakura. It was an act of benevolence, after all, without the need for accolades. Ding Zhengqing collected his thoughts and replied, currently, over 1,000 individuals have arrived in Sakura, with an additional 500 en route. Wang Yulong pondered for a moment. Over 1,000 was certainly a considerable force. Enough to form a regiment if each were armed with a firearm. What about the weapons? Ding Zhengqing hesitated, struggling to ensure that so many could be equipped, which was quite a challenge. I apologize, but only 2/3 of them are armed. Wang Yulong waved his hand, already anticipating this. The fact that they weren't resorting to blades was a sign of progress. Very well, it's imperative to have firearms. Go fetch 2 crates of handguns, along with ammunition. For bodyguards turned and departed, returning shortly with 2 rectangular wooden crates, and 2 more filled with ammunition from the basement. As they opened the crates, revealing neatly arranged handguns, even Tang Jiao couldn't suppress a gulp. There are 400 here. Distribute them accordingly, and remember, do not botch this up, or we shall all face dire consequences. Stay here, Tang Jiao. You may leave with your men. I will notify you should anything arise. Ding Zhengqing nodded, leading his team to load the supplies into their vehicle before departing the villa. Once they were gone, Wang Yulong finally spoke. Shouldn't the dark web maintain neutrality? Why are they involved? In his understanding, intelligence organizations like the dark web were meant to remain impartial, solely peddling information without engaging in power struggles. However, Tang Jiao's response astonished him. After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Jiao blurted, but the dark web and the Rorschach are indeed part of the same faction. Wang Yulong shut his eyes, his mind in turmoil. This revelation about Su Lintian's affiliations had been too conservative. The dark web being part of the same faction? It dawned on him. The dark web was in charge of intelligence, while the Rorschach handled assassinations. No wonder the global group operated with such impunity. The dark web dealt in information, the Rorschach executed hits, and the global group managed the finances. He couldn't help but wonder what might have transpired if his father had opposed the acquisition by the global group. Both men were taken aback. Tang Jiu was astonished that Wang Yulong was unaware of the relationship between the dark web and the Rorschach. Could he be an imposter? This thought swiftly dissipated. Surely an imposter would have been detected by the dark web. The only remaining possibility was that this individual's standing was not as elevated as he had assumed, yet undeniably higher than his own. Very well, follow me and choose your weapon, Tang Jiu said, perplexed, as he accompanied Wang Yulong to the basement. Upon seeing the arsenal within, his jaw dropped. Goodness, could the dark web possibly have a military arm? This sentiment was shared by Wang Yulong, who, during his inaugural visit to the basement, entertained the same thought, not of the dark web, but of Su Lintian. This is exhilarating. Tang Jiu hoisted an RPG launcher, caressing it with the same reverence one might show a lover. It was thrilling, yet one could hardly carry it around aimlessly. Right, better prioritize safety. Let us don some bulletproof vests first. Chapter 55. The women are left to the brothers first. That evening, the headquarters of the Sanko group was ablaze with light. The leader of the Red Spider appeared. San Ben Kuin, long time no see. I trust you have been well. Brought into a tea room, he greeted San Ben Ichiro with a smile. You've arrived. Please, have a seat. Recently, I've noticed the new world from the Han Kingdom making significant inroads into Sakata. When do you plan to take action against the Rorschach? Despite the new world's aggressive posture, his expression remained calm, as if contemplating a mere insect. Indeed, he regarded the new world with utter disdain. Especially on his own turf, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, particularly when the latter is merely a snake. Oh, why would the new world choose this moment to advance? There must be some ulterior motive. The Red Spider leader settled himself, a frown creasing his brow in confusion. It cannot be that the Rorschach has summoned reinforcements, can it? Impossible. How could they know of our plans? The dark web wouldn't jeopardize its reputation. San Ben Ichiro, sensing his concerns, spoke softly. Rest assured, it's not as you fear. I've heard they've appointed a new president, eager to achieve results to solidify his position. However, I believe you should act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, I came to discuss this with you. All our necessary parties are gathered. Let us cut to the chase and strike under the cover of night. Engaging in combat alone would be unwise against the Rorschach assassins. A collaborative approach was essential. San Ben Ichiro was taken aback by the urgency. So soon? We have a few hours to prepare, and I cannot mobilize many on such short notice. Let us postpone until tomorrow evening. What do you think? The Red Spider leader contemplated and nodded in agreement. A single day was a manageable wait. Just as he departed, Robert received the news. In Sakata City, at a villa perched atop a mountain, the dark night enveloped the estate in a shroud of mystery. Inside a grand hall, Robert sat upon a throne, flanked by 10 leaders of the Rorschach, each adorned in garments of varying hues. Prepare yourselves. The leader of the Red Spider has arrived in Sakata. They will strike tomorrow night. This is a rare opportunity to annihilate the Red Spider completely. Inform Wang Yulong to be ready. We will seize this chance. Yes, leader. Far away in the Magic City, Su Lintian was also apprised of the situation. Having kept a vigilant watch over developments in the Sakura nation, he needed to be informed of every shift in the air. Butler Long, notify them not to strike indiscriminately. And tell Xiao Long to conserve ammunition. It all costs money. Butler Long nodded with a smile, understanding the gravity of the situation. Understood, young master. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yulong was instantly ablaze with fervor. Are we finally set to make a move? Splendid. Lao Jiao, inform Ding Jingqing. We will act tomorrow night. Brother Long. What about the Sakura police? A sharp slap met Tang Jiu's head, courtesy of Wang Yulong. He cursed, what Sakura police? They are the enemy. What should we do about the enemy? Heh, let the men kill and the women be left for the brothers. First this, then that. If they dare to fight back, they will have to wait until nightfall, and we'll bombard them with mortars. The next day, the entire Sakata city took on a peculiar atmosphere, as if an influx of unfamiliar faces had suddenly appeared on the streets. Most were young, and many bore the countenance of those from the cold country. Ding Jingqing returned once more to the villa where Wang Yulong resided. Are the arrangements in place? He inquired, as Tang Jiu tossed him a bulletproof vest. They say he is the president of the new world, but if the gunfire erupts, let us hope he doesn't meet his end prematurely, or we're finished. Yes. We just await the night. Ding Jingqing felt an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. In the past, during his time in the cold country, he seldom resorted to firearms. Now, the circumstances were entirely reversed. Moreover, they were embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the infamous Sanko group, Should they emerge victorious, the new world would gain notoriety. Soon, night descended, and the streets were teeming with even more people than before. At the estate of the Rakshasa, shadows flitted through the surrounding woods. The leader of the Red Spider arrived with a throng of assassins, but alas, they were intercepted before even reaching the estate. A figure clad in black and crimson stood atop a massive stone, wearing a tusked mask, with phantoms flickering behind him. The leader of the Red Spider glared at this figure, his teeth grinding in rage, a thirst for vengeance rising within him. Azura, he howled to the heavens. I demand you pay for my son's death. Kill him. At that moment, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. The Rakshasa had already anticipated their arrival. Yet now that he was aware, what could he do? The arrow was already knocked, and it must be released. Such terrifying eyes, they frighten me, he mocked. Since you've come, do not leave. With a wave of his hand, he retreated swiftly, allowing the outsiders to advance, as Su Lin had advised to take their time. As the opposing side prepared to depart, the battle was imminent. Gunfire erupted in the forest, shadows intertwining. Azura utilized the trees for cover, quickly extricating himself from the fray. At this juncture, even the strongest could find themselves doomed, for who could guarantee they would not be struck by a stray bullet? Damn Rakshasa! I never wished to oppose you, but you forced my hand. Let us descend together into hell. As the bullets ran dry, the fight devolved into hand-to-hand combat. A Red Spider assassin, brandishing a dagger, with blood streaming down his face and injuries sustained, lunged at an opponent, knife poised to strike. Bang! A bullet pierced his neck, blood blossoming forth like a vibrant flower of life. Ah, these lunatics of the Red Spider, he thought. Bang! Bang! Before he could rise, a bullet penetrated his skull. Assassins trained in the art of killing were unperturbed by injury. It was a matter of either living or dying. The nature of their work was such that death was a mere drop to the ground. What a trivial matter. In 18 years, one could simply pick up where they left off. Chapter 56. Accustomed to the zero-cost purchases in America. Each strike was lethal, each move drenched in blood. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, causing many to frown. The wild grass had taken on a new hue, vivid colors narrating the struggle it had just witnessed. The cacophony of gunfire prompted the owners of distant houses to extinguish their lights, hastily hiding with their children, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Simultaneously, a substantial contingent from the Senko group sought to rush to the scene in support. Unfortunately, their convoy was halted en route. Baka, what is going on? Who dares to stop us? Do they wish to court death by obstructing the Senko group? One of the Senko group leaders, seeing their path blocked, rolled down the window and shouted angrily. Hey, boss, it's the New World. Damn, they're coming at us. Surely, they are the Rakshasa-s reinforcements. What do we do? What followed was a resounding slap. Baka, they are the enemy. Then we shall eliminate them. Since the New World is aligned with the Rakshasa, this works to our advantage. Compared to those merciless killers, I'd much rather face these gang members. Everyone, disembark and prepare to fight. Bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the leader was among the first to fall. Chaos ensued on the streets, with some innocents fleeing in panic, while others, caught in the crossfire, met a grim fate. Help! Help! A slightly overweight man, clutching a black briefcase under his arm, staggered away, one hand pressed against his thigh, a look of agony on his face. Bang! A stray bullet struck his arm, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Blood oozed from his wound, and the briefcase fell to the ground as he clutched both his leg and arm, his movements becoming increasingly erratic. Just as he had made a few strides, misfortune struck again, and a bullet found its way into his head, extinguishing his troubled life. 3 stray bullets in succession. His luck was astonishingly cruel, yet he had no fortune to bear. A firefight involving over 100 people erupted on the street. The Sakura police received an urgent call and mobilized en masse. Meanwhile, inside Wang Yulong's villa, quickly, let us move inside. We're heading to the Senko group headquarters. Hurry. Bring the mortars inside. Move faster. Have you not eaten? I'll treat you to a shell later. 10 minutes later, 10 vehicles lined up and departed the villa. Wang Yulong instructed 4 bodyguards to drive the 3 vehicles from the villa alongside them. He and Tang Jiu sat in the same car, both heavily armed. Wang Yulong held an M416 in his hands, his attire modified in a tactical gear, while a belt laden with magazines hung from his waist, 2 handguns strapped to him. He even concealed an MP5 within his clothing for emergencies, fully equipped for battle. Tang Jiu, on the other hand, was far simpler, holding an RPG ready for launch, with an MP5 slung across his back and magazines at the ready. Brother Long, have you served in the military? You seem quite professional. In truth, he felt a flicker of anxiety. After all, this was his first experience in such circumstances. His previous escapades in America had been limited to mere zero-cost purchases. Unlike the current situation that involved actual gunfire, Hey, I'm not boasting. I'm more skilled than most soldiers. Don't worry, just stick with me, and you'll be fine, Wang Yulong assured, thumping his chest. Tang Jiu managed a bitter smile. It was a lie to say he wasn't too nervous. However, there was no point in expressing it now. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out 2 masks designed to resemble human heads. Hey, Brother Long. Look what I prepared. Quickly, let us each wear one. Wang Yulong readily donned the mask offered by Tang Jiu, instantly transforming his appearance. Wow, little Jiu. You're quite the professional. Tang Jiu chuckled awkwardly. These are just trivial items. Forgive me for showing off, Brother Long. I often use them during my zero-cost purchases in America, so I habitually carry a couple. The convoy made its way toward the Senko group when suddenly, a dozen motorcycles surged near the convoy, ridden by a group of exuberant youngsters. With a thrilling rush, they revved their engines and pursued. Stop! Is it a celebration for the Night Riders? A voice commanded. The window of Wang Yulong's vehicle was knocked upon, revealing a grim face beneath a hood. Damn it! You little rascals, did you crash into us on purpose? With that, he lowered the window, only for Tang Jiu to brandish an RPG aimed directly at the intruders. The once brazen riders of the motorcycle gang felt a chill down their spines, drenched in sweat, and hastily retreated, not daring to linger. What astonished Tang Jiu was the presence of an alluring man seated behind the motorcycle driver, clad in black stockings and adorned with heavy makeup. As they sped away, he blew a kiss in Tang Jiu's direction, inciting a fit of rage that nearly caused him to regurgitate his meal from 2 days prior. Damn it, how revolting! He exclaimed. Should we take care of him? Will it interfere with our plans? Wang Yulong's suggestion ignited a spark of excitement in Tang Jiu. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. This time, we need not capture the entire Sanzi gang in one fell swoop. Have you ever played the cat and mouse game? Now I'm reassured. That perverse bastard will haunt my meals if left unchecked. With that, the two swapped positions, RPG in hand, peering out the window at the still arrogant motorcycle gang, searching for the very bike that had just taunted them. With a swift motion, a shot rang out, followed by a thunderous explosion that sent several motorcycles flying. What luck! They managed to dodge disaster, Wang Yulong remarked, startled by the explosion as if it were an enemy attack. Seeing this, he informed the convoy and broke away from the pack to pursue. Aim carefully, this is our last chance. We must strike before the cherry blossom police arrive. He retrieved a shell from the ammunition box at his feet, passing it forward. Fear not, this shot will ensure they ascend to the heavens. Keeping their distance from the target to avoid friendly fire, both men felt a wave of trepidation. Who are these people, so audacious as to wield genuine weapons? They longed to flee from this cursed place, especially with the seductive man behind them, now drenched in sweat. Tang Jiu turned to the rear, once more brandishing the RPG with a savage countenance. A projectile trailed smoke as it soared forth. Boom! The motorcycle was obliterated, careening into the opposite lane just as a large truck approached, colliding with the wreckage again. Damn it! Even if they had 9 lives, they wouldn't escape this time. Vehicles on the road were thrown into disarray, with drivers believing they had unwittingly entered Los Santos. Chapter 57. The Reckless Cherry Blossom Police. Is this fortune? What began as a DJ's performance turned into chaos, akin to a battlefield. After the disturbance subsided, the convoy sped away, hastily making their way to the Sanzi gang's headquarters. The Cherry Blossom Police arrived belatedly, surveying the wreckage and the craters left by explosions, pondering whether to take a few days off. It was perilous. These were no ordinary terrorists, and tonight was particularly tumultuous, rife with shootings of considerable magnitude. Only 2 Cherry Blossom police cars had made it here, with a scant few officers. Given such firepower, a confrontation would spell their early retirement. Captain, what should we do now? Should we pursue? Asked a newcomer, ignorant of the adage about not pursuing a desperate foe. Slap. He was met with a swift reprimand, imparting the value of life. You want to chase? Do it on your own. If you wish to die, don't drag us along. Can't you see what kind of individuals we're dealing with? Those explosion craters could swallow you whole. Regroup. You. Return and write a 200,000 word reflection report to be submitted by tomorrow. Fail to deliver, and I'll take your place as captain while I take a leave of absence. I'll return only when your report is ready. The young officer felt a surge of joy at the unexpected opportunity. Yes, Captain, I assure you I want to submit it by tomorrow. Due to the rivalry between the Rakshasa and Red Spider gangs, Sakata City had descended into chaos. The Cherry Blossom Police were dispatched, with their vehicles frequently spotted on the streets, inciting widespread unease. The higher-ups were seething with rage. Bang! What are you doing? How did such an incident occur? The mayor's fury was palpable as he glared at his subordinates, who hung their heads in silence. He felt an urge to reprimand them further. Mr. Mayor, we did not foresee that the New World's target would be the Sanzi gang. Rest assured, they will handle it. Indeed, this is the Sanzi gang's stronghold. President Sambonichiro will not allow them to act with impunity. Peace will soon be restored. The mayor, infuriated by the chorus of justifications from his staff, shouted, "You lot are insufferable. I'm the only one just now learning of this. Get back to your districts immediately. I expect things to be calm by tomorrow, or you will all be forced to commit seppuku." Once his subordinates departed, the mayor sighed, addressing his secretary. "If this isn't resolved by tomorrow, notify the self-defense force." Rakshasa Mountain. The mountain was strewn with corpses, and within the mountain villa, the Red Spider gang had been decimated. With only their leader and a handful of members left to endure, blood obscured his vision, painting the world crimson. Despite his bloodied appearance, he bore few injuries, save for a gash on his face and a gunshot wound to his left arm, making him the most intact among his comrades. The remaining members of the Red Spider gang were not so fortunate. They bore wounds from gunfire, blood streaming relentlessly from their bodies. Only 3 could still stand. All members of the Sanzi gang who had accompanied them were dead. "Damn you, Sambonichiro. How dare you toy with me? If no reinforcements arrive soon, I swear I will dismember you." While the Sanzi reinforcements had yet to arrive, the Cherry Blossom police had come early, only to be thwarted at the mountainous base. The Red Spider leader found himself trapped, with no escape in sight. As gunfire faded from the mountaintop, the obstructing officer, UCI-10, glanced at the Cherry Blossom police and issued a retreat order. "Withdraw." Robert never revealed himself. He had already left. Appearing was unnecessary. There was no need to be seen by a corpse. Even among the 10 leaders of the Rakshasa, only 2 had shown themselves, Ashura and UCI-10. "Pointless struggles only serve to excite me further," Ashura declared, raising his hand to eliminate the remaining foes, leaving the Red Spider leader utterly alone. "Retreat." Ignoring the Red Spider leader, he turned with his men and departed. The sound of police sirens grew ever closer. The Red Spider leader had no time to ponder. He fled in the opposite direction, determined not to fall into their hands. His vengeance was yet to be fulfilled. He could not perish now. Though he was unsure why Ashura spared him, it no longer mattered. Magic City, number 1 Manor. "Young master, the situation on the Rakshasa side has concluded, and not a single member of the Red Spider has escaped. The mouse we let go has safely departed from the manor." Su Lintian, engaged in conversation with Chun Yunyun, inquired, "Which direction did they flee?" Replying to young master, "They are proceeding towards the next location as per your planned route," came the answer. "Excellent. Notify Robert that the Rakshasa can depart from Sakura country. As for the subsequent matters, leave them to Xiaolong. This location holds no significance. Let him fire a few shots to scare the mice out. What truly matters is the next destination. Reduce that place to rubble. The title of terrorist shall be bestowed upon the new world. We perform righteous deeds without the need for recognition, ensuring the dark web collaborates effectively." "Understood, young master." Chun Yunyun interjected. "What are you up to now?" Su Lintian replied, "Nothing much, just idly playing a game. Recently, a game has been released in Sakura country that is rather intriguing." "Really? What game is it? Is it fun? I want to play too," Chun Yunyun exclaimed. "Unfortunately, I possess an internal test account that hasn't been released yet. However, I've heard it has a significant impact, and it may not be released at all. In a few days, I might not be able to play anymore. But enough about that. Didn't I ask you to send a short video? How is that progressing?" "Sorry to disappoint you. There hasn't been much progress. A media company did approach me to become their host, but they were subtly hinting at some unspoken rules, which I declined. That's all right. Doesn't that just indicate your potential? I believe in you. You will surely succeed." "Hee, thank you. Anyway, I've been sidelined for too long. How about I invite you to dinner in Magic City? Will your boyfriend not get jealous if you come to see me?" Su Lintian asked playfully. "I don't have a boyfriend. I was born into a rural family and grew up impoverished. Even my college tuition was paid by my brother, who dropped out to work for me. I just want to study hard and work diligently to repay my family and my brother, so please don't overthink it. I've never been in a relationship," she explained. Su Lintian smiled knowingly, as he was already aware of her circumstances. "In truth, you need not provide such an elaborate explanation. I merely asked out of curiosity. I've had some matters to attend to lately, and may not have much time. Who has given you an explanation? I'm just speaking the truth. By the way, I still don't know what you do." "You seem quite busy," she remarked. "Oh, I'm just a minor leader in a small company, earning a meager salary. I hardly know what keeps me occupied all day," Su Lintian responded. "Oh, a leader, huh? Your girlfriend must be very fortunate," Chun Yunyun teased. Su Lintian smirked. "In such poverty, who would look my way? Who says there aren't any? I mean, how can you think like that?" As their conversation grew increasingly suggestive, she quickly sought an excuse to end the topic. Chapter 58, Mortar Assault on the Senku Group Headquarters. While Su Lintian indulged in flirtation, Wang Yulong was in the midst of a lively scene. Several vehicles emerged from the Senku Group headquarters, and Wang Yulong observed from a distance with binoculars, refraining from intervening, as he understood their purpose. Sure enough, Half an hour later, the vehicles returned. Now with a bloodthirsty red spider leader on board. Dragon brother, shall we not take action? Tang Jiao, impatiently clutching an RPG on his shoulder, questioned. Wang Yulong lowered his binoculars and waved to the 4 bodyguards behind him. They began to unload the mortars from the vehicle and adjust their aim. This distance was just right. Old Jiao, calm down, just observe. Ding Jingqing, take your men and prepare to storm in. This is our pivotal moment. Ding Jingqing felt a rush of excitement. Was his moment finally at hand? Rest assured, my lord, we will not let them escape. With that, he set off with the New World crew. Everything is ready. Shall we commence? The 4 bodyguards took their positions, and the 2 mortars were set up, with 2 boxes of shells beside each. A total of 8 rounds, enough to scare them out. Pulling Tang Jiao aside, Wang Yulong commanded, fire. In the next instant, whoosh bang, 2 muffled sounds echoed as 2 shells soared through the sky, landing at the Senku Group headquarters. Meanwhile, San Benichiro was engaged in a heated argument with the Red Spider leader, both red-faced and refusing to yield. You call this assistance? Weren't you the one who insisted the New World wasn't affiliated with the Rakshasa? Now you claim they are blocking your support? Fear not. They have been eliminated by our forces, and the Rakshasa would not dare risk coming to my headquarters. You're still alive. I can help you start over. Besides, Haven T Mini Rakshasa perished as well. We have not lost yet. Moreover, since the Rakshasa did not eradicate us, I have already become their enemy. We are now inextricably linked. Until the Rakshasa is dealt with, I cannot find peace. You know well enough. Hurry it up. Before the Red Spider leader could finish, a loud bang interrupted him. But this was merely the beginning. One explosion after another ensued, with a shell landing on the adjacent building. The ground trembled beneath their feet. President Trouble. Ding Jingqing from the New World has infiltrated. As expected, outside the sounds of gunfire erupted, mingled with screams, explosions, and a cacophony of curses forming a new symphony. Upon hearing this, the Red Spider leader's face darkened like coal. He lunged forward, grabbing Sin Benichiro by the collar and shouted, "Damn it, didn't you just say you had eliminated them? What is happening now? Baka, this is the reward I received. How was I to know where this Ding Jingqing emerged from? What's the use of discussing this now? They have artillery. We must flee. This place is no longer safe." Shoving the leader's hand away, he rushed outside. The vast headquarters was engulfed in black smoke. Many buildings collapsed, and flames licked the walls. With wooden structures, the fire surged fiercely. Though the Red Spider leader seethed with rage, he had no choice but to follow. Under the cover of Senka members, they drove away. "Kill him," commanded Sin Benichiro. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong gestured for his bodyguards to stow away the mortars. "All right, now we just need to drive them to the designated location, and then reduce that place to ashes. Our mission will be a resounding success." "What about Ding Jingqing?" Tang Jiao asked. Hearing this, Wang Yulong turned to him and said, "What do you think?" Tang Jiao felt uneasy under his gaze and dared not think of anything else, as long as he was safe. Who cared what happened to the New World? The higher-ups have stated that the New World is comprised of terrorists. You should comprehend my meaning, right? Tang Jiao's heart trembled. It dawned on him. Of course, terrorists deserve to be eradicated. Given the scale of their disturbance, what else could they be? Wang Yulong lightly patted Tang Jiao on the shoulder. Smart individuals are different. They grasp concepts quickly. You are teachable. Let's follow them. On the other side, Ding Jingqing was leading his men in pursuit of San Benichiro. A dramatic chase unfolded on the highway. One driver was accidentally shot dead, causing the vehicle to veer uncontrollably and crash into the roadside guardrail. Bang! Before the passengers could disembark, the vehicle exploded in a fiery blaze. Chased relentlessly from the headquarters of the Sanqua Group, the pursuit has transformed into a desperate race, dwindling from a dozen vehicles to a mere 4, resulting in a standoff of 2 against 2. Damn it! Is the Sanqua Group comprised entirely of inept fools? The leader of the Red Spider spat in frustration, his anger simmering at the thought of potentially meeting his end at the hands of these gangsters rather than the feared Luo Sha. He would have preferred to perish at the Luo Sha manor instead. "Baka, I've tolerated you for far too long. Silence yourself. You're impressive. Yet you were reduced to a pitiful stray by the Luo Sha." Just as the two began to bicker anew, Ding Jingqing received an unexpected call from Tang Jiao, prompting him to abruptly turn the car around, abandoning the pursuit of Sanben Aikir without offering a chance for dialogue before hanging up. Though puzzled by the sudden order, Ding Jingqing understood the gravity of Tang Jiao's command and dared not disobey. On the opposite side of the road, Tang Jiao observed from his vehicle as Ding Jingqing's car executed a turn. With a stoic expression, he muttered to himself, "I suppose I have avenged your wife and children. You can rest in peace now." However, as Ding Jingqing did not travel far, he was confronted by a large contingent of Sakura police, the most aggravating aspect being that their sirens were conspicuously silent, as though they had been waiting for him. Individuals in the vehicle, Please lay down your weapons and surrender. Failure to comply will result in the use of firearms. Ding Jingqing's countenance darkened. Charging forward was not an option, as their vehicle lacked the arsenal of Wang Yulong's. What shall we do, President? Axiba queried. Let us fight. Another chimed in. Axiba, what about the dark web operatives? Aren't they coming to our aid? Aid? Ding Jingqing could only manage a bitter smile, fully aware that he had become the scapegoat in this dire situation. You all should surrender. I am the one who has wronged you. President, what nonsense are you speaking? If death is to come, let it be at your feet. Axiba, take the president away. I'll fight alongside you. Before he could make a move, gunfire erupted from the Sakura police, the sound of bullets saturating the air as two vehicles were riddled with holes. The president of the New World, having barely taken office, met his demise in a foreign land while attempting to expand his territory. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong and his companions bore witness to the tragic scene unfold before them. Let us return to the villa. Our true allies have arrived. Chapter 59. Scoundrel, the president has shown us immeasurable favor. We must avenge him. Upon their return to the villa, they found 3 jeeps parked outside, and inside, 10 robust men awaited. Observing these newcomers, Tang Jiu trailed behind Wang Yulong, silently scrutinizing them with curiosity. Greetings, I am their captain. We have been instructed to follow your orders. Please give us your directives. Wang Yulong, wary of his newfound authority, though uncertain of these men's identities, recognized them as personnel assigned by the young master. After a brief handshake, he informed them of the situation at hand and led the captain into the living room. Finding the remaining members of the New World in Sakata City will take some time, so I propose we carry out the bombing tomorrow night. What do you think? Terrorists, of course, are essential. The president of the New World has been slain, and they will seek retribution, correct? They are only responsible for providing fire support. The rest, they must fend for themselves. Tang Jiu's gaze sharpened, realizing that the New World would indeed require cover. Brother Long, if we act tomorrow night, will they still be there? What if they escape? His concern stemmed from ignorance of Su Lintian's true objective, which was not merely the individual, but the item of interest. However, if the personnel were also involved, that would be an added advantage. The people are already inside, are they not? As for their presence tomorrow night, what does it matter? Tang Jiu nodded, beginning to grasp that the organization's aim was not solely Sanben Aikir, but rather that elusive divine toilet. The captain, naturally, had no objections. He was there to assist Wang Yulong, so he readily acquiesced. Finalizing the plan, Wang Yulong turned to Tang Jiu and said, Old Jiu, the New World is in your hands. The number of people matters not. Just persuade them to comply. Understood, Brother Long, you can rest assured. I will seek out the necessary personnel now. With that, he requested a bodyguard from Wang Yulong and departed with his team. The next day, Sakata City seemed markedly more subdued, lacking the chaos of the previous night. However, for the Sakura police, tranquility was a distant notion. The events of one night had reverberated nationally, resulting in countless casualties. Despite most victims being gang members, they were still part of the populace. Only a handful of unfortunate souls were caught in the crossfire, as stray bullets have no eyes, and deaths in such turmoil were to be expected. Tang Jiu, flanked by his bodyguard, ventured into a narrow alley until he reached a nondescript house at the end. He pushed the door open without hesitation. Freeze! Just as he stepped inside, several guns were aimed at his head. Calmly raising his hands to indicate he was unarmed, he smiled and said, No need for alarm. I am here to assist you. His identity within the New World was known to only a select few, the leader among them. Otherwise, he would not have exuded such confidence. Baka, lower your weapons. A man with a scarred forehead emerged from within, swiftly slapping 2 of his men. Apologies. They did not recognize you. My apologies for the offense. Humph, it better not happen again. Tang Jiu scoffed, stepping further into the room. Once the others followed, he wasted no time, getting straight to the point as he wished to minimize his stay in this precarious environment. You are aware that President Ding has been killed by the Sakura police. The New World is now leaderless. The scarred man cautiously inquired, What do you mean? His mind raced at the possibility of a power shift. Tang Jiu's expression darkened, revealing his fury over Ding Zhengqing's demise. Though it was the Sakura police who struck him down, the involvement of Sanben Aikir and the Red Spider's leader cannot be overlooked. Whoever can eliminate either of these two will be supported as the new leader. The scarred man's emotions were laid bare. Master, I vow to avenge the president. Please inform me of their current whereabouts. Surprised by the man's eagerness, Tang Jiu realized that this would save him considerable effort. Scar, your ambition is commendable. It shows I have not misjudged you. The death of President Ding has also struck me personally. Hence tonight, I intend for them to pay in blood. They are hiding in the divine toilet. Remember, do not act without my signal. If you alert them, the opportunity will be lost, understood? Wait for my notification tonight. And when I do, Lead your men to strike. I will provide fire support to ensure no Sakura police interferes with your assault. I will also arrange for your extraction. Tang Jiu rose, placing a firm hand on the scarred man's shoulder. Do well. You are the most suitable candidate for the leadership of the New World. And I have high hopes for you. Thrilled by Tang Jiu's endorsement, the scarred man felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and pledge his loyalty. Thank you for your guidance. I shall never forget your kindness, master. Rest assured, I will follow your every command. Enough. Prepare yourselves. Wait for my signal tonight. I must take my leave. Once Tang Jiu departed, a subordinate rushed in, eyeing the exuberant scarred man with curiosity. Boss, what is the reason for your elation? Who was that? Yet, in that moment, slap. A scarred hand struck sharply across his face, leaving the younger subordinate cradling his cheek. Head bowed in a display of deep resentment. Inform our comrades. Tonight, we shall avenge the president, he declared. Upon hearing this, the subordinate, momentarily forgetting the imprint of the slap on his face, exclaimed, Boss, do we really have to stay here? The president is already dead. Why not return? We've lost so many brothers already. We cannot afford to lose more here, or else the New World will be doomed. With a resounding smack, another slap followed. As the scarred one thundered, what nonsensical words are these? Shall we not avenge the president? He has shown us immeasurable kindness. Have you forgotten? You ungrateful wretch. Given your loyalty to the organization, I shall overlook this transgression this time. But should I hear you speak such nonsense again, do not blame me for purging you. No one shall thwart my ascension to the presidency. Those who oppose me will perish. Tang Jiu remained oblivious to the fact that the scarred one was blinded by his words, consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Eager to claim the mantle of the New World's leader, reached the pinnacle of his life, and then returned to the cold country for a life of indulgence. Upon returning to the villa, he exhaled in relief, pondering why he had never perceived the danger before. Had he perhaps committed some transgressions? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. Surely he could not have done anything wrong. How did it go? Wang Yulong inquired curiously upon his return. Lacking knowledge of the New World's affairs, he had merely been a bystander. Thus he was uncertain about the current status of the New World in Sakata City. Rest assured, it's all taken care of. They are practically itching to storm the divine toilet and desecrate Ichiro Sanbon, he replied. All right then, that is good. As long as someone goes. It matters not who from the New World or how many, numbers are of no concern. Meanwhile, within the divine toilet, a figure was engaged in a rather crude act. Who dares commit such a vile act here? Do you not realize you are dishonoring the spirits that dwell here? The man paid no heed to the rebuke, calmly producing a cherry blossom coin to clean himself, feeling its weight before carelessly tossing it at the accuser's face. Consider it a gift. With that, he hastily pulled up his trousers and fled without a backward glance. The young subordinate grimaced, wiping the coin from his face, revealing a sticky, yellow substance that sent his mind reeling. Observing the crowd around him pinching their noses and retreating, he contemplated the finality of his existence. Sanbon Ichiro, mingling with the Red Spider leader amidst the throngs of people, found himself puzzled. He could not fathom where the New World had acquired such artillery. His own gang had none of that sort. The Red Spider leader, noting the lack of intent to depart, leaned closer and whispered, Sanbon, what are we doing here? With so many eyes, what if a killer from the Rakshasa infiltrates our midst? However, Sanbon merely smiled calmly, fear not. I've received word that the Rakshasa has evacuated the Cherry Blossom region. Besides, did you not escape from Ashura's grasp? The Red Spider leader, momentarily perplexed, questioned. How do you know they have retreated? Does your gang possess such capabilities? The inquiry left Sanbon feeling awkward as he averted his gaze. We do not. But the dark web does. I acquired the information from them. Then we should leave at once, insisted the Red Spider leader. Do not forget how we escaped from the headquarters of your gang. The New World possesses artillery now, and do not overlook where we are. If the New World had any sense, they would not dare bombard this place. As for elsewhere, it remains uncertain. Even if they were bold enough, the self-satisfaction squad would arrive at lightning speed. Thus, staying here is our safest option. Do not lose hope. I have already dispatched men to scour Sakata City for the New World. With the capabilities of the Three Mouths gang, I am confident we will be able to leave in a matter of days. With that, he led the Red Spider leader to a secluded room in the corner. As night quietly descended, the crowd within the divine toilet waned, yet the square outside remained bustling, filled predominantly with young subordinates, with the occasional outsider. Much like the previous intruder, at this moment, Wang Yulong was directing his men to load all the mortars and shells from the basement onto the vehicles, over 100 shells in total, sufficient to reduce that location to rubble. Brother Long, all 8 mortars are loaded onto the truck, along with the shells. Shall we proceed now? Tang Jiu rubbed his hands together, his face alight with suppressed excitement, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Nodding in affirmation, Wang Yulong turned to the captain. We will split into 2 groups, 1 for each side. With him and Tangjio, they totaled 16, perfectly dividing into 2 groups of 8, each manning 4 mortars. The captain nodded, clearly in agreement. All right, let us move. Upon my command, fire the shells quickly and then retreat swiftly. We wouldn't want to be caught when the self-satisfaction squad arrives. Old Gio, inform the New World that they can proceed. Have them charge forth. We will provide cover fire. Understood. Brother Long's 6 vehicles split into 2 routes, finding positions within the effective range of the mortars while also ensuring a swift escape. The surrounding area was shrouded in darkness, serving as a natural cover. The bodyguards set the mortars in place, while the scarred leader and his crew from the New World approached the vicinity of the divine toilet, now armed not just with pistols, but also with an MP5. A gift from Wang Yulong. Otherwise, their pistols would have been futile against any opposition, as 2 shots would leave them as nothing but a honeycomb. Over 50 individuals stood before the sight. The scarred leader gritted his teeth and waved his hand, signaling the charge. For our future, we fight. Brothers. The president has treated us well. The opportunity for vengeance has arrived. Rest assured, we have fire support, and we need only to eliminate Sanbon Ichiro and the Red Spider leader before withdrawing. Help will be on the way for us. Attack. The security personnel, fatigued, succumbed to slumber at the sound of gunfire. What on earth is happening? Enemy attack. Chaos erupted in the square as everyone scrambled to flee, while the scarred leader led his men into the fray, delivering a metaphorical peanut to any who stood in their way, rendering them incapacitated. On the other side, as gunfire erupted, Wang Yulong commanded the artillery to commence fire. The captain, in perfect synchronicity, acted without hesitation. 8 shells soared through the sky, trailing white tails, and accurately landed atop the divine toilet. The explosions resounded, igniting the atmosphere of the night, the deafening blast jolting those who had just drifted into slumber from their beds. A hand slapped the rear of his girlfriend beside him. Wake up. It's a fight. Hurry and run. The proximity of the explosions caused the ground to tremble slightly. And seeing his girlfriend still dressing, he delivered another swift slap. Forget getting dressed. Let us go. With that, he pulled her along, and as they dashed out, the sight of the divine toilet ablaze with fire and the incessant explosions filled the night sky. They could even see shells arcing above, trailing white tails. The streets had descended into chaos, devoid of order. Yoshi, your girlfriend, a big Yoshi. A man sprinting past caught his attention, and as he turned to look, his eyes widened, not forgetting to give a thumbs up to the fleeing figure. Ah, Demeo, damn. It seemed that the girlfriend had realized something. Upon looking down, she immediately covered herself and dove into her boyfriend's embrace. Meanwhile, at the Sakura police, a report came in. Trouble was brewing. The New World had gone mad again, sending men to storm in. Bang. I'm not deaf. Dispatch people immediately. Regardless of who they are, anyone daring to resist will be executed on the spot. Also, notify the self-pleasure squad at once. Following this, a large fleet of Sakura police vehicles was dispatched, with fire trucks closely trailing behind, and ambulances following suit. At this moment, the scene was already a chaotic mess. Sanbin Ikir had intended to take advantage of the turmoil to escape with the Red Spider leader through the back exit. However, misfortune struck. Before they could reach the rear door, they were blasted back by a cannonade, the tremendous explosion causing a brief ringing in his ears. His head buzzed. Damn it, does the New World wish to perish? They dare to bombard this place. The answer revealed that not only did they dare, but they were also intent on leveling the entire area. 100 shells would suffice to plow this ground thoroughly. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Conclusion. As for the Red Spider leader, he had now developed a murderous intent towards Sanbin Ikir. Just moments ago, he had claimed that the adversary would not dare, and now they had stormed in, the cannon fire never ceasing. Damn it, hurry and call for reinforcements. Where are your men from the Sanzo group? And you Sakura police are utterly useless. Where have you been all this time? I should have left long ago. Damn you, you son of a dog. Baka. What's the use of saying this now? What we need is a way to escape, head on. Then he encountered Scar and his companions. Ashibiye, I finally found you too. Kill them, avenge the leader. Now he was consumed by rage, having taken down over 50 men, leaving only a handful remaining. Don't ask how. The answer is that they were blown to bits. Wang Yulong had never considered letting them escape alive. The Red Spider leader cursed under his breath, feeling unfortunate, and began to counterattack, shooting while retreating. After all, he was the leader of an assassination organization, skilled with a firearm. For a moment, the New World personnel found it difficult to overcome him. Boss, we need to leave quickly. We won't be able to escape if we linger any longer. His underling was growing anxious. This situation had escalated too much, and if they didn't leave soon, it would be too late. No, we must kill these 2 bastards. The position of leader is within reach. How could I willingly give it up? Boss, if you insist on this, don't blame me. We can't let our brothers die in vain. Bang! Scar barely had time to react before being shot in the head by his own underling. In death, a look of disbelief remained on his face, unable to fathom that his subordinate had betrayed him at the last moment. Ashiba, brothers, the boss is dead. Let us retreat. Sanben Ikir exchanged glances with his companion, both puzzled by how their adversary had fallen in the midst of battle. However, now was not the time for questions. As the enemy retreated, they too could escape. Yet, before they could turn to flee, a shell landed between the two groups. Bang! The shockwave from the explosion sent everyone flying, leaving only a crater in its wake. A large number of Sakura police arrived, surveying the ravaged scene, and a chilling wind swept through them. The square was filled with cries of despair, dismembered bodies scattered everywhere, blood staining the ground, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth. Witnessing such a horrific tableau, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Wang Yulong, however, was exhilarated. He turned to Tang Jiao and said, "Old Jiao, go see how things are over there." "Understood, Dragon Brother." "Wait, take this with you." He tossed a walkie-talkie to Tang Jiao. Before long, Tang Jiao relayed the message, "Dragon Brother, the self-pleasure squad has arrived, and there are many of them. Dragon Brother, they want to extinguish the flames." Upon hearing this, Wang Yulong frowned. "Old Jiao, we can't let them put out the fire. Tell me their position, and the remaining 3 shells will be sent their way." "No problem, Dragon Brother. The direction is all right. Come back. We need to leave." Just then, Tang Jiao's voice suddenly grew urgent. "Dragon Brother, hurry, they're sending people over." Wang Yulong dared not hesitate. Once his bodyguards adjusted their positions, he immediately launched the remaining 3 shells, then called to notify the captain to retreat. He did not care whether they hit their targets. "Quickly, they're coming. Gather your things and let us skedaddle." Tang Jiao also hurried back. The self-pleasure squad arrived at the scene, their expressions darkened by the horrific sight. "Who can tell me why this has happened? What are you Sakura police doing? Have you caught the perpetrators?" Sir, before the head of the Sakura police could finish, the 3 shells obliterated their chance to extinguish the fire. The official trembled with rage, cold sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, "It's over." Those closest to the blast, from the self-pleasure squad and Sakura police, suffered the consequences. Baka, continue speaking. The head of the self-pleasure squad took a deep breath. Striving to calm himself, he gestured for his deputy to lead a team to locate the distant artillerymen. "Sir, it was the New World S people. They don't know why they suddenly stormed into the area." To his shock, the self-pleasure squad leader flew into a rage, slapping the other on the face. His eyes wide with fury. "You idiots, the New World is merely a gang. How could they have mortars? You worthless fools should all atone for your sins with your lives here. Well, it has come to this. We can only proceed as such. This incident was perpetrated by the New World. They are terrorists, do you understand?" The Sakura police dared not utter a word against it. And the facts bore out that it indeed was the New World's doing. Otherwise, they would lose face. They couldn't possibly claim ignorance of the culprits, could they? Both understood that the identity of the assailants was no longer significant. What mattered was that all fingers pointed toward the New World. Someone had to quell the fury from above. If not the New World, then it must be themselves. Thus, it was imperative to pin this incident on the New World, as they had swiftly eradicated everyone inside. Firefighting vehicles were dispatched anew, and before long, the flames were extinguished. Countless bodies were retrieved, including those of Sanben Ikir and the Red Spider leader. In the end, identification confirmed Sanben Ikir's body, while the Red Spider leader's remained to be verified. After lengthy discussions, the 2 leaders concluded that, based on the events of the previous day, the numerous assassins who perished in Sakata City must indeed belong to the Red Spider's ranks, and the body alongside Sanben Ikir must undoubtedly belong to the Red Spider leader. With this realization, they felt a sense of accomplishment. Not only had they dealt with the leader of the Sanzo group, but they had also eradicated the entire Red Spider assassin organization. "What? You say it was the Rorschach who did it? What nonsense. Within Sakura, it was we who executed it." "Sir, could it be that the bombing here was orchestrated by the Rorschach?" "Impossible. The Rorschach left Sakura last night, and besides, they are assassins. Do you think they need such a grand display to take out those 2? A few assassins could have sufficed, couldn't they? Just moments ago, they were uncertain whether the New World was responsible. Now it was more certain than ever. But where did their mortars come from? Forget it. It doesn't matter. With this evidence, we will not only avoid reprimand from above, but also earn merit. As for the gunners who fled, as long as they no longer make an appearance, I cannot be bothered with their absence." The calmness exhibited by the adversary left Wang Yulong astounded. They managed to escape so effortlessly, and their pursuers did not even attempt to chase them. He had his RPG at the ready. "Brother Long, it's astonishing that they haven't pursued us. But then again, they can't. Our whereabouts are concealed by the dark web. All matters are detached from us." Just as anticipated, the next day, Sakura made a grand announcement attributing the events of the past 2 days to the New World and the Senka Group, even boasting about their achievements. They proclaimed loudly 2 significant points. They had eradicated the Red Spider, a notorious assassin organization, and labeled the New World as terrorists. Chapter 62, Tianhong Real Estate? It feels somewhat familiar. With the revelations from Sakura, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others were despondent. In Han Country, the New World felt as though the sky had fallen. The former president had yet to pass his 7th day of mourning, and now the new president had perished. They found themselves akin to lambs destined for slaughter, with many members venturing to Sakura, never to return. Now they were branded as terrorists by the nation of Sakura, while external foes had yet to commence their actions. Chaos had already ensued within. They swiftly abandoned the New World to establish their own factions. In just 2 days, the New World was either devoured by other powers or left desolate. Within a brief span, the New World had transitioned from its zenith to decline and ultimately to annihilation, its assets entirely consumed. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong was already en route back to his homeland. Having dealt with the Red Spider, the Rakshasa emerged as a formidable force in the Third World, forming a powerful duo with the Dark Web. Other individuals and small assassin teams opted to join Rakshasa, resulting in a significant amplification of its strength. In Modu, at Manor No. 1, Su Lintian observed Chun Yunxuan's videos on Douyin. She had posted 6 clips, but their engagement was mediocre, with the most liked garnering only a few hundred likes, and the least a mere handful. Her follower count barely reached 3 digits. It was rather disheartening, which explained her despondency. However, Su Lintian understood that mere beauty, charm, or talent would not guarantee success on Douyin without substantial backing. With that thought, he directly infused the latest video with 1 million views. In Hang City, Chun Yunxuan was idly staring at her phone, having not visited the company for quite some time. Her previous manager had also been recalled. Just then, a familiar call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, she furrowed her brow, hesitating whether to answer, but ultimately decided to pick up. Before she could speak, the manager on the other end eagerly exclaimed, "Yunxuan, great news. You have a gig. Hurry to the company. We're departing shortly." Chun Yunxuan was taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be on hiatus? Would the boss really allow her to take this? "Oh, you don't understand. The boss couldn't refuse the other party. They reviewed our other artists and specifically requested you. It's a commercial performance. And they're quite generous, offering 1 million for your appearance. Hurry up, we need to leave soon, or you'll miss the plane." Yet, she still felt something was amiss. If the boss had truly sidelined her, they wouldn't have shared her information with the client, rendering her invisible to them. "Where are we going for this commercial performance?" The manager happily replied, "To Modu." "Hurry up, I'll send a car to pick you up." "To Modu?" Chun Yunxuan pondered deeply. It seemed Su Lintian was also in Modu. "Fine, I'll just consider it a chance to see him." With that thought, she cheerfully changed into an outfit and applied a simple touch of makeup. At that moment, after hanging up, the manager signaled Mr. Zhang with an okay gesture. "Humph, that little vixen Chun Yunxuan pretends to be a pure lotus in front of me. Let us see how she performs in front of young Master Song. I must ensure young Master Song records a video for me to observe. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, with young Master Song as character, anyone he fancies is never out of reach. Given the stature of the Song family, what does it matter if we are forceful? I'll keep a close watch on her. She won't escape again." "Very well, after the matter is settled, you shall receive your due rewards. Thank you for your nurturing. Mr. Zhang, you must be tired. Allow me to give you a shoulder massage." Then, inexplicably, she felt the need to lock the door. What is so wrong with being generous? Upon arriving at the company, Chun Yunxuan was whisked away for makeup without fully grasping the situation. An hour later, she boarded a vehicle en route to the airport. Uncertain why, she felt a surge of excitement and pulled out her phone to message Su Lintian. "Chun Yunxuan, I've secured a commercial performance in Modu and am on my way to the airport. Surprised? Surely you'll have time to join me for a meal this time?" Even she was unaware of why she expected him to dine with her rather than the other way around. Noticing Chun Yunxuan smiling while typing, the manager curiously inquired, "Yunxuan, who are you messaging? You seem so happy. Are you in a relationship? I must tell you, you're at a critical juncture in your career. Don't rush into romance. Even if you do, keep it under wraps. Otherwise, your stardom could be jeopardized. Share with me, who is it? What does their family do? Don't let some poor boy deceive you. They won't be able to offer any support and will only ruin you." Hearing the manager's words, Chun Yunxuan's cheeks involuntarily flushed, but she quickly regained her icy composure. "No, it's just family matters. By the way, which company are we performing for?" This commercial performance was her first, but considering her extended hiatus, it was only natural. She knew well what her manager was like, having witnessed their conduct in hotel rooms before. If not for the opportunity to go to Modu, she wouldn't have been inclined to accept this gig, though she likely had no choice given the contract. "Yunxuan, I must stress that you seize this opportunity. This commercial performance is for Tianhong Real Estate, and their executives will be present. With their connections, a simple nudge from them could multiply your chances exponentially. Chen Yunxuan chose to disregard the latter part of the advice. If she truly desired that, with her looks and charm, she wouldn't currently be a nameless small star. Moreover, she realized that for such a large real estate company to request her for a commercial performance without some ulterior motive was hard to believe. With a troubled expression, Su Lintian's image floated into her mind. Did this mean she would need to trouble him again? After all, he was merely a small leader with a monthly salary in the thousands. Wouldn't that offend him? Yet he was the only person she knew in Modu. Forget it. I'll see how it goes. Unless absolutely necessary, I'd rather not trouble him. If my presence jeopardizes his job, how would I face him in the future? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Upon receiving her message, Su Lintian was initially taken aback, but soon pieced it together. Hadn't she been sidelined by the company? How was she suddenly landing a commercial gig? Butler Long, please find out which company Yunxuan is performing for in Modu. Butler Long nodded silently and departed. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with a dossier in hand. The speed is nothing short of astonishing. Young master, Miss Chun has accepted a commercial performance for Tianhong Real Estate, which is their annual meeting. Tianhong Real Estate. That name evokes a sense of familiarity, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. Chapter 63. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Butler Long quietly reminded him. Young master, it is the broadcaster, Song Tianhong, whom we met previously in Indonesia. Here are the materials regarding their group and the Song family. As his devoted steward, he naturally prepared some information that the young master had not requested. Although Su Lintian did not explicitly ask for the information, it was essential for him to possess it. Su Lintian received the documents, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, for with Butler Long by his side, many of his worries seemed to dissipate. By the way, young master, Wang Yulong has returned. Su Lintian glanced at the unremarkable documents in his hand, which held no particular distinction. Of course, this unremarkable nature was only from his perspective, as Tianhong Real Estate, after all, boasts a market value in the hundreds of billions. Upon hearing that Wang Yulong had returned from Sakura country, he looked up at the manor's exterior. He has returned? Then let us resolve Yunyun's matters, as well as that new entertainment company. As for Tianhong Real Estate, we shall see what they say. If it doesn't work out, I will simply give it to my sister-in-law's family, treating it as my brother's betrothal gift. Little Long has returned? Perfect. Have him come see me. I have tasks for him. He has performed admirably this time. So let the group draft an appointment letter naming him as the CEO of Universal Entertainment. Understood, young master. In these past couple of days since Wang Yulong's return, he has been filled with vigor, having enough accomplishments from both his domestic status and his endeavors in Sakura country to boast about for a lifetime. The destruction he wrought in that place is not something just anyone could achieve. Should this news surface online, it could potentially go viral overnight, garnering millions of followers. Of course, this is merely a thought. Such bravado must remain concealed within, for if Su Lintian were to issue a word, his life would be in jeopardy should he dare to disclose even a hint. The headquarters of Universal Entertainment is situated in the heart of Magic City, within a towering structure exceeding 70 floors. At this moment, Wang Yulong is seated in his expansive office of over 200 square meters, listening intently to his secretary report on recent events. Universal Entertainment, a long-established company, has flourished since its acquisition by Universal Group, expanding its resources and reaching international markets with numerous artists stepping onto the global stage. There are plenty of artists capable of upholding the company's reputation. Mr. Wang, this comprises all the events that transpired during your absence. Wang Yulong drummed his fingers against the desk, carefully contemplating the secretary's words. Essentially, a few artists under his management, emboldened by their backgrounds, have begun to lose sight of their true selves. The group provides them with resources and nurtures their talents, not to enable them to act arrogantly in public. While we do not shy away from conflict, they must not provoke trouble at every turn. Make it known that anyone who dares to stir up discord will find that the company can just as easily take back what it has given. He is no longer the reckless scion of the past. Having endured so much, the blood on his hands is sufficient to drown anyone. Understood. I will issue a notice immediately. Shortly after the secretary departed, a man clad in a black suit entered, the emblem of Universal Group embroidered on the right side of his attire. Wang Yulong knew precisely what this signified. Anyone wearing such insignia domestically was undoubtedly a messenger of Su Lintian. Encountering this individual felt akin to receiving an imperial edict in ancient times. As he saw the person enter without knocking, he instinctively prepared to reprimand them, but upon looking up, he felt his anger dissipate entirely. What brings you here? Please, have a seat. Is there something you wish to convey? His heart brimmed with anticipation, Could it be the young master's reward? No need for pleasantries. The young master is pleased with your performance and has appointed you as the CEO of Universal Entertainment effective immediately. Here is your appointment letter. Additionally, the young master wishes to see you. Do not keep him waiting. With that, the man placed the letter down and departed. Wang Yulong's face flushed with excitement as he tucked the letter away, quickly tidying his appearance before driving to the western suburb manor. While the title of CEO of Universal Entertainment was enticing, he relished the latter part of the message even more. What greater reward could there be than an audience with the young master? Others might yearn for such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. Upon arriving at the manor, the bodyguard glanced at Wang Yulong in the driver's seat, allowing him to pass without hindrance. At that moment, Su Lintian was tending to the vegetables planted by his parents, watering them and weeding, embracing the essence of life. Guided by the bodyguard to this scene, Wang Yulong, seeing Su Lintian busy, promptly rolled up his sleeves and knelt to pull out the weeds surrounding the vegetables. A smile gracing his face as if finding joy in such humble work. Su Lintian observed his actions, chuckling softly before stretching and shaking off the dirt from his hands. A maid approached with a basin of water, followed by another individual holding a towel. Su Lintian washed his hands and took the towel to dry them. All right, come accompany me for a stroll. Wang Yulong, beaming with joy, sprang to his feet, disregarding the dirt on his hands as he wiped them on his trousers. Su Lintian, witnessing this, expressed mild exasperation. Aren't you concerned about the dirt? Hurry and wash up. How could the soil here be dirty? To be able to touch it is my honor. He chuckled, compliant as he washed his hands. Enough of your flattery. What I require are capable individuals, not those who merely speak empty words. You performed commendably in Sakura. At least you managed to extricate yourself safely. If you desire a reward, speak up. Wang Yulong quickly waved his hands. Young master, regarding the Sakura affairs, I doubt anyone at home would refuse such an opportunity. It is a matter of great pride. How could I possibly ask for a reward, especially since you have already granted one? Ah, you rascal. Indeed. What you have accomplished is worthy of a page in the family genealogy. Do you know why I summoned you today? Please enlighten me, young master. As they strolled through the courtyard, conversing, Butler Long followed closely behind, holding a file of documents. You are aware of Tianhong Real Estate, correct? Tianhong Real Estate. Is that the company owned by that brat Song Tianhong? Previously, Longting Shipping had collaborated with them for a time. If it weren't for Song Jianghua's connection with the Yi family, my father's temperament would never have allowed for such cooperation. Su Lintian was surprised to learn that Wang Yulong was familiar with the Yi family. However, he wondered why the file lacked any mention of the Yi family. Turning to Butler Long with curiosity, he inquired, why is there no reference to the Yi family in the documents? Young master, the two families have no substantial connection. Song Jianghua merely knows Yi Zhonghua of the Yi family, and their relationship is quite superficial and negligible. Of course, this was the truth, on the surface. Song Jianghua might believe he had a close relationship with Yi Zhonghua. Wang Yulong, upon hearing this, silently cursed Song Jianghua for his audacity, thinking he could associate himself with the Yi family. Truly, it exemplified the adage that fortune favors the bold. Chapter 64. With audacity akin to that of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, he dares to provoke anyone. Wang Yulong refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to silently ridicule the situation in his heart, while resolving to teach that boastful Song Tianhong a lesson when he found the time. This impudent little brat once flaunted his power right before me, likely believing that his family maintained a favorable relationship with the Yi family. What a load of nonsense. Song Jianghua has even deceived his own son. Upon hearing the words of Butler Long, Su Lintian suddenly recalled Yi Zhonghua. Wasn't he the future father-in-law of his brother? What a twist of fate. Given this revelation, there is little left to discuss. Little Long, during their company's annual meeting, make sure to bring this individual to global entertainment. Tianhong Real Estate has invited the young star Chun Yunxuan for a commercial performance. Regardless of the reasons, he cannot stand idly by. Wang Yulong took the information that Butler Long handed him and merely glanced at it, instantly captivated by its contents. He looked at Chun Yunxuan's simple profile, which contained only her name and a photograph. He believed he had once been a connoisseur of beauty, but in comparison to Chun Yunxuan, it felt as if he had merely admired weeds in the past. What a stark contrast. He lifted his gaze to Su Lintian and then back to the photograph. A thought dawning upon him. Could it be? Sensing his contemplation, Su Lintian spoke candidly. Indeed, just as you suspect. However, she is unaware of my identity. Simply inform her that you discovered her on Douyin. Her current employer wishes to exploit her. I trust you understand what needs to be done. Such matters, of course. He must address himself. Understood, rest assured. Young master, I will ensure the task is accomplished. Very well, off you go. The Maldives, renowned as a tropical paradise. Its scenery is akin to a painting. A couple emerged from a jewelry store, adorned in resplendent attire, bedecked with gold and silver, unmistakably hailing from a wealthy family. "Darling, isn't it inappropriate for us to flaunt our wealth so openly?" the woman remarked, glancing at the gold bracelet on her wrist, tugging at her sleeve in an attempt to conceal it, her expression tinged with concern. "Nonsense. Isn't jewelry meant to be worn? Why wear it at home? That would defeat the purpose of purchasing it. Fear not. We are in a law-abiding society, and we've been here for several days now. The safety seems adequate. Though it may not compare to home, daytime robberies are hardly common." With that, he ushered his wife into their Rolls-Royce, followed closely by two Land Rover Range Rovers. After their departure, from a building across the street, two men observed their retreating figures. "Brother, what do you think? They are the ones. Should we inform the boss? Are you foolish? Why would we do that? After this job, we'll leave and operate independently elsewhere. Notify the brothers, we move tonight." Su Jianzhou had been in the Maldives for 4 days and found it quite delightful, intending to extend his stay. After exiting the jewelry store, he strolled along the sunlit beach with his wife, admiring the crystalline waters, the sea breeze caressing their faces, a truly pleasant experience. Their attire had evolved from the simple garb they wore upon arrival to something more exquisite, as they had learned to adorn themselves. In Su Jianzhou's words, even if not for his own dignity, he should consider their son's reputation. Initially resistant, Li Jiayao eventually conceded, realizing her husband's perspective was valid. It was indeed essential to maintain appearances. One could not venture out looking so plain, lest others think her son mistreats her. Should this impression fall upon her son's business associates, one could only imagine their thoughts. Gradually, she acclimated to this lifestyle. Gazing at the stunning beach and the endless expanse of the sea, life felt splendid, free from the worries of daily sustenance. In the afternoon, after lunch, the couple meandered about for a while, with Su Dilling and butler Lin trailing a short distance behind, accompanied by 8 bodyguards. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting twilight across the sky, Su Jianzhou tightened his clothing. The evening breeze had grown a tad chilly. "Let us head back, it's getting a bit cool," he suggested. Li Jiayao nestled closer to him as they departed the beach, with butler Lin hastily keeping pace. The group boarded their vehicle, making their way to the villa they had purchased in the Maldives. The 2 Land Rover Range Rovers led the way, with fewer cars appearing as they approached the villa. Suddenly, a van careened around the corner, crashing into the front Range Rover, halting the convoy. At the same moment, another van approached from behind. Sensing hostility, Su Jianzhou urgently instructed Li Jiayao to duck down. What is happening? Though a sense of panic gripped him, as a man and with his wife by his side, he knew he had to remain composed. Panic would not resolve the issue. "Sir, madam, please stay low in the vehicle. No matter what occurs, do not exit. Rest assured, the vehicle is bulletproof, and you will be safe. I will handle this." He then opened the glove compartment of the Rolls-Royce, retrieving 2 sets of bulletproof vests and an MP5, handing them to Su Jianzhou. In all honesty, Su Jianzhou had never encountered such a situation and was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly collected himself. This was not the time for hesitation. "Here, dear, put this on. Although the car is bulletproof, it's better to be safe." Butler Lin refrained from arming Li Jiayao, understanding that if the adversaries panicked and fired, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, the bodyguards within the 2 Range Rovers calmly retrieved weapons hidden beneath their seats. Even the vehicles belonging to Global Group had armaments. After all, they were tasked with protecting Su Jianzhou and his wife. The sound of gunfire erupted. 13 armed assailants, each wielding an AK, shouted threats at the 3 vehicles, even firing warning shots. Butler Lin's expression darkened. He swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, the police chief answered, frowning in concern, his heart sinking as he realized the gravity of the situation. This call at such a moment could only signal trouble. Considering who was under protection, his face paled, and he dared not hesitate. "Listen, a group of over a dozen individuals is attempting to hijack our vehicles. I've sent you the location. I expect to see your men within 5 minutes. You know who is in my vehicle. You understand their significance. If even a single hair on their heads is harmed, I trust you comprehend the consequences." "Understood, I'm on my way." The call ended. With a resounding crash, he slammed his hand on the desk, sending the glass tumbler tumbling to the ground. The commotion startled those outside the office. "Damn it, who dares disrupt me at this moment?" He donned his hat and stormed out of the office, urgency radiating from him as he addressed everyone. "Quickly, everyone mobilize. Seal off the entire villa area immediately. No one is to leave. How audacious, who dares to challenge us? I'm eager to see if they possess some extraordinary powers or if they are merely brash." Chapter 65. Brothers, the situation is becoming precarious. Let us withdraw. The atmosphere shifted dramatically on the road as numerous police cars sped down the streets. The chief pressed the accelerator to the floor, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Should anything happen to the assailants, not only would he be doomed, But every member of the dark web here, regardless of rank, would face dire consequences. Several motorcycles sped ahead, clearing the path. Clear the way, all vehicles must give way. Well, alas, there is no choice. They must clear a path for the cars behind. The drivers on the road, upon witnessing such a scene, are left bewildered. What is transpiring? So many police vehicles, their speed astonishing. What is happening? What is happening? People inside the houses on either side rush out, staring in confusion at the spectacle before them. They have lived here for so long, yet this is the first time they have seen such a plethora of police cars. Surely, something significant has occurred. Isn't that stating the obvious? Even a blind person would know that if nothing were amiss, things wouldn't be this way. Look, look. The wheels of those first 2 or 4 cars are already smoking, their speed unparalleled in a lifetime. Meanwhile, on the side of Su Jianzhou, as the robber approached the Range Rover and pulled open the door, he was met with a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Inside, the occupants brandished MP5 submachine guns, now aimed directly at him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sudden gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night, and the robber, upon opening the door, was instantly transformed into a veritable hive of chaos. His fall ignited a frenzy, and the atmosphere at the scene erupted into turmoil. Gunfire resounded. Rat-a-tat-tat. AKs clashed with MP5s. Neither side yielding. The robbers, taken aback, had not anticipated that their adversaries would possess such weaponry. Which respectable bodyguard would keep MP5s in their vehicle? Was this not a blatant intimidation of honest robbers? The gunfire echoed like firecrackers during the new year. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Li Jiayao covered her ears, trembling in Su Jinzhou's embrace. It's all right, my dear. Fear not with me by your side. Just think of it as firecrackers for the new year. Su Jinzhou reassured the shivering Li Jiayao. Butler Lin wore an expression of grave concern. It was his dereliction as a servant that had led to his master's fright. The leading robber, realizing the formidable nature of his opponents, contemplated retreat. However, staying here was no longer an option. He had underestimated them. Clearly, they were not ordinary individuals. Brothers, this situation is a bit fierce. Let's withdraw, he declared, disregarding the others as he hopped into the van. Seeing their leader flee, the rest hurriedly followed suit, flooring the accelerator as they sped away. The bodyguards, observing the leader's flight, turned to retrieve an RPG from their vehicle. The leading robber, catching this sight in the rearview mirror, felt his heart leap into his throat. What the hell? Who chose such a target? They're armed to the teeth. An RPG, really? Who is the actual robber here? At that moment, he began to question his life choices. Big brother, have you forgotten? It's just the 2 of us. You drive. Dodge that RPG, or we're done for together. The driver, glancing curiously into the rearview mirror, nearly lost control of the steering wheel in shock. He pressed the accelerator as if trying to bury it in the fuel tank. With a whoosh, a projectile streaked towards them, leaving a white trail in its wake. Swerving the steering wheel, they narrowly avoided the missile. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion nearly overturned their vehicle. Even so, the glass shattered, leaving the occupants dazed. Their minds were filled with but 2 words: run. Without regard for the obstacles ahead, they pressed the accelerator to the floor. Not far down the road, they encountered the chief. The 2 vehicles brushed past each other, and upon spotting the men in the van wielding AKs, the chief was taken aback. Damn it. The situation seems dire. They're all armed with AKs. He hurriedly grabbed the radio to alert his team. To those behind, intercept that van that just passed. They're armed and must not escape. With that, he continued driving forward. Unfortunately, another vehicle was not as fortunate. A projectile crashed into it from behind, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that scattered the robbers within like confetti. Stop the pursuit. First, escort the lord and lady back. The bodyguard attempted to chase after them, but was halted by Butler Lin. It's over. The firecrackers have finished. Su Jianzhou handed the MP5 to Butler Lin and gently patted Li Jiao's shoulder, speaking softly. When the chief arrived, he surveyed the chaotic scene. Cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Even the Rolls-Royce bore numerous bullet holes. He dared not hesitate, his anxiety preventing him from wiping the sweat from his brow. He hastily exited his vehicle, his heart racing as he approached the Rolls-Royce, silently praying that its occupants remained unharmed. The butler in the passenger seat, having witnessed the unfolding events, was furious, arriving only after the gunfire had ceased. Observing that everyone in the car was unscathed, the tension in his chest finally eased. I apologize for the fright you endured, he addressed Su Jianzhou. Noticing that Su Jianzhou was busy comforting Li Jiayao, the butler realized he might not have been heard and reluctantly approached him. My apologies, it was my failure. Please grant me another chance. Humph, that is not the answer I seek. Tomorrow morning, I expect to hear what I want to know. He then turned to the driver, commanding, drive us back. Not long after they returned to the villa, in the magical city, at Manor No. 1. What did you say? Su Lintian stood up from the sofa, his expression impassive. gazing towards the distant vegetable fields, pondering whether he had sent too few bodyguards. Young master, the lord and lady have been attacked in the Maldives. Who did this? Was it an accident or... Logically, it seemed unlikely they were the intended targets. According to information from the dark web, the perpetrators are professionals in this field, specializing in kidnapping wealthy individuals for ransom. This incident was an unfortunate mishap. The Daiming has safely returned the lord and lady to the villa. All right, as long as they are fine. Despite his reassurances, he still dialed his father. On the other end, Su Jianzhou's voice quickly came through. Xiao Tian, why are you calling so late? Is something the matter? Dad, is mom all right? Su Jianzhou was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated his son would learn of the incident so swiftly. Nor had he seen Butler Lin send a message or make a call. You already know? It's nothing. Your mother was just a bit startled. She has just fallen asleep. Suddenly recalling something, he curiously inquired. By the way, son, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Why were there so many weapons in the car? Is everything all right? Su Lintian had expected him to ask something else. Dad, what are you thinking? How could I engage in illegal activities? That makes no sense. As for the weapons, it's nothing serious, merely for self-defense. No one should object. As long as you and mom are fine, just rest early. I'll send more bodyguards to you tomorrow. After ending the call, he immediately dispatched 12 additional bodyguards to the Maldives. Chapter 66. They're wielding RPGs, and you still expect to go to prison? Upon returning to the station, the chief received a shocking report. Just as he set his hat down, before he had even settled into his chair, he was taken aback. What did you just say? He stood up, fixing his gaze on the officer who had come to report, doubting whether he had misheard. The officer, looking at the chief's stern countenance, swallowed hard. Realizing why no one else dared to report this, they had sent the new recruit to deliver the news. You know, opportunities must be given to the unprepared to minimize harm. It dawned on him that he had put himself in a perilous position. He felt a sudden urge to turn and flee. The chief's expression was far too fearsome. The director exclaimed, the adversary has fled, injuring 3 of our brothers and leaving 5 dead. A sharp slap echoed, causing the officer to feel as if he had departed from Blue Star, transcending the universe. With countless stars twinkling above, his hat had vanished into the ether. Evidently, the blow was merciless. He spun around twice before collapsing to the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he shielded his face, too fearful to rise, dreading another slap upon standing. Huff, huff. You useless fools, are you all dead? Where are your firearms? Are they mere sticks for stoking a fire? The director, panting heavily, shattered a teacup in frustration. With so many of you, why couldn't you restrain a few? Lying there pretending to be dead, are you? Get moving. If you don't find them before dawn, you can forget about playing dead. I'll grant you that mercy. Each of you, do me a favor and dig a pit to bury yourselves in. The officers dared not remain idle. Without even retrieving their hats, they scrambled out of the office. They scoured the surveillance footage relentlessly, and after half an hour, their diligence bore fruit, leading to a tenuous clue. The commotion had stirred a sense of unease among the populace, with whispers of potential terrorists in the air. Outside a secluded house, several plainclothes officers observed the distant structure, a modest iron shack, situated in a desolate locale. Are we certain they're inside? Absolutely. I've been watching closely. I just saw someone emerge with an AK. It's definitely them. Then what are we waiting for? Call for backup. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Are you foolish? I haven't seen you show such courage before. You, with that slight build, can you withstand a few bullets? I'm calling the director. You lot stay vigilant. As he spoke, he moved to the corner, retrieving his phone to contact the director, oblivious to the faint glow of the screen illuminating the surroundings. Upon receiving the report, the director wasted no time and promptly mobilized his team. Before they even arrived, the sound of gunfire reached their ears. It turned out that the assailants had been spotted by someone stepping outside. Damn it, these rascals caught our scent. The leader of the robbers cursed under his breath, frustration boiling within him. What do we do now? We can't wait any longer. Let's leave by boat. But, boss, the speedboat hasn't arrived yet. If it hasn't arrived, we won't wait for it. One of the younger members, perplexed, asked, not taking the speedboat? Are we swimming away? The officers dared not expose themselves. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, rendering their handguns ineffective. The robbers drove out a van concealed by brush, heading straight for the dock. By the time the director arrived, the culprits had already made their escape. Damn it, you useless lot. Couldn't you have delayed them for just a few more minutes? They must be heading to the dock. Pursue them. We can't let them slip away. The dock was merely a few minutes away, and the fact that the assailants were hiding here implied they intended to leave by boat. True to his instincts, when he arrived, he found that the group had already boarded a vessel and departed. It wasn't a speedboat, but they were moving swiftly nonetheless. Do they think I won't pursue them just because they're off the ground? Give me a helicopter. At that moment, his phone rang, and after a brief pause, he sighed. Forget it. Call off the operation. Identify the suspects. If there are any accomplices, apprehend them all. The robbers, seeing no one in pursuit, believed they were safe and erupted into cheers. Only the leader wore a grim expression. Something felt amiss. His past encounters with the adversary had shown them to be relentless, and this time they had failed to secure their target. Why were they so doggedly pursuing him? Something unusual was afoot. Perhaps it was the peculiar nature of their target? Cursing himself for his impatience, he realized he should have checked their identities first. His suspicions were not unfounded, for behind them, a helicopter was approaching. The sound of the rotor blades soon reached their ears, and the aircraft's lights illuminated their small boat, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The gunman aboard the helicopter, shouldering an RPG, aimed directly at their vessel. "We surrender. We won't run." "Yes, we won't run. I'd rather go to jail." A splash echoed as one of them leapt overboard. "What are you doing?" "Yeah, boss, why are you jumping? If they catch us, we can just go to jail." "There's no need for such despair." The man, now submerged and frantically descending, cursed inwardly. "Fools. They're armed with an RPG. And you still think jail is the worst outcome?" Suddenly, a missile shot toward their boat. "They're serious." The explosion erupted, sending flames skyward, splintering wood into countless fragments. Even the jump into the water was too late. Another had already anticipated the danger and dove in. "Stay low. Let us see how long he can hold his breath." He set down the RPG launcher and grabbed a nearby M134 minigun. The helicopter descended slowly, hovering mere meters above the water's surface. The gunfire erupted, bullets raining down around them. While the underwater impact was significantly reduced, it was sufficient to claim lives. No one could remain submerged for long at such depths. After a thorough search lasting about 10 minutes, a red stain emerged from the water, just 10 meters from the boat. "Found you." The helicopter unleashed a torrent of gunfire, turning the ocean into a crimson sea. "Let us go?" Meanwhile, beneath the waves, the man known as Boss was grappling with a corpse, his calf hit by a bullet. The body he clutched was riddled with bullets, a testament to the professionalism of the helicopter's gunner. Only when the sound of the rotors faded did he cautiously surface. Gasping for air, looking at the endless expanse of the dark sea, fear surged within him. Just as he contemplated swimming in a random direction, a speedboat raced toward him. Without a second thought, he knew he needed to staunch the bleeding from his leg immediately. "Hey, help! Save me!" His cries successfully caught the attention of those aboard the speedboat. "Boss, I think someone is shouting for help." "Really? Hurry, pull him aboard. If the Coast Guard catches up, we can use him as leverage." Once rescued, Boss found himself surrounded by 3 armed men on the speedboat, bags of cash and a suspicious white powder scattered about. Just escaped the wolf's den, only to stumble into the tiger's lair, he thought. "Shut up if you want to live. Start the boat, Xiaohu. Bind his hands and feet, blindfold him. If he resists, kill him." Upon hearing their orders, Boss felt a deep sense of regret, realizing he had been far too kind in his previous dealings. Chapter 67. Am I too late to be honest now? After rescuing the man, the speedboat sped away. Meanwhile, upon returning, the director had not come back empty-handed. He swiftly apprehended individuals linked to the robbers, a notorious gang leader. At the moment of his apprehension, the individual was engaged in physical exercise within the confines of his residence. Midway through his routine, the door was forcibly breached, and by the time he regained his composure, he found himself at the mercy of a dozen firearms pointed menacingly at his head. Shrinking back with trepidation, he managed to feign a benign smile and, in bewilderment, queried, "Gentlemen, is this really necessary? What have I done to warrant such a formidable display of force?" "Hey, steady now. Be careful not to discharge those weapons," he cautioned. Observing the officers before him, each one poised for action, as if any sign of resistance from him would provoke an immediate gunfire response. This left him utterly perplexed. When had he become such a figure of terror? He was entirely unaware of this transformation. Enough with the chatter. Do not move, place your hands on your head, and crouch down. Do not attempt any tricks. We possess the authority to execute you on the spot. Should you refuse to cooperate, we would not hesitate to each gift you a bullet. Boss, should I remain still or comply with the instruction to crouch with my hands on my head? Bang. The response to his inquiry was a gunshot. As he gazed at the marks on the ceiling, his face blanched in fear. He had not anticipated their seriousness and promptly ceased any further dialogue, obediently adopting the instructed position. Once he was taken back to the interrogation room, the chief scrutinized the captured gang leader with palpable disdain, attributing a series of unfortunate events to him, or rather, to his subordinates. "All of you leave. I will conduct the questioning myself," the chief commanded the assembled officers with a wave of his hand. He then settled onto a chair, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the mob boss before him. "Do you have an underling named Ahao?" "What how? Do not speak nonsensically. I am unaware. I have too many subordinates to remember their names." Bang. The gunfire this time did not strike the ceiling, but rather found its mark on his arm. Blood gushed forth, and the searing pain elicited cold sweat from his brow, contorting his face in agony. He had been in this interrogation room no fewer than 10 times. Fully acquainted with the procedures, yet this occasion felt starkly different. I do not wish to repeat the same question. You would do well to be forthcoming, otherwise the next bullet may very well find its way to your head. You dare to employ extrajudicial measures? Where's your chief? I demand to see him. I will file a complaint against you. Bang. At that moment, an officer rushed in, stating, Chief, should we not find something to silence him? Hearing the officer's words, the mob boss felt a wave of dread wash over him. He contorted his face into a grimace that was more painful than sorrowful, exclaiming, I will be compliant. Please. Chief, is it too late for that? Indeed, I do have a subordinate named Ahau, but I have only recently taken him on and do not know much about him. Has he transgressed? Rest assured, I will have him brought here. The chief stood and remarked, Very well. As long as you confess, the death penalty will be executed immediately. He then turned and departed. The mob boss, however, was left in a state of panic. Death penalty. Wait, what did I confess to? I have committed no crime. No one responded, but the echo of gunfire answered him. The following morning, Su Jianzhou awoke to find that the number of bodyguards at his residence had increased by over a dozen, along with an additional 3 vehicles. Butler Lin. Who are these individuals? Sir, they have been sent by young master, the butler replied. Oh, I had forgotten. Last night, Xiao Tian mentioned he would send bodyguards over. My memory. He lightly tapped his forehead, recalling that Xiao Tian's words from the previous evening had not anticipated such prompt action. As Li Jiayao descended the staircase, she noticed the sudden influx of personnel outside. Her curiosity piqued. Why have so many bodyguards appeared? Upon seeing his wife, Su Jianzhou smiled and explained. Xiao Tian has been informed of our predicament, and thus, he dispatched 12 bodyguards overnight to ensure our safety. Our concern for that boy was not misplaced. But we are safe now. Why inform Xiao Tian? Wouldn't that cause him undue worry? Though he spoke thus, he felt a warmth in his heart. You are mistaken. It was not I who initiated this. Last night, it was our son who proactively called me. You know how capable he is. Even if I did not mention it, he would still find out. Let us not dwell on him, though. How are you feeling? Shall we have breakfast first, and then take a stroll to clear our minds? Li Jiayao did not decline, choosing not to return to her homeland in light of the previous day's events. She had come to terms with much. Some experiences must be endured rather than avoided. The identity of her son would undoubtedly render her life as a mother anything but ordinary. Though she felt powerless to assist, she resolved not to become a hindrance. During breakfast, she could not resist suggesting, Jianzhou, how about we practice shooting later? But the warm milk he had just sipped was suddenly expelled from Su Jianzhou's mouth. His expression was one of utter disbelief. As he struggled to fathom that such words had escaped his wife's lips, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he gazed at Li Jiayao, who bore a similarly earnest expression. Are you certain? In truth, he had contemplated the matter throughout the previous night, sensing that their son was not merely affluent. There was something extraordinary about him. As a parent, he felt the need to be more competent, and the idea of practicing shooting had naturally come to mind. Though he intended to broach the subject after some time, allowing her to process the events of the previous night. What he never anticipated was that his wife would propose the idea before he could voice it himself. Yes. Seeing her affirmation, Su Jianzhou erupted into laughter, marveling at how in sync they were, their concerns aligning perfectly. Absolutely, whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you. Unbeknownst to them, while they contemplated firearms practice, Su Lin had scarcely handled a gun himself. It seemed that the events of the previous night had not been without merit. Chapter 68. Old grudges settled together. Before long, Butler Lin received a call from the chief, responding with a few affirmatives before lapsing into silence. He was aware of the protective umbrella's mobilization the previous night. The chief's call made it clear that all individuals associated with the robbers had been executed. The tranquil life of the Su Jianzhou couple resumed, marked by travel and firearms practice, along with lessons in basic combat techniques. In their 40s, they found it entirely manageable. Upon receiving news from his parents, Su Lin was quite taken aback. He had not expected them to be so open-minded, unaffected by the robbery incident, and instead, embracing the opportunity for exercise with enthusiasm. It was indeed wise to take advantage of their youth and prepare for the future. In the bustling metropolis, at the Palace Hotel, Chen Yunxuan had been residing there for a day. Initially, she had anticipated an evening performance, given the urgency in her manager Hong Jia's tone. However, it now seemed that it was not her manager's haste, but rather the eagerness of the scion of Tianhong Real Estate to meet her in person. Yunxuan Song Xiao is quite a decent fellow, far younger than General Zhang, and hailing from a reputable family. He holds sincere affections for you. You see, as soon as we arrived yesterday, he hurried to meet you. Do not dwell on that impoverished boy of yours. Think not only of yourself, but also of your family. As someone who has walked this path before, I do not wish for you to take any missteps, understand? Do take a moment to reflect, prepare yourself, and adjust your state of mind. There is an evening performance ahead. Hongjie is aware of your reticence and your discomfort in speaking up. Fear not. I shall speak with young Master Song on your behalf, and after the performance, I will escort you to meet him. Without allowing Chun Yunyun a chance to retort, she turned on her heel and departed. Chun Yunyun had no intention of contesting, for one cannot awaken a person who feigns slumber. Words would serve no purpose. She had already resolved that following the performance, she would concoct an excuse to take a taxi and leave. She was unconvinced that the city of magic was entirely under the sway of the Song family. In recent days, Song Tianhong radiated an aura of success. By a twist of fate, he had stumbled upon a true gem. In a small company, sensational stories abound, often concealed beneath the surface. Sitting in his streaming studio, the thought of indulging in excitement that evening stirred a thrill within him, and he could no longer suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, confusion swept over him. Why would he be receiving a call from him? Their families were not of the same caliber. And he had heard that the other party had been acquired by Global Group, with his father rising to a position of seniority. Hello, young Master Wong. It has been quite some time. What brings you to call? If memory serves, this is your first time reaching out to me. Though their statuses were ostensibly equal, he believed himself to hold a slight superiority owing to the favorable relations his family maintained with the Yi family. Naturally, this was merely his own perception. On the other end of the line, Wang Yulong, upon hearing the hint of arrogance in the other's voice, thought to himself, let you bask in your arrogance for a few more hours. By evening, I shall make you regret it. I heard that your Tianhong real estate is hosting an annual meeting tonight, and young Master Song has invited quite a number of beautiful ladies. What is the matter? Do you intend to keep them all to yourself and neglect to bring me along for some fun? What do you mean? Do you, Wang Yulong, lack beautiful women? However, since you have personally requested it, I cannot refuse. I shall bring you along, but I will select first. If you agree, come this evening. If not, then so be it. You are the host. Your word is law. But do refrain from touching the ladies just yet. I have an entertaining game lined up for the evening. If you engage now, it will spoil the fun later. Though Song Tianhong was perplexed, he opted not to press further, assuming it was merely a desire for a more thrilling game. Rest assured, I am not a glutton. I can wait. I eagerly anticipate your game. I assure you, it will be satisfactory. We shall meet this evening. After hanging up, Wang Yulong wore an enigmatic smile. Damn it, Song Tianhong. As arrogant as ever, let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. That evening, at the Palace Hotel, a cavalcade of luxury vehicles gathered. Though billed as the Tianhong Real Estate Annual Meeting, many attendees were from Song Tianhong's social circle. Song Zhonghua merely turned a blind eye to this occurrence, as these young masters were all second-generation wealthy heirs. This time, the Song family had reserved the entire hotel, with a plethora of luxury cars parked outside. A Lamborghini Veneno pulled up, followed by a procession of supercars. Passers-by stepped aside, their attention captivated by the line of extravagant vehicles. Song Tianhong alighted from the Lamborghini, and the hotel staff hurried to take the keys, assisting with parking. Good evening, young Master Song, greeted the staff. As he traversed the venue, he was met with a chorus of salutations, his smile unwavering as he reveled in the attention, feeling akin to a favored child of destiny. Basking in the admiration of all, the venue was expansive, adorned with over 100 tables, with a grand stage at the forefront. At the base of the stage were 3 large round tables, accommodating 20 individuals. The central table was reserved for the elder generation, while to the right sat the prince, Song Tianhong. To the left were seats designated for lesser executives, with Wang Yulong's name prominently displayed among them. The annual meeting was a lively affair, with tables filled to capacity. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong arrived fashionably late in his Bugatti Veyron, trailed by a group of raucous young men. His intent was to stir up trouble. After all, one must bring companions for such endeavors. These individuals had long harbored disdain for Song Tianhong, and today was the perfect opportunity to let off steam, sparing him the trouble of being labeled a disloyal elder brother. These second-generation heirs were far more ruthless than bodyguards, who often exercised restraint. The second generation would not hold back, and the crucial factor was that most people would hesitate to confront them, providing ample room for their antics. This is a matter for the second generation. Do not interfere, or you shall find yourself in a predicament. The group of a dozen or so entered the venue. Wow, quite the lively atmosphere. Could it be otherwise? You think this is your family's modest 300 billion yuan company? They are renowned as a trillion yuan conglomerate, a formidable force. Damn, brother Yulong, that dog Song Tianhong is up there, boasting away. Excellent. Everyone is here. Let us take them all down in one fell swoop, so they cannot escape. Young Master Song is a good man. Wang Yulong surveyed the table at the front of the stage, where indeed, Song Tianhong was decked out and boasting to his entourage. Let us approach. Remember, after I handle my business, you may cause as much chaos as you like. I'll take the blame, but should anyone jeopardize my plans, do not expect mercy. Brother Yulong, she's just a little starlet. You are now the CEO of global entertainment. With a mere beckon, she will come running. Yet, his flattery fell flat. The response was a resounding slap. Smack. Wang Yulong showed no mercy, turning to glare at the offender, his voice cold. From now on, keep your mouth clean. Consider this a warning. Be cautious of your words, for trouble often arises from the tongue. Humph. The sudden slap left his entourage in shock, and Wang Yulong's frosty tone brooked no jest. After all, a slap had just landed on their face. There was no room for humor. They soon realized that the starlet must be of significant importance to a powerful figure, likely a senior at Global Group, hence Wang Yulong's austere demeanor. With this thought, they felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they had refrained from speaking out of turn. Indeed, Brother Yulong is right. Thank you for the reminder. Once the commotion settled, he continued, from now on, be mindful. You may indulge in your second-generation antics, but do not act without thought. My leniency in this instance is due to our past camaraderie. Otherwise, matters would not be so simple. Any frustrations you have should be directed entirely at young Master Song later. Brother Yulong, what about the Yi family? If we offend the Song family, will the Yi family not retaliate? To which Wang Yulong scoffed dismissively. The Song family has no ties to the Yi family. That fool, Song Tianhong, remains blissfully unaware of what his father is concealing from him. Damn it, Song Tianhong. Today you shall learn what pain truly is. Chapter 69, Song Tianhong thought. Should Wang Yulong dare to stir trouble, he would leave in disgrace. Wang Yulong, accompanied by his entourage, approached the table on the left side of the stage. The occupants, who had been seated comfortably, sprang to their feet upon seeing him. Haha, young Master Wang, please, take a seat. They hastily vacated their places. The arrival of Wang Yulong prompted a flurry of whispers among the young gentlemen surrounding Song Tianhong. Song Shao, does Wang Yulong intend to cause a ruckus by bringing such a large entourage? To this, Song Tianhong merely smirked in disdain, retorting, if Wang Yulong dares to stir trouble, I shall ensure he leaves horizontally. Tension crackled in the air as both parties glared at one another across the large table, poised for an altercation at the slightest provocation. Song Jianghua furrowed his brow, aware of Wang Yulong's impending visit, but was taken aback by the presence of so many second-generation heirs accompanying him. The Wang family, having recently allied with the Global Group, was no longer what it once was. Both Wang father and son held positions within the conglomerate, leaving him reluctant to instigate a conflict. Thus, he chose silence. The annual meeting commenced promptly, with dish after dish being served. Song Jianghua took the stage to deliver some platitudes before the entertainment began. The performances unfolded in succession, with Chun Yinxian merely taking the stage to sing a song. As he beheld Chun Yinxian, adorned in her makeup, Song Tianhong was utterly captivated by her ethereal beauty. Ah, it seems Song Shao has set his sights tonight, he mused. Indeed, Song Shao possessed an eye for exquisite talent. Her visage, her figure, her legs, all were unparalleled, complemented by a strikingly cool demeanor. A treasure only a man of Song Shao's caliber could appreciate. Flattered by the compliments, Song Tianhong waved his hand grandly. Ah, women are like garments, and brothers are like kin. I shall ensure you all get a taste of this soon. Wow, truly, Song Shao is generous. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong observed Song Tianhong's direction, noticing the lascivious glances cast towards Chun Yinxian, nearly drooling. It was evident what they were thinking, especially those second-generation heirs whose vigor had been sapped by indulgence. Disgusting, he thought, repulsed by Song Tianhong's demeanor and his predatory gaze upon Ms. Chun. You all better not compete with me. I intend to trample on his face to vent my frustrations. After Chun Yinxian finished her song and exited the stage, Wang Yulong turned to a second-generation heir seated beside him and instructed, go to the backstage. With my influence, invite Ms. Chun to join us. Be courteous. The heir, the eldest among them, was steady in his actions despite his family's modest company, lacking prominence in their circle. To his surprise, Qinyang did not expect Wang Yulong to delegate this task to him, given his comparatively lowly status among the group. Understood, Yulong go, I shall do so immediately. Backstage, a hotel conference room had been hastily converted into a dressing area. Chun Yinxian was packing her belongings, preparing to leave after her performance. However, before she could finish, Hong Jia rushed in, her expression brimming with excitement. Yinxian, come, I'm taking you to meet Song Shao. Hong Jia, may I use the restroom first? Hong Jia, seemingly reading her intentions, let her smile falter. Yinxian, think nothing of it. If you do not meet Song Shao tonight, you shall not leave the hotel. If you need the restroom, I shall accompany you. She reached for Chun Yinchuan's arm, attempting to pull her out. Today, she was determined to take Yinxian to meet Song Tianhong, or else she would face dire consequences. Let go, don't touch me, Chun Yinxian protested, shaking off her grasp. At that moment, Chun Yang entered, witnessing the two in a heated tug. Seeing Chun Yunchuan's furious expression ignited his anger. Without regard for Hong Jie's status, he swiftly approached and kicked her to the ground. How dare you lay a hand on her? Did that scoundrel Song Tianhong send you? He delivered a few more kicks for good measure. As Hong Jie groaned on the floor, clutching her abdomen, the sudden turn of events startled Chun Yunxian, who shot a fierce glare at Hong Jie. Chun Yang then smiled at her, saying, Miss Chun, greetings. CEO Wang from Global Entertainment has requested your presence for a conversation. Of course, you may refuse. Chun Yunxian glanced at Hong Jie on the floor, noting the apparent discord between her and Song Xiao. Realizing her safety was compromised regardless of which side she chose. Just as she was about to decline, a brazen voice echoed from outside. Oh, Chun Yang, what a show of force. Do you dare to snatch away Song Xiao's guest? Are you tired of living? In previous times, Chun Yang might have backed down, but circumstances were different now. Representing Wang Yulong, he felt emboldened. Rest assured, Miss Chun, CEO Wang harbors no ulterior motives, unlike certain individuals whose heads are filled with filth. Sighing, Chun Yunxian recognized her lack of options. She had no intention of meeting Song Tianhong. She only hoped CEO Wang would not resemble her own company as Zhang. Very well, I shall meet CEO Wang. You cannot go with him, Chun Yang. You must think this through. Your company is merely a small enterprise worth a mere few billion. Song Xiao could crush you with a finger. I'll crush you. Chun Yang, incensed by the threat, kicked the instigator away without hesitation. Given the opponent's fragile physique, that kick would likely send them to the hospital for several days. Chapter 70. Wang Yulong. If he does not wish to proceed, then let it be. Damn it. I've tolerated you long enough. Day in, day out. It's all about Song Xiao. What is he anyway? Chun Yang glared, seething with rage. Had it not been for the need to present Chun Yunxian to Wang Yulong, he would have sent this individual to the hospital for months. Turning, he replaced his frown with a smile. Addressing Chun Yunxian, I apologize for the scare, please follow me. As she followed him, she anticipated a meeting in a private room, only to be surprised that it was taking place at the annual meeting. This revelation allowed her to exhale in relief. Upon their return, Wang Yulong rose to greet Chun Yunxian, and as he did, the entire table of attendees stood in unison, none daring to remain seated. Miss Chun, I apologize for summoning you in such a manner. Please, have a seat. Filled with confusion, Chun Yunxian thought to herself, I do not believe I am acquainted with him, and I am hardly a major star. His enthusiasm seems excessive. What business does CEO Wang have? Please, state it plainly. I have prior engagements and cannot linger. Wang Yulong waved his hands dismissively. Not at all. I have already reviewed your profile, and we have been following your videos on Douyin. They are quite impressive. Global Entertainment holds great promise for your potential. Would you consider signing with us? Rest assured, we shall cover your breach of contract fees. You shall not incur any costs. Noticing her hesitation, Wang Yulong continued, you may take your time to consider. My offer remains open. Witnessing the jovial exchange between Wang Yulong and Chun Yunxian ignited Song Tianhong's fury. His dispatched associate limped back, embellishing the backstage incident with fervor. Damn, that scoundrel Wang Yulong dares to steal the woman I have my eye on. In a fit of rage, he seized a wine glass and hurled it in Wang Yulong's direction. However, his aim faltered, and it hurtled towards Chun Yunxian instead. Fortunately, Wang Yulong, having trained in America for a month, was quick to react, shielding Chun Yunxian with his body, the wine splattering across his face. A sensation of moisture graced his face, as a surge of indignation welled within him, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Yet, he still inhaled deeply. He offered Chun Yunyun a smile before turning to Chun Yang, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, Please escort Miss Chun. Observing the wine on Wang Yulong's face, the surrounding second-generation elites were momentarily taken aback, while Chun Yang, hearing the emotionless tone, nodded vigorously. Chun Yunyun, having no desire to linger, followed the others out of the venue. Once they departed, his pent-up fury could no longer be contained. Damn it, to think of Wang Yulong traversing the land of cherry blossoms, bearing an RPG in America, reducing the heavenly restroom to rubble with mortars, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Even so, he had never endured such humiliation. What shall we do, Brother Yulong? One of the second-generation elites exclaimed. That scoundrel Song Tianhong dared to smash a cup at Brother Yulong. What else is there to do but deal with him? Another second-generation elite, having procured a hot towel from somewhere, handed it to Wang Yulong, who wiped his face clean. At that moment, the most anxious was not Song Tianhong or the second-generation elites around him, but rather Song Jianghua, who was utterly stupefied. Song Tianhong, far from fearful, wore an expression of smug satisfaction as if he had accomplished something extraordinary, akin to a foolish heir of a landlord. What to do? Since Song Tianhong wishes to disrupt the annual meeting, let it be disrupted. He glanced at the large table before him, weighing its heft. It seemed unlikely he could overturn it. With a resounding crash, he seized a wine glass and smashed it against the tabletop, the sound of shattering glass echoing. Get him from me. Just leave him breathing. Upon his command, a dozen second-generation elites erupted with fervor, having long harbored grievances against the opponent, and without further ado, they charged at Song Tianhong. Chaos ensued within the venue. Those seated in the back continued drinking, while a brawl erupted at the front. What is happening up front? Did it seem like a fight has broken out? Is this a new show? New show my foot. The crown prince of the company is fighting with young Master Wang. What are we waiting for? Go help. I advise you not to meddle. If they fight you, you deserve it, and if you fight them, you're courting death. Then let us ignore them and keep drinking. They won to reach this far. Thus, the scene unfolded. The back was consumed with drinks while the front was embroiled in conflict, occasionally punctuated by commentary. Damn it, Li goddamn. I've tolerated you for too long. Song Tianhong, today it's either you or me. Over 20 second-generation elites grappled in a frenzy, while Song Zhenghua attempted to intervene, for he was the leader of this group. However, Wang Yulong showed him no courtesy, sending the chairman of Tianhong Real Estate crashing to the floor with a kick. Get out of the way, old man. If your son can walk out of this door today, I, Wang Yulong, will take your surname. Striding forward, he found Song Tianhong atop another individual, flailing ineffectually. With another kick, he sent him sprawling, glaring at his own man who was being battered. Useless. I told you to train harder. You can't even defeat this trash who only dances on women's bellies. What good are you? Another kick landed squarely in Song Tianhong's abdomen, causing the food he had recently consumed to exit as swiftly as it had entered. Damn it, Wang Yulong. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Song Tianhong grimaced in agony, clutching his waist and stomach, though his resolve remained firm as he attempted to rise. Slap. Wang Yulong's palm struck him down once more. One foot pressed upon his hand, the excruciating pain eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Those spectating the chaos felt their scalps tingle with fear, hastily vacating the venue. The hotel staff, attempting to intervene, were restrained by the manager. When gods clash, mere mortals suffer. Song Zhenghua, unable to rise, maintained his composure despite witnessing his son being beaten. He could not afford to intervene. You lot, stop gawking and pull them apart. Yet, no one dared to approach. Resigned, he decided to act himself. Meanwhile, Song Tianhong was being mercilessly assaulted, receiving kicks and punches from all sides. Minutes later, perhaps fatigued from the fray, Wang Yulong paused, surveying the battered Song Tianhong, whose face was now grotesquely swollen. You wanted a one-on-one, didn't you? Think about it. I'll grant you a day to recover in the hospital. We'll settle this another time. We're leaving. Wang Yulong patted Song Tianhong's face and turned to Song Zhenghua. If you wish to play, the Wang family is more than willing to indulge you. Chapter 71. The super recovery potion. A dozen individuals bore various injuries. Yet in comparison, Song Tianhong's condition was far worse. Shortly after their departure, Uncle Mao arrived, surveying the wreckage of the venue with surprise. Who was unaware of the Song family? How audacious of someone to stir up trouble here. Even more astonishing was the fact that Song Zhenghua remained present, akin to a dragon crossing the river. Mr. Song, are you all right? What transpired here? Who is responsible for this chaos? However, Song Zhenghua's response left them utterly astonished. It's nothing. They drank too much and fell. He could not afford to escalate the situation. The Song family was not on the same level as the Wang family, especially now with the backing of the global group. As long as the Wang family did not act foolishly, who could challenge them, and who would dare provoke them? Moreover, it was his son who had thrown the first punch. Uncle Mao gazed at the second-generation elites strewn about, each in a pitiful state, particularly Song Tianhong, whose eyes were nearly shut. His lips twitched involuntarily. How had they ended up in such a state? Had they collided with someone's fist? Nevertheless, the opposing party clearly had no intention of pursuing the matter, and thus, there was no need for further discussion. The annual meeting concluded with a whimper. Chen Yunyun found another hotel to stay in, lying upon the bed as she opened her phone, intending to message Su Lintian to share the events of the day and seek his opinion. As the screen lit up, a flurry of notifications from Douyin appeared, likes, comments, and follows. How curious, so many notifications. Intrigued, she opened Douyin. The latest video had garnered over 200,000 likes and more than 20,000 comments. With her follower count surpassing 10,000, it seemed she had experienced a minor surge in popularity, unbeknownst to her. All thanks to Su Lintian's investment of a full million. Chen Yunyun was elated, feeling as though the magic city was her lucky charm, showering her with good fortune since her arrival. First, the olive branch from Global Entertainment, and now her short video had shown promise. No, It wasn't merely the magic city that was her lucky charm. It was Su Lin, the boy who had been injured for her sake. He was her true star of fortune, for he resided in the magic city. Overcome with joy, she could not resist sharing her happiness and messaged Su Lin. Lin, guess what good fortune I encountered today? The magic city is truly my lucky spot, and you are my lucky star. Far away in the #1 manor of the west suburbs, Su Lin, who had been listening to Butler Long's report, found himself both amused and exasperated upon receiving her message. See, it's all about human effort, quite literal. All right, have the group tidy up Tianhong real estate. Its mission is complete. As for the new morning entertainment, have Xiao Long resolve Yin Yun's matters tomorrow and take care of that company as well. Understood, young master. Picking up his phone, he glanced at Chen Yunyun's message and smiled gently. It seems today's performance went smoothly. I can see you're quite pleased. I'll wager you're ready to leave the company now? Chen Yunyun. How did you know? Is it even possible to guess this? Su Lin, it seems I was correct. Is there a reward? Chen Yunyun. Indeed, I'll treat you to a meal. How does that sound? By the way, at the annual meeting, I met someone who claimed to be President Wang from Global Entertainment. He expressed interest in signing me, and they would cover the breach of contract penalty. I did some research, and he truly is the CEO of Global Entertainment. What do you think? Should I agree? In her heart, she already had the answer, for such an opportunity only bore benefits, not detriments. She merely wished to gauge Su Lintian's opinion. Su Lintian was taken aback. How could she hesitate over such a splendid opportunity? Su Lintian, hold on a moment. Let me investigate the company's credentials. After playing a round of a match 3 game, he responded. Su Lintian, well, this company has commendable qualifications, and they are associated with numerous top-tier stars. The compensation is quite generous, and most importantly, their upper management is rather scrupulous. It's arguably one of the top companies in the country. He felt somewhat odd praising his own company. Meanwhile, Chen Yunyun pondered deeper. He was unexpectedly invested in her affairs. They continued their conversation about Douyin, during which Su Lintian was taken aback by a surprising revelation. They then set a time to dine together the following evening, concluding their chat. At the underground research facility, Base 2 in Samos City, a multitude of researchers scurried about, while armed personnel guarded every corridor. Dressed in light, gray military uniforms, they bore an armband featuring a red and white umbrella, with 2 golden stripes beneath it, marking them as members of the Umbrella Corporation's armed forces. The 2 golden stripes signified their affiliation with the armed division of Base 2. Since the establishment of the research base, Su Lintian had gradually deployed hundreds of bodyguards to both bases, serving as the protective force within the facilities. Matters concerning military attire and such trivialities were left entirely to the commanders of the Umbrella Corporation. Inside a laboratory, several researchers were diligently engaged in their tasks. The room was filled with numerous transparent glass vials containing a myriad of organisms, ranging from tiny mosquitoes to various venomous snakes, including planarians and salamanders. Their current focus was to discover a method to enable rapid recovery from injuries, drawing inspiration from the regenerative capabilities of planarians and salamanders. While this might pose a challenge for others, it was not insurmountable for them. They had already made some progress, though the results were somewhat underwhelming. One researcher held a test tube containing a mysterious yellow liquid, approximately 2 milliliters in volume, and approached a restrained white mouse. With scissors in hand, he severed its tail, eliciting a squeak of pain from the mouse. The task was to swiftly inject the yellow liquid into the mouse's body. In the next moment, the mouse gradually calmed down, and within 3 seconds, its bleeding ceased at a visibly rapid pace. In 5 seconds, the wound scabbed over. Within a minute, the injury had completely healed. The researcher, undeterred, retrieved the reagent and swung the scissors once more, amputating the mouse's limbs entirely. After administering the serum, the same timeline ensued. A minute later, the wounds healed completely, and the mouse was as lively as ever, albeit without its limbs and tail, giving it an oddly unsettling appearance. Blood samples were drawn for analysis, and the data logged. The highest-ranking doctors at Base 2 gathered to scrutinize the freshly obtained report, shaking their heads in discontent, clearly dissatisfied with such results. The mere ability to achieve rapid healing was far from their aspirations. They desired rebirth. The direction towards limb regeneration was correct, and both regeneration signal modulation and regenerative adjustment could be swiftly accomplished, but the only hindrance was the slow division of stem cells, which prevented them from achieving the desired outcome. Understanding the cause made the next steps easier. Despite the lackluster results of the rapid recovery serum, they had been researching for a considerable duration and could not afford to emerge empty-handed. How much of the serum remained? Due to uncertainty regarding its efficacy, only a limited supply had been prepared. 10 vials remained. 10 vials would suffice. They would be sent back to the young master to ensure he was aware that they had not been idle. Understood. If their findings were made public, the world would be left in astonishment. The ability to heal wounds in a minute. What a terrifying recovery speed. Yet, they remained unsatisfied. Chapter 72. You're so sweet. The 10 vials, potent enough to astonish the world, were packed into a briefcase, escorted by 5 jeeps to the airport. Given that this was Connor's territory, and Connor was affiliated with the Umbrella Corporation, the convoy faced no obstacles. The 5 vehicles barreled through, arriving at the airport where a private jet awaited around the clock. After handing over the items to the aircraft's crew, the plane took off 5 minutes later. By the time Su Lin received the package, it was already midday the following day. Seated on the sofa, he gazed at the briefcase on the coffee table, reaching out to open it. What met his eyes were 10 vials of yellow serum. He picked one up, scrutinizing it closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Was this the serum sent back from Base 2? Butler Long, standing nearby, replied, "Yes, young master. According to the documentation, this serum enables rapid wound healing." Su Lin was taken aback. He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't anticipated such swift results. It seemed other bases were indeed pressing. Rapid wound healing? Just how rapid? Butler Long smiled and stated, 1 minute, young master." "How much?" 1 minute? Thinking he had misheard, he sprang up from the sofa, his mind swirling with excitement. 1 minute? What can be accomplished in a minute? The ambulance hasn't even left the hospital yet. In a minute, the bandages might not even be found before the wound heals. For some inexplicable reason, a vivid image flashed through his mind. A training session where Candy was ridiculously sweet, wearing suspenders while playing basketball and getting pricked by a finger, drawing a drop of blood. Quick, quick, quick. Hurry to the hospital, or else the wound will heal soon. Yes, young master, within a minute. The base was somewhat dissatisfied with this, and they requested you to grant them a little more time. They believe they can develop a serum for limb regeneration. After a moment of excitement, Su Lin quickly regained his composure. It seemed he had underestimated these individuals' capabilities, or perhaps the system's rewards were indeed extraordinary. If they could truly achieve rapid limb regeneration, could this not theoretically solve all ailments in the world? Indeed, Base 2 was performing commendably. He encouraged them to persevere, offering any assistance they required, and instructed the Dark Web and the Umbrella Corporation to fully cooperate and secure the findings. "Yes, young master." Butler Long bowed, closing the briefcase and taking it away. At 7 in the evening, Su Lin arrived at the designated location to meet Chen Yunyun, a restaurant that exuded an air of sophistication. Chen Yunyun had already secured a table inside and had been waiting for some time. Upon entering, Su Lin noticed her dismissing yet another well-dressed young man, who had been persistent in his advances. Chen Yunyun felt somewhat perplexed. Had she known, she would have worn a mask to avoid this annoyance. Within 20 minutes, this was the 6th suitor she had sent away. As I lifted my gaze, I caught sight of Su Lin, who had just entered through the door. My previously gloomy mood instantly dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile of joy. I waved at Su Lin, exclaiming, "Ah, my esteemed celebrity, you look absolutely stunning today. There are even fans seeking your autograph. Oh please, spare me the teasing. If you hadn't shown up, I might have lost the courage to stay here," Chen Yunyun pouted, casting him an exasperated glance. "What is this? Afraid someone might whisk you away? Humph. Would you be delighted if someone abducted me? Well, it would depend on who it is. If it were me, I would certainly be overjoyed." Little did he know, Chen Yunyun mumbled softly under her breath, "I would actually like to be taken away by you, but I fear you might not agree." Noticing her gaze cast downwards, Su Lin waved his hand in front of her eyes, puzzled. "What are you mumbling about? What do you mean by willing?" "Ah, nothing, nothing. Let us order something to eat. I'm starving." Chen Yunyun ordered 4 dishes, which arrived promptly. Su Lin merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. The meal lasted nearly an hour and a half, during which they chatted endlessly, traversing topics from the southern to the northern regions, reminiscing from childhood to adulthood. Perhaps due to their shared rural upbringing, they had an abundance of conversations to explore. The smile on Chen Yunyun's face had not faded since Su Lintian's arrival. After settling the bill and leaving the restaurant, Chen Yunyun turned to gaze at Su Lintian's profile, momentarily lost in thought. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Is it forbidden to admire good looks? Come on, let us stroll through them all." 10 minutes later, they arrived at a grand shopping center in the bustling metropolis. "Come this way," she beckoned. As soon as they entered, Chen Yunyun eagerly pulled him towards a watch store. Observing her enthusiasm, Su Lintian smiled knowingly. Realizing her ulterior motive, shopping was merely a facade. Purchasing a watch was her true intention. "Welcome." Chen Yunyun approached the counter, pointing to a pair of white mechanical watches. "One large and one small. Could you please take these out for me to examine?" The clerk nodded with a smile and retrieved the watches. "They're stunning. They seem so perfect for you," Chen Yunyun exclaimed, pulling Su Lintian's hand to slip the watch onto his wrist. "See, I told you it suits you perfectly. My previous one broke, and this one is just right. What do you think, Lin Tian? Initially, Lin Tian intended to quietly observe her display, but unexpectedly interjected. This clearly resembles a couple's watch. Is this a veiled confession of your feelings? Indeed, I also believe it complements you well. You two are quite the match. Hee hee. I think so too. Then let us go with these. Upon witnessing the sale, the clerk beamed, remarking, "You have excellent taste, young lady. This is our new couple's watch. And you and your boyfriend are a perfect fit for it." Suddenly called out, Chen Yunyun blushed slightly and cautiously glanced at Lin Tian, only to find him smiling warmly at her. Her cheeks flushed, she feigned surprise, saying, "Ah, a couple's watch. Lin Tian, should we exchange it?" Seeing her adorably flustered demeanor made Lin Tian wish to pinch her cheeks. "No need. I truly like this one. How much is it? Can I pay with a card?" Just as he reached for his bank card, Chen Yunyun quickly intervened, saying, "No, this is my gift to you. I'll take care of the bill." Without allowing Lin Tian a chance to protest, she swiftly completed the payment. The two watches were not luxury items, and thus were reasonably priced at 6,888. Lin Tian gazed at the watch adorning his wrist, appreciating it far more than the millions he had spent on cars in the estate, which he had never driven. Though the price was trivial for him, it was a significant sum for Chen Yunyun, especially after being hidden away for so long. As they walked side by side, Lin Tian took the initiative to grasp her hand. Chen Yunyun did not resist, perhaps from the moment she donned the watch. She had silently accepted Lin Tian's role as her boyfriend. After pondering for a moment, he decided that some matters were better addressed sooner rather than later. Taking a deep breath, he halted his steps. Yunyun. Chen Yunyun looked up, meeting his tender gaze, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing he was about to confess his feelings. With a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, she awaited his words. "In fact, I am the owner of Global Entertainment." His revelation caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she gazed up at him, her cheeks flushed with emotion. "Thank you. Could you grant me 2 days to process this? Do not apologize. I have not suffered any loss. Thus, you have not deceived me. On the contrary, without you, I truly do not know what I would have become, perhaps even contemplating despair," Chen Yunyun admitted, embracing Lin Tian, her voice choked with emotion. Her words made Lin Tian's heart tremble. Indeed, she was merely a girl from the countryside, lacking connections and wealth. After finally gaining admission to a good university, she had been sidelined for half a year, pursued relentlessly by her employer. The pressures of life bore down upon her, and it was no surprise that others in her position might crumble under such weight. After some time, Lin Tian gently cupped her face, saying earnestly, "I truly am the owner of Global Group. I apologize, I did not mean to deceive you." Chen Yunyun was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Tears spilled from her eyes as she looked up at him, her gaze filled with vulnerability. "Thank you. May I have 2 days to gather my thoughts?" "No. There is no need to apologize. I have not lost anything, so you have not lied to me. Conversely, without you, I truly do not know what I would have done." After speaking, she hurriedly walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Tian chose not to pursue her, believing it best for her to have 2 days to reflect. At that moment, Butler Long and a bodyguard approached swiftly from a distance. "Young master." "Yes. Send a few female bodyguards to assist her. I will provide further instructions upon her return." Butler Long nodded, acknowledging his request. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Tian sent a few messages and then resumed his tranquil and leisurely life. The following morning, Chen Yunyun returned to Hangqing. Upon arriving at the company, she was summoned by Hongjie to the office of President Zhang, who berated her sharply. "Chen Yunyun, have you grown wings? I warn you. Tomorrow you will return to apologize to young Master Song and plead for his forgiveness, or your family will know no peace." Concerning the events in the metropolis, he had only heard embellished accounts from Hongjie, filled with malicious gossip, with no mention of Global Entertainment. "You may go to apologize. But I am here today to inform you that I intend to terminate my contract with the company." She had reached her breaking point. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to leave Hangqing first. "You wish to terminate the contract? Where do you expect to find the breach of contract fee?" President Zhang could hardly believe his ears. Coming from a rural family and having recently graduated, managing to scrape together a few thousand yuan was already commendable, let alone the astronomical sum that constituted a breach of contract fee for an ordinary individual. "No, you cannot terminate the contract. Don't think that just because you're involved with Global Entertainment." Just as Hongjie uttered these words, a sudden realization struck her, and she felt a chill run down her spine. She had inadvertently revealed too much. President Zhang, now enraged, turned to Hongjie with fury in his eyes, demanding, "What Global Entertainment? Is there something you haven't disclosed to me? How dare you deceive me?" With a resounding slap, he struck her across the face, causing her to stagger back a few steps before regaining her balance. At that moment, The office door swung open, and the secretary hurried in, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang from Global Entertainment is here to see you. Damn it, you better pray the company doesn't encounter any trouble, or I swear I'll be the first to end you." Zhang growled, glaring at the meekly bowed head of Red Jia, who dared not speak. "Oh, I can already hear talk of death outside, Mr. Zhang certainly has quite the temper," came Wang Yulong's voice before he even entered the office. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang, what brings you here? If you had something to discuss, you could have just called me. How could I trouble you to come all this way, wasting your precious time, Mr. Zhang's face was plastered with a smile as he circled around his desk to stand before Wang, clutching his waist. "Humph, sign this, and then you can be on your way," Wang said, as his lawyer handed over a contract. Zhang, perplexed, accepted it, and upon opening it, felt a surge of fury rise within him. Yet, faced with the towering giant that was Global Group, he could only seethe in silence, knowing he dared not exhibit his anger before Wang Yulong. "Mr. Wang, this seems rather unreasonable," he protested. Wang held 80% of Shinshin Entertainment shares, yet sought to acquire them for a mere 2 million. It was common knowledge that Shinshin's quarterly profits exceeded 10 million. 2 million for 80% of the shares was akin to offering 2 million for the entire Shinshin Entertainment. This was an egregious act of extortion. Wang, uninterested in further dialogue with such a minor player, had never regarded him highly even when he was merely the young master of Longting Shipping, let alone now. With a sharp slap to Zhang's face, he coldly remarked, "I am not negotiating. I am merely informing you. Sign it. You have 2 million, and if you refuse, I regret to say that not only will you lose that 2 million, but you may also find yourself behind bars. I trust you do not require me to enumerate your past transgressions. Sign now, take the money, and leave the country. You have 1 day. If you are still in the country at this time tomorrow, I'm afraid I cannot prevent you from being sentenced to hard labor." Were it not for Qin Yunyan, he would not have bothered to come in person. Upon hearing the near threat, Zhang's face drained of color, and he had no doubt about Wang's resolve. "Mr. Wang, 2 million is far too little. Could you possibly increase the amount? You know the value of Shinshin. I am not greedy. 10 million, and I will sign immediately." With a swift strike, Wang left Zhang momentarily dazed. "You wish to haggle while I am speaking to you? Fine, I will amend the contract to 1 million. If you utter another word of nonsense, it will be reduced to a mere $1. Don't test my patience." Chapter 74. You have 1 day to escape. Zhang dared not utter another word. "I will sign. 2 million it is," he acquiesced, feeling the weight of Global Group bear down upon him. Utterly devoid of any rebellious thoughts. "Get out, and remember, you have only 1 day to flee." Without a moment's pause, Zhang grabbed his phone and began to arrange his escape, booking a flight and notifying his family to pack their belongings, as if gulping down a drink in one breath. Meanwhile, Qin Yunyan watched in astonishment as Wang Yulong executed such decisive actions. Was Shinshin Entertainment truly being acquired just like that? It all transpired in less than 5 minutes. 2 million? It was little different from outright robbery. Of course, her feelings were not of sympathy, but rather an appreciation for the harshness of reality. Big fish eat little fish consume shrimp. And shrimp must settle for their own kind. "Miss Qin, Shinshin Entertainment has now merged with Global Entertainment, making you one of our artists. We will cultivate you into a global superstar. You will be equipped with a professional manager and assistants. Everything that others have, you will have. And what others do not will also be yours. Should you have any requests, feel free to bring them to the company. Even a desire to shoot a film in Hollywood will not be an issue. If possible, please return to Magic City at your earliest convenience." Standing nearby, Red Jia, who was at a loss, felt her eyes redden with envy upon hearing this. It was akin to leaping from a mere mortal to a phoenix. "Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. All my past actions were forced upon me by Mr. Zhang. I was left with no choice. Please, let me stay by your side," she pleaded, kneeling and weeping. Ignoring the sobbing Red Jia, Qin Yunyan turned to Wang Yulong and said, "Thank you, Mr. Wang. I will return shortly to gather my things and head to the Magic City headquarters." "Absolutely. The company will send a private plane for you. Additionally, your assistant and manager are already waiting for you downstairs." After Qin Yunyan departed, Wang Yulong cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate Red Jia. Dispose of this trash from the company and send the videos of her affair with Mr. Zhang to her family and husband. Red Jia's face blanched instantly. If her husband discovered this, with his explosive temper, he would likely dismember her. "No, please don't. I will do anything. Please," she cried, crawling desperately to cling to Wang Yulong's leg, her fear palpable. But Wang Yulong was not one to show mercy. He considered her mere presence a stain on his hands and kicked her away, turning to leave. As Qin Yunyan exited the company, she was met by 6 women. "Hello. You must be Qin Yunyan. I am your assigned manager. You can call me Xiao Qing. These are your assistants," one of them introduced. "Hello, Xiao Qing. I need to return to gather my things and vacate my apartment before heading to Magic City. She replied, "We will accompany you. We are your manager and assistants." After all, they assured her. Meanwhile, at Longting Shipping, Wang Tung received news from Hangcheng, swiftly followed by directives from the higher-ups. They were ready to take action against Tianhong Real Estate. Stocks and insider information would be leveraged, and the banks would be notified to apply pressure. The secretary nodded and left. Rising from his chair, he moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant scenery with a sense of grandeur. Feeling as if he were surveying the world from atop a mountain. Is this what it feels like to have a backing? It was something he had never dared to imagine, considering Tianhong Real Estate was previously half the size of Longting Shipping. But times had changed. At the vortex of this turmoil, Song Tianhong pondered how to exact revenge. Wang Yulong had humiliated him publicly, and he was determined to reclaim his honor. Yet before he could implement his plan, Tianhong Real Estate found itself in dire straits. The internet was rife with negative news about it. As if a sudden storm had erupted, making it widely known, numerous projects were abruptly halted. Issues of safety hazards, shoddy work, and non-compliance were all cited. No fatal elements of real estate were left unscathed. At Tianhong Real Estate's headquarters, Song Jiangbua glowered at his company's stock and the slew of online controversies. It was evident that someone was out to sabotage him. Before he could seek assistance, a call from the bank arrived, stating simply, "Repay the loan." It was common knowledge that a real estate company that did not owe the bank money was hardly worthy of the title. With no other option, he had to seek connections to borrow funds. If he could not secure them, it would be the end. If he did, who knew what storms would await him afterward? One phone call after another ensued. Yet the reality was brutally harsh. When the walls came crashing down, former allies became unreachable, either not answering or offering various excuses. Some even outright suggested he wait for his demise. This sent him into a furious rage. Cursed be it. One after another, they used to flatter me without a care. And now, upon the slightest misfortune, they avoid me as if I were a harbinger of plague. Tianhong Real Estate has suffered, and people gather to spectate, hoping to glean some benefit while reveling in my downfall. Meanwhile, Su Lintien finds himself with nothing to do, arriving in Jiangcheng accompanied by Butler Long. At the entrance of the first high school, he gazes up at this vibrant campus, brimming with youthful exuberance. Memories of his own high school days flood back. Recalling the exhilarating sprint under the setting sun, fragments of a bygone youth. He strides towards the security office. "Good sir, I forgot to wear my school uniform today. May I be allowed to enter?" Butler Long discreetly hands over 2 bills to the security guard, leaving the man momentarily bewildered as he observes the young man who just stepped out of a Rolls-Royce. Well, he certainly appears youthful, like a student, he muses. Glancing at the money on the table, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "You say you are a student, but who is that?" he inquires, pointing at Butler Long. "Ah, isn't this akin to being summoned by a teacher to meet a parent?" "He is indeed my guardian," Su Lintien replies. The guard, stroking his chin, mumbles, That reasoning seems plausible. He then looks at Su Lintien and grants him entry, adding, "Next time, do remember to wear your uniform." With that, he pockets the cash, reasoning that a mere student could harbor no ill intentions. Surely, one cannot expect a student to arrive in a Rolls-Royce merely to steal, and he certainly does not appear to be a nefarious character. As Su Lintien and Butler Long stroll along the campus paths, he watches the students on the basketball court, sweat glistening as they play, and he is reminded of his own high school days, recalling the sight of opponents being humiliated while he sunk three-pointers. A pang of nostalgia strikes his soul. Entering the academic building, he ascends to the 7th floor, heading towards Class 3 of the 3rd year. At this hour, classes are still in session, and the hallway is quiet, punctuated only by the intermittent sounds of the teacher's lectures. But what is that snoring mixed in? Chapter 75. I shall not make things difficult for you. Su Lintao is absorbed in some writing when he looks up and is captivated by a figure outside the window. Upon recognizing Su Lintien, who is smiling at him, he is momentarily stunned. Is it truly him? I must be dreaming. How could my elder brother, so busy with affairs, be here? Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he looks again. Elder brother? Su Lintao exclaims, interrupting the teacher's lecture, drawing the attention of many classmates, including Yisini, who casts a curious glance his way. Su Lintien whispers something to Butler Long, who then waves at the teacher at the podium. Realizing the identity of the visitor, the teacher allows Su Lintao to step out. With a beaming smile, Su Lintao approaches the corridor. Brother, when did you return to Jiangxing? Is there something amiss? Su Lintien nods, glancing over at Yisini, who is peering curiously in their direction. Their eyes meet, and Yisini hurriedly turns away, feeling a twinge of nervousness akin to meeting a parent. Excellent taste, Su Lintien mutters to himself, then smiles at his younger brother. You guessed correctly. There is indeed a matter at hand. Come, let us step outside and discuss it. Specifically, it pertains to you. Su Lintao is instantly perplexed. What could possibly concern me that warrants my elder brother's personal attention? Although confused, he follows him outside. At the school gate, the security guard greets Su Lintao with a jovial smile. Young master, are you heading out for an errand? Su Lintian shares a knowing look with the somewhat embarrassed Su Lintao. Heh, my car frequently passes through these gates, and over time, familiarity has bred comfort. The three of them enter the Rolls-Royce and return to the villa. Observing the surroundings, Su Lintian feels somewhat dissatisfied. To him, the villa seems rather modest. However, considering its location, he finds solace in that. After sipping the tea served by a maid, he declares, forget about the college entrance examination. Once the new year passes, I will arrange for you to study abroad. I will also be residing elsewhere at that time. Su Lintao is taken aback by this revelation. Not take the college entrance exam? That feels like a missed opportunity. He contemplates, but ultimately decides. If that's the case, so be it. His expression betrays a hint of conflict, and Su Lintian, fully aware of his brother's thoughts, reassures him. I have come to Jiangxing primarily to address your marital prospects. It is also an opportune moment to meet the Yi family. Rest assured, your little girlfriend can accompany you, but it ultimately depends on her willingness. You are no longer a child. You have come of age and should consider expanding our Su family lineage. Su Lintao feels a bit embarrassed at such expectations. He has only just turned 18, and the thought of establishing a family seems rather hasty. Are you not interested in the growth of our Su family? You must understand. Managing such vast enterprises alone is quite burdensome. You should comprehend the reasons behind my insistence. Having more children would alleviate some of my pressures. Initially touched by his brother's concern, Su Lintao grows increasingly uncomfortable with the notion of alleviating pressure through future offspring. Brother, isn't that a bit far-reaching? I mean, if I go abroad, I could study beside you and assist you instead? Su Lintian bristles at this suggestion. When I say this, I mean for you to start a family sooner, ideally having a child every year. I must endeavor to ensure that Yun, that young lady, does not go unheeded. It seems I must take action after the new year to ensure her pregnancy. A sharp smack lands on Su Lintao's head. Why can't you comprehend my good intentions? Enough of this chatter. In 2 days, you will accompany me to the Yi family to propose. This should typically be the responsibility of our parents, but they are abroad, so I shall take it upon myself. Butler Long, expedite matters with the corporation. In 2 days, I intend to present Tianhong Real Estate as a betrothal gift. By the way, I remember you mentioning that her grandfather has an affinity for calligraphy and paintings, correct? Let us procure a few pieces from the museum. Su Lintao, devoid of expression, listens to his elder brother's plans, now feeling numb. Procure from the museum? While he is undoubtedly formidable, I cannot help but caution. Brother, are you sure? The museum is likely under strict surveillance, making it difficult to obtain anything. Su Lintian ponders this for a moment, then shakes his head. You raise a valid point. However, it is not necessary to source from the same museum. Very well, you make a sound argument. Butler Long, let us forego the American Museum and instead target the Eagle Nation. Understood, young master. I will relay your instructions immediately. Returning to his classroom, Su Lintao sits dazed amidst the curious gazes of his classmates. Reflecting on his brother's words, he still feels a sense of disbelief. At noon, as classes conclude, Yi Sini remarks, Sini, we shall go eat now. I wouldn't want to intrude upon your date with him. Indeed, take care and ensure precautions. Farewell. As her roommates tease her, Yi Sini blushes and shoots them a glare. Once they have all departed, she approaches Su Lintao and sits beside him. Her heart racing as she inquires, Lintao, who was that just now? Su Lintao looks up at her, suddenly asking, Sini, if I were to study abroad with you after the new year, would you be willing to accompany me? Yi Sini freezes for a moment, then gazes into his eyes. Responding earnestly, I am already yours. Wherever you go, I shall follow. As the ancients said, when marrying a chicken, follow the chicken. When marrying a dog, follow the dog. In this life, I shall only recognize you. Evidently, she was a very traditional girl. Su Lintao, deeply moved, embraced her tightly. Yi Sini did not resist. Instead, she reveled in his warmth. Thank you. That person just now is my brother, my real brother. In a couple of days, he will come to your home to propose. After the new year, we will go abroad together, all right? A proposal? Really? But I isn't that a bit too fast? However, I will heed your words. Whatever you say goes. Her face was initially a portrait of shock, which was soon replaced by a joyous smile. Yes, of course it's true. By then, you shall be my fiancée. By the way, why don't you ask me if I would still go abroad for my studies if you don't accompany me? To his surprise, Yi Sini looked up at him and said, Silly, I would never put you in a difficult position. In the bustling metropolis, Song Zhenghua seemed to have aged a decade in that moment. The office was shrouded in smoke. He had just called Yi Zhenghua for assistance, only to be met with a firm rejection. This outcome was anticipated. Making the call was merely a gamble of chance. At this juncture, He finally comprehended who his adversary was. He had initially believed the Wang family was behind the machinations, only to discover that it was the global group that sought to take him down. If it had indeed been the Wang family, he might have thought he could resist. But the global group was an entirely different matter. A wave of helplessness washed over him as he pondered the reasoning behind the global group's actions. It was hard to believe they were interested in his trifling possessions. Just then, his phone on the desk rang. The caller ID read Wang Teng. Having previously collaborated with Longting Shipping, he had saved the number, but why would Wang Teng be calling him at this moment? Straightening up, he answered, "Hello, President Wang. What prompts your call at this hour?" On the other end, Wang Teng wasted no time, as Su Lintian had issued an order to seize Tianhong real estate within 2 days. Thus, he got straight to the point. "I dare not instruct you, but I believe you know who is targeting you. I am here to advise you to cease any futile resistance. Your son has entertained thoughts that he should not have, and our boss is quite displeased." Song Jianghua was taken aback, rising from his chair, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Yet, he found it hard to believe his son could have provoked such a powerful figure. After all, one dwelled in the heavens while the other trod the earth. "Please, President Wang, clarify how my incorrigible son could have." Let me enlighten you. The conflict at your annual meeting involved Chun Yunyun. She is our boss's girlfriend, and your son had the audacity to pursue her. "Quite brave of him," Wang Teng replied. Upon hearing this, the fury within Song Jianghua could no longer be contained. It turned out that all the turmoil stemmed from his son's actions. "Damn it, had I known this would happen, I should have dealt with him long ago." "What did you say?" Wang Teng's expression darkened, his tone growing icy. Realizing he had overstepped, Song Jianghua quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon, President Wang. I was cursing my wretched son. What must I do to placate your boss's fury? I would greatly appreciate your guidance." "Humph, your son truly deserves punishment. Indeed. I should never have allowed him to be born. As of tomorrow, I shall send him abroad, as if I never had a son." His words astonished Wang Teng, for it was said that even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Yet, given the circumstances, he could understand. Moreover, Song Jianghua was still young. He could always have more children. "Very well, your resolve earns my respect. As for Tianhong real estate, aside from the shares in your possession, the rest is under my control. Initially, I intended to acquire your 60% stake for 8 billion, but given your evident sincerity, I am willing to offer 6 billion for your shares. You have 1 day to consider." 6 billion for 60% of a company valued at over 70 billion. The anger toward Song Tianhong intensified within Song Jianghua, who wished he could return immediately to exact vengeance. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately consented. "No need to deliberate. I agree." He had no further aspirations. Securing 6 billion to extricate himself was sufficient. "President Wang can send someone over in the afternoon." "Afternoon? He plans to confront my son then, and has no time." Chapter 76. Is it that serious? I must flee abroad to hide. Wang Teng welcomed this suggestion with open arms. Meanwhile, lying at home after a workout, Song Tianhong lit a cigar and took a comfortable puff, the smoke enveloping his face as he relished the recent pleasures, wholly unaware that this would be his final moment of bliss. "Young master, the master has found out. Will he beat me? I am so scared. Young master, my heart is racing." How could he? "My father loves me the most. It's all right, with you here. I will protect you." At that moment, Song Jianghua stormed home, furious, and inquired of the maid, "Where's my son?" The maid recoiled, trembling, and stammered, "The young master is upstairs." This was the first time she had witnessed Song Jianghua in such a rage, and she dared not utter another word, fearing his wrath would be redirected at her. Song Jianghua scanned the room, seeking something to wield, and settled on a small vase. He ascended the stairs, his fury barely contained. Inside the room, the two were still lost in their own world, oblivious to the impending danger. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. It was unclear whether it was a fault of the door's quality or Song Jianghua's ferocity, but the door flew off its hinges and into the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Tianhong turned to see his door come crashing in. His heart raced, and he swallowed hard upon spotting his father, expressionless and wielding a vase. He understood that calmness precedes a storm. Trembling, he contemplated jumping out the window, but quickly abandoned the idea upon realizing it was the second floor. He reassured himself that the worst he would face was a beating. After all, he was his father's son. Surely he wouldn't be killed. With this thought, he found some comfort. However, the maid, seeing Song Jianghua's fury, blurted out, "Master, the young master and I are truly in love." This was an opportunity for her to soar to new heights, and she did not wish to squander it. "Dad, I was wrong. I will never do it again." Song Jianghua, consumed by anger, paid no heed to his son's pleas. With the vase in hand, he kicked Song Tianhong to the ground. Song Tianhong dared not resist, merely enduring the blows, believing that if he could appease his father, all would be well. The maid, witnessing the escalating situation, hastily fled the scene. After all, when disaster strikes, everyone seeks to save themselves. Dad, I was wrong. I truly regret it. But to his astonishment, a vase was hurled toward his head. Bang! A solid hit sent a warm trickle streaming down his forehead, obscuring his vision as his head began to spin. Why are there so many stars? With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon witnessing his father faint, Song Jianghua discarded the shattered fragments of the vase and began liquidating family assets. By the afternoon, Tianhong real estate had been completely transferred to new ownership. When Song Tianhong regained consciousness, it was already 7 in the evening, and he found himself lying on a hospital bed, his head swathed in white bandages. As he gazed at his father, who wore an expression devoid of emotion, he suddenly felt a profound sense of estrangement. I shall send you abroad tomorrow morning. Take care of yourself, his father remarked before departing the hospital without a backward glance. Tianhong felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and confusion, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation or the calamity he had unwittingly summoned upon himself. Was it truly so dire that he must escape the country? Chapter 77. The assembly was complete, and it was time to see you off. Early the next morning, a plane bound for the United States departed from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Seated anxiously in economy class, Song Tianhong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, perplexed as to why he was not in first class. However, contemplating such matters seemed futile. The pressing concern was that he was in economy class, without even a bodyguard at his side. What on earth had transpired? Why had he been deprived of protection? With a furrowed brow, he muttered under his breath in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, all his cards had been rendered devoid of funds. The airplane landed at an airport in New York, and as Tianhong surveyed the sprawling international metropolis, he felt no excitement, only an urgent desire to return home. He harbored a nagging fear that remaining abroad would jeopardize his safety. After exiting the airport, he arrived at a nearby hotel, a presidential suite. With a flourish, he presented his previous bank cards, boldly proclaiming, "Good day, sir. How long will you be staying?" The receptionist responded with polite cordiality, well aware that their presidential suite was not inexpensive, priced at $48,888 per night. A fair deal indeed. Without inquiring about the cost, Tianhong requested a month's stay. The receptionist beamed, recognizing him as a wealthy heir, and discreetly brushed her fingers against his hand, marveling at his smooth skin and well-tailored attire. A jolt of excitement coursed through her, and she was soon smiling brightly, her thoughts drifting. However, before her joy could linger, the receptionist's demeanor soured. Internally cursing, she regarded Tianhong with disdain, thinking, how dare he flaunt wealth without any funds? What a waste of my expressions. Reflecting on her earlier actions made her feel as if she had sullied herself. I'm sorry, your card has insufficient balance. Tianhong was taken aback and swiftly produced another card, only to encounter the same disappointing outcome. He tried a third, a fourth, even his credit card. Yet the result remained unchanged. His face flushed with embarrassment, anxiety gnawed at him. What if he truly had no money? Suddenly recalling that he needed to leave New York the following day, he decided to stay just one night. Though the receptionist was visibly irritated, she complied with his request. Then, lifting her gaze, her expression hardened. She questioned whether he was merely toying with her. I'm sorry, it's still the same. Sensing her impatience, Tianhong mustered his courage and suggested, perhaps I could switch to a standard suite? Moments later, the receptionist, gritting her teeth, replied, it's the same. Tell me, are you jesting with me? Tianhong, now desperate, waved his hands in denial. No, of course not. Can I make a payment through scanning? He pulled out his phone, only to be struck dumb when he realized it was devoid of funds. Where had his money gone? Panic surged through him. I need to step out for a moment. I will return shortly, he stammered, grabbing his belongings and hastily exiting the hotel. With no money, what was I thinking? A presidential suite for a month? Foolish. The receptionist's mutterings reached his ears, igniting his fury, yet he had no time for pride. He needed to contact his father. Unfortunately, the number was no longer in service. In that moment, the weight of despair crashed down upon him. He attempted to reach his acquaintances, only to receive the same disheartening news. That evening, in a daze, he wandered the streets when a motorcycle came to a halt before him, occupied by two imposing figures. Upon spotting the phone in his hand, their eyes lit up with greed. They dismounted swiftly, brandishing a gun. Terror gripped him as he contemplated resistance, but it was futile. A swift kick sent him sprawling to the ground, and the phone was snatched away. As he sat on the pavement, watching the motorcycle speed away, he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, nearly moved to tears. Song Xiao, a voice filled with shock and confusion broke through his despair. He looked up to see the familiar figure of Zhang, the head of Xinqing Entertainment. Yet, he bore no resemblance to his former glory. Their reunion was marked by mutual despair. It appears your father seeks to abandon you to fend for yourself. I, too, have angered the global group. My arrival here has been nothing short of a disaster. On my very first day, I was hunted down, my finances stripped away. Even seeking help from the authorities proved futile, as they have taken my wife and daughter hostage, accusing us of smuggling. Had I not escaped swiftly, I would have faced the same fate. I suspect they let me go intentionally. Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing Tianhong, he urged him to flee. A black Ford approached them, and from the window, a man grinned menacingly, wielding an MP5 as if it were the scythe of death itself. Everyone is here. It's time to send you on your way. Without regard for the presence of others, the gunfire erupted. The bullets, like fiery serpents, ensnared the two men. Terror etched across Tianhong's face as he struggled to understand why his father would forsake him. Perhaps he would never uncover the truth. In a swift, merciless motion, the bullets found their mark, and the two collapsed, blood splattering as their lives extinguished in an instant. The Ford halted, and the bodies were hastily loaded. Fulfilling the grim duty of ensuring their demise was complete. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangcheng, Su Lintian heard the news with an expressionless countenance. They were merely two wretched souls. Allowing them to linger a moment longer was an act of unwarranted mercy. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within the museum in the Eagle Country. The curator was seething with rage. You useless fools. Do you have any idea how much has been lost? 8 items. 8. Damn it, you wretched lot. Investigate thoroughly. If you cannot identify the culprits, you will all face imprisonment. He glared at the senior staff and on-duty personnel, his voice a frenzied roar. Yet, all attempts yielded nothing. Not even a clue as to who had committed the theft, leaving the security systems utterly impotent. With such finesse, it is undoubtedly the handiwork of the dark web under Su Lintian's command, where exceptional talents abound. By the time Su Lintian acquired the items, it was already the following day. At the villa in Jiangcheng, Su Lintian surveyed the 8 items before him with great satisfaction, claiming his possessions without a hint of remorse. Are 8 items excessive? Not at all, not in the slightest. Chapter 78, A Proposal Visit. Just as Su Lintao returned from school, he was taken aback upon entering the door to see the items laid out before his elder brother, gasping in astonishment. Is there really this much? Brother, could this lead to trouble? If they were to uncover any trace, they might be powerless domestically, but once abroad, it would be a different matter. There's nothing to worry about. What could possibly go wrong? I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. They wouldn't dare say anything, and even if they did find something. So what? Now, let us discuss tomorrow as matters. Su Lintao swallowed hard. If his elder brother believed there was no issue, then surely there was none. Everything is in order for tomorrow. Xiao Xian has also returned to inform her family about this. All right, tomorrow I shall take you to propose. 8 pieces of calligraphy and paintings, along with Tianhong real estate valued at 1 trillion, along with some world-class treasures. This betrothal gift should suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. The current market value of Tianhong real estate is not 700 billion, but a full trillion, making for a round number. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Yi family was gathered, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they gazed at Yi Xini, who appeared quite bashful, lowering her head with flushed cheeks. Especially Yi Zhonghua, who looked incredulously at his beloved daughter, recalling her recent words. Su Lintao is coming to propose tomorrow? How could he bear this? It was shocking and even somewhat infuriating. However, upon reflection, it seemed his daughter had already surrendered herself to the young man. No matter how angry he felt, he was powerless to change the situation. It was not that he disapproved of Su Lintao. Rather, he believed they were both still young. Having just turned 18, wasn't this all happening too quickly? It could impact their studies. Even Yi Ziliang wore a face of astonishment. Yi Wenzhong, observing his cherished granddaughter, took a more relaxed stance. After all, it was merely a proposal, not a marriage. And even if it were a marriage, in his eyes, it seemed inconsequential. At this age, in ancient times, children would already be running errands. Xiao Xian, have you thought this through? This is no jest. No, father. We cannot allow her to act recklessly. Besides, Xiao Xian is only in her 3rd year of high school, right at the critical juncture for the college entrance examination. I do not have any dissatisfaction with Su Lintao. I simply think it would be better to wait until after the exams. Yi Zhongwu cautioned. Humph. Do I need your reminders? I am not senile yet, and I did not ask for your opinion. Your opinion matters little, nor does mine. What is vital is Xiao Xian's decision. Yi Xini raised her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Yi Wenzhong and declared, Grandfather, I have made up my mind. In this life and the next, I will marry no one but Lin Tao. It is only a matter of time. Very well. As long as you have made your choice, I support you. I find Lin Tao to be a decent young man. However, why is it that his parents are not coming, but rather his brother? Perhaps fearing her grandfather's thoughts, Yi Xini hastily explained. They have matters abroad and cannot leave for the time being, so his brother is here. All right, you all go prepare. When the other party arrives tomorrow for the proposal, Zhonghua, you stay behind. The rest of you may disperse. Yi Wenzhong waved his hand, dismissing the others, clearly having something to discuss with Yi Zhonghua. Once the others had departed, Yi Zhonghua could hardly contain himself, saying, Father, how can you let Xiao Xian act recklessly? What? Are you dissatisfied with Lin Tao? Not at all, it's just. Enough, I didn't ask you to stay just to discuss this. What do you know about the Su family? He was certain that his son had thoroughly investigated the other party's background, and that keeping him around was a means to learn more about the Su family, especially since they were about to become in-laws, and he knew nothing of them. That is somewhat unacceptable. Upon being questioned about the Su family's background, Yi Zhonghua's expression turned serious as he replied, It's quite complex, father. You must have heard of the global group, right? Yi Wenzhong nodded. This was a conglomerate he had heard of even without stepping outside, which indicated its stature. Are the Su shareholders of this group? Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me what you know. Are they shareholders of the global group? Shareholders? You underestimate the Su family. Su Lin Tao's brother is the helm of this group. I obtained this information from the dark web, but that's all I could find. When I learned this, I was quite taken aback. He seems like an honest boy, yet has such a formidable background. So, we are indeed reaching for the stars. Father, how can you say that? In terms of wealth, the Yi family is indeed insignificant before them, but this world is not solely about money. Yi Wenzhong understood the implication behind his son's words. Yet he remained skeptical if reality was as they perceived it. He merely smiled and said nothing. All right, I understand. Go get ready, and also, call Wei Guo back for tomorrow. Understood, I will inform him shortly. Yi Wei Guo was Yi Xinyi's second uncle and the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau. The next morning, when Su Lin Tao awoke, he found the villa bustling with activity. The number of maids had doubled. He presumed it was his brother's doing. Given the abundance of maids in the manor in the magical city, Brother, when do we set off? He plopped down at the breakfast table and began to eat. Su Lintian sipped on some warm milk and replied, We'll head over at noon. What's the rush? Haha, not really, just a bit nervous. Su Lin Tao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Although he had previously met members of the Yi family, this was different. Hey, with me around. What's there to be nervous about? Are you afraid the Yi family will eat you alive? Not at all. It's just that from what I've heard from Xiao Xian, the Yi family is no ordinary household. Her father is the chairman of the Yi group, a massive conglomerate valued at over 180 billion, and her grandfather has retired from a high position. I've also heard she has an uncle who is the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau, and her brother is a military officer with a respectable rank. Brother, do you think they might oppose this match? Su Lintian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Families like the Yes might indeed have reservations about such matters. He could understand Su Lin Tao's concerns, as his younger brother knew little of their family. All right, let me share some information with you. Or you might lose confidence when we arrive at the Yi household. You know of the global group, right? Of course, how could I not? They are an immense conglomerate. That is my brother's doing. What? Brother, you must be joking. The global group is yours? He was astonished, his mind swirling with disbelief. Leaping up from his chair to gaze incredulously at the beaming Su Lintian. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Since returning from the magical city, he had known his brother was wealthy, but he never anticipated the extent of his affluence, wealth rivaling nations. Calm down, don't be so surprised. Sit down. It's just the global group. I told you while we were in the magical city, we don't seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Some matters are not yet appropriate to disclose to you. You will understand once you travel abroad. However, I must caution you, after leaving the country, everything you learn and witness must remain confidential, including from your parents and Yi Xinyi. Keeping her in the dark is a form of protection. Do not overthink it. In due time, you shall comprehend the reasons behind my insistence. Observing his elder brother's serious demeanor, Su Lin Tao nodded earnestly in understanding, though curiosity bubbled within him about what could cause such gravity in his brother. At noon, a Rolls-Royce and 5 Range Rovers exited the villa area, heading towards the Yi residence. Half an hour later, the convoy halted at the entrance of the Yi household. Yi Zhonghua and his wife awaited them at the door, and it was apparent that Yi Zhonghua was in a rather foul mood, as if a cherished flower he had nurtured had suddenly been plucked away, along with its vase. Beside him stood Yi Xinyi, radiating a blissful smile. Steward Long was the first to alight from the vehicle, swiftly opening the door. Su Lin Tao and Su Lin Tian followed suit. Su Lin Tian gazed up at the Yi residence, admiring its Su-style garden aesthetics, which he found quite appealing. Though Yi Zhonghua seemed somewhat reluctant, he nonetheless greeted them with a smile. Welcome, welcome. Lin Tao, my boy, you've got some skills. Today, we shall not leave without a bit of revelry. Su Lin Tao offered an awkward smile, feigning ignorance, and promptly introduced, Uncle, allow me to present my brother. Su Lin Tian. Brother, this is little Xian's father, Yi Zhonghua, and her mother, Tang Yunyun. Su Lin Tian paused momentarily at the name Tang Yunyun, reminiscent of Chen Yunyun, differing only by surname. Greetings, greetings. You must be President Su. I didn't expect the young president of Global Group to be so youthful. Truly, talents emerge in every generation. I have long admired your achievements. Su Lin Tian reciprocated the courtesy, acknowledging that the other party was aware of his identity. Yi Xini approached and linked her arm with Su Lin Tao's, whispering, "Why did you arrive so late?" Unable to resist the allure of her close visage, Su Lin Tao gently pinched her cheek. In response, Yi Zhongwa shot a fierce glare at Su Lin Tao, feeling a pang of indignation at witnessing this display of affection for his daughter in his presence. All right, let us head inside and converse. The old master is awaiting us, Tang Yunyun interjected with a smile. Yes, indeed, let us proceed indoors. 8 maids, bearing gifts, followed them inside, while 8 bodyguards dispersed to secure the surroundings. Upon entering the spacious living room, the Yi family awaited them. Yi Wenjun had 2 sons, Yi Zhonghua and Yi Weigua, each with a son and a daughter, indicating that the Yi and Su families were not vastly different in size. Chapter 79, Yi Ziliang. The Su family may have ties to an overseas organization. Once seated, Old Master Yi glanced at Su Lin Tian, astounded by his accomplishments at such a young age. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, as the latter meets their demise on the shores of time. The younger members of the Yi family looked upon Su Lin Tian and his companions, especially the ethereal maids clad in palace attire, who appeared as celestial beings descending to earth, divine beings to be admired from afar, but not to be trifled with. Even Old Master Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances, inwardly lamenting how adept the Su family was at enjoying life. Amidst the collective admiration for the maids, only one person was wide-eyed in astonishment. Waves of disbelief surged within Yi Ziliang as he exclaimed, "It's you." He could hardly fathom encountering once again the individual who had saved his life during their previous encounter at Yamen. Without that intervention, he would surely have perished. Yi Ziliang's exclamation drew the attention of all present, including Su Lin Tao. Only Su Lin Tian maintained a subtle smile. He recognized Yi Ziliang, having been the one to request Steward Long to rescue him. However, he was surprised that Yi Ziliang had not returned to the military district but remained at home. Yet, he found this serendipitous, as a continuous low profile would not suffice, especially with the matter between Su Lin Tao and Yi Xini needing to proceed smoothly, free from any untoward incidents. Steward Long, noticing Yi Ziliang's gaze, merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Old Master Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ziliang, what is the matter? Do you know each other?" The others exchanged glances, pondering Yi Ziliang's identity, leading to suspicions about whether Su Lin Tian might be a criminal. Even Old Master Yi entertained such thoughts. Yi Ziliang took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before leaning close to his grandfather's ear and whispering, "The middle-aged man standing behind him saved me last time in Yamen. Without him, I would never have returned alive from that mission." The Su family is likely connected to an overseas organization. Upon hearing this revelation, Yi Wenjun felt as if struck by lightning, unable to regain his composure. The implication of armed organizations at their disposal was beyond his expectations. His expression grew conflicted. If that were the case, this engagement was fraught with peril. He did not wish to gamble with his granddaughter's future. Associating with an unlawful organization would be tantamount to pushing her into a pit of fire. Finally, he lifted his gaze to Su Lin Tian and proposed, "May we speak privately?" Of course, Su Lin Tian was well aware of the concerns occupying the elder's mind. He rose and turned to Steward Long, instructing, "Please wait for me here." "Yes, young master," came the response. The two, one old and one young, entered the study room, leaving the others exchanging puzzled glances, unaware of what had transpired. What had Yi Ziliang conveyed to Old Master Yi that had caused such a noticeable change in demeanor? Yi Xini clutched Su Lin Tao's hand, her nerves heightened as she feared her grandfather might oppose their union. Sensing her unease, Su Lin Tao gently patted her hand, reassuringly murmuring, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." In truth, he too felt perplexed, perhaps in an attempt to soothe the third young master. Steward Long leaned in and relayed the situation to him, emphasizing that this was a secret, implying that Su Lin Tao should not speak of it to others. "Ziliang, what did you tell Grandpa? You seem so secretive." Yi Zhonghua could not resist leaning closer to his son and inquiring. However, Yi Ziliang glanced at Steward Long and ultimately shook his head, remaining silent. Chapter 80, Finalizing the Engagement. 20 minutes later, Su Lin Tian and Yi Wenjun emerged from the study, engaged in light-hearted conversation. During those 20 minutes, no one knew what discussions had transpired within, but judging by their expressions, both seemed satisfied. Yi Zhonghua observed his father and the unfamiliar Su Lin Tian with curiosity. He even began to suspect that the two might have known each other for quite some time. Returning to the living room, they took their seats. And Su Lin got straight to the point. I believe everyone is aware of my purpose for today's visit, to discuss the engagement of my brother. Su Lin, aware of old Master Ye's fondness for calligraphy and paintings, he produced several works he had brought along, hoping they would be to the elder's liking. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 maids advanced, each cradling a box, aligned in a row, their elegant palace attire exuding dignity. The scene resembled an imperial bestowal, eliciting envy from the Yi family. Yi Wenjun, naturally, would not refuse such gifts, nor would he scrutinize their authenticity. He merely gestured for them to be received. For it would be unseemly to allow them to stand empty-handed. With a face radiant with joy, I couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, that old man. I shall graciously accept his generous offer. The union between Xiaoxin and young Master Su is one of mutual affection. How could we possibly bear to disrupt it? Thus, this engagement is settled. Yi Sini and Su Lintao exchanged glances of delight, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. With a wave of his hand, Su Lintian signaled to Butler Long, who promptly delivered a file folder. Taking the document with a smile, he turned to Yi Wenjun and remarked, in that case, a betrothal gift is certainly in order. This is a transfer of shares in Tianhong real estate, which shall serve as the engagement gift. He placed the item on the coffee table, gently sliding it towards Yi Wenjun. The calmness in Su Lintian's voice, coupled with the significance of the item, caused the assembled guests to gasp in astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Offering Tianhong real estate as a betrothal gift? Such extravagance was unheard of. The Yi family members were visibly moved, particularly Yi Zhonghua, the chairman of the Yi Group, who was acutely aware of Tianhong real estate's current valuation, 100 billion. A staggering amount, not merely a million. The ease with which it was offered, as if it were a trivial sum of 1,000, left him utterly astonished. After all, the Yi Group itself was valued at just over 1,000 billion. At that moment, he was at a loss for words, though his displeasure was undeniable. Yi Wenjun waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, No, this betrothal gift is far too extravagant. I must ask you to retract it. With tears welling in her eyes, Yi Sini gazed up at her future husband, deeply moved by the notion of being wed to her beloved with such a monumental gift. At that moment, she felt like the happiest girl in the world. Lin Tao, is this not a bit excessive? Perhaps we should ask your brother to take it back. Even without a betrothal gift, I shall only ever marry you. Su Lintao gently tapped her forehead, saying, What are you talking about? Can your worth truly be measured by money? Rest assured, my brother will handle it appropriately. With that, Yi Sini fell silent. Su Lintian observed the excited Yi patriarch and mused, Is 100 billion an excessive amount? To them, it may seem astronomical, but to me, it is merely a sequence of numbers. Retracting it is out of the question. The Su family cannot offer a meager gift. Old Master Yi, do not shy away. A betrothal gift is a betrothal gift. There is no such thing as retraction, wouldn't you agree? Yi Wenjun, realizing the truth in this statement, had no choice but to accept the gift, acknowledging, You are right. A betrothal gift is indeed a betrothal gift. Very well, that's the spirit. Since this engagement has been established, I shall discuss their future plans. I intend to have them study abroad after the new year. They may choose any school they wish. And let us conveniently host an engagement banquet. No, absolutely not. How can we forego the gaokao? Yi Wenjun was about to speak when Yi Zhonghua vehemently objected, believing that not taking the exam was out of the question. Father, Yi Sini interjected, eager to be with Su Lintao, insisting, the rest does not matter. What is the gaokao for? To prove oneself? For future prospects? Everything else is negotiable, but this is non-negotiable. Seeing the tension escalate, Yi Wenjun intervened. All right, let us all calm down. Yi Zhonghua was visibly distressed, Father. As he was about to continue, Yi Wenjun shot him a stern look. You are speaking out of turn without understanding the situation. The only way to ensure their enduring relationship is to allow my granddaughter to remain by his side. Who knows what awaits in foreign lands, a world rife with temptation. Noticing the old patriarch's rising ire, Tang Yunchuan quickly interjected, All right, let's refrain from meddling in our daughter's choices. Su Lintian observed the unfolding drama with a placid demeanor. Upon exiting Yi Wenjun's study, he had anticipated that his decisions would encounter no opposition. Turning to Yi Sini, he stated, Xiaoxin, you shall decide for yourself. Whatever choice you make, your grandfather will support you. Without hesitation, Yi Sini resolutely responded, Grandfather, I wish to be with Lin Tao. Very well, I support your decision. After the new year, you shall accompany him abroad for your studies. Inform Weiguo at the school. The unremarkable Yi Weiguo, upon hearing his name, nodded eagerly. With the engagement settled, Su Lintian engaged in light conversation with the Yi patriarch before taking his leave, accompanied by Su Lintao and Yi Sini back to school. Once they departed, Yi Zhonghua could no longer contain himself. Father, how can we allow Xiaoxin to make such decisions? Yi Wenjun remained silent, addressing the others. Ziliang and Zhonghua remain. The rest may return to their affairs. Recognizing the need for a private discussion, the remaining guests dispersed. The three men retreated to a pavilion, where Yi Wenjun scattered fish bait into the pond, and the koi swiftly approached, eagerly consuming the morsels. Watching the fish frenzy, Yi Wenjun turned to the two men. Zhonghua, you are underestimating the Su family. They far exceed our imagination, especially considering they saved Ziliang's life. Yi Zhonghua was taken aback. They saved my son's life. He was perplexed. Yi Wenjun exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Ziliang, who took a deep breath and recounted, while I was on a mission at Yemen. It was that very butler from the Su family who rescued me. Had it not been for him, I would have bled out, and after I recovered, he even arranged for my safe return. Father, the Su family is not as simple as you perceive. Yi Wenjun gazed skyward and reflected, and that is merely one aspect. It is better not to know too much. It serves neither you nor the Yi family well. Sometimes, I even question whether there truly exists a family like the Su. The father and son exchanged glances, both shaken by the old patriarch's extraordinary insights. Unfazed by their thoughts, Su Lintian departed the Yi residence and boarded a flight back to Modu. With matters in Jiangqing resolved, it was time to address his own affairs and await the new year for his studies abroad, followed by focus on various research bases. By then, he would have little to concern himself with domestically. In Modu, at Global Entertainment, ever since Chun Yunxuan joined the company, her popularity surged with their support, and her own advantages propelled her to stardom. Opening Douyin, the first video was invariably about Chun Yunxuan. Amid such fervor, it was nearly impossible not to gain recognition. Of course, with fame came envy and resentment. Numerous individuals sought to unearth her past, spreading rumors and falsehoods, complete with AI-generated videos. Yet this time, the outcome was markedly different. Chun Yunxuan remained unscathed, while those who sought to tarnish her reputation found themselves ensnared, with their companies declaring bankruptcy. This only amplified her popularity, silencing the detractors and making it clear that Chun Yunxuan was untouchable. Whoever dared to cross her would face dire consequences. Mr. Wang, you called for me? Chun Yunxuan entered Wang Yulong's office with poise. Her aura had evolved, shedding the innocence of her youth. Since joining Global Entertainment, all her roles had been in period dramas, a deliberate arrangement by Su Lintian to cultivate her regal demeanor. Wang Yulong produced a document and smiled, saying, Miss Chun, here is the plan the company has arranged for you. After the new year, we are preparing to venture into Hollywood. Within this folder, you will find numerous scripts, all featuring leading female roles. Feel free to peruse them and select one at your leisure. The company will take care of all arrangements. And once you familiarize yourself with the script, you can commence filming upon your arrival. Chun Yunxian, perplexed, accepted the materials and upon opening them, discovered over a dozen scripts, all from blockbuster productions such as Game of Thrones and Queen of Gold. Confronted with the company's arrangements, she naturally did not refuse, for she understood that all of this was orchestrated by him. Initially, she had been somewhat perplexed as to why all the scripts she received were set in ancient times. Now, she perhaps comprehended the reasoning behind it, her heart swelling with joy, and her affection for Su Lintian deepening. He had not scorned her humble beginnings. In the southern oil city, within a themed restaurant, Chun Tianqi hurriedly entered, clad in the restaurant's staff uniform, and promptly clocked in. After successfully checking in, he glanced at the time and sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was not late. Otherwise, his wages would be docked again. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, a cold voice pierced through from behind. Chun Tianqi, you again arrived just in time to clock in. Do you have no sense of time? You've missed the morning meeting 3 times in a row. Are you unaware that the meeting commences 15 minutes before your shift? Would it kill you to arrive a bit earlier? Chun Tianqi lowered his head, chastised, and dared not retort. I'm sorry, manager. It was not intentional. I had matters at home. Little did he know, the rotund manager, upon hearing this, became even more incensed, his face contorted with disdain. Always with matters at home. Do you think you're the only one with a family? Others have families too. You're not the only one with issues. Let me tell you. This is your last warning. If it happens again, you can pack your bags. Once the manager left, he finally exhaled in relief. You're late again. Why have you been tardy every single day? A girl, possessing a modest beauty, approached him with a water jug, preparing for the shift. Chun Tianqi smiled at her. It's nothing. By the way, Minnie, didn't you say you wanted a watch? Here, this is for you. He pulled out a small red gift box from his pocket. Minnie's expression brightened at first, but upon seeing the humble gift box in his hand, her smile vanished instantly. She accepted the box and walked away with the water jug. Chun Tianqi felt a sense of bewilderment but did not dwell on it. Minnie was his girlfriend, and as a first-time lover, he was evidently a bit naïve. The watch was not inexpensive, costing several hundred yuan. While the average salary in this city was around 3,000, his monthly income barely exceeded 3,000, meaning the watch represented a significant portion of his earnings. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message from his sister, accompanied by a generous red envelope containing 30,000 yuan. Over time, she had sent him hundreds of thousands in red envelopes, even gifting him a Ferrari and an apartment in the city center. However, he never accepted the money. Though he was proud that his sister had become a superstar, he believed in his ability to earn a living, as he was capable and resourceful. Indeed, his sister was Chun Yunxian, and she felt equally helpless in this situation. During their lunch break, while eating the staff meal, he noticed Minnie was not wearing the watch he had gifted her. The innocent Chun Tianchi thought nothing of it, assuming she simply chose not to wear it today. Yet, he was too naive. Minnie gazed enviously at a male colleague's watch, exclaiming, "Emo, your watch is so beautiful. It must be quite expensive." She reached out to touch his wrist, and Chun Tianchi sensed that as she spoke, she subtly glanced back at him. Throughout the meal, the conversation revolved around the watch. And Emo, a bartender specializing in beverages, was the center of attention. The entire afternoon, Minnie frequently visited the bar, secretly sipping the drinks he prepared, sharing laughter and conversation. Chun Tianchi felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, but some things, once soured, could not be salvaged. The following day, he even saw a post on her social media, featuring a photo of her and Emo together. In the afternoon, Chun Tianchi took the initiative, asking Minnie, "Would you like to go see a movie tonight? I'm sorry, I have something to do tonight, and might not be able to join you. Let us plan for a couple of days later, okay?" Minnie responded, tugging at his hand with a playful demeanor. Watching her act this way, Chun Tianchi suddenly felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Fine then. He had anticipated this outcome. She intended to spend the night with Emo. As for how he knew, well, Emo had informed him. He had even shared 2 messages between them, along with photos and videos. Emo had remarked, "Xiaoqi, your girlfriend is quite something." Indeed, this was the reality she had spoken of. Chun Tianchi felt no anger. He understood that he could not control others' thoughts. The love of money was only natural. Sometimes, one must endure certain experiences to grow and mature. His first relationship felt somewhat laughable. He came to terms with the situation. If there was no bitterness, then there was no need to force it. That evening, after work, he arrived early at the roadside, determined to let her regret this infatuation before ending it. "You love money, don't you?" "Well, I have it now, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Sure enough, it wasn't long before he saw them strolling arm in arm, laughing. A modest car worth over 100,000 yuan was parked nearby, though its brand was unknown to him. Emo, Minnie giggled as he pinched her chin, leaning in with a lewd grin. "In a moment, let us turn on the tap. I need a wash." "Stop it, let us go? I'm feeling a bit cold," she replied, nestling closer to him, seeking warmth. At that moment, Chun Tianchi's voice rang out from behind. They turned, startled. "Chun Tianchi?" Minnie clearly did not expect her naive boyfriend to be waiting for her here. "Surprised? It seems you are indeed quite busy tonight." Don't think too much of it. Emo is just giving me a ride home, and we're not going to break up. I just didn't want to hurt your feelings because I know you care for me deeply. Since you're aware now, I suppose you can accept it. So let us break up, shall we? Please stop clinging to me. It's impossible between us. I like Emo. Chun Tianchi was almost amused to the point of laughter, incredulous at the audacity of this modern interpretation. Had he been someone with a more volatile temperament, he might have resorted to violence. "Your shamelessness exceeds my expectations. You are truly an eye-opener." "Chun Tianchi, who are you calling shameless? Are you angry? What I did was right. Not telling you was the right choice. You boys are always like this, unable to accept a breakup, clinging like a leech. Clearly, not telling you was for your own good. I was considering your feelings. I see you're the one lacking in dignity." Minnie sneered, convinced that she was in the right, believing that had she told Chun Tianchi, he would have pursued her relentlessly. Unable to contain himself, Chun Tianchi burst into laughter. "Haha, I'm sorry. What you just said was quite amusing. I can't help it. Anyway, I wish you both a pleasant evening." Amini was momentarily taken aback, turning her head to glance at Emo Go, who had been watching the scene unfold with keen interest. He simply shrugged, nonchalantly remarking, "Don't you think this is far more thrilling?" "Ugh, how annoying," she retorted. But soon her laughter faded. Before her stood Chun Tianchi, striding towards a nearby red Ferrari. The instant he opened the door, regret washed over her. Tian, listen to me. It was Emo Go who pressured me. I truly love you. From now on, I will obey your every wish. I was wrong. I beg you for another chance, please." She rushed to the Ferrari, her high heels clicking against the pavement, presenting a pitiful figure, like a weeping pear blossom. In the driver's seat, Chun Tianchi beckoned her with a casual gesture. Amini, believing he had acquiesced, felt a surge of joy, nearly forgetting herself as she approached eagerly. Tian, I knew you loved me. Don't worry, I will do whatever you ask." However, Chun Tianchi scoffed at her words, producing his phone to play back her earlier declarations. Her insistence that she wouldn't be bothered her desire to break up. He had recorded everything. He then opened a video featuring a sultry voice that was undeniably captivating. What a delight. Chapter 82 unfolded with a promise of calamity. As she watched the video, Amini froze in shock, recognizing herself alongside Mogul. Panic set in. She could not bear the thought of a breakup. Tian, let me explain. I was coerced. I cannot leave you. How could I survive without you? Chen Tianqi regarded her tear-streaked face with icy disdain. Get lost, he commanded, igniting the Ferrari. The roar of the engine intoxicating. Tian, I know you still love me. Please forgive me. I truly adore you. I swear if I lie, let me be struck by a car this very moment. In desperation, she dashed into the road, hoping to invoke his sympathy, thinking that would lead to a life of luxury and elevate her status. Suddenly, a truck thundered past. Amini vanished, flung several meters away. The truck driver stared, aghast at the blood on his windshield, bewildered. Just a minute prior, he had been enjoying the DJ's music when an unexpected figure leaped into his path. Then, silence. Not only was the driver stunned, but Chen Tianqi in the Ferrari was equally paralyzed with shock. Mogul, seizing the opportunity, sped away, eager to distance himself from the unfolding tragedy. Chen Tianqi, however, remained, knowing he would soon be summoned for questioning. After a minute, he called for an ambulance and notified Uncle Hat. The truck driver, pale, exited his vehicle. Sir, this is not my fault. She jumped into the road all of a sudden. Don't worry, there are cameras. Soon, everyone was taken away. After reviewing the footage and recording the driver's statement, the truck driver departed, absolved of any blame. At 10 o'clock that evening, Chen Tianqi had voiced all he could, yet he found himself unable to leave. When will I be free? He thought, growing impatient as he considered his parents waiting for him at home. You cannot leave. You bear some responsibility in this matter. We need your family to come down, and you must sign this. Chen Tianqi picked up the document, only to be enraged by its contents. I refuse to sign. You all saw the footage. Do you think you can force me into a confession? Nonsense. You have 5 minutes to reflect. I hope that when I return, you will speak the truth. Uncle Hat departed, returning to his office shortly thereafter. Moments later, a tearful couple entered. Brother, you must advocate for your niece. She has been deliberately harmed. Enough. What are you two doing here? If the director sees you, how can I explain this? For now, I will handle this matter. Rest assured, wait for my news. Meanwhile, Chen Tianqi gazed at the papers on the table, realizing that involving his parents would only increase their worry. He could only turn to his sister for help. He was merely being held for questioning. Thus, it was not overly serious, and his phone remained in his possession. In Magic City, upon receiving Chen Tianqi's message, Chen Yunyan felt compelled to act without hesitation, her first thought turning to Su Lintian. She hurriedly called him. Yunyan, is there something wrong calling at this hour? Upon hearing his voice, her composure shattered, tears welling as she choked out, Lintian, my brother. He has been arrested. And he is innocent. Hearing her distress, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, soothingly replying, Don't panic, take your time. Let me investigate. Don't worry, I am here for you. I will come to find you. After hanging up, he summoned Butler Long. Please, find out what charges Yunyan's brother is facing, and do so swiftly. Butler Long nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. In less than 5 minutes, the truth was revealed. Young master, it appears someone is attempting to coerce a confession. However, do not worry. I have already taken care of it. He will be released shortly. As long as it is not a serious matter, that's a relief. Even he cannot act recklessly here. Understood. He made his way to the garage, entering the Ferrari LaFerrari, and sped towards Chen Yunyan's location. This was his first time driving a supercar, and it felt somewhat uncomfortable, the acceleration pushing him back against the seat. The residence was a modest villa, a corporate perk from global entertainment. As Su Lintian stepped out of the car, a slender figure rushed into his embrace, a delicate fragrance enveloping him. It's all right. I've already arranged for your brother's situation to be handled. He will be released soon. Chen Yunyan looked up, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears. Thank you. With Su Lintian's reassurance, she felt a wave of relief. Without Chen Yunyan, she mused, she would not be who she was today. Especially given that he was her own brother. Now why are you still crying? You're turning into a little raccoon. No matter what happens, do not shed tears easily. I will always be here for you. He gently wiped the tears from her eyes, speaking softly. Chapter 83. Su Lintian repairs locks. Meanwhile, in another location. Why haven't you signed yet? There is nothing for me to sign. Why should I? Humph, really? At the same time, a call reached the director's office. The director picked up the phone, his expression shifting as he quickly stood. Yes, understood. I assure you, no innocent person will be wronged, nor will a guilty one escape. Rest assured, I will handle this. After hanging up, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, this is getting out of hand, he muttered, stepping out of the office. Chen Tianqi sat calmly in his chair, unfazed by the demands placed upon him. No matter what they said, he refused to sign, confident that they wouldn't dare resort to violence in this setting. Though he appeared composed, inside he was a whirlwind of anxiety. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, diligent and honest. How could he not be nervous in such a situation? Yet he could not show his fear. Very well, since you were so uncooperative. Do not blame me. The words were not fully out when a furious voice erupted from outside. What? Do you still intend to resort to violence? The director stormed in, his face a mask of fury. The desire to eliminate the adversary surged within him, for this matter had brought him into the spotlight before his superiors. A considerably glaring spotlight, to the extent that the other party had even made a personal call to question him. Director. Upon the arrival of the individual, the other party hastily rose, a chill coursing through him. This was disastrous. How had this issue escalated to the director? It was over, utterly over. You still acknowledge me as the director, do you? Why the silence now? Were you not so formidable before? Who granted you the authority to act thus? Who permitted such behavior? Even as he was berated mercilessly, the other party dared not move an inch. The moment the director entered, he knew he was to be flayed alive. Bring forth his garments. He is unworthy to wear them. Soon, two individuals entered from outside and escorted him away. Chun Tianxi remained somewhat bewildered throughout the ordeal. 5 minutes later, Chun Tianxi emerged after finishing his tea, glancing at his phone. It was already 11 o'clock. Reflecting on the director's demeanor while speaking to him, he still felt as if he were in a dream. He sent a message to his sister and then hastily drove home. In the vibrant metropolis, upon receiving the message, Chun Yunyu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lintian sat on the sofa, watching television, occasionally scrolling through his phone, glancing at Su Lingxuan's live stream. Feeling a touch on his arm, he looked down to see Chun Yunyu nestled against him, lost in thought. He flicked her forehead playfully. What are you pondering? Worry not, everything will be fine. Yes, I just came out. Lintian, thank you. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Throughout this journey, it was this man before her who had cleared the path for her. What are you saying? I am your man. If I don't assist you, who will? Let's refrain from such remarks in the future. All right, I shall heed your words. It's late, and driving is unsafe. Why not stay the night? I was so anxious earlier that I broke into a sweat. I'll go take a shower. I once worked as a bath attendant for a month. My skills are unparalleled. Do you require my assistance? No, you only know how to bully me. By the way, the bathroom door lock is broken. I haven't had the chance to fix it yet, so be careful. With that, she turned and headed toward the bathroom. Su Lintian sat on the sofa, deep in thought. The lock is broken? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. How splendid. The lock is broken. 2 minutes later, he stood up. 3 minutes later. What are you doing? Hurry up and get out. Don't overthink it. I'm here to fix the lock. This lock indeed had some issues. He spent an hour trying to repair it without success. In the late hours of the night, Su Lintian continued his endeavor. The sound of his repairs filled the room. Such technical work is best left unspoken. Please refer to the VCR. The following noon, observing Chun Yunyu beside him, he noted the smile gracing her lips, her eyelashes fluttering gently. After a night spent repairing the lock, their relationship had blossomed, and they often found themselves entwined. Chun Yunyu also moved to the west suburb No. 1 Manor. Su Lintian planned to ensure she refrained from accepting any roles during this period, intending to revisit the topic after the new year. Naturally, Chun Yunyu had no objections. Thus, they embarked on a life of unabashed intimacy. Time passed quietly. The new year was approaching. On the 20th day of the new year, Su Lingxian returned home. Her time abroad exceeded all expectations. 2 days later, the Su Jinzhou couple also returned from overseas. When they saw Chun Yunyu, their hearts brimmed with joy. They found her utterly delightful. Their 2 sons now had girlfriends, and the prospect of soon becoming grandparents filled them with excitement, robbing them of sleep that night. On the 28th day of the new year, Chun Yunyu returned to her hometown. Su Lintao also arrived in the vibrant metropolis. Su Lintian felt overwhelmed, as his mother incessantly urged him to strive harder, to make every effort to ensure he would become a grandfather by next year. Mom, it's not that simple, and I'm already working hard. Besides, you could also encourage my younger brother. Perhaps he'll be faster than I. Hey, your brother is still young. He hasn't even graduated high school. Mom, I must counter that remark. You make me sound ancient. Besides, in ancient times, one could become a father at 18, and you could also nudge Linger along. While indulging in snacks and scrolling through videos, Su Lingxian paused. The gossip is coming my way. Stinky brother, just wait until I get my hands on you. On the 30th day of the new year, the family enjoyed a peaceful celebration. Su Lintian had already planned to visit Chun Yunyu's parents in a few days, intending to take the entire family abroad afterward. The research base was nearing completion. Chapter 84, The Residence in Litizu. On the 30th day of the new year, the brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, heralding a new atmosphere within the manor. The ingredients airlifted from the island base early that morning transformed into delectable dishes. Dragon Butler, dismiss the staff. They should join the New Year's Eve dinner. We do not require assistance for now. Su Lintian, observing the numerous servants within the manor, waved his hand, instructing the Dragon Butler to lead them away. Thank you, young master. With that, he took his team toward the annex. After the staff departed, Su Lintian raised his glass and addressed Su Jianzhou and the others. Come, come, come. This is our family's first new year in the metropolis. Happy New Year. Cheers. Happy New Year. May all our wishes come true. Cheers. The five of them raised their glasses, their faces radiating happiness. After several rounds of drinks, Su Lintian's cheeks flushed slightly. After the new year, we will leave the country to live abroad. The house there hasn't been finalized yet. I would like to hear your special requests for our future home. Each of you may suggest one, and I will have someone look into it. Rebuilding would take too long. It's entirely unnecessary. We can purchase one and make slight modifications. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to participate. Over the past 6 months, even Li Jiao's mindset had swiftly caught up with the times. Previously, she had no particular demands regarding life. After all, back then, as long as the family could live happily and the children were well fed and clothed, she dared not wish for more. But now it was different. The family already had a pillar of support, and there was no need for them to worry as parents. I'll go first. I'll go first. Su Lingxian raised her hand eagerly, reminiscent of a primary school student vying to answer. Seeing all eyes upon her, she pondered for a moment before saying, Brother, are there no limits to the requests? Indeed, anything goes, but do not let your imagination run wild, like asking to move the Himalayas. How could I? I have but a modest request. I wish to hunt. Ever since I went hunting in Siberia, I have fallen in love with this hobby. It's so much fun. I can carry a gun and enjoy delicious food. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Can I, brother? Upon hearing this, Su Lintian's eyes lit up. This is certainly doable. He could raise some animals for practice. Sounds promising. Yes, that should be easy to fulfill. I agree to it. My turn. My turn. I want a beach, so I can fish when I'm bored. Sure, that's not difficult. I can accommodate that. 3 people had made their requests, leaving only their parents. Ahem, your mother and I don't have any particular demands. A good environment suffices. Ideally, we could have a few pets for added enjoyment. Su Lintian readily agreed. All right, I understand. I will send someone to find it shortly. The requirements for the residents were thus settled. After enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone gathered to watch a movie. Su Lintian conveyed all the requirements to Butler Long, instructing him to search abroad. With the dark web and the global group involved, the speed was undoubtedly swift. By the following afternoon, several locations had been identified. The family was enjoying afternoon tea when Butler Long approached with a dossier in hand. With utmost respect, he announced, Young master, we have found the locations that meet your requirements. There are quite a few globally, but thanks to the dark web, we have filtered out many based on safety, air quality, size, and other criteria. Currently, we have 10 suitable options. Upon hearing that a location had been found, Su Lingxian and the others immediately gathered around. They all moved to the living room and settled on the sofa. Receiving the dossier, Butler Long projected the locations from his phone. It displayed an image. Take a look, which one do you prefer? Each option came with 4 images captured from different angles. Su Lintian took Butler Long's phone, scrolling through while explaining the details from the dossier. You've seen the photos. They basically meet your requirements. It's close to the ocean, with a private beach, and their SA forest behind it, covering an area of approximately 2 square kilometers. It's not small, but it's not overly large either. However, this location is in Mexico, and I personally wouldn't recommend going there. Brother, let us check the others first. However, Su Jianzhou and his wife were already astonished. 2 square kilometers. That is hardly small. Even their estate barely spans over 6,000 square meters. Yet, considering the vast beach and the forest included, it was still quite substantial. A larger space would mean more comfort. After perusing for about half an hour, they finally finished reviewing the options. Everyone exchanged glances, but it was Su Lingxian who spoke first. I choose the 8th one. It looks beautiful. And I'm really curious to experience what it's like to have a 13 square kilometer lake at home. What do you think, Mom and Dad? I also think it's quite nice. The environment seems excellent, and it's close to the sea. Agreed. Seeing that everyone favored the 8th option, Su Lintian naturally did not object, as he too found it appealing. Most importantly, the location was sufficiently large, boasting an impressive 6 square kilometers. Not to mention its proximity to the ocean. It was a grand estate. No, judging by its scale, it could hardly be called an estate. It was akin to a palace. The address was in Merida, Mexico. Very well, we'll go with this location then. Butler Long, is everything all right with the dark web? When can it be arranged? Young master, there are no issues at all, as their governor is affiliated with the dark web, and we have not exchanged any money. Butler Long's words left him astounded. Dark web connections? This was truly unexpected, and it made the location even more perfect as a residence. Indeed, Xiaobei has done well. Have them prepare our future home. And if anything is missing, ensure it is replenished promptly. I'll visit in a couple of days. His intention was, of course, to complete the staffing of servants and bodyguards. Understood, young master. Once Butler Long departed, Su Jianzhou and the others were left in a daze. It felt as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary, as though they had suddenly become emperors, a notion almost too astounding to believe, especially for Su Jianzhou. At one moment, he even felt as if he had become the supreme ruler, experiencing a sensation of ethereal lightness. How to describe that feeling? It was something to be felt, not articulated, a sheer delight. No wonder the imperial seal of the realm was so alluring. It seemed that in all the land under heaven, was it not the case that all territories and those who dwell within them belong to the sovereign? Brother, what is going on? Su Lintao was more concerned, fearing the consequences if this were to be revealed. Suddenly, he understood why his older brother had previously spoken to him in such a manner. Su Lintian intended to keep this from their parents and Su Lingxian, as such matters were best kept to a minimum in terms of knowledge. However, with their impending overseas trip, they would inevitably learn more, which was also meant to prevent them from overthinking. All right, you all just need to be aware of this matter. I hope you understand. They nodded in agreement, indicating their comprehension. Even Su Jianzhou and his wife recognized the gravity of the situation. Su Jianzhou felt the necessity to say something. What transpired today must remain confidential. It should not be disclosed to outsiders, including your respective partners. Rest assured, Dad. We understand the significance, Su Lintao and Su Lingxian assured him earnestly. On the second day of the new year, Chen Yunwen returned to the Magic City from Oil City. Su Lintao also visited the Yi family to bid farewell before going abroad. On the third day of the new year, Su Lintian took Chen Yunwen to Oil City, marking a visit to meet her parents. Unlike the Su family, the Chen family was a rural household, with Chen's family not having only one child like Su Jianzhou. There were numerous aunts, uncles, and other relatives. The convoy arrived in front of a modest three-story building. Glancing at the surrounding environment, it was quite decent. Behind the house was a small river, and right at the entrance was a main road, making it reasonably accessible. It's a bit simple, please don't mind, Chen Yunwen said, grasping Su Lintian's hand, concerned about him feeling out of place. He playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. How could I? The environment I used to live in was far worse than this. Let us head inside. Turning to Butler Long, he instructed, Butler Long, you may accompany us. They don't need to follow. Upon Su Lintian's arrival, the Chen family had already noticed, knowing he was coming, and had invited a chef to prepare a feast in the yard. The courtyard was spacious, capable of accommodating 10 vehicles without issue. Yet Su Lintian still opted to have the convoy park by the roadside. Big brother, Yin's boyfriend seems quite extraordinary. You must make sure she cherishes him. Indeed. Just look at that Rolls Royce. I heard it costs over 10 million. What a fortune. Big brother, your family has struck it rich. Don't forget us relatives. They speculated whether he could secure good jobs for their children, so the older generation wouldn't have to toil as hard. Chen Yunwen's father, with a stern expression, glared at these so-called relatives, filled with indignation. Previously, when his daughter got into university, they had borrowed money from these relatives, and now they were shamelessly making demands. Chen Tianqi, standing aside, furrowed his brow at the chatter of these people, finding their demeanor repugnant. As Su Lintian entered the courtyard, the chef was bustling about, and indeed, rural feasts had their own delightful aroma. Ha ha ha, you must be Su Lintian. Our Yunwen often speaks of you. Please, come in, come in. As soon as Chun Haomin saw Su Lintian enter the courtyard, he hurried over to greet him. Chen Yunwen's eyes widened. It was the first time she had seen her father behave in such a manner. She had always thought him to be rather single-minded, but today, she witnessed a different side of him. Uncle, you're too kind. I should have come to visit earlier, but I was swamped with matters and couldn't break free. Watching her father usher Su Lintian into the house, while completely disregarding her presence left Chen Yunwen momentarily stunned. Chapter 85, The Hangover Cure. Little sister, what are you staring at? Seeing the smile on her brother's face, she realized he was teasing her and shot him a glare. Turning his head to glance at the dragon butler, who was burdened with gifts in both hands, Su Lintian finally grasped the situation. Enough of the staring. Help the dragon butler carry the presents inside. He was seated comfortably on the sofa in the living room, engaging in lively conversation with the others. In merely half an hour, he had unraveled the intricate web of connections within the Chen family, as well as the various relatives. His esteemed father-in-law, aside from casual chit-chat, had not broached the topics of his work or family life. Conversely, these numerous aunts and uncles seemed to possess no such reservations. Probing into his life as if he were a prospective groom. Lintian, what do you do for a living? When do you plan to marry Union? What does your family do? Could you possibly arrange a job for my son? Most of their inquiries revolved around such matters. This left him with a rather displeased expression, fully aware of their strained relations with his father-in-law, and consequently, he was not inclined to show them any warmth. Should he be even slightly accommodating? He suspected these individuals would overreach. Shouty on, I see you're set to marry our dear Yunyan. My son has been contemplating starting a business. Would you be interested in investing? I can have him collaborate with Tianxi, who is Yunyun's elder brother. You cannot neglect him. The proposition was made with the insinuation that the funds could be deducted from the bride price, emphasizing the preciousness of Yunyun within the Qin family, insisting that the betrothal gift must not be diminished. Su Lintian had encountered his fair share of peculiarities over the years, but this instance certainly ranked among the most extraordinary. He remained silent, yet Chun Haomin, upon hearing his brother's remarks, was engulfed with rage. Enough. Do you all possess no sense of shame? Are you unaware of the absurdity of your words? I feel embarrassed for you. Hey, Haomin, what are you saying? We're merely looking out for Yunyun's best interests. You're getting angry at us? Exactly. We merely wish for your family to fare better. Elder brother, please don't be upset. I'm just advocating for a higher bride price. It ensures Yunyun's future security. What if she is abandoned? How will she manage? Su Lintian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. These were indeed the epitome of dreadful relatives. Chun Haomin rose from his seat, visibly agitated, clutching his chest. His face a mask of fury. Get out. All of you leave my house. From this day forward, I do not wish to see any of you step foot inside my home. I have no relatives like you. And you, my dear brother. My daughter Yunyun hasn't even wed yet. And you, as her uncle, are already cursing her fate. Truly a wonderful uncle you are. Now, get out of my sight. I want nothing to do with you. With that, he collapsed back onto the sofa. Su Lintian quickly approached, seeking to comfort him. Uncle, please calm down. It's not worth ruining your health over these people. Dad, don't be angry. Have some water first. Chun Yunyun rushed to his side, her heart heavy with disappointment towards her relatives, even her own uncle. In times of family crisis, they not only failed to provide assistance, but also avoided them like the plague, and now they dared to utter such shameless remarks. Chun Tianxi, witnessing his father's distress, had long harbored disdain for these individuals. With a fierce glare directed at his seemingly innocent relatives, he declared, Get out of my house. Hey, Tianxi, we're your elders. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? This is a display of poor upbringing. Those words acted like a spark, igniting the already tense atmosphere. Upon hearing them, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, and the dragon butler, sensing his young master's fury, promptly summoned the bodyguards from outside. In a flurry, over a dozen bodyguards surrounded the group, their imposing figures rendering the others speechless. What is the meaning of this? You think you can cause a commotion and then resort to violence? Let me remind you, you are an outsider here. Do not overstep your bounds. This is Chun family territory, and our family matters are not for you to meddle in. At this juncture, Su Lintian had no intention of maintaining a facade of civility. Some individuals simply craved disrespect, and the more one indulged them, the more they would take advantage. If you do not wish to depart gracefully, I am more than willing to assist you in leaving with dignity. In 10 seconds, should you fail to vacate, I will not hesitate to take action. Rest assured, the consequences will be yours to bear. Chun Haomin's silence in this matter was tantamount to tacit approval. Such relatives were better off discarded. Observing the lack of resolve among the crowd, he smirked. We shall see, my dear brother, now that you've risen to prominence. You wish to disavow your own brother. Very well, we shall take our leave. Once the crowd had exited, Chun Haomin turned to Su Lintian. I apologize for the spectacle. Not at all. Every family has its share of troubles, I understand. Half an hour later, the chef had prepared the meal, and the 5 of them took their seats. It is evident that you and Yunyun are well matched. I entrust her to you with confidence. Everything she has today is thanks to your support. Allow me to express my gratitude on her behalf. Let us raise a glass. Perhaps you should drink a bit less, Qin Fenglan interjected, concerned. That is out of the question. Today is a day of celebration. In the future, there may not be so many distractions buzzing in our ears. After several rounds of drinking, Su Lintian found himself slightly intoxicated. Yunyun, please help me upstairs to rest. I'll let your mother tidy up later. Xiaoqi, assist your father to his room. When Su Lintian awoke again, it was already evening. Observing the decor of the room and the faint fragrance in the air, he realized he was in Chun Yunyun's boudoir. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Chun Yunyun, freshly bathed, a towel in hand, drying her hair. You're awake. How are you feeling? Would you like me to make you some hangover soup? She casually perched herself on the edge of the bed. Su Lintian's gaze drifted to her figure beneath the nightgown, tantalizingly obscured. Rising, he leaned in close to her ear, his breath warm against her skin. Do you know there is something on you that can cure drunkenness? Feeling the warmth on her earlobe, The scent of his masculinity enveloped her, and her voice faltered. What is it? Suddenly, a realization flickered across her face, her cheeks flushing as she looked down. I don't have it. You do. Wait, don't be reckless. They will hear us. Fear not. I happen to be in need of a cure. In the midst of recovery, amidst a flurry of experimentation, success was claimed. Chapter 86. Oh dear, you really mean it. The following morning, Su Lin awoke languidly, suddenly feeling an itch in his nose. He reached up to scratch it. What is this? As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by darkness, as if he were at the foot of a mountain, with the peaks obscuring his line of sight. With his movements, the mountain seemed to tremble. Awakening from the dream, dawn broke. The covers had been tossed aside, and he realized his head had strayed far from the headboard. I wonder how I ended up sleeping like this last night. You naughty man, get off me. All you do is bully me. Su Lin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had merely been celebrating and had indulged in a bit too much drink in an effort to sober up. You still dare to say that? All right. I won't say it anymore. Let us get up quickly. Just as they were about to rise, a commotion erupted outside. Chen Haoming, come out, you ungrateful wretch. How could someone like you appear in Chen family village? Now that you've achieved success, you've forgotten your own brother. A large crowd was shouting outside the door, led by the village chief of Chun family village and Chun Haoming's brother. The bodyguards were preventing them from entering. Otherwise, they would have stormed in, causing a ruckus. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Lintian's expression turned frosty. Yesterday, out of respect for Chun Yunshuan's uncle, he had refrained from taking any drastic measures. It appeared that some individuals had been blinded by greed. I'll go down and take a look, he said. Lintian, perhaps we should just leave. I can take mom and dad away. She was aware of the brutishness of the Chun family villagers, and with her uncle leading the ruckus, she worried about potential conflicts. It's fine. I'll find them a place to eat. He was baffled by these people's recklessness, operating without a shred of common sense, behaving as they pleased. What do you want? If you don't disperse, I'll call the police. Chun Haoming's face was a mask of anger as he watched his brother stir up trouble with the villagers. He was acutely aware of their intentions. They sought to exploit his words from yesterday for their own gain. What do you mean? Do you even remember what you said yesterday? I merely wanted to speak a few words on behalf of Xiaoyan, and you cut ties with me, claiming I'm no longer your brother. I haven't even asked what you want. You. Chun Haoming was left speechless. His opponent's silver tongue was indeed formidable. Stepping out from the house, Su Lintian approached the crowd with an impassive demeanor. Speak, he commanded. How much will it take for you to leave? At that moment, Butler Long discreetly began to take out his phone. Very well. As Xiaoyan's uncle, I raised her from childhood. Asking for $1 million is not unreasonable, is it? Su Lintian was taken aback by the absurdity of the demand. $1 million? Are you certain that's all you require? His tone implied that he found the figure laughably insufficient. Considering the luxury cars and the imposing bodyguards around him, it dawned on him that perhaps he was indeed underestimating the situation. 10 million. Give me 10 million. And I will leave, never to set foot here again. Su Lintian's lips curled into a smirk, clearly amused by the audacity of the request. Very well. I shall retrieve it from my car. Upon hearing that Su Lintian was truly willing to part with 10 million, Chun Haoming panicked. Lintian, you can't give it to him. Worst case scenario, I'll just move away. Move away? Is that your solution as an elder brother? To disregard your younger brother's plight? Without engaging in further debate, Su Lintian made his way to the Rolls-Royce, casually rummaging through the interior until he found a bag. He produced $2 million and returned. Here, $2 million for you. The man accepted the money, cradling the bundles of cash, seemingly unconcerned about their authenticity, his face alight with glee. All right, I'm leaving now. However, as he clutched the money and attempted to depart, Su Lintian's expression darkened. His wealth was not so easily obtained. Leave? Where do you think you're going? The bodyguards swiftly encircled him. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to keep me here for a meal? I'll pass. I'll eat at home. Just then, a large group of men in hats arrived in vehicles. Seeing the arrival of the hat uncle, the crowd panicked and attempted to flee. Anyone caught conspiring to extort will be arrested and taken in for questioning, the leader commanded, ordering his men to apprehend the troublemakers. This has nothing to do with me. I was lured here under false pretenses. Yes, we were deceived. We did nothing wrong. The leader scoffed. Then what are you still doing here? It was impractical to take all the villagers. Capturing the ringleaders would suffice. Chun Haoming's brother, clutching the cash, tried to slip away amidst the chaos but was caught by the bodyguards. Once the villagers dispersed, he found himself utterly alone and panicked. Extortion. Take him away. This is lawlessness. I didn't do anything. Don't frame me. Frame you? Then what about the money in your hands? He gave it to me. I didn't extort anyone. Haoming, say something. I'm your brother. Su Lintian observed the scene with a calm demeanor. If Chun Haoming chose to plead for leniency, he might consider it, but only under certain conditions. Chun Haoming glanced at the commotion before retreating into the house, deciding to let the matter unfold as it would. He resolved to sever all ties with these relatives and leave this unfeeling place behind. Chapter 87. Journey to Litizu. Su Lintien felt a sense of satisfaction at this turn of events. Some things, once corrupted, were best discarded to avoid contamination. Butler Long, deliver the evidence to the authorities and prepare for our departure this afternoon, he instructed, eager to avoid wasting more time there. Once back in Modu, he intended to take Su Lintao and the others to Litizu. Chun Haoming sat on the sofa, his expression one of gratitude. Thank you. Despite the myriad of words he wished to express, they all felt inadequate, leaving him with only two simple words. Su Lintien offered a wry smile, recognizing that this mess was a consequence of his involvement. Had he not intervened, it might not have escalated to this point. Yet, it was unavoidable. Resolving it swiftly was preferable, for lingering issues would only lead to more trouble. While he was unafraid, the incessant buzzing of flies was undeniably bothersome. His uncle's words lingered. Yunxian is your daughter. How could I stand idly by? Yet, it would be wise to limit interactions with such relatives in the future. Sometimes, hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Once something changed, it was irrevocable. Relentlessly yielding would only embolden them further. He aimed to convey that such incidents could only occur once. Sometimes, one must be resolute. You consider them family, but they see you as mere fodder, to be harvested for their gain. Chun Haoming fell silent, and Su Lintien chose not to pursue the discussion further, shifting his gaze to the quietly contemplative Chen Tianqi. Tianqi, you are still young. You should pursue your ambitions. What are your plans? Chen Tianqi nodded thoughtfully before responding. I wish to enlist in the military. Su Lintien regarded him intently before nodding in agreement. Dismissing any contrary thoughts, he concluded that military service could indeed be a valuable experience. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to everyone, he departed Yucheng with Butler Long, while Chen Yunxian remained behind to attend to her own matters. Su Lintien intended to purchase a small estate in the western suburbs for Chun Haoming's family. Confident that financial concerns were unnecessary as Chen Yunxian was now a prominent star, more than capable of supporting herself. Providing them with a residence in Modu would effectively sever their ties with those eccentric relatives, thus minimizing his own troubles. Of course, should they choose to maintain contact, he would not interfere. However, if they sought his assistance again, he would firmly respond, I am not your family's caretaker. Out of respect for Chen Yunxian, he was willing to bestow wealth and fortune upon them, but if they brought misfortune upon themselves, he would simply state that it was fate. He had already instructed Butler Long to initiate the estate purchase. Returning to Modu, specifically to the number 1 estate in the western suburbs, Su Lintien felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Dealing with familial issues was never suited to him, and he resolved never to engage in such matters again, as they significantly affected his mood. In-laws, he thought, let those below handle it. Seeing his mother busy in the vegetable garden, he approached her. Mom, I plan to head to Litizu tomorrow morning. You and Linger can come over the day after. Don't trouble yourself with the garden any longer. Unexpectedly, Li Jiayao raised her head and retorted with annoyance. You little rascal, do you think your mother is still an old fossil? This is something I cultivated with my own hands. We shall consume it tonight. You wouldn't think I would bring it along, would you? Heh, absolutely not. How could I waste the vegetables grown by my own mother? I shall have them all prepared as dishes for everyone. And even Butler Long and the others will be in for a treat, savoring the produce nurtured by my own hands. Ha ha. Li Jiayao felt a touch of embarrassment at his words. Go on, go on. Did you not mention that you would head over first thing tomorrow morning? Hurry and inform Linger and the others. I shall see to the packing. With that, she began to rise to leave. Mom, everything you need is over there. Just pack some personal items. Oh, you think of me as an old relic, do you? I certainly know that without your prompting. It seemed that her parents had changed significantly during their travels abroad. They no longer uttered phrases about wasting money. The next morning, Su Lintao returned with Yi Sini. It was her first visit to the number 1 manor. Gazing at the estate, which resembled a fantastical castle, with guards stationed throughout and maids dressed in palace attire. She might have mistaken it for a royal palace had Su Lintao not informed her that it belonged to the Su family. Su Lintao led Yi Sini to the garden, where he spotted his parents jogging, and he approached them with her in tow. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Su Jianzhou turned at the sound, and, upon seeing Yi Sini beside Su Lintao, nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, so this is the Sini you often mention. Yi Sini felt a sudden wave of nervousness but quickly regained her composure, responding, hello, uncle and aunt. All right, enough standing around. Let us head indoors and talk. Also, little Tao, pack your things. We're heading to Lita State tomorrow morning. Your brother has already gone ahead to make arrangements. That evening, the group engaged Yi Sini in casual conversation, hoping to help her acclimatize to this large family. Early the next day, A private jet departed from the bustling metropolis, followed closely by a passenger plane. Inside the latter were numerous maids, guards, doctors, and nurses, all en route to Lida State. Chapter 88. New Residence, Jutian Palace. One day prior, in Lida State, Su Lintian had arrived at his destination and was utterly astounded by the sight before him. Jutian Palace. A massive stone at the entrance bore the three grand characters, and the magnificent palace gates were a testament to its regal nature. Everything around him made it unmistakable that this was indeed a royal palace. Butler Long stood calmly behind him, observing the palace without any critique. As long as he could remain by Su Lintian's side, he was content. At that moment, Jutian Palace was entirely deserted, as all inhabitants had been cleared out prior to his arrival. He was unaccustomed to outsiders and felt it was not safe. Noticing the perplexity on Su Lintian's face, Butler Long explained, "Young master, this palace was constructed by the former Cavindo family. Unfortunately, they went bankrupt before they could move in, and their family was annihilated. For reasons unknown, Jutian Palace was subsequently acquired by the state government. Of course, the global corporation spent a staggering $2 billion to purchase it from them, and the funds have now returned to the company." Butler Long spoke these astonishing words with remarkable composure. The global corporation acquired the property, and the money was funneled through various channels into the dark web, eventually returning to the global corporation. The transaction was akin to receiving a sprawling palace of 6 square kilometers at no cost. Despite the complex covering an area of only 14 square kilometers, it was still a sight to behold, an impressive one, for million square meters. "Indeed, I find this place quite to my liking. I shall reside here from now on," Su Lintian declared. "The larger the residence, the better. Young master, shall we consider renaming it?" Jutian Palace was named by the previous owners. "Perhaps a more meaningful name from you would be fitting." Su Lintian shook his head dismissively and waved his hand. "No need. Jutian Palace is a fine name as it is. Let us proceed inside and take a look." Upon entering, they found several sightseeing vehicles parked nearby. Given the vast expanse of the property, walking would be impractical. The guards readily assumed the role of drivers. Upon reaching the main hall, Su Lintian wasted no time and waved his hand, releasing 800 male and female servants, alongside 500 guards, and an additional 1,000 chefs, doctors, nurses, and butlers, totaling 300 various attendants, including the guards. Su Lintian pointed to a middle-aged man in his 40s and asked, "What is your name?" The man raised his hands, seemingly about to kneel, but Su Lintian quickly stopped him, saying, "What are you doing? No need for such formalities. I am not an emperor. Such behavior is unnecessary." Wiping an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead, he mused that he nearly had this old fellow draping a yellow robe over him and kneeling to shout, "Long live the emperor." "Yes, young master. I am called Wei Chengxian," the man replied. Su Lintian's eyes narrowed slightly. The name felt oddly familiar. "From now on, you shall be the steward of Jutian Palace, overseeing all servants. Do not let me down." With over 10,000 attendants under his command, there was little risk of betrayal. Wei Chengxian, filled with excitement, bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, my lord. I will serve with utmost dedication until my last breath." Seeing him kneel again, Su Lintian held his forehead and thought, "Let him kneel if he wishes. I suppose I am somewhat of a rebirth to these servants, for it is I who has liberated them, allowing them to live as normal individuals. I can bear this act of reverence. All right, rise. Everything in the palace is now under your purview. Go and make arrangements. If you need funds, consult Butler Long." "Yes, young master." He then bowed and stepped back a few paces before departing the main hall with the others. Su Lintian observed the scene, nearly bewildered, and suddenly felt a foreboding sense. He thought, he won't come back and say, "Young master, it's getting cold. Allow me to fetch you a coat," will he? Deciding not to dwell on it, he resolved to take charge of his own affairs. It was inconsequential. Accompanied by Butler Long, he ventured to the bay incorporated within Jutian Palace, and had to admit that the Cavindo family truly knew how to indulge in luxury. 9 opulent yachts were anchored by the shore. The largest, named Tiangong, boasted 4 levels, measuring 150 meters in length and 30 meters in width, with a total tonnage of 10,000 tons. The other 8 vessels were comparatively smaller, likely intended for protection. Even the smallest among them measured 50 meters. The 9 yachts formed a private dock along the shoreline, consisting of a 6-meter-wide pathway leading to the yachts. On the deck of Tiangong rested 2 helicopters, and each of the other 8 vessels bore a helicopter as well. As for whether there were any weapons aboard, Su Lintian was uncertain. These ships and helicopters had been dispatched by the global corporation. The entire layout of Jutian Palace featured the main buildings at the forefront, which comprised a complex of structures, including an area dedicated to servants covering 0. for square kilometers, with each building only 3 stories tall, currently serving as the residence for the attendants. Beyond lies a vast expanse of forest, covering an impressive area of 4 square kilometers, within which is nestled a tranquil lake spanning 13 square kilometers. Dragon Butler, do you have any knowledge of the number of animals residing within this forest? This place is quite remote from the city, and the environment is relatively pristine, though the current weather is somewhat chilly. Young master, I haven't conducted a re-examination, but based on the data provided, excluding insect species, there are approximately over 200 varieties of animals. That should suffice for now. Let us return and await Linger and the others. Please ensure that Steward Wei arranges their respective palaces and personnel allocations. Understood, young master. On the road several hundred meters from the distant Jutian Palace. Despite being in the outskirts, there are still occasional passers-by. Hey, Jack, do you see if there are people inside Jutian Palace? The man named Jack followed his friend's pointing finger, gazing at Jutian Palace from a distance. Though it was not his first sighting, he remained awestruck by the grandeur of the palace, reminiscent of a royal residence. Who could possibly afford to live there? Even the wealthiest individuals would find it challenging to maintain. As expected, guards were stationed at the entrance of Jutian Palace, and several individuals could be seen moving about within. Oh my, Jutian Palace actually has an owner now. How astonishing. But what does that matter to us? Let us be on our way. You're right, we should hurry. Lingering here too long might arouse suspicion, and we certainly do not wish to receive any unwelcome golden tokens. Indeed, it seems this place is not suitable for prolonged visits. The two swiftly drove away. 2 aircraft landed sequentially at the Lida State Airport. Su Lintao and his companions, accompanied by their personal attendants, disembarked from the private jet. Observing the city before them, while it may not rival the bustling metropolis of Magic City, it still held its own charm. Chapter 89. Chief Steward of Jutian Palace, Wei Chengxian. Su Lintian, along with the Dragon Butler, awaited their arrival, alongside 2 Rolls-Royces and a dozen Land Rover Range Rovers. Ample to transport everyone back to Jutian Palace. Who are those individuals? Such a grand display, one remarked. They appear to be of Chinese descent. And what of it? Look, their vehicles are blocking the road. This is our country. Shoo, speak softly. Are you blind? Can't you see the multitude of bodyguards? They stand as immovable as statues. Even with 2 magazines of ammunition, you wouldn't be able to take them down. The Chinese are not to be trifled with. We should leave post-haste. Indeed, I've heard they possess martial skills. I once witnessed them in an anti-Sakura drama. They not only know combat, but can dodge bullets as well. My neighbor, who is Chinese, once gave me quite a beating. Don't ask why. Just know that despite my imposing stature, I was sent to the hospital with a single punch. Can you believe it? The surrounding foreigners whispered amongst themselves as they observed Su Lintian and his entourage. Mom and Dad, was the flight comfortable? Su Jianzhou surveyed his surroundings. Although he had traveled abroad before, it was his first visit to Lida State. Li Jiayao chuckled lightly. What is there to be uncomfortable about? I've flown plenty during my travels. Now let us head back. The gaze of those around her made her feel as if she were under scrutiny. As the group boarded their vehicles, the scale of the convoy was unprecedented for them. Recognizing the distinguished status of those within, numerous vehicles yielded the right of way. After all, Lida State was not lacking in talented individuals. Just then, a dramatically modified white sedan zipped past. Executing a daring maneuver akin to a snake slithering through a hole, swiftly disappearing from sight, followed closely by 2 formidable vehicles in pursuit. Approximately half an hour later, the convoy safely arrived at Jutian Palace. For guards stationed at the entrance promptly saluted and opened the gates. Inside the vehicle, Su Jianzhou and Su Lingxian peered curiously out the window. Previously, they had only seen photographs or videos of this place, but nothing compared to the awe of being present in person. Particularly, Yi Sini, seated beside Su Lintao, was left dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. Had they arrived at a royal palace? The sense of wonder she felt surpassed her experiences at the domestic palaces, not least because this magnificent structure was privately inhabited. The 3 characters at the entrance encapsulated the grandeur within Jutian Palace. Upon entering, the convoy halted at the nearest parking area. The attendants disembarked to report to Chief Steward Wei, while Su Lintian guided his companions onto a nearby sightseeing vehicle to continue their journey. Everyone was filled with excitement, pointing out the scenery and discussing their future lives. Upon reaching the main hall, a vast salon awaited them, one that could accommodate gatherings, receptions, dining, and various activities. The main hall comprised 7 levels, with the first floor featuring a foyer, a living room, and side chambers, the latter serving as the dining area. Along the way, Yi Sini witnessed the essence of royalty, the bustling maids, the scattered bodyguards, and the patrolling teams composed of several individuals. In a brief span, she had already observed no fewer than 6 patrol squads. The palace-like arrangement left her utterly mesmerized, Su Lintien aimed to convey to everyone that from this moment forth, their identities would undergo a profound transformation. The past would fade into oblivion like a fleeting dream, ushering in a new beginning. The first order of business was to adapt to their new status. Upon entering the main hall, an intricately carved black dragon made of golden silk nanmu would stood before them, leading the five into the living room. The furnishings, crafted from golden silk nanmu wood, adorned the expansive 300 square meter space, where antiques were strewn about, and a golden dragon relief graced the ceiling. After settling in, a myriad of maidservants commenced serving tea. Su Lintien was the first to break the silence. So what do you think? This is the place you selected. Are you disappointed? Not at all, brother. I am utterly delighted. The disparity between the images and reality is staggering. The pictures could never capture the immersive experience. Su Lingxian beamed, unable to contain her joy. The others nodded in agreement. Residing in a palace, what could possibly be unsatisfactory? Only Yi Sini, seated beside Su Lintao, appeared somewhat reserved. The Su family was undeniably affluent. Having witnessed Su Lintien present a company valued in the trillions as a betrothal gift, she had already grasped the extent of their wealth, yet she had still underestimated them. This was beyond mere affluence. To own such an expansive estate abroad was not simply a matter of wealth. The value of Jutian Palace, akin to a royal residence, was astronomical. Perhaps sensing her trepidation, Su Lintao gently grasped her hand, offering a reassuring glance. Relax, we are all family here. You need not feel so constrained. Very well, as long as you are satisfied. I know you are eager to explore Jutian Palace, so I shall keep this brief. I do not plan to send you to any world-renowned universities. Harris University in Lead Estate will suffice. It is no less prestigious than those international institutions, and is, in fact, a school for the elite. The students there are the offspring of wealthy individuals and high-ranking officials from across the globe. You three should prepare to spend a year or two there. 3. Su Lintao was puzzled. Brother, are you referring to 3 individuals? Besides me and Sini, who else could it be? Seated opposite, Su Lingxian seemed to sense something amiss, pointing to herself in disbelief. It can't be me, can it? Not you. Could it be me? Or are you suggesting that mom and dad attend university? Uffed. Su Jianzhou had just sipped his imported tea when he heard those words. Unable to suppress a spray of it, taking the silk handkerchief offered by the maid, he wiped his mouth and retorted with irritation, "Stop fooling around and speak seriously." Su Lintien shrugged, indicating that it was unintentional. All right, it's settled then. There's still ample time. School doesn't commence for another half-month. Furthermore, safety abroad is paramount compared to home. You must ensure you remain within the sight of your bodyguards when outside. My mother, Ling, and Xiao Xian will have their own bodyguards as well, and I will arrange for female bodyguards for you, which will be more convenient. Most importantly, we are not saints. Do not place yourselves in peril. Outsiders cannot be trusted, and as the saying goes, those not of our kind will have different hearts. Thus, you must quickly acclimate to your current identities. I do not wish for any of you to suffer even the slightest harm. Do you understand? That concludes the safety precautions. There are many considerations while in the country, but here, your primary concern should be your safety. After finishing, he turned to Butler Long and instructed, "Have Manager Wei come here." Within 3 minutes, Wei Chengxian entered from outside. "Young master." "Yes, this is Wei Chengxian, the manager of Jutian Palace. He is responsible for the operations within the palace. If you require anything, you may seek his assistance. Jutian Palace is vast, and shortly, he will arrange for someone to escort you to your own chambers." Chambers? Upon hearing this, Su Lingxian could no longer contain her excitement. Soon, everyone departed the living room. Su Lingxian was led by a palace made to her designated chambers. Chapter 90. The 3 Palaces and 1 Mansion. Shortly thereafter, Su Lingxian arrived with her personal steward, Shang Wanyun, while Chun Ziru and Li Mo became her attendants. The 4 followed the leading maid to a magnificent palace. Above the palace entrance was inscribed its name, Chongling Palace. Spanning approximately 80,000 square meters, it boasted fish ponds, artificial hills, and gardens, complemented by verdant bamboo along the pathways, creating a picturesque scene. Chongling Palace employed a total of 800 servants, both male and female, alongside 250 bodyguards, also known as guards, as well as 100 professional servants comprising chefs, doctors, and nurses. Second miss, these individuals will henceforth be your servants and guards within Chongling Palace. At the entrance of the palace stood 150 servants, with the 250 bodyguards visibly armed with sidearms. All eyes were fixed upon Su Lingxian, the future mistress of Chongling Palace. All right, you may return to your duties. Yes, the maid takes her leave. Once the maid departed, Su Lingxian glanced at everyone, who all averted their gazes, not daring to meet her eyes. Xiao Mo, henceforth, you shall oversee these 250 bodyguards. Xiao Ru, you will manage the servants. Please take good care of Chongling Palace. Steward Yun will remain by my side. Yes, second miss, the three responded in unison. On Su Lingtian's side, matters were similarly progressing. Albeit the residence was named Mu Lin Mansion. Su Jianzhou and his wife resided in Changshou Palace, which covered an area of 200,000 square meters, with a staff and guards numbering twice that of Su Lingshuan's Chongling Palace. Su Lingtian's chambers, known as Tian Palace, spanned approximately 300,000 square meters and also had a substantial staff. There were 3 smaller palaces available as well, though Su Lingtian paid them little mind. Now that things had settled, it was time to contemplate other matters, particularly the various research bases. Butler Long, how is the progress at the base? How much longer will it take? Aware of the significance of the base to Su Lingtian, Butler Long had been closely monitoring its developments. Young master, it should take approximately 10 more days to complete. 10 days? Then we shall wait another 10 days. Jiutian Palace Forest. Su Lingxian, accompanied by Steward Yun, a dozen bodyguards, and 4 maids, arrived at this location. Gazing at the forest entrance surrounded by fencing, Su Lingxian felt a surge of excitement. After such a long time, she could finally hunt here. During her previous time in Siberia, heavy rains had severely limited wildlife encounters. This was far from satisfying. In front of the forest stood a structure resembling a large estate, akin to a military base, with armored vehicles and helicopters stationed within. It also served as a resting place and a processing area for game. As soon as Su Lingxian entered, the guards immediately saluted. Greetings, second miss. I wish to enter the forest for hunting. Please take me to select weapons. Soon. They were escorted by the guards to a secured area filled with an array of weapons mounted on the walls. Each bodyguard carried a rifle, while the 4 maids were equipped with medical kits. Su Lingtian selected a crossbow, slung a quiver of bolts over his shoulder, and also took a small handgun. Steward Yun, carry an M24. When we spot game from a distance, I will use the M24. After arming themselves, the group of a dozen departed in a jeep, entering the forest. A main road traversed the forest, which had evidently been overgrown with weeds from lack of use. Stop, this will do. They disembarked. And Su Lingxian gazed towards a large lake in the distance, confident that water sources nearby would attract prey. With her crossbow in hand, the bodyguards spread out, ensuring Su Lingxian was protected at the center against any unforeseen circumstances. The sound of unknown birds chirping filled the air. Suddenly, in the distance, a white figure caught her eye, a rabbit. With its snowy fur and perked ears, it carefully nibbled on nearby foliage, occasionally glancing around with heightened vigilance. Su Lingxian, observing the adorable rabbit, felt reluctant to let it escape. Having entered the forest, she couldn't simply let her first prey go. Raising her crossbow, she released a sharp arrow. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow struck a decayed log beside the rabbit, startling it into a frantic leap. Before Su Lingxian could release a second shot, the rabbit vanished in a flash, likely retreating to a nearby burrow. Second miss, that creature dared to flee. Shall I lead some men to track it down? One bodyguard inquired earnestly upon witnessing the rabbit's hasty escape. This left Su Lingxian somewhat speechless. She was there to hunt, not to eradicate every creature. No need. If it runs, it runs. Just as she resumed her search for prey, a gunshot echoed from the heart of the forest, followed by the sound of multiple shots. Protect the second miss. The expressions of the bodyguards changed dramatically as they swiftly encircled Su Lingxian, forming a protective barrier. Armed with rifles, they retreated cautiously while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Su Lingshuan's expression darkened. How could there be intruders in her own forest when the borders were secured? Someone had breached private territory. Meanwhile, Butler Yun had already pulled out a communicator at the first sound of gunfire to alert the forest guards. Upon receiving the notification, the captain of the guards turned pale. Damn it! Who the hell is so reckless as to ignore the barriers and invade the forest? Everyone, arm yourselves and follow me. The guards' duties were straightforward, so Manager Wei had only stationed about 20 individuals there. 20 was sufficient. For helicopters took off first, followed closely by 3 armored vehicles and several military jeeps. Meanwhile, in the center of the forest, 2 groups were locked in a fierce gunfight. Like, you lot aren't getting away. Don't think you can find safety in here. Anyone who dares to take the boss's money in Litizu will not be spared. Humph. Whether one can escape is not for you to dictate. As long as I wish to leave, no one can hold me back. My brothers and I have followed the leader, and though we may not have earned merit, we have certainly toiled. For him to dare cast us aside to bear the blame, he shall not escape my retribution. 6 ahead fled, while over a dozen pursued, and 3 of us were slain in retaliation. Witnessing the loss of 3 more brothers ignited fury in our adversaries. Reckon this, Lake, if you return the leader's money. I may intercede on your behalf to the leader and cease the hunt on you. We are brothers. There is no need for total annihilation. Nonsense. Your words stink as foully as the refuse I excrete. As the two factions chased one another, Lake's companions turned to him, suddenly spotting Su Lingxian and her group not far off. Peering through the crack, Su Lingxian curiously regarded Lake and his companions, unconcerned for her safety. Not to mention the armed professionals at her side. Eliminating the few adversaries would be a trivial task, and the guards would soon arrive. Halt! One more step forward, and you shall face death without mercy. The guards shouted in English, brandishing their weapons. The opposition, armed merely with small handguns, would be swiftly dispatched given a few minutes. In Chapter 91, Fire Again, and we shall all perish. The Jotian Palace has a master now. Lake found himself at a loss. His earlier calmness dissipated, leaving him in a precarious position, caught between a wolf and a tiger. Damn it, when did the Jotian Palace acquire a master? Lake pondered. Do you think they might be intruders hunting? What a joke. Use your brain. Their equipment is fit for war. Lake disregarded his companions and shouted towards Su Lingxian, friends. We are not villains. Could you kindly allow us passage? We will leave at once and reward you handsomely. However, no reply came, and the pursuers closed in. Run. Keep running. Why have you stopped? At that moment, Lake felt utterly helpless. If you allow your men to fire, we are all doomed. The Jotian Palace has a master now. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the opponents' faces. What is the Jotian Palace? In Lida province, it is known to all, for it rivals even a royal palace. Nay, it surpasses it in splendor. Bays, lakes, forests, and palatial complexes, all private. Impossible. Do not think that will intimidate me. If there truly is a master, he would not dare act recklessly here, as this territory belongs to the Jotian Palace. To become its master is a privilege beyond the imagination of someone like you. Humph, do not believe. Look over there. Humph, Chinese. Lake, are you jesting? Do you think that is possible? Before Lake could speak further, they executed the traitors. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and he instantly regretted it. A barrage of gunfire riddled him, and the guards ceased their warnings, for they had heard the helicopter's roar, indicating that the safety of the second miss was assured. As for these intruders, upon entering the Jotian Palace's domain, their fates were sealed. Death awaited them. The sudden gunfire from the guards caught Lake off guard, and he quickly dropped to the ground, grateful for a wooden beam shielding him. Otherwise, he would have perished as well. The relentless bullets made everyone hesitate to show their heads. More terrifying for Lake was the sight of 3 helicopters encircling overhead, accompanied by over 20 fully armed personnel. Shit, we're doomed. We should never have come here. The helicopters hovered above, their cabins armed with machine guns trained on him. Any movement would likely result in him becoming a target in mere seconds. The captain of the guards hurried over, relieved to see Su Lingxian unharmed. Second miss. My incompetence has put you in danger. Su Lingxian waved her hand, bearing no resentment towards anyone, considering they had only been at the Jotian Palace for 2 days. See if there are any survivors. Inquire about their identities. Understood. The captain replied, rallying his men. I do not care who you are. Now, those who are still alive, drop your weapons and stand with your hands on your heads, or face death without mercy. Do not shoot. I am unarmed. Lake hastily discarded his weapon, raising his hands as he slowly rose, his voice trembling. Upon standing, a weak voice emerged nearby. Please, do not kill me. My leg is injured. A man, hands on his head, sat up, terror in his eyes, blood staining his body. Yet, death awaited him. Rat-tat-tat. The captain of the guards pulled the trigger, sending him on his way. One survivor is sufficient. I said to stand up or face death without mercy. Lake watched his fallen brother, swallowing hard. He gestured for one to approach. A guard kicked Lake to the ground, binding his hands and searching him. Check for any other survivors. If there are, finish them off. He then led Lake before Su Lingxian. Second miss, we have brought them. Lake looked up at Su Lingxian, still unable to believe that the master of the Jotian Palace was of Chinese descent. Slap. A guard stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Lower your insolent gaze. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my home? The emotionless voice sent beads of sweat cascading down Lake's brow. We are members of 14K. I apologize. I did not intend to intrude. I was unaware that the Jotian Palace had a master. I am merely a hunted man, cornered and desperate to escape. I can compensate $100 million. I will pay $100 million for my life. If that is insufficient, I can offer an arm as well. I do not wish to die. Do not wish to die? How laughable. Who among us desires death? Fear not. You did not intend this. Ignorance is no crime. I forgive you. Su Lingxian glanced at him and continued, take heed in your next life. She waved her hand to Butler Yun, saying, the thrill of the hunt is gone. Let us return. No, I can compensate $100 million plus my limbs. I do not want to die. Su Lingxian ignored him. What did it matter if he wished to live? Without her guards, he would surely be the one to perish. Bang! The gun fired, silencing him. Dispose of these corpses. Remember to take them away, so as not to tarnish the land of the Jutian palace. Naturally, what transpired here could not remain hidden from Su Lin. Gazing at the seaside view, the sea breeze caressing her face. 14K? Chapter 92. What is the Jutian palace? I would not dare intrude. Su Lingxian had appeared by her side unbeknownst to him. The siblings gazed out at the sea, the wind tousling her flawless face and cascading hair. She discerned the conflict within her sister's heart. Do not dwell on it excessively. Sometimes, reality is more brutal than one can imagine. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Why burden yourself? Moreover, to enter armed is a grave offense. As one in power, to spare them would not suffice to deter others. If you truly let him go, he will not feel gratitude, but rather believe that if there is a next time, he will once again venture in without hesitation. In his heart, there existed a singular moment that encompassed countless others. Certain matters are defined by either zero or infinity. When Su Lingxian issued the order to eliminate Like, he was indeed taken aback. According to his inner convictions, Su Lingxian would never personally command such a death, but rather detain the individual for him to handle. Her mindset had yet to fully transition from that of a subordinate to that of a superior. However, to his astonishment, she executed the order without a moment's hesitation. This revelation caught him off guard, revealing a miscalculation on his part. Clearly, his family had undergone a swift transformation in their mentality. Perhaps the experiences they encountered abroad significantly differed from those at home, expediting their psychological evolution. Much like his parents, who faced kidnappers and gunfights overseas, events unimaginable within their homeland. She too had not encountered such dire situations, yet engaged with matters beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. He couldn't help but wonder about his younger brother's fate. Upon hearing Su Lingtian's words, she smiled faintly, acknowledging her brother's sentiments. Brother, do you think we might someday reach that point? She asked, turning to meet Su Lingtian's gaze. This query momentarily stunned him, prompting a solemn response. So this is what you have been contemplating. Rest assured, I shall never allow anyone to overshadow us. Su Lingxian gazed at Su Lin in astonishment. Their current status was entirely dependent on her brother, who bore the burdens of their ascent. She had no reason to hinder his progress. The past's inacceptability and her inability to adapt had now dissipated like morning mist. I understand now. I shall continue my exploration of Jutian Palace. I have yet to finish, she declared, her smile returning as she waved goodbye and departed. Once she left, Butler Long approached, inquiring, Young master, the leader of 14K. Li Min currently resides in Hong Kong. Should we invite him for a visit? While Su Lin had not heard of 14K, he recognized Li Min's name, a figure of the underworld. However, the fact that 14K thrived abroad was unexpected. We shall deliberate on it later, he replied. In Litizu, the resources and talent to execute plans were never lacking. The act of revving an engine could only be deemed rudimentary. If one did not dare to summon the Berthold to deploy helicopters for capture, one would hardly be worthy of speaking. Within a villa, a man with a muscular physique and intricate tattoos lounged on a sofa, resembling a human tyrannosaurus, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Have we yet to locate Like? Rust, puffing on a cigar, glanced at his two subordinates, who bowed their heads in trepidation. His calm voice dripped with an undercurrent of dread, causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Boss, during our attempt to apprehend Like, he escaped into the Jutian Palace forest, and our men followed him in but have yet to emerge, one of them stammered. A profound silence enveloped the room. Rust offered no response, intensifying his subordinates' anxiety. Their heads nearly sank into their chests as their legs trembled uncontrollably, sweat trickling down their faces and dripping from their chins. Yet, they dared not move, for they understood this was the calm before the storm. Indeed, a sudden crash echoed as Rust struck one man to the ground and kicked the other, sending him crashing against the villa's floor-to-ceiling window, which quivered ominously. The man lay motionless, unconscious. Just as the remaining subordinate braced for Rust's ire regarding their failure to capture Like, Rust instead shouted in fury, Incompetent fools. You allowed Like to flee into the Jutian Palace forest, and you followed him in? Do you have any idea what Jutian Palace represents? I wouldn't dare intrude. Yet you charged in recklessly. Jutian Palace has an owner now. Do you comprehend the gravity of that? Rust's face twisted with fear, as the 14K representative in Litizu. If the higher-ups learned of this, his fate was sealed. Bring them to me, he commanded, summoning two burly men in suits, his elite bodyguards, also members of 14K. Prepare the vehicles. We are heading to Jutian Palace. This visit was imperative. Even if they had not sought him out, he had to take the initiative to confront them. For being proactive yielded entirely different outcomes than waiting for the other party to act. Boss, please don't. I don't want to go. I have an elderly mother and a young daughter. I don't wish to meet my end. One subordinate, disregarding his pain, crawled to Rust's feet, weeping profusely. He understood he was being set up to take the fall. If he bore this burden, it would guarantee not just death, but a lifetime of suffering. Humph. If my memory serves me correctly, those pursuing like were your subordinates, correct? Don't say I haven't given you a chance, considering your long service. I shall ensure your family is taken care of. However, if you choose to be uncooperative, I can't guarantee my own survival, but your entire family will certainly perish. Rest assured, I shall provide you with $1 million as a settlement, sufficient to secure your family's future. The man's face drained of color. Could anyone enter Jotian Palace and emerge unscathed? They were let out, and moments later, 2 vehicles set off toward Jotian Palace. Despite this, Rust felt a gnawing anxiety. To him, Jotian Palace appeared as a yawning abyss, the path ahead obscured in uncertainty.